Li Chengfeng has traversed into another realm, acquiring an agent system. As a member of the Joint Investigation Bureau, he is granted a random ability from his mission targets each time he successfully resolves a case. Amidst his astonishment, Li Chengfeng soon discovers a predicament. Chapter 1. What is this? The World Federal Bureau of Investigation. Good morning, Li. The director is waiting for you on the 31st floor. All right. With a forced smile, Li Chengfeng brushed off the receptionist and silently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Although he was reluctant to accept it, the reality was undeniable. He had indeed crossed over. He still bore the name Li Chengfeng, yet his identity had transformed into that of an agent seconded from the Republic headquarters of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation to the American Bureau. His skills were formidable as an elite agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau. His physical attributes approached the pinnacle of human capability. He was adept in over 50 martial arts and nearly all weaponry, along with a mastery of tactics, interrogation, reconnaissance, multiple languages, and criminal psychology essential courses for any spy. He was a top-tier agent in the Republic's headquarters, possessing skills sufficient to star in an action film. Fortunately, the World Federal Bureau of Investigation is a publicly recognized entity in every country, or else Li Chengfeng might have been at a loss regarding where to spend his days. That he wondered if he could indulge in some idleness. Through memories and information gleaned from his phone, Li Chengfeng surmised that this world was likely a parallel universe, as one aspect starkly contrasted with his previous existence. This was the World Federal, the supreme authority established by the majority of nations, categorized into permanent and member states. Unlike the United Nations of his former life, they wielded genuine power. The World Federal Bureau of Investigation was its direct law enforcement arm, with 5 permanent nations, each possessing an independent headquarters, yet functioning as a cohesive unit. For instance, he could be seconded from the Republic's headquarters to the American Bureau with a mere document, exemplifying the seamless unity of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Ugh. Others inherit memories and receive a golden finger upon their arrival, while I, on the other hand, simply start working without any guidance. Li Chengfeng lamented his fate as a born cog in a machine while stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for the 31st floor. However, he realized that despite being an agent, his extraordinary personal abilities would allow him to navigate life with relative ease, provided he did not court disaster. The elevator displayed a monitor continuously broadcasting news. Bruce Wayne of Gotham City, representing Wayne Enterprises, made an appearance at the charity gala for the Gotham Disaster Relief Fund. Accompanying this young billionaire were, let me count, 5 stunning women renowned in the fashion industry in Hollywood. My goodness, wouldn't they be jealous of one another? Come on, Lesnar, if you had a conglomerate with assets worth at least $100 billion, no matter how many women you found, they would likely coexist peacefully under the same roof. Li Chengfeng froze momentarily. Who was the name mentioned by the host? As he pondered, a photograph appeared on the screen. 5 distinctively beautiful women surrounded a man with a face sculpted like a statue and a strong, noble jawline. DC Universe? Surely, he wasn't that unfortunate. After all, the darkness of the DC Universe is well known. Mere human limits are akin to being a super soldier in such a realm. The news continued to unfold. Honestly, I feel a twinge of envy. But mentioning Bruce Wayne inevitably brings to mind another man who rivals him in the Playboy arena, New York's own Tony Stark. Who was his latest girlfriend again? Lois Lane from the Planet Daily. 2 more photos flashed, featuring the dashing yet flamboyant Tony Stark alongside the beautiful and tenacious Lois Lane. Those who haven't done their homework should beware of a lawsuit from Lois Lane. I have first-hand information that Tony Stark has been pursuing Lois Lane, but our journalist friend has yet to give this romantic hero a pleasant smile. It seems that for some women, money is not everything, perhaps. However, the women of New York will surely celebrate this news. Now, let's move on to the next report. Li Chengfeng found himself disinterested in the ensuing entertainment gossip, struggling instead to digest the absurd information he had received. Bruce Wayne, Tony Stark, and even Lois Lane. This was not merely a singular comic universe, but a composite universe. If only characters from a single universe appeared, he could ascertain which universe he had entered. Yet, the simultaneous emergence of figures from 2 different universes left him even more perplexed. Was this world truly a mere blend of characters from 2 universes? No one could guarantee. Goodness, I hope I don't find myself on a rooftop at midnight, only to discover a lovesick lunatic playing with a crescent moon from a higher building. Li Chengfeng muttered, just as the elevator came to a halt and the doors slowly opened. The 31st floor had arrived. Simultaneously, a strange electronic voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on successfully unraveling part of the worldview. The strongest agent system is unlocking. Unlock successful. Strongest agent system. Actively resolve Joint Investigation Bureau cases or complete tasks issued by the Bureau to acquire a random ability from the mission target. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng exited the elevator, exhaling deeply. Regardless of the nature of the entity that brought me here, at least it has a semblance of conscience, providing me with a system to prevent me from being just another ordinary soul in a world teeming with superhumans. However, the somewhat awkward reality was that concerning ordinary cases, it seemed there were no significant abilities to be gained. As for cases involving well-known characters from comics, films, and television series, his own combat prowess may not suffice for easy resolution. Yet, at least he had been afforded a theoretically viable path. The 31st floor housed only a single large door, labeled Strategic Analysis Room. Through the glass walls, Li Chengfeng spotted an individual with their back turned to him at the far end of the vast room. Though the face was obscured, the recent examples of comic characters on the news prompted Li Chengfeng to furrow his brow. Could this be yet another character from a comic or film? Pushing open the door, Li Chengfeng called out, "Special Agent Li Chengfeng of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation's Republic Headquarters, reporting for duty." "Oh, come in," came the response that Chengfeng stepped forward, finally catching a glimpse of the person's silhouette. A sleek, shiny bald head faced away from him. Goodness, it couldn't be. "Director, did you call for me?" "Oh yes, take a look at these documents." As the man handed over a folder and turned around, Li Chengfeng was met with the sight of an eye patch. Indeed, it was none other than Nick Fury, the enigmatic figure. Chapter 2. The enigmatic Harley Quinn enters Arkham Asylum. Having grown accustomed to the peculiarities surrounding him, Li Chengfeng did not dwell on the matter, but rather took the folder in hand, glancing at its cover. Arkham Asylum patient file? He continued to read. The ominous figure of Black Egg gave no indication, merely gesturing for him to proceed with the examination of the documents. Nodding slightly, Li Chengfeng opened the first page and was met with a form, its upper left corner adorned with a palm-sized photograph. Golden hair, seemingly bleached, with the tips dyed in hues of red and blue. The resemblance to Margot Robbie's portrayal of Harley Quinn was uncanny. Perhaps even the creator of this eclectic universe found certain comic book aesthetics absurd. Li Chengfeng's Mirka, often a loss for words regarding the tight-fitting costume culture of American comics. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating. Her birth name was Harley Quinn, standing at a height of 170 centimeters and weighing 64 kilograms. A guest psychologist at Arkham Asylum, she was tasked with treating Gotham's most deranged criminal, the Joker. However, she became infatuated with him, succumbing to madness, liberating him, and adopting the moniker Harley Quinn, transforming into his criminal accomplice. Recently, during a bank heist, she sustained severe injuries due to the Joker's explosive antics and was subsequently admitted to Arkham for care and rehabilitation. Sir, though it may be somewhat impertinent, what purpose does a madwoman's medical history serve me? Oh, did I not text you? I wish for you to take charge of assembling a team. Nick Fury replied with a feigned expression of surprise, adding that Harley Quinn would be the first member to recruit. Task: team formation has been issued. Task description: Young agent. The team has officially been established, and the first task is to recruit members, persuading Harley Quinn to join. TSK. The system is rather eager. A team? With all due respect, sir, I've been trained as a federal agent, managing everything single-handedly. If you need someone to infiltrate enemy lines and dismantle tactical nuclear weapons, I am your man. If you require an assassination of key figures behind enemy lines, look no further. However, when it comes to teamwork, that is truly not my forte. Li Chengfeng's face bore a righteous demeanor, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Moreover, are you genuinely certain a patient from an asylum can become a federal agent? Needless to say, if it were an ordinary parallel universe, perhaps it could be overlooked, but this is a world where countless narratives intertwine. Who knows what chaos may ensue? The team you are assembling, Nick Fury, begins with Harley Quinn. What comes next? Are we not far from an Avengers or Justice League scenario? To jump right in with those superhuman entities? What a farcical imitation of Phil Coulson. His fate was far from glorious. In the original narrative, he was slain by Loki during the Battle of New York. Although he was later resurrected, the agony endured through the Tahiti Project was far more harrowing than death itself. Moreover, he had a premonition that should this world attempt to reassemble the Avengers, it would undoubtedly invite characters from other works into the fray, such as the medical dossier belonging to Harley Quinn that lay before him. Li Chengfeng siga inwarli. Recognizing the drawbacks of a comprehensive world, all foresight regarding the narrative's progression had devolved into nonsense. Everything was entirely novel and distinct. I believe you're quite right, and thus, it is imperative for you to learn how to assume the role of a team leader. The Black Egg, akin to any leader, understood that once a decision was made, suggestions remained merely suggestions. By the way, you must be a level 6 agent, correct? Indeed, a level 6 agent. In the World Federal Bureau of Investigation, agents are categorized from levels 1 to 10. Although level 6 may seem modest, it represents the pinnacle achievable by frontline agents. Much like military ranks, one cannot expect a highly decorated special forces operative to charge in a battle bearing the insignia of a general. Li Chengfeng Blinka. Being a level 7 agent indicated he had officially transcended the mid-tier of the Joint Investigation Bureau and entered the upper echelon. Moreover, he was accountable solely to Nick Fury, making him, in a sense, an imperial envoy. I've always wondered, is the American Bureau so short-staffed that they specifically borrowed me from another country? You truly have no concept of discretion, but you are not mistaken. The American Bureau is indeed in need of personnel, particularly capable senior agents. Recently, incidents requiring the American Bureau's intervention across the entire continent have surged nearly exponentially. Hence, if I wish to swiftly assemble a team capable of addressing any unforeseen circumstances, I must recruit an outstanding senior agent from the most peaceful and adequately staffed Republic Bureau to lead the team. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. He did not expect the Black Egg to concede so readily, nor to adopt such a blunt tone. He had anticipated a more cryptic and roundabout approach. This suggested that the director of the American Bureau was under considerable pressure. Well then, do not stare at me with your one eye any longer. Proceed to the 30th floor. I have assigned you an aide, and the detailed assembly process and plans have been in preparation for over a week. Yes, Director. Li Chengfeng nodded, though he felt compelled to tease the Black Egg slightly, feigning curiosity. On a side note, Director, how did the scar beneath your eye mask come to resemble a scratch from a feline creature? Get out! Upon the Black Egg raising a hand to dismiss him, Li Chengfeng wisely turned to leave. However, as he pivoted, he caught sight of the devourer beast curled up in a corner, yawning. Ah, men and their bravado. The meeting with the new leader had been tolerable. Most importantly, the Black Egg had spoken little, yet granted him the privilege of acting freely. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence now. What mattered was that Fury had mentioned assigning an aide, and it would be her. Who could it be? The mimicry bird? Sharon Carter? The yet-to-awaken Pulsar woman? Or perhaps the long-legged Aunt Maria Hill? Suddenly, Li Chengfeng felt that traversing to another realm had its advantages. At the very least, his visual pleasures would be undeniably plentiful. As a leader, dating subordinates would hardly be construed as an abuse of power, would it? As Li Chengfeng stepped once more into the elevator, he muttered to himself. This was indeed the land of freedom, America. Perhaps he might truly be reported. He only needed to go down one floor, so as soon as he entered the elevator, he promptly exited again. However, the atmosphere had completely transformed. If the 31st floor conference room was, apart from its vastness, styled in a manner typical of American law enforcement, then the 30th floor exuded an aura of futuristic technology, having advanced an entire generation. The space was bustling yet orderly, with no one taking notice of a newcomer replete with naivety. After curiously surveying his surroundings for a while, Li Chengfeng became engrossed in the internal processing information flashing across the large screen when a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. Are you Agent Li Chengfeng? Yes, indeed, he replied with a smile, intent on making a favorable impression on his new colleague. However, upon recognizing the individual who had tapped his shoulder, the smile froze upon his face. It was neither the formidable Lady Wave, nor Maria Hill, nor the mimicry of the Mockingbird or Agent 13. This woman was not clad in the standard blue uniform of the Bureau, but instead wore a red cheapao adorned with golden butterflies, hinting at a holster strapped to her shapely thigh. The freedom in her attire indicated that she was at least a level 4 elite agent. With her short black hair, an inexplicable air of mystery, and a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips, she resembled not merely an elite agent, but rather an enchanting and enigmatic femme fatale. Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. I am the adjutant appointed to you by Director Fury. You may call me Ada Wong. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Chapter 3, The Bat Signal. Ada Wong, often referred to as Annie Wong, Sister Wong, or the infamous Hit Me Wong, is a mysterious, multifaceted spy straddling the line between good and evil in the Resident Evil series, a legendary figure in the underworld. Of course, this is within the context of the Resident Evil games. The Ada before him was a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Her presence astonished and delighted Li Chengfeng. The astonishment stemmed from the implication that this world had fused with that of Resident Evil, suggesting the possibility of a tyrant or a pursuing creature emerging from shadows. The delight arose from the realization that, compared to the bizarre realms of Marvel and DC, the Resident Evil universe could be considered in novice mode. After all, in the Resident Evil cosmology, there are virtually no threats that cannot be neutralized by firearms. If there are, then one simply needs to fire a few more rounds. Ada Wong, I have long admired your reputation. Compared to the youngest ace agent of the Republic's headquarters, I do feel somewhat aged. For some reason, Ada's tone carried a hint of melancholy. I was merely jesting. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng quickly grasped her outstretched hand, genuinely pleased to meet her. Likewise, Agent Li Chengfeng. A perfectly measured smile graced Ada Wong's face. Both poised and restrained. Let's set forth to Gotham City. I have already reported our mission to the Bureau. Is time truly so pressing? After all, we are heading to Gotham, a city few would wish to visit in the dead of night, especially with Arkham Asylum as our destination. Li Chengfeng scratched his head. Ada Wong was indeed correct. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that bringing a patient out of Arkham will inevitably intersect with Bruce Wayne, whether as the daytime playboy or the nocturnal bat. TSK, 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 the American Bureau is indeed quite lavish, generously refurbishing the former Aerial Command Center for our use. Seated in the expansive lounge, Li Chengfeng perused the extensive materials Ada Wong had meticulously prepared. The documents, piled high, predominantly contained detailed profiles of various eccentric individuals. The first was none other than Harley Quinn. Unlike the case files provided by Nick Fury, this was a genuine and thorough biography, documenting everything from the precise second of her birth to the trivialities of which finger she most frequently used for nose-picking. This exemplified the intelligence capabilities of the world's largest law enforcement agency. Conversely, the detailed formation process and plan were summarized succinctly on a single page, which was far from fully written. One could only imagine how desperate Nick Fury must have been. What does it mean when he says future selections are at your discretion? Is it of little consequence whether they are human, as long as they somewhat resemble one? Was he being duped? Is this blackened egghead attempting to leverage the formation of a team to gather superheroes? This Airbus, until the late 1990s, operated at full capacity. It only became symbolic after the construction of the flying aircraft carrier, excelling in both performance and payload. Just then, Ada Wong emerged from the cockpit after setting the autopilot, taking a seat beside Li Chengfeng. It seemed you must have already reviewed the formation plan left by Director Fury. Indeed, after reading it, I felt as though I had encountered a scammer. Can I choose to arrest him directly? Toss that blackened egghead into the realm of online fraud, where he would surely rise to the top. Director Fury does indeed possess such a style. Yet the simplicity of the plan indicates a high degree of autonomy for this small team. I certainly understand that, considering we're recruiting a madman as a team member. Autonomy must be substantial. In our republic, an elderly man on the street would undoubtedly report us to the Disability Association for exploiting the disabled. However, beyond the purpose of forming this team, I am more intrigued as to why Nick Fury has designated Harley Quinn as the first member. Strictly speaking, I am the inaugural member of the team. Ada Wong lightly bit her crimson lips, glistening with a slight sheen. The reason for selecting Harley Quinn is straightforward. She is one of us. One of us? Li Chengfeng's curiosity was piqued by this description. A psychiatrist from Gotham's Asylum. The criminal accomplice of the Joker, referred to as one of their own by a staunchly principled agent from the Joint Task Force. To be precise, she almost became one of their own. Before completing her studies, she was already incorporated into the Talent Reserve Program of the Bureau and granted the status of a trainee agent. Otherwise, how could she have directly entered the high-risk environment of Arkham Asylum for research right after graduation? Ada Wong still exuded that mysterious yet teasing aura of a femme fatale, her fingertips brushing lightly over Li Chengfeng's hand as she casually retrieved Harley Quinn's biography and began to flip through it. I have meticulously summarized all this information. Surely, you Haven T merely glanced at the first and last pages, have you? How tedious. Who would scrutinize such an extensive dossier in detail? Truly deserving of her reputation. Sister Wong is the epitome of a wicked woman. This type is indeed the most difficult for him to resist. Irresistible. Yet, the fact that Harley Quinn is a trainee agent with the Bureau strikes Li Chengfeng as rather absurd. It is not that Harley Quinn lacks resolve. Rather, the Joker, that madman, possesses a bizarre and surreal psychological contamination that transcends scientific understanding, making the most intelligent individuals particularly susceptible to his influence. Clearly, Harley Quinn of years past was an astute individual. By the way, has the Bureau coordinated the transfer of Harley Quinn with Arkham Asylum? Arkham Asylum is not a public institution, but a private prison. Indeed, a prison with theoretical security measures second only to the Phantom Zone, surpassing even the Dreamland prison where the Suicide Squad is held, although Amadeus Arkham was the founder. The primary benefactor of the current Arkham Asylum is none other than Bruce Wayne. Everything was coordinated before departure. As Ada spoke, the Airbus's intelligence system projected a video call request onto the large screen. Just in time. Just in time for what? Li Chengfeng instinctively responded as he looked up, only to see the video call request from Bruce Wayne on the screen. Click to connect. Excellent. Ada Wong skillfully manipulated the projected three-dimensional screen, and the next moment, a deep and alluring male voice resonated throughout the lounge. Hello, Agent Lee Chengfeng. How does everyone know my name? Am I that famous? Even the renowned Bruce Wayne from Gotham recognizes me? I shouldn't be mistaken for an aspiring actress or model, should I? I detect a hint of sarcasm in your words, but I shall take this mockery as a compliment. The Bruce Wayne on the screen seemed unfazed by the jibe. Instead, he nodded at Lee Chengfeng, his chiseled jawline radiating an aura of unwavering righteousness. It is hard to fathom how he manages to disguise himself as a playboy with such a face. I am somewhat acquainted with Nick Fury. Wayne Enterprises is one of the contractors for the American Bureau. Good gracious! Nick Fury has a connection with my grandfather? Will Tony Stark shed tears over this? It's a palpable sense of NTR. Given his familiarity with Nick Fury, he must surely be aware of Harley Quinn's true identity. Lee Chengfeng leaned against the armrest of the sofa, resting his chin on his right hand, and remarked with a hint of amusement. But isn't your concern for her rather profound? Dr. Harleen Quinzel was once my friend. You must understand that someone like me rarely possesses true friends, especially of the opposite sex. I can assure you that this matter will undoubtedly bring her only benefits, and I, Lee Chengfeng, stand by my word. If that is indeed the case, then splendid, Bruce Wayne nodded. However, I, the notorious playboy, have an engagement tonight and cannot personally bid farewell to Dr. Quinzel. Please feel free to proceed as you wish. Life inevitably harbors some regrets, much like a bat that does not always succeed in capturing its prey, does it not? Upon hearing this, Bruce Wayne's expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze transformed. 3 parts keen, 3 parts contemplative, and 4 parts skeptical. Lee Chengfeng feigned ignorance to the statistical chart reflected in the eyes of Gotham's charismatic Dark Lord and promptly terminated the video call. It appeared we would not be meeting this billionaire after all. Indeed, Ada, it seems we may not encounter Bruce Wayne. The daytime dandy appears to be quite occupied. Yet that bat does not seem to resemble one in the midst of a rendezvous. Chapter 4. Is this a jail? Traveling to Gotham City at the speed of an Airbus does not take long. Thus, mere minutes after concluding the video call with Bruce Wayne, Lee Chengfeng beheld the legendary Arkham Asylum. He had previously only encountered its visage within the realms of comics and video games, but witnessing it with his own eyes, he had to concede that it was far more imposing than he had envisioned. While the Airbus could ascend and descend vertically, its size was equally remarkable. Yet Arkham Asylum possessed ample space to accommodate the aircraft's direct landing. However, upon touchdown, Lee Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Was the security so lax? Such a vast establishment had only a sparse number of guards. This was a prison reputed to be second only to the Phantom Zone. Welcome, welcome. I'm a vice director of Arkham Asylum. Mr. Wayne has given prior notice. You must be Agent Lee, correct? Indeed, he replied. The Joker, being the epitome of madness, is exceedingly troublesome. Who knows what he might do? The vice director nodded sagely, wiping the sweat from his brow, and proceeded to lead Lee Chengfeng and Ada along the corridor, incessantly detailing the asylum's features. Meanwhile, Lee Chengfeng, utilizing the Federal Bureau's exclusive personal terminal, communicated with the agency, demanding an investigation into certain matters in his capacity as a Level 7 agent, offering responses of minimal engagement. Due to Harley Quinn's inherent danger and uniqueness, her chamber was situated in the most inaccessible depths of the facility. A heavy iron door bore her nameplate. The absence of patrolling guards was troubling. How could they not assign additional security for such a unique and perilous patient? You see, this very room serves as the ultimate guard, should she manage to escape. Believe me, the guards available in the market would struggle to contain her. That is a fair point, he conceded. Lee Chengfeng feigned indifference to the words spoken. Harley Quinn, possessing the physical prowess of a gymnast and the foundational skills of an aspiring agent, seemed to disregard the limitations of the human body after her descent into madness, as if she had unlocked the fabled genetic lock, dramatically enhancing her combat abilities. The older generation of the Republic often remarked that the foolish and mad possess innate strength, which holds a semblance of truth. However, this does not justify the absence of guardians. It would be prudent to refrain from bringing weapons inside, should she acquire one. The situation could become quite untenable. We are merely here to transfer the patient. What weapons could possibly be present? Lee Chengfeng patted his suit, beneath which lay his beloved magnum. Before his journey through time, he could only engage with such items in video games. He would have to tuck it beneath his pillow at night. Very well, then, I urge both agents to exercise utmost caution. The deputy director, while speaking, prepared to unlock the door to the ward. The door was entirely crafted from a certain alloy, reminiscent of the vault doors of a bank. After a series of mechanical whirs, the true nature of Harley Quinn's ward was revealed. Is this truly how you treat high-risk patients? Li Chengfeng's lips twitched as he suppressed the urge to express his thoughts. This hardly resembled a patient room, let alone a cell. It was more akin to a young girl's sanctuary, and a particularly whimsical one at that. Every piece of furniture and appliance was present, all of high-end custom design, adorned in a palette of soft pinks. There was even a hyena clad in a princess dress, snoring contentedly atop a cushion. Aside from the inability to leave or contact the outside world, it was a veritable haven for recluses, more exquisite than my own bedroom. This spectacle even drew a comment from the enigmatic Ada Wong. Shouldn't your bedroom resemble such? Lacking any light source, save for the moonlight streaming through the window, where you would sit upon a throne constructed from various skulls, sipping crimson wine while casting a sinister smile in the moonlight's glow. Intrigued by my chamber, are you? Ada Wong raised an eyebrow, her words dripping with temptation. Might you wish to explore it in person tonight? No. I fear you might slice me into 300 equal parts, each weighing 250 grams, to be served daily for breakfast. Prepared in a variety of culinary styles, according to your mood. What sort of image do you hold of me? Li Chengfeng chuckled, yet a question lingered in his mind. Was Ada Wong perhaps a bit too enthusiastic towards him? There seemed to be an inexplicable sentiment brewing. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Harley Quinn regarded her new visitors with keen interest, removing her ever-present pink cat ear headphones. You all bear the countenance of agents from the Joint Bureau, am I correct? How has Nick Fury been faring of late? You seem quite familiar with the Black Egg. Not overly so. He is my graduate advisor in criminal psychology, and he guided me through all the preparatory agent courses. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Ada, who exhibited an expression that seemed to say she had already advised him to finish reviewing the materials. Is the degree of interwoven modifications in the world rather excessive? Judging by her background, Harley Quinn appears to be the favored protege of Nick Fury, much akin to how Quake is to Coulson and Agents of S.H.I.E. L.D. It is no wonder she was specifically chosen to join the team. As one ages, there is an innate tendency to feel a pang of sympathy for the younger generation. Moreover, Bruce Wayne regards her as one of the few genuine friends he possesses. The furnishings within this abode are likely the handiwork of these two individuals. Yet, this Harley Quinn seems devoid of madness, does she not? Li Chengfeng even feels that the person conversing with him is not the Joker's Harley Quinn, but rather Dr. Harleen Quinzel. Well, don't just linger by the door. Come in and have a seat. Harley Quinn, who had been perched on a large armchair, gracefully leapt into a light backflip before landing on the floor. What would you like to drink? Coffee? Tennessee whiskey? Or perhaps a wickedly decadent green soda? Feel free to choose. Coffee it is, then. She appeared busy, akin to a normal person hosting guests. However, Ada Wong, who had stepped into the room first and surveyed her surroundings, held a different perspective. Following her peculiar gaze, Li Chengfeng observed that while the view from the doorway appeared normal, every inch of wall space was plastered with photographs of a singular individual. Green hair, haphazard white foundation, and lips as red as blood, seemingly splitting at the corners. Gotham's Prince of Crime, the Joker, Mr. J, the Clown, he is known by many names, all expressing a profound fear of this person. Yet, each photograph bore half of its face blackened or brutally slashed, an unmistakable entanglement. Unless this Harley Quinn is merely a facade put on by a two-faced individual. I know this scene may seem peculiar, but believe me, it is not the most bizarre one. Harley Quinn, with her back turned to everyone, brews coffee. Have you ever witnessed fireworks and streamers erupting from a wound? From her perspective, many strange sights unfold. She refers to herself in the third person. Dr. Quinzel? Indeed, for now, I am Quinzel. But you may continue to call me Harley Quinn. I'm accustomed to it. Harley Quinn turned with a tray in hand. You four take a seat. The sofa is quite spacious. Four? In the instant Li Chengfeng turned, he drew his magnum and pointed it toward the doorway. Behind them, a figure clad in a classic black cape stood as though it had been there from the very beginning, completely still, even when aimed at with a magnum capable of taking down an elephant. Gotham S-Bat. Has he emerged from his cave, even in daylight? Chapter 5, Pale in Night. Please, do not be alarmed, Agent Li Chengfeng. I am not at all anxious. I simply did not expect the legendary Batman to stand before me, Li Chengfeng replied, smirking as he redirected the gun. Bats are still worthy of trust. Besides, a handgun poses little threat to this individual. I hold a differing opinion regarding the FBI's decision to extract Harley Quinn from Arkham Asylum. Batman silently stepped forward, standing before Li Chengfeng to engage in conversation. Yet his gaze was directed towards Harley Quinn, who was not only the Joker's accomplice, but also a crucial lead in locating him. After a brief pause, he added, the only clue we have, Li Chengfeng scratched his head with the barrel of his magnum, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. In such exasperating moments, one truly wonders whether Batman is devoted to justice or merely obsessed with the Joker himself. Their twisted game should not involve others. Li Chengfeng remained steadfast, confronting Batman directly. Their height difference allowed him to catch a glimpse of the only part of Batman's face that was visible, his chin. Thus he tilted his head upward. Those who don the Joker's makeup to commit heinous acts, and those who roam the night in masks and capes, all in the name of justice, are equally mad. Do you also believe that law enforcers and those so-called superheroes are merely criminals? Batman took a slight step back, positioning himself beside the door. As for the capabilities of the federal agents, I shall refrain from comment. I acknowledge that you are good people, even true heroes. Li Chengfeng smirked and leaned against the back of the sofa. However, being a hero does not preclude one from madness. Now, gentlemen, can we place the ideological clash between federal agents and vigilantes on hold? Harley Quinn interjected, seated on the edge of the bed with a cup of coffee in hand. Her demeanor likely that of Harleen Quinzel at this moment. Slowly sipping her coffee, she observed the two men who were at odds over her. In any case, we must take Harley Quinn with us. Although Li Chengfeng projected a tough exterior, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, for he was indeed facing Batman, the quintessential figure of DC Comics, who might conjure unexpected complications. As for the Joker's whereabouts, collaboration with the federal agents was entirely feasible, was it not? After all, the Federal Bureau far surpassed the inept institutions of America. Despite his slight disparagement of the American system, Li Chengfeng's overall demeanor was quite sincere. When it comes to dealing with the Joker, there are two primary approaches. The first is to keep a respectful distance, as he predominantly wreaks havoc on Gotham and Batman. The second is to utilize all available resources and join forces with Batman to subdue this madman. Li Chengfeng leaned towards the first option, uncertain if his intellect could outmatch the Joker's. As for the second option's likelihood of success, that was another matter entirely. Would this world resemble the event Rebirth, where the Mobius chair spoke of three Jokers? Even if captured, the Joker possessed the godlike factor that transcended life and death. Viewed from any angle, it offered a dismal cost-benefit ratio. Moreover, his primary obligation was to fulfill the Federal Bureau's mission to gain greater capabilities. The limitations of humanity are truly insignificant in this bewildering universe. Even when compared to the pinnacle of human capability, we find ourselves lacking in combat skills, especially when measured against the prowess of the Bat. Moreover, Harley Quinn is a favored disciple of that rascal Nick Fury. Given your standing, you ought to be acquainted with him, whether in daylight or in this current guise. Very well, I shall have a thorough discussion with Nick Fury regarding this matter. Batman nodded. Though his face was concealed beneath the mask, Li Chengfeng could easily envision that expression of a domineering figure preparing to settle scores. Alas, let us observe a moment of silence for the unfortunate Black Egg. Vice Dean Jack Lawson, what has happened to today's standard security forces? There are scarcely a tenth of the usual guards present. Perhaps it is due to the plausibility of Li Chengfeng's suggestion that Batman swiftly redirected his attention elsewhere, noting that even the protective measures of Arkham Asylum were maintained at a mere baseline. This is because Vice Dean Lawson's face turned ashen, cold sweat cascading down his brow as he trembled under Batman's stony gaze, desperately wiping the perspiration from his forehead. Li Chengfeng exchanged a glance with Agent Ada Wong. Indeed, something was amiss today. From the moment he stepped into Arkham Asylum, he sensed the abnormality. As a facility housing high-intellect criminals and deranged individuals, how could there be so few guards in sight? Even the most advanced prisons must have contingency plans. One cannot simply adhere to a strategy of confinement without regard for potential escape. The individual responsible for rationalizing the situation as standard was none other than the Vice Dean. However, Li Chengfeng was far from being a naive follower at the side of a domineering figure. Buzz! At that moment, his personal terminal emitted a buzzing sound. Li Chengfeng promptly approached Ada Wong and activated the terminal screen. Commander Li, Agent Ada Wong, this is Ingrid Hennigan from the Field Support Department. Agent Hennigan, how goes the investigation? At the Commander's request, I have gathered all pertinent information regarding the leadership of Arkham Asylum. Notably, Vice Dean Lawson's wife received a single transfer of $3 million into an overseas account, while his 10-year-old son has been missing for an entire week without a report being filed. Well done, Agent Hennigan. Your intelligence is invaluable. I can now ascertain that Lawson has been compromised, with his son held as a hostage to ensure the operation's flawless execution. Li Chengfeng stated, casting a sharp glance at the sweating Vice Dean, then continued to Hennigan. Immediately mobilized the field team and the Gotham Police Department under my authority to search for Lawson's son. He must be confined somewhere in Gotham City. Precise leads will be for your team to ascertain. Understood, Commander. Hennigan nodded and promptly terminated the video call, clearly a person of swift action. Fortunately, Li Chengfeng had the foresight to request an investigation from the Field Support Department, and, as expected, they uncovered significant information. Hey, you rotund fool. The price to pay falls upon you, not your son. The Bureau will spare no effort in rescuing him. You need not worry. Li Chengfeng spoke as he suddenly extended his hand, his grip as fierce as a vice, clenching the other man's double chin with a ferocity that was palpable. What you ought to be concerned about is yourself. Who exactly has bribed you? What have they compelled you to do? You may choose to remain silent, but I wouldn't mind turning away and quietly standing for a while. And when I do turn my back, even if 2 grenades are hurled my way, it would be of no consequence to me. I shall treat all of this as though it never occurred, including what that bat intends to do to you. Li Chengfeng gestured towards the corner where Batman stood, posing a rhetorical question. Care to wager if he will be a law-abiding citizen? I will confess everything. Please don't hand me over to the bat. His fear of Batman was unmistakable. After all, a significant portion of the inmates in the asylum had been delivered there by Batman himself. Jack Lawson gasped and struggled, but Li Chengfeng disdainfully pushed his face away and wiped his hands on the nearby sofa. Hey, that is my sofa, Harley Quinn exclaimed with evident displeasure, rolling her eyes. Yes, the Joker. The Joker? I'm hardly surprised. What did he compel you to do? He demanded that I disable the Arkham Asylum security system, allowing the Joker's henchmen to storm the asylum with a singular goal, to rescue Harley Quinn. Rescue her? Li Chengfeng rubbed his temples, revealing a sardonic smile. You best not be implying that it is today. And no, indeed it is today. Damn it. Li Chengfeng kicked the hefty man to the ground and turned to the others. As expected, the mere mention of the Joker transformed Harley Quinn and Batman's demeanor dramatically. Particularly Harley Quinn, whose semblance of Dr. Quinzel vanished in an instant. She yanked off her hair tie, allowing her long hair, streaked with crimson and azure, to cascade down in a chaotic yet enchanting display. My pudding, you've finally arrived. Ha ha! Her laughter, bordering on hysteria, pierced the silence of the room. Suddenly, a footstep echoed from outside the door. Initially distant and indistinct, it became clear in an instant as Li Chengfeng caught sight of a leg emerging from around the corner. Deep purple trousers and gleaming black shoes. Then came the pallid skin and macabre makeup, crowned by hair of a ghastly green, signaling his madness and malevolence. The Joker, Batman's expression grew grave as he fixated on his lifelong adversary. Isn't this my favorite bat friend? What brings you to visit my most illustrious creation today? What do you intend to do? Wow, your aggressive tone is quite nostalgic. I'm merely a selfless individual here to escort a friend out of the asylum. The Joker paused, then, upon hearing the distant sounds of chaos, continued with satisfaction. Of course, I also intend to blow this wretched asylum to smithereens. As he spoke, the Joker strolled to the door, confronting Batman face to face, a clash of titans. Pudding. Harley Quinn sprang out of bed with excitement. But before she could utter a sound, Ada Wong swiftly subdued her with a lockhold, covering her mouth. Be quiet, or I won't hesitate to dislocate your limbs. Harley Quinn, rather than feeling anger, let out a series of muffled laughs, a manifestation of her delightful madness. Ada, your task is to keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't stir up trouble. Li Chengfeng lowered his gaze to his personal terminal, inputting a string of information. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he exhaled deeply and tucked the device away. So you're the clown? Who are you? Oh, right. The esteemed agent of the Federal Bureau. How utterly terrifying. The clown's words were laced with mockery, as if the Bureau itself were a mere jest. In his eyes, everything was a farce, and he and the Bat were the most absurd players within it. To him, all else was dreadfully mundane, especially the Bureau. Bang! The deafening shot of a magnum echoed, striking the clown squarely in the forehead, freezing his smile in an instant. Don't look at me with those mad eyes. It truly frightens me. Chapter 6. The Joker's Lipstick Mark. Many perceive the Joker through a shallow lens, believing that aside from his unfathomable madness, he is merely an ordinary individual. However, the Joker's hand-to-hand combat skills rival those of Batman, even capable of defeating him in a sword duel. Yet, unlike Batman, the Joker never dons a complete suit of armor against bullets and blades. Perhaps due to his chaotic insanity, the Joker is perpetually overconfident, especially since his greatest adversary is a hero who adheres to a no-kill philosophy. Others are merely dismissed as inconsequential jesters in his eyes. Alas, this is a world grounded in reality, not a comic book revolving solely around the Bat and the Clown. Everyone can stumble into the gutter, and the Joker is no exception, a A careless misstep could indeed prove fatal. Furthermore, Li Chengfeng does not view himself as dwelling in the gutter. He simply prefers not to engage in the games of humanity and intellect with the Joker. The bat is more useful than the brain, he mused. Well, Gotham's Prince of Crime has fallen. Li Chengfeng leaned in, intrigued by the Joker's demise, showing no signs of discomfort at his first act of murder. Tell me, Bat, will you display his corpse in a showcase? You seem the type capable of such dark whims. Legal repercussions? Don't be foolish. In the eyes of a Republic citizen, your American laws are, in most instances, a mere joke. Li Chengfeng chuckled nonchalantly, pushing aside the bat's claw that gripped his collar with the muzzle of his gun. You have a no-kill principle, but I do not. The most terrifying criminal in Gotham grinned at me, clearly threatening my life. So it seems quite reasonable for me to put a bullet in his forehead, does it not? Or should you in America advocate for the human rights of the most deranged supercriminals? Now that would be rather amusing. Li Chengfeng's rationale was irrefutable, leaving Batman at a loss for words with the simple declaration, I am a citizen of the Republic. The so-called principle of nonviolence was merely a personal stance, and he lacked the authority to command a senior agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Observing Batman's gradual return to rationality, Li Chengfeng approached the bedside. At that moment, Harley Quinn's eyes had lost their focus, her expression of helplessness and despair akin to that of a child who had lost a father. With a sigh, Li Chengfeng spoke. Ada, release her. Are you certain? I am most assuredly certain. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Ada Wong did not hesitate for even a moment and immediately relinquished her hold on Harley Quinn's hands. As anticipated by Li Chengfeng, Harley Quinn exhibited no impulsive reaction. Instead, she gazed at the Joker, who lay smiling yet lifeless from the bullet wound to his forehead, her expression a tapestry of complexity. How complex, you ask? It was a blend of admiration and reverence as a devoted follower, mingled with the madness and sorrow of a disciple, and intertwined with the hatred and pain of Harleen Quinzel. It is worth noting that the Joker had never loved Harley Quinn. On the contrary, he loathed and even despised her. In truth, he had succeeded. Harleen Quinzel had wholly transformed into Harley Quinn. Yet he had also failed. For even Harley Quinn retained a flicker of moral discernment, instinctively seeking the light. Thus emerged an unprecedented incarnation of Harley Quinn, one who had not succumbed entirely to madness. Li Chengfeng was utterly convinced that this version of Harley Quinn, despite her intricately woven feelings for the Joker, harbored no love whatsoever. Even if such feelings existed, the distorted infatuation had vanished without a trace, obliterated by the Joker's deliberate act of near-fatal destruction. Even in the original narrative, Harley Quinn gradually distanced herself from the Joker and the ranks of villains, evolving into an anti-hero and ultimately becoming a valued, yet unofficial member of the Bat family, with high priority status at that. This serves as evidence that even the more deranged and extreme Harley Quinn fundamentally rejected the Joker within her heart. Faced with this reality, the matter became considerably simpler. Harley Quinn, do you love the Joker? Love? Love a madman who transformed me from a promising FBI recruit into a patient at Arkham Asylum? Then do you loathe him? Absolutely, every moment. Harley Quinn's demeanor grew increasingly placid, yet he granted me a new lease on life. In a sense, he even replaced my long-deceased father. Thus, you must understand, the conflict between father and daughter is always as tumultuous and tangled as war. I once believed the role of father was better suited to Nick Fury, that old rascal, but none of that matters now. The Joker is dead. Li Chengfeng knelt down, lifted her chin, and gazed deeply into her eyes. Though he would return to life, he was indeed in a state of death at present. I killed him, vanquished the omnipotent symbol of paternal authority, tore apart the terrifying pale demon, and revealed his true nature. A madman fervent in destruction and self-destruction. Revive him. The exclamation came not only from Harley Quinn, but also from Ada Wong. Meanwhile, Batman remained noncommittal, likely having witnessed the sheer power of the pure Dionysian essence that trampled life and death underfoot. Thus, it is understandable that the Bat does not wish for the Joker's demise. Perhaps it believes that a living Joker is easier to monitor than one who may resurrect at an unknown time and place after death. Are you suggesting that, Mr. J could indeed come back to life? He has concealed everything from you, has he not? Li Chengfeng assisted Harley Quinn to her feet, guiding her by the hand to stand before the corpse of the Joker. Why persist in pouring emotions into the very person who has tormented and destroyed you? As Harley Quinn gazed closely at the Joker's lifeless body, she let out a deep sigh. Do not sigh. While amid the prospect of favorable conclusion, Li Chengfeng said, resting his head on her shoulder, whispering softly in a manner that held an ambiguous intimacy, akin to a devil's whisper. Come, pull the trigger. As a former trainee agent, Your marksmanship should at least meet a passing standard. Ada Wong hesitated, for the very magnum that Li Chengfeng pressed into Harley Quinn's hands was his own. Yet, would this truly be effective? If Li Chengfeng could hear the musings of Ada Wong's inner thoughts, he would surely laugh aloud. What a farcical therapy. He merely understood that these comic characters responded well to such reverse encouragement. As anticipated after receiving the gun, Harley Quinn, after merely 2 short breaths, unleashed 7 of the 8 remaining bullets into the Joker's cadaver. With each shot, her expression increasingly resembled that of the Harley Quinn from Li Chengfeng's awareness, culminating in a crescendo of hysterical laughter. Suddenly, she spun around and embraced Li Chengfeng tightly, burying her head deeply into the crook of his shoulder. To be frank, Li Chengfeng rather relished this treatment, if only the magnum, with its final bullet pressed against the back of his head, were not a concern. Dear Miss Harley Quinn, how do you feel now? You wouldn't be inclined to send me off as well, would you? Li Chengfeng chuckled awkwardly, thinking it unlikely. If you do not wish for my departure, then you must assume responsibility. Upon these words, Harley Quinn lifted her head and, without warning, planted a fierce kiss on the corner of Li Chengfeng's mouth, leaving a strikingly vivid crimson lip print. You've driven me even madder. You are far more detestable than the Joker. The shift in her titles, putting Mr. J, the Joker, revealed her transformation. Mission Team Establishment completed. Harley Quinn has joined the team. Chapter 7. There are many, are there not? But I have also some of my own. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Was that it for the completion? The system notification continued to resonate. Associated characters. Ada Wong, Harley Quinn, Batman, Joker. Rewards being randomly selected. Acquired Ada Wong's undercover disguise skills. Acquired Harley Quinn's flexibility. Acquired Batman's willpower. Acquired Dionysian factor. Among the characters in the lottery, those endowed with numerous skills tend to contaminate the reward pool. The first 3 are fairly standard, with the sole commendable trait being Batman's willpower, which is sufficient to wield a Green Lantern ring. Yet, when compared to the Dionysian factor, it appears rather commonplace. Among these 4 individuals, the most formidable power undoubtedly belongs to the Joker's divine factor. The Savage Vandal Savage, the Master Ninja Ra's al Ghul, and the Court of Owl's Talons are renowned villains, yet they merely possess a diluted version of the divine factor. The pure version of this divine factor is exclusively held by the Joker, transcending the very laws of existence, rendering it immortal. However, whether in its diluted or pure form, the divine factor solely grants self-healing, eternal youth, and even the ability to resurrect, without enhancing one's physical capabilities. Contemplating this, Li Chengfeng could not help but smile with a hint of pride. To acquire such a life-saving, regenerative ability upon completing his first mission is an extraordinary stroke of luck, especially for someone who, prior to his transmigration, had only ever won 2 bags of soy sauce in a lottery. Yet, to display such a smile, while bearing the fresh imprint of the Joker's lips, seems rather inappropriate. Ahem, Ada, your gaze seems rather unsettling. In this moment, it is already quite challenging for me to suppress the urge to call the police. Do not jest. If you report me, I will merely answer the call in front of you. And what can you do about it? Moreover, we have matters to resolve. After making a jest, Li Chengfeng proceeded towards the door, for this was the Joker, and his ever-present organization must have emerged alongside him to the Arkham Asylum. The Joker's gang. After a prolonged silence, Batman spoke, casting a complex glance at Harley Quinn beside him. If there are no surprises, the Joker's intention to rescue Harley Quinn is but a facade. His true aim is to conquer and occupy the entire Arkham Asylum, is it not? Harley Quinn's expression shifted, and she once again pulled the trigger on the Joker's lifeless body, delivering a final bullet to this corpse. The ensuing clicks interrupted everyone's thoughts. She was out of ammunition. Naturally, Harley Quinn extended her hand towards Li Chengfeng, signaling her need for bullets. Without hesitation, he filled her hand with 3 magazines. However, no one anticipated that, armed with bullets, she would reverse the grip on the magnum and fiercely swing it against the Joker's already gaping head. The hole was now even larger. Utilization, yet again, utilization. Joker, I once revered you immensely. Harley Quinn had been incessantly reminding me of this, yet I remained oblivious. Calmly, she gazed at the Joker's battered head and declared, I have heard you will continuously resurrect. Thus, from now on, I shall repeatedly create a vast opening in your skull. All right, sister, enough with the threats. Let's first address the issue of the Joker's gang, shall we? Li Chengfeng's expression revealed urgency, though he felt no real fear. As a former accomplice, he was well aware of the Joker gang's substantial scale. A single misstep could lead to the demise of their mortal selves. Though Batman remained silent, he harbored similar concerns. If they were not careful today, they could indeed face dire consequences. It is well known that while she may triumph in arranged confrontations, she invariably falters in skirmishes. If Batman fails to exhibit his financial prowess and strategic acumen, he is merely a representation of humanity's utmost limits. Engaging in close combat with dozens of adversaries may still lie within the realm of possibility. However, when confronted by hundreds of armed foes, the difficulty escalates exponentially, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Clearly, the so-called Justice League has yet to be established in this world, and even Batman is still youthful. Yet to form the Bat family. Otherwise, given his character, he would have rallied allies long ago. Huh? Me? What else could it be? If you are inclined to confront the Joker's gang head-on, I can take the fall for you. No. I will take the fall. I will take the fall. The mere thought of the Joker's maniacal entourage caused him to reconsider his words. Carrying the Joker's lifeless body is decidedly preferable to courting death outright. Very well. Let's proceed. With that, Li Chengfeng took the lead, followed closely by Batman. Next came the composed Ida and the exuberant Harley Quinn, as if she were about to attend a festive gathering. Finally, trailing behind was the pallid accomplice, burdened with the Joker's corpse. Loosening his tie and unbuttoning his shirt cuffs, Li Chengfeng glanced at Batman, a playful grin on his face, and inquired, "So, Batman, do you possess the confidence to break free from this encirclement? Have you perhaps relaxed a bit too much? Are you not the least bit concerned?" "Not too bad. I can hold my own." "Wait, there's so many of them?" Upon arriving at the patient activity hall, a space that had previously been empty, they found a steady influx of individuals adorned with clown makeup and attired in costumes reminiscent of the Joker. Beyond this point lay the high-security ward, housing the most dangerous of patients, the city's most notorious supervillains. Arkham Asylum's defense systems had been utterly incapacitated under the Joker's gang's full-scale invasion, and the key to the intensive care unit now rested in the hands of a commanding woman. With a high ponytail, straight brows, and bangs, her clown makeup was dominated by black and blush tones. Her ensemble consisted of a purple three-quarter sleeve top and tattered purple bodysuit, embodying the classic Joker color scheme. She was known as Laughing Point, the second incarnation of the Harlequin, and a substitute for Harley Quinn. In stark contrast to Harley's manic exuberance, Laughing Point exuded an air of calm restraint, especially with the glinting double-edged daggers in her hands. That fat man left Mr. J behind. Impossible. Li Chengfeng glanced at the information relayed to him via his personal terminal, then stepped forward, firmly rejecting Laughing Point's demand. The Joker is Gotham's, perhaps even America's, most malevolent criminal. Even if he were to be dispatched, his remains must be surrendered to the FBI for processing. How about this? You hand over Mr. J's body, and I shall ensure your safe passage. Laughing Point's smile was chilling, but it is merely a corpse that can rise again. How does returning it differ from releasing a tiger back into the wild? How could you possibly? Laughing Point brandished her dagger, issuing an order, tear them apart. Including that bat. What a lunatic, always fixated on attacking law enforcement. What a troubling mindset. Li Chengfeng shook his head in bewilderment. I can offer you an opportunity now. Surrender immediately, and the FBI may grant you a chance at mercy. However, should you insist on resistance, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Batman gazed coldly at the members of the Joker's gang before him and softly inquired, "Do you truly believe that we few can dismantle the entire Joker organization? Though only a handful are present here, there are surely hundreds, if not more, lurking beyond. As Gotham's Dark Guardian, I refuse to believe you lack a contingency plan. Otherwise, how could you possibly contend with a Joker gang bereft of its leader? You might as well abandon all hope." Li Chengfeng spoke with a tone of levity, but noticing the hardened expression of his interlocutor, he continued, "However, do reserve your backup for Gotham's other criminals. Allow me to handle this situation myself." "Commander, are you truly intending to confront so many unarmed?" Ada stepped forward, attempting to grasp his sleeve, but arrived a moment too late. Li Chengfeng approached the increasingly frenzied members of the Joker's gang, arms outstretched, then turned his gaze to Ada Wong. "Ada, let us not forget that we are agents of the Joint Investigation Bureau, genuine civil servants. We have support from above." As he spoke, he cast a glance at his terminal and tapped a few times. Hello. Wasn't it stated that assistance had arrived?" No sooner had he uttered these words than the dome of Arkham Asylum was shattered into a cloud of debris, leaving only swirling ashes. A crimson and gold mech descended through the haze, illuminated by the sun. "Good afternoon, my friends. I hear there are some who have been ensnared by the mad clowns of the circus." Chapter 8. The Antiquated Overlord Stark. Though Li Chengfeng maintained an air of calm, he was internally astonished. How is it that Iron Man has arrived? While he had indeed requested reinforcement from Nick Fury, specifying the need for formidable combatants, He had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Did he intend to demolish Arkham Asylum? Tony Stark, what brings you here? The Joker's laughter widened in disbelief. A Batman caught off guard was one thing, but the emergence of a playboy capable of controlling flying mechs was rather disconcerting. The Joker glared disdainfully at the smug Chengfeng, realizing that Stark was the support this agent had summoned. Damn it, retreat. Oomph. Do you believe Arkham Asylum is a place one can enter and exit at will? Or do you assume we, the Joint Investigation Bureau, would allow a violent organization of hundreds to escape? Chengfeng wore a brilliant smile reminiscent of sunlight. Mr. Stark, unleash your capabilities. Render the larger forces of the Joker's gang ineffective. Of course, I will not hold you accountable for any excessive force employed. I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac. Tony Stark glanced at the youthful agent, muttering as he soared into the fray. Having come to provide support, he naturally would follow orders. A few hundred armed thugs posed no challenge for him. With that, the tides of battle shifted. Chengfeng and Batman, without a moment's hesitation, charged into the throng like a tiger among sheep. Trailing closely behind them was Harley Quinn. She disregarded the members of the Joker's gang who brandished their weapons at her, deftly evading their attacks as she pursued the fleeing Punchline. Although she had severed ties with the Joker, she harbored an aversion towards the woman who had usurped her place. 2 shots rang out, striking the doorknob and forcing Punchline to turn around, confronting her adversary. Harley Quinn, it seems you still cannot forget Mr. J. The question of my infatuation with the Joker is inconsequential. What matters is that no one can serve as my substitute. Harley Quinn flashed an incongruous and charming smile, a stark contrast to the formidable handgun she wielded. Don't stand in my way. Nonsense. Why would you abandon your firearm to engage in close combat with someone wielding a dagger? What a surreal strategy. In a recent fray, nearly half of the Joker's gang members lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Ada had not lifted a finger. She merely stood back, observing as Batman dispatched the villains. Ms. Punchline, I strongly advise you to surrender. After all, I'm not Batman and possess no code against killing. Should a criminal burdened with numerous heinous crimes choose to resist, I will opt for a swift execution. Believe me, I shall not hesitate. Batman swiftly eliminated the last few foes, and amidst the cacophony of explosions and screams outside, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, rendering the atmosphere unnervingly tense. I surrender. Punchline forced a smile, yet found it difficult to maintain, especially under Batman's unwavering gaze. In mere minutes, the tide had turned from overwhelming advantage to total annihilation. When members of the Bureau's field team and officers from the Gotham Police Department located the kidnapped son of Jack Lawson at an abandoned factory in South Gotham, they hurried to Arkham Asylum without delay. James Gordon, the highest commander of the Gotham Police Department's field operations, was taken aback upon entering the asylum, his initial concern morphing into astonishment at the scene before him. Aside from the numerous members of the Joker's gang scattered across the floor, the most striking figures were the man clad in iron armor and Batman. FBI Level 7 Agent Chengfeng. Indeed, the joint search and rescue operation between your Gotham Police Department and the Bureau was orchestrated by me. So, have you dealt with the Joker and his gang? What? Do you not trust me? Chengfeng smiled, noting that even in a different world, the relationship between the Bureau and local law enforcement remained tenuous. If you cannot trust the Bureau, surely you can trust that bat over there, he remarked, gesturing towards Batman, who was engaged in amiable conversation with Tony Stark, now unhelmeted. Gordon smacked his lips, casting a glance at this exceedingly youthful Level 7 agent. As a seasoned detective and the de facto head of the Gotham Police Department, with his ascension to chief merely a matter of time, he understood the hierarchical structure of the Bureau far better than an ordinary detective might. It was entirely permissible for a Level 7 agent to command the Gotham Police Department across agency lines. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the officers of Gotham Police Department to commence their duties, apprehending the incapacitated thugs sprawled on the ground. There was no need to transport them to the precinct. They could be promptly detained at Arkham Asylum, a far superior alternative to a mere detention center. And then there was this individual. Upon witnessing the officers spring into action, Chengfeng casually seized the trembling informant, Jack Lawson, who was cowering nearby. While members of the Joker's gang could be confined in Arkham, this man was not yet deserving of being among those lunatics. However, it seemed that his tenure as deputy warden would soon come to an end. Wait, is that Harley Quinn? Gordon's heart sank, instinctively reaching for his firearm once more. Harley Quinn had once been a prospective agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and was now reportedly rehabilitated. I was ordered to escort her from the hospital and facilitate her reinstatement. Rehabilitated? How audacious of you to claim that. Casting a glance at the unmistakably unhinged woman, Gordon wiped his brow in a cold sweat. He then swiftly restrained the informant's hands behind his back and escorted him to the police vehicle for departure. It was prudent to vacate this place as swiftly as possible. Lingering among these peculiar individuals left him with an unsettling sense of strangeness. He had no interest in their bizarre, tight-fitting uniforms. "Mr. Stark, what a pleasure to meet you. Shouldn't you be in New York? How did you arrive in Arkham so swiftly? It appeared that you were indeed the agent Li Chengfeng whom Nick Fury frequently mentions. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Tony Stark, devoid of any pretense, explained, "It's merely fortunate that I have been in Metropolis recently, allowing for such a prompt arrival. It is well known that a mere river separates Metropolis from Gotham. Yet how did he find his way to Metropolis?" Suddenly recalling a sensational piece of gossip he had encountered earlier, Li Chengfeng inquired, "You didn't travel to Metropolis for the purpose of wooing Louise Lane, did you? After all, Ms. Lane was the first woman to treat me with such candor, making her stand out remarkably. Mr. Stark, are you an archetypal tycoon sprung from a vintage novel?" "Oh, indeed, you are quite the tycoon." Rubbing his forehead, Li Chengfeng remarked, "But did no one mention that your words were rather insipid?" "Indeed, Ms. Lane expressed a similar sentiment." Tony Stark chuckled heartily and extended his right hand toward Li Chengfeng, saying, "From now on, you may simply call me Tony." Chapter 9. The recently closest presence of a daughter. After exchanging contact information with Iron Man Tony Stark, the latter soared towards Metropolis. It seemed he had not yet relinquished his pursuit, that relentless Tony. Li Chengfeng shook his head, hoping that this fellow would abandon his chase of Louise Lane before incurring the wrath of some Kansas yokel. Otherwise, Stark's armor would be insufficient to withstand that man's fury. "What is it? As a fellow billionaire known for my romantic escapades, do you sense that you are being outpaced? The armor is merely a distraction from the essence. I have no interest in it." Unless Batman did not engage with Li Chengfeng's remarks, instead sighing, he continued, "When faced with an adversary that cannot be defeated, I shall consider it. I had just subtly indicated that I am aware of your true identity. Your reaction seems rather composed, does it not? Did you not already imply that during our initial conversation?" "Indeed." Li Chengfeng stood shoulder to shoulder with Batman, gazing silently at the chaotic aftermath of the asylum, ravaged by Tony Stark's explosives. However, Ada and Harley, who overheard their conversation, were left utterly astonished. "Batman is Bruce Wayne." "I've known Bruce Wayne for at least a decade, yet never uncovered a hint of his true identity. I must concede that my experience in the realm of lunacy pales in comparison to his." Noticing that the cleanup efforts were nearly complete, Lee pointed at the lifeless body of the Joker lying at Ada's feet. "Batman, perhaps you should take this piece of rotten flesh with you." "You want me to take it? Are you certain? What else would you prefer?" "I hardly believe the FBI would show much concern for a corpse. Although I understand he will resurrect, they certainly will not. So, I entrust him to you. At least you will remain vigilant enough to keep him imprisoned forever." Li Chengfeng said with a smile, considering it a gesture of friendship, "Dear Mr. Bruce Wayne." As they disembarked from the aircraft, their feet touched the soil of Washington. However, the agents within the hangar were conspicuously directing their gazes towards Li Chengfeng. Why are they all staring at you? Could it be that you belong to that category of colleagues who are disliked? Surely, you aren't enduring American-style workplace bullying? Sister, have a bit of self-awareness, will you? They are clearly looking at you." Li Chengfeng responded while observing Harley Quinn's bewildered expression. With skin bleached by chemical agents and the striking contrast of her red and blue-tipped hair, it was hard not to steal a glance. Even for those unaware of her connection to the Joker. Do not presume that FBI agents grow accustomed to peculiarities. In fact, the majority of the Bureau consists of those who have never been on field duty. At that moment, a tall woman hurried toward them. "Director, I am Agent Ingrid Hannigan, a Level 4 agent. From today onward, I will be responsible for the logistical support of the Star Squad." "Pleasure to collaborate, Agent Hannigan," Li Chengfeng said, shaking her hand. He then voiced his curiosity. "The Star Squad you mentioned, it cannot possibly refer to us, can it?" "Indeed, Director Fury confirmed the team designation just 10 minutes ago." "How casually named," he remarked. "Please follow me. The Director is awaiting you all in the strategic analysis room." Under Hannigan's guidance, they made their way to the familiar 31st floor. Nick Fury stood with his back to them, but as soon as the door creaked open, he turned around. Although his expression remained stoic, Li Chengfeng could detect an underlying urgency and tension within the man. "Harley Quinn, you have recently stirred quite the trouble. Yet there remains a path to clear your record." "Goodness gracious, Director Fury, you remain as stringent as ever," Harley quipped, the most relaxed among the group. She carelessly plopped down at a desk, engaging in banter with Fury. "If I were truly strict, I would not have allowed you to apply for a transfer to Arkham Asylum to study the most dangerous lunatics. However, I am now one of the most dangerous lunatics in your eyes, aren't I, Director? This is of no concern. Individuals with overly stable minds are ill-suited for our line of work. Nick Fury waved his hand, ceasing the discussion and redirecting his focus onto Li Chengfeng. You performed admirably this time, but was the commotion perhaps a bit excessive? Are you referring to the swift execution of the clown, or the exposure of your secret weapon? Li Chengfeng smiled, remarking that if it pertains to the former, he believed his actions were justified. If it pertains to the latter, how long could Stark's mouth remain sealed? A week? Perhaps a fortnight? I mean, why would we disturb the Bat? The Joint Bureau conducting operations in the Bat's territory, while expecting him to remain motionless from his perch, is rather naive. Wouldn't you agree? With that statement, even Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words. In any case, you have seamlessly adapted to the responsibilities I am entrusting to you. Once Harley Quinn completes her psychological evaluation and officially joins us, your collaboration will commence. However, upon hearing this, Harley Quinn furrowed her brow, unimpressed by the moniker of the Black Egg. I am merely Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn is but a fragment of my identity. As long as you're pleased. Nick Fury nodded and issued a command. Agent Ida, please escort our Harley Quinn to change into a more fitting attire. The Arkham Asylum patient uniform is hardly suitable for an agent. Yes, Director. Agent Ida nodded and, despite Harley's protests against wearing a standard uniform, managed to usher her out of the tactical analysis room. However, as they passed by Li Chengfeng, it seemed as though the two women were engaged in a silent competition. See you later, my pudding. Goodness, not only is she still unhinged, but she's also developed an emotional attachment. Although he had anticipated this outcome when he had encouraged Harley Quinn to pull the trigger. After the two departed, Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to see the sighing Black Egg, nearly bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Every household has its own burdens. It's not easy being a father. With your time spent jesting with your superior, perhaps you should focus on reporting your work. Speaking of which, I truly need to discuss matters with you. Li Chengfeng approached the Black Egg with a grin, whispering, how well do you truly know Stark, or rather, how much do you still know? While maybe a tad impolite, acquiring greater capabilities is imperative. Even with the divine essence of intoxication, one cannot afford to stagnate. This is not the sort of information a level 7 agent ought to possess. If you genuinely wish for me to accomplish this task effectively, cast aside the separate management routine of our American headquarters. I am not here to follow orders like a subordinate, and you do not require a team bound by rules. Otherwise, could the first agent truly be a patient from Arkham Asylum? I knew I was not mistaken. You are inherently suited for this role. The Black Egg nodded, indicating that he would soon provide his access code. For now, you may take your leave, agent. No sooner had he spoken than the Black Egg shot him a fierce glare, his singular eye gleaming with two words, don't ask. Li Chengfeng shrugged and departed the strategic analysis room. It was only after some time that the Black Egg remained alone, murmuring to himself. Harley Quinn is the closest semblance of a daughter I have ever known. Chapter 10. The Absurdity of Cohabitation. The duration of Harley Quinn's psychological evaluation was considerable, given that she is a distinguished graduate of the illustrious Arkham. Ultimately, the assessment concluded that she was entirely normal. The definition of normalcy in America is indeed all-encompassing. Li Chengfeng held the report issued by the Bureau of Investigation, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Ada Wong. Were it not for Harley Quinn standing before me, I might have actually believed it. Perhaps, as the director suggested, those who are excessively normal are ill-suited for our line of work. I genuinely believed your nonsense. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, but it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, in a world teeming with supernatural and even extra-dimensional forces, superheroes, supervillains, and all those entwined with these mysterious powers are inherently peculiar. What? You possess extraordinary abilities yet yearn for a mundane existence? The very fact that you entertain such thoughts indicates your abnormality, does it not? Normal individuals ought to lead lives befitting their status, while those of exceptional circumstances should likewise embrace their unique existence, undisturbed by one another. Only a fool would concern themselves with the ludicrous conclusions inscribed upon a piece of paper. Harley Quinn stretched languidly and then leaped off the plush sofa in the psychological clinic. I truly miss this place, where I would typically sit across from others, clad in nude stockings, crossing my legs seductively to manipulate their thoughts. Speaking of nude stockings is absurd. The moment you utter the phrase, manipulate thoughts, you should have your psychologist's license revoked. Li Chengfeng wiped his brow, casting a glance at the terminal, realizing it was already 10 minutes past closing time. Without a second thought, he turned to leave. Time to clock out. Ladies, we shall meet again tomorrow. With that, he hastily exited the medical department, striding towards the elevator. What are you following me for? Harley Quinn exclaimed, her tone both audacious and entirely justified, given the circumstances. And what is your situation? Li Chengfeng turned back, directing his inquiry at Ada Wong. As a psychiatric patient devoid of social resources, her presence was understandable, but you, a level 4 investigator of the Bureau, should soon be promoted to level 5, which ought to come with a commendable salary, correct? Dear Captain, first and foremost, I too wish to leave work, and naturally, I must take the elevator to exit this building. Ada Wong shot Li Chengfeng a flirtatious glance, the edges of her elongated eyes tinged with a subtle blush. Furthermore, my home is undergoing renovations, and I have been residing in a nearby hotel for the past few days. How could I possibly pass up a free place to stay? The salary of an investigator hardly suffices to indulge in daily hotel luxuries. Are you so certain that my residence can accommodate 3 individuals? Not to worry. We can squeeze together. How about you take the middle? Ada Wong quipped, playfully covering Harley Quinn's mouth to stifle her impending eccentricities. Just joking. Everything regarding your stay in America has been arranged by Director Fury. I am well aware that you reside in a spacious 400-square-meter apartment. Damn. Are you trying to play me for a fool? There was no way around it. I had recently taken a liking to a multi-functional grappling gun produced by Stark Industries, and I needed to save up. By the way, Captain, weren't you having a delightful conversation with Tony Stark? Could you possibly procure a discount for me? Your discourse on salary and benefits has drastically diminished the Federal Bureau of Investigation agent's prestige to that of a street cop. Ultimately, Li Chengfeng acquiesced, accompanied by 2 strikingly different women as they made their way home. Throughout the journey, he observed the eclectic landscape of Washington, D.C., and could only muse about America, merely that. Aside from the diverse array of skin tones adorning the streets, it bore little distinction from the Republic. There were still intoxicated individuals sprawled over flower beds, and unlicensed vendors hastily fleeing from city officials while pushing their food carts. After treating the 2 women to an unexpectedly authentic hot pot meal, Li Chengfeng finally felt the satisfaction of having completed his workday. To be candid, just hours prior, he had been confronting one of the most deranged and perilous villains, and now he found himself delightfully simmering tripe while watching Ada Wong, who was unable to tolerate spicy food, dexterously extending her delicate tongue. They had also made a detour to the mall to procure a substantial array of household items. It's worth mentioning that throughout his previous life and this one, he had remained a quintessential bachelor within his expansive 400-square-meter flat. There existed only a pair of slippers and a set of chopsticks. He certainly could not allow the 2 women to don old garments or, heaven forbid, go without attire. Even if he was amenable, the other 2 might not share his sentiments, particularly Ada Wong. While she seemed adept at flirtation, aside from a few deliberate gestures, she consistently exhibited tendencies to obscure her neckline and instinctively maintained a social distance. This woman's sense of propriety was infuriatingly captivating. That said, what on earth was the situation with the 2 of you? Li Chengfeng lay in bed, his eyes wide as saucers, hands crossed over his abdomen, resembling an immobile mummy. This was due to the fact that a few hundred words prior, Ada Wong's jest had manifested into reality. Now, the 2 strikingly different women lay beside him. Although his bed was spacious enough, some unavoidable contact ensued. Oh, Pudding, I am but a lunatic. Do you really expect me to be alone in such an unfamiliar environment? Sister, I recall you appearing quite content in your room at Arkham Asylum, where you had no responsibilities other than indulging in food and entertainment. I yearn for such a life. Li Chengfeng grumbled, recognizing that he could not dissuade someone in such a precarious mental state. He then turned to Ada Wong. Sister Wong, what is your predicament? Have you been infected by Harley Quinn? No, I made a blunder. The enigmatic and alluring Ada Wong revealed an unusually rare expression of chagrin. When I ordered the furniture, I mistakenly filled in the wrong quantity. How could I have only ordered 1 bed? Then you should sleep on the couch. You expect a woman to sleep on the couch. Should I sleep on the couch instead? The guest cannot take precedence over the host. Then we should hasten to sleep. We have work tomorrow. Chapter 11. The Winchester County BOW Incident. The following morning, at the headquarters of the FBI, in the Grand Hall, Ingrid Hunnigan awaited the arrival of Li Chengfeng and his companions. As of today, the STAR team has acquired a dedicated office space. Indeed, an office space. Do not be misled into thinking that the work of the agents from the Joint Investigation Bureau merely involves traveling far and wide to combat crime. The clerical tasks required are by no means less than those in an ordinary police station, and may, in fact, be more demanding. The truth of certain cases is not suitable for the general public to comprehend, necessitating the creation of multiple task logs, some true, some false, and even several truths interwoven with fabrications. Many newly inducted agents have, for this reason, experienced a profound sense of disillusionment with their roles. Over the years, less than 40% of new recruits have remained, with a significant portion departing due to this very discontent. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Chengfeng finally arrived, accompanied by the formidable Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. Ingrid, why are you standing in the hall? Have you been reassigned to the reception on the first floor? Li Chengfeng quipped. A vein of irritation pulsed on Ingrid Hunnigan's forehead, yet her expression remained composed. I am here to welcome you all, because the director has assigned a new office for the star team. A new office? Then let us proceed, Li Chengfeng replied, nodding in agreement as he followed Ingrid into the elevator, observing her press the button for the 32nd floor. How was it that you all came together? Did you run into each other on the way? Huh. Ingrid, you have no idea what I endured last night, Li Chengfeng scoffed, feeling that these two women were intent on depriving him of sleep. As soon as he spoke, both women coughed awkwardly, but soon regained their composure to explain. It's not my fault. You know me, Li Chengfeng, I am an elite field agent. Some muscle memory from emergency reflexes is entirely normal. And it's not my fault either. You know me, Li Chengfeng, I am an elite in psychological disturbances. It's perfectly normal for both body and mind to occasionally spiral out of control. Remarkable. Otherwise, how could one embody the role of a femme fatale? As long as I have a thick enough skin, I can pretend nothing has transpired. Alas, Ingrid, can you clarify this for me? Who in the world behaves like that? Writing a report to the Internal Affairs Department, accusing the star team leader and his members of engaging in lewd behavior on their very first day of formation. Harley Quinn exclaimed, extending her hands to block the surveillance camera. Phew! All three exhaled in unison, relieved. To be reported on the very first day of work due to a misunderstanding would be an embarrassment of epic proportions. Listen closely, Ingrid. Although those two women have significant issues with verbal expression, your comprehension skills are equally askew. Last night, I, a good Samaritan, took in two homeless women. Our home had but a single bed, and I was coerced into sharing it with them. Consequently, due to our involuntary reflexes, we ended up inflicting a few painful strikes upon one another, resulting in a body that ached until around 5 in the morning when I finally managed to doze off for a brief spell. Do you understand now? Let go, Ada. Ada Wong promptly released her hand from Ingrid's mouth. You're quite adept at obstructing the surveillance. You're not so bad yourself. Knowing to cover Ingrid's mouth at the first opportunity. Greetings. It appears that you have garnered some experience by keeping your thoughts to yourself. The two esteemed ladies exchanged a few compliments, and within their gazes, there was a hint of mutual admiration. At that moment, the elevator came to a halt and the doors opened slowly. They had arrived at the 32nd floor. By special authorization from the director, the entirety of the 32nd floor, aside from Director Nick Fury's office, was designated as the exclusive office space for the Starlight team. The instant Ingrid stepped out of the elevator, she resumed her professional demeanor as a logistics officer and began to introduce the new workspace to the trio. Just as they were settling into their seats, the door to the director's office at the far end swung open, revealing a figure with a distinctive single eye. The amusement park tour ends here. Let's convene for a meeting, he stated before striding into the office. The four exchanged glances, acknowledging the command, and entered to commence the meeting. As public servants, their souls would be lacking without such gatherings. Fortunately, Nick Fury was not the type to fill an hour-long meeting with 59 minutes of trivialities. In fact, he was quite direct. Reports had surfaced of zombies and bows in Westchester County, New York, though no casualties had been reported, and the county police had formally requested our assistance. While speaking, Fury activated a vast three-dimensional projection. Ada, you are our expert in dealing with bows at the Joint Task Force. I entrust you with the task of elaborating on this mission. Ding. The mission Biohazard Maniac has been launched. Mission brief. Young Captain, this marks the inaugural battle of the newly formed team. Eliminate all zombies and bows, and uncover the mastermind behind it. Indeed, after Ada Wong provided a thorough explanation of the mission details, the system duly issued the task. However, Li Chengfeng was not easily swayed by the system's allure. Much like the previous mission, which ostensibly involved persuading Harley Quinn, it had indeed turned into a confrontation with the Joker and his entire gang. In this amalgamated universe, who could predict the myriad of bizarre characters that might intrude? Ada, surely bows can be dealt with using conventional firearms? Indeed, bows are relatively straightforward compared to those superheroes or villains. Sufficient individual firepower can handle them. Yet, the challenge lies in locating the individual capable of controlling the zombies and bows, as they do not simply materialize from thin air. Each occurrence is invariably accompanied by a sinister plot. Is our arsenal aboard the aircraft sufficient? Absolutely. If necessary, we could deploy the fighter jet for saturation bombing. Then I have no further concerns. Li Chengfeng clapped his hands, rose, and made his way towards the exit. Starlight team, it is time to depart. One must admit, Li Chengfeng thought his silhouette was rather dashing, yet Nick Fury's next words compelled him to don a mask of dismay. There's no rush. I have a keen interest in certain matters regarding this mission, hence I will be temporarily joining the Starlight team. Captain Li Chengfeng. Damn it. The thought of executing a mission alongside the director was utterly detestable. Chapter 12. Has Nick Fury been brainwashed? This mission was originally not of significant consequence. Indeed. However, the regions involved are exceedingly unique, compelling me to make the journey myself. As for you, do not feel pressured or feel the need to shield me. Although I have aged, I remain one of the finest agents in the Bureau. Life is what it is. Are you even listening to what I am saying? Nick Fury cast a sidelong glance at the exceedingly indifferent Li Chengfeng, sensing that the young man harbored some dissent. Is it that you simply do not wish to undertake this mission with me? Nick Fury found this hard to comprehend. There is no need to regard me as the director, for I am merely a temporary member of the Star Team, and I shall follow your lead in all matters. Do you truly believe that? Li Chengfeng rose and approached the bar, pouring himself a glass of a wicked and decadent carbonated beverage, which he drank in one gulp. Indeed, this lounge area on the Airbus features a bar. Those agents certainly knew how to indulge themselves. Well then, Fury, I shall not jest any longer. You must enlighten me on what precisely makes this situation so exceptional. The plot thickens. After such extensive build-up, Li Chengfeng finally posed a question he was most eager to ask. What could possibly warrant Nick Fury, the director of the American Bureau, to personally venture to the front lines? Li Chengfeng was genuinely curious. Yet, the troubling truth is, I do not know. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment before finally confessing. I have no recollection of this area. My memory is a blank slate, yet I am enveloped by a sense of inexplicable familiarity, as if my memories have been forcibly erased by someone. Is that truly the case? Wait, are we heading to Westchester County? Li Chengfeng froze. It seemed a realization struck him. He picked up his terminal and called out to Ada Wong. Ada, please come to the lounge immediately. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's summons, Ada Wong soon arrived, accompanied by Harley Quinn, having hurried from the armory. Ada, you compiled the information on Westchester. Tell me, is there an academy for gifted individuals there? Indeed, there exists a Xavier School for gifted youngsters. Ada Wong nodded in confirmation, not even needing to consult her notes. Damn, it truly is them. Li Chengfeng tapped his forehead and then turned to Nick Fury, stating, I can affirm that your intuition is correct, Fury. You have indeed been brainwashed. What? Nick Fury, Harley Quinn, and Ada Wong exclaimed in unison. An astonishing revelation. The director of the American Bureau has been brainwashed. Unbelievable. However, the Bureau conducts remote health checks via my dedicated terminal every 8 hours, confirming my bodily metrics and location, and there has never been an anomaly. Nick Fury interjected. Thus the timeline does not align. Your analysis is flawless, yet there exists a branch of human evolution known as mutants, and you have been brainwashed by a mutant possessing psychic abilities. What? Mutants? Do not tell me you have absolutely no recollection of any information regarding mutants. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. The director of the Republic Bureau, known as the Invincible Hero, is one of the Talos 5. How could Nick Fury, also a director of one of the 5 major Bureau offices, be unaware of this? The director of our Republic Bureau is none other than a quintuplet mutant, perfectly synchronized in sharing all states. Do not tell me you have never encountered him during the World Coordination Bureau Summit. Damn it. It appears you were indeed correct. I have been subjected to brainwashing specifically targeting mutants. I harbor grave suspicions that you might be involved in matters concerning this particular group, which has led them to erase the concept of mutants from your memory for the sake of their protection. I, Nick Fury, pondered deeply. Could it be that during the development of the airborne aircraft carrier, there was an effort to compile data on all Americans for the purposes of surveillance and intelligence gathering? Goodness. Do you really have the audacity to monitor every individual in America? Are you not afraid that those undiscovered superheroes or supervillains might seek vengeance to safeguard themselves? But right, you have already been brainwashed. Li Chengfeng mercilessly mocked Nick Fury, laughing heartily. Were you fishing for the great white shark? For heaven's sake, I have no intentions of taking action against them. If you were in my position, would you willingly dangle a sword of Damocles above your neck? The Airbus soon arrived in Westchester County. Li Chengfeng chose to anchor the Airbus near the area where Bao was detected, reasoning that whether it was Professor X or other telepath from Xavier School who had wiped Nick Fury's memory, their stronghold would undoubtedly remain there and would not simply vanish. However, the inexplicable emergence of zombies in Bao presents a tangible threat. Those being manipulated from behind are stationed here, but that does not guarantee their continued presence. Once the control is lifted, the entire Westchester County will be plunged into peril. Therefore, when the Star Team and the temporarily assigned Nick Fury disembarked from the Airbus, they were fully armed. Li Chengfeng admitted he had indeed underestimated the weaponry stockpile of this Airbus. Individual thermal ray rifles, light pulse explosive guns, and sonic grenades. Has the weaponry of America reached such a fantastical level? What nonsense are you spouting? These are either prototype creations from Sandbox Research Institute or cutting-edge technologies procured from Tony Stark, utterly unfit for mass production. Enough of the explanations. Just remember your favorite Star Team next time something good comes along. Li Chengfeng disengaged the safety on his light pulse explosive gun and charged towards the horde of zombies. Star Team, engage. Chapter 13, Weskia. Times have changed. The T-virus zombies are indeed perilous in the face of insufficient firepower. However, when adequately armed, they are merely a mass of sluggish, decaying flesh. Thus, the clearance of the outer zombies proceeded with remarkable swiftness, especially with Harley Quinn enthusiastically wielding her beloved baseball bat. I am genuinely curious as to the material of that bat. Having smashed so many bones, how does it show no signs of wear? Li Chengfeng observed the frenzied woman, deftly maneuvering through the horde, and could not help but complain to Nick Fury. Oh, it is crafted from adamantium, a remnant from a weapon program that was shut down last century. Nick Fury calmly elucidated. Are you perhaps indulging her a bit too much? Edelman alloy? You truly are willing to invest significantly. Overindulgence towards your daughter may lead to complications, especially considering her unstable mental state. Enough of the banter. Look over there. Nick Fury pointed into the distance. Despite the commotion on our side, the tyrants over there remain unperturbed, steadfastly holding their ground. Is there not a makeshift structure among that group of tyrants? It is unclear, but the truth will reveal itself once we eliminate the tyrants. As the two advanced into range using a coordinated combat formation, they unleashed a torrent of fire upon the tyrants. It must be said that these limited edition, sci-fi grade weapons far surpass contemporary conventional firearms. Even these unknown models of tyrants could not endure for long. When the 13th tyrant fell to their barrage, they arrived before the futuristic structure. The occupant within listened and said, "The Bureau has sent me to convey a message. Surrender your weapons, and the Bureau will ensure your wealth and prosperity." Where did you learn such lines? From a classic spring festival gala skit of the Republic. Enough with the theatrics. Li Chengfeng, observing Nick Fury's speechlessness, shrugged and melted half the door with a shot. Just as he intended to kick down the door and deliver a classic FBI line, the remaining half of the door was suddenly flung open from within by a surge of force. A man clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses with slicked-back blonde hair emerged from the shadows. "I can play with you for a maximum of 7 minutes," he declared with an air of arrogance. Upon a glance, Li Chengfeng immediately recognized him. Albert Wesker, one of the primary antagonists of the Biohazard series, notorious for his ignoble demise. Yet, in this amalgamated universe, he remained alive. The question lingered, what was his current state? Had he developed the Ouroboros virus? Albert Wesker, one of the most notorious biomaniacs, had vanished 5 years ago, only to resurface in America. Biomaniacs. The mundane cannot fathom ideals, Wesker replied, shaking his head. In the next instant, he appeared before Nick Fury, as if teleporting. With terrifying speed, he struck before Fury could react, disarming him of his heat ray rifle. A single punch sent Fury reeling, expelling a mixture of blood and gastric fluid, collapsing to the ground. This was the most formidable version of Wesker. Beads of sweat instantly formed on Li Chengfeng's forehead. Damn, although in the original narrative he perished from a rocket launcher and lava, his abilities indeed transcend human limits. And not by a mere fraction. The two formidable women were still clearing the area, unaware of the unfolding situation, and even if they arrived, it might prove futile. Republicans? Is the American Bureau now communicating so intimately with the Republic Bureau? This is entirely different from my time at the Bureau. Wesker's words sent a chill down Li Chengfeng's spine. Damn, how is it that he's also a product of the Bureau? Is it the case that the American Bureau deliberately creates villains to trouble itself? My goodness, do you take pleasure in boasting about your experiences? Li Chengfeng simply tossed his gun to the ground and drew the military dagger from his waist. In the absence of a successful shot, even the mightiest of firearms are but mere sticks. Rather than surrender his weapons, he preferred to abandon them altogether. With 6 minutes remaining, I grant you an opportunity to challenge me. With that, Wesker once again took action, forcing Li Chengfeng into close combat. In the instant of their clash, Li Chengfeng received both good and bad news. The bad news was that Wesker would hit him 10 times before he could land a successful counterattack. The good news was that the healing speed afforded by the god of wine factor could keep pace with the rate of his injuries. Fortunately, although Weskier was swift, his lethality did not exceed Li Chengfeng's threshold for endurance. Had he faced a being like Thor, he would already be reading his resurrection text. Thus, Li Chengfeng steadied his mind and endeavored to inflict as much damage as possible whenever the opportunity arose, becoming increasingly ferocious. The Ouroboros virus was fundamentally incomparable to the god of wine factor, as the disparity in their levels was immense. 5 minutes later, it was Weskier who was panting, his body marred with wounds, his sunglasses shattered by one of Li Chengfeng's powerful punches aimed at his face. Even the self-healing abilities of the Ouroboros virus were beginning to falter. You claimed you would play with us for 7 minutes, and now only 1 minute remains. I offer you a chance. Regardless of what you have hidden within, surrender it. And I can assure you a peaceful existence in the Joint Task Force prison for the rest of your life. You possess an even greater healing ability? Are you also a host of some biochemical virus? A virus? You truly are mad. Li Chengfeng shook his head, utterly speechless at Weskier's biochemically obsessed demeanor. No matter. If you choose not to speak, it matters not. As long as I can conduct live research on you, the secrets within your body will surely be revealed. As he spoke, black, viscous tendrils began to ooze from Weskier's wounds. It has appeared. The characteristic transformation defying the laws of energy conservation from the Biohazard franchise. The black, viscous tendrils gradually enveloped Weskier's body, leaving only his face visible, now resembling a complete monster. Li Chengfeng's brow furrowed. This is troublesome. In this state, Weskier has lost his super speed, but in return, his strength has been significantly enhanced. Given his current physical condition, even with the god of wine factor, he might only be able to lie on the ground and await healing. However, a glance at his surroundings relaxed his tense brow. Weskier, tell me, why do you pursue research on the Ouroboros virus? You will never understand. As a product of the genetic program, I have always sought a higher evolution. TSK. It seems you harbor deep-seated insecurities, unable to accept your identity as a clone, thus yearning for what you deem evolution. Perhaps you are correct, but the victor shall always be Albert Weskier. Nonsense. Our esteemed leader is a seasoned veteran. Such a bald-headed old agent would surely have tricks up his sleeve. Boasting and posturing. Buzz. As the voice fell, a searing ray of heat descended from above, melting Weskier's entire head. Chapter 14. The green light shines, the X-Men emerge. Well done, Director Fury. Your prowess remains undiminished. Could you refrain from standing there and making snide remarks? I feel as though that punch has rearranged my internal organs. Conservatively speaking, I must have fractured at least 3 ribs. Scars are the glory of a man. I have enough glory. At this moment, I would prefer a little less of it to torment these old limbs. Li Chengfeng stepped forward and kicked Weskier's lifeless body aside, then reached to assist Nick Fury. Observing the cold sweat beading on the forehead of the once mighty agent, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh. The former king of agents had indeed aged, no longer suited for the rigors of high-intensity frontline combat. At that moment, Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, who had been clearing zombies, also approached. Don't worry about me. I just need a moment's rest, Nick Fury said as Ada supported him to a nearby spot, intending to investigate why Weskier had gone to such lengths, even risking exposure to mobilize so many new tyrant models to buy himself time. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng kicked open the swaying half-door and stepped into the makeshift facility. The moment he entered, he was dazzled by an array of instruments. It was astonishingly a mobile laboratory. At the center of the research table lay an object radiating a gentle green light. No way. Li Chengfeng hurried forward, confirming again and again. If his eyes and mind had not betrayed him, then what lay before him was indeed a Green Lantern power battery. Can you believe it? A biochemical fanatic studying the energy source of the cosmic police? Shaking his head, Li Chengfeng resolved to take the battery first. However, as his hand made contact with it, the previously soft green glow suddenly intensified, illuminating the dark laboratory. Li Chengfeng recalled that among his previous mission rewards, one had been the willpower of Batman. The willpower of my grandfather can easily wield the Green Lantern ring. As expected, a ring shimmering with the same green light slowly emerged from the battery, eventually hovering before Li Chengfeng. Intelligent life has been identified. Li Chengfeng from Earth, you possess a formidable will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Fury, why is the green light suddenly illuminated inside? Could this headless man have set a trap? Li Chengfeng believed he could handle everything. Nick Fury forced a bitter smile and looked in another direction. You might want to concern yourself with our own safety for now. Ada Wong also directed her gaze toward the same spot, her heat ray rifle raised before her, poised for an onslaught. The commotion you've caused is too great. It's impossible for us to pretend we haven't noticed anything. A figure emerged from the shadows. Leading the way was a bald white man impeccably dressed in a suit, yet seated in a wheelchair, pushed by someone from behind. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Charles Francis Xavier, though you may refer to me as Professor Charles or simply Professor X. He nodded respectfully towards Nick Fury. It has been quite some time, Director Fury. This peculiar greeting left Nick Fury perplexed. Professor X? I have never encountered such a title before, and I am certain I have never met you. No, you have indeed seen me. We shared a brief collaboration 2 decades ago due to the American government. Professor X spoke calmly, with serene composure. I erase your memories, all recollections of me and our mutant kind. What? You are the mutants that Li Chengfeng spoke of? Li Chengfeng? Professor X furrowed his brow, fingers pressed against his temple. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him. Ah, you're an agent from the Republic's Joint Investigation Bureau, affiliated with the Tao brothers. Did you just read our memories in that fleeting moment? Nick Fury's eye widened in astonishment. I felt nothing. Are the powers of mutants truly that formidable? It is merely a talent. Apart from that, we are no different from humans. No sooner had Professor X finished speaking than the mutants behind him began to reveal their abilities. Claws of steel extended, bodies transformed into iron. A blue behemoth emerged. Angelic wings sprouted, and small tornadoes formed in their hands. Each individual possessed unique powers. Nick Fury, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn gazed in awe at the spectacle before them. They were aware of the existence of various supernatural forces in the world, yet they had not anticipated such a multitude. Thus, you have voluntarily revealed your identities for what purpose? After a brief moment of shock, Nick Fury quickly regained his composure. It was imperative to remain calm, for these mutants appeared far more formidable than ordinary agents. We are here to seek collaboration, Professor X stated with unusual tranquility. Our kind has come under scrutiny. Under scrutiny? Indeed. We are being targeted by an ancient and malevolent organization, one you should be quite familiar with, Hydra. Weskier's research over the years and his arrival in Winchester County have been covertly funded and directed by Hydra. In broad daylight, darkness lurks. Phantoms and specters find no refuge. The wicked tremble before the light of our divine presence. The green lantern shines eternally, illuminating the ages. In the next moment, Weskier's temporary research facility was suddenly cleaved in two. Li Chengfeng, clad in a tight-fitting suit of green and black, wielded a lantern in his left hand while a green light emanated from his right, coalescing into a green sword of annihilation. The emblem of the green lantern glimmered resplendently upon his chest. Good evening, everyone. Li Chengfeng greeted the unexpected assembly without retracting his transformed state. He casually adjusted his hair before approaching Nick Fury. Wolverine, Colossus, Beast, Angel, Storm, what brings you mutants out at this hour to observe the Joint Investigation Bureau's operations? Professor X finally shed his facade of calm, for he was uncertain of the identity of this individual in green, and even more so, the powers he possessed. Once again, he summoned his psychic abilities in an attempt to penetrate Li Chengfeng's mind. However, this time he faltered. Under the combined influence of the God of Wine Factor and the Green Lantern Ring, Professor X's mental prowess struck a barrier as impenetrable as an invisible steel wall, leaving no crevice to exploit. Li Chengfeng was acutely aware of Professor X's intentions and recognized the futility of his efforts. Very well, dear Professor X. You may proceed to articulate your purpose. Chapter 15. The distribution of acquired knowledge. Hydra has set its sights on mutants and the X gene responsible for their abilities, leading to the abduction of numerous solitary mutants for live experimentation. We have undertaken multiple rescue missions, yet we have typically only retrieved the lifeless bodies of our kin. Moreover, our numbers capable of combat are woefully insufficient. Thus, we have found ourselves compelled to collaborate with the Bureau of Investigation at this critical juncture. Upon hearing Professor X's rationale, Nick Fury promptly countered, Hydra has long been a formidable adversary of our American Bureau. I doubt they possess the resources to conduct widespread hunts for mutants like you. Director Fury, whether before or after the memory erasure, your understanding of our kind has always lacked nuance, Professor X replied, shaking his head. The number of powerful mutants among us is exceedingly small. Those X-Men standing behind him could indeed be deemed rare gems. The vast majority of mutants possess abilities that are feeble, often complicating their everyday existence. Li Chengfeng interjected to elucidate Professor X's point. I once believed that blending into human society and living in seclusion was the best path for mutants. Yet the existence of Hydra has shattered that illusion. Professor X, with a hint of self-deprecation, shook his head, remarking that retreating to the fringes would ultimately lead to being devoured by invaders. What credibility does this individual possess? Fury pondered. The integrity of the world's most formidable telepath was beyond question. If he wished, he could easily brainwash the entire American populace. Yet he refrained from doing so, only erasing part of your memory when your actions posed a threat to his kind. Can one truly trust someone who has manipulated my thoughts? Reflect on your own agency. Director Fury, consider the unscrupulous deeds committed by your bureau in the past. Merely erasing memories of mutants seems a gesture of restraint. Otherwise, they could have rendered you a complete imbecile, reduced to drooling and soiling yourself. Nick Fury shuddered, clearly envisioning such a hellish scenario. Even as the king of agents, who had never fully trusted others, he found himself swayed. One could only imagine that if Chengfeng, with his meticulous nature, were in Professor X's position, Fury would undoubtedly find himself in the ludicrous state just described. So what are your thoughts? Nick Fury, could it be that you have truly lost your wits? Chengfeng regarded Fury with the expression reserved for those suffering from dementia. Have you forgotten that our American Bureau is also grappling with a severe shortage of personnel? From what I gather, our brethren at the Bureau have not had a single day off in 4 consecutive months, and they are required to work overtime daily. Even the Department of Internal Affairs has had to dispatch personnel to various departments for assistance. And your implication is the ready-made team of superhumans. If not absorbed into the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation, shall they merely await their fate of being brainwashed and divided by Hydra before being considered? Nick Fury patted his dark forehead. In a state of blood loss and injury, his mind indeed felt somewhat sluggish. It is true that the Bureau sends agents to resolve various supernatural incidents, while the X-Men tackle the threats posed by Hydra. Collaboration, to jointly resolve each other's dilemmas, is surely advantageous. A win-win scenario. Upon reaching a consensus, Chengfeng immediately straightened his posture, casually reverting from the Green Lantern's transformed state. He was truly unaccustomed to such tight-fitting attire, a nuisance indeed. Since discussions of cooperation were at hand, a more suitable venue was in order. He had no desire to negotiate amidst a horde of zombies. Under the guidance of the X-Men, Chengfeng, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn arrived at the entrance of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Age brings fragility to the body. Along the way, a few mutant youths darted past them. Chengfeng was no longer surprised, yet Ada Wong and Harley Quinn were filled with curiosity. Particularly Harley Quinn, who, had it not been for Ada Wong's firm grip, would have likely dashed off to kick a soccer ball with a group of young mutants. After her mental breakdown, she indeed felt invigorated. What was referred to as a room was, in fact, an entire old manor. The original Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters had its origins here. However, they did not enter the manor directly, but approached an adjacent clearing. Beast walked over to the second flower bed on the right and pressed a few buttons, subsequently revealing a passage leading underground in front of them. Entering the passage, they were greeted by a different scene altogether, filled with high-tech facilities. A few other X-Men remained stationed there. Emma Frost, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and Mystique. Professor, what is the situation with these three? Cyclops inquired, stepping forward to converse with Professor X in hushed tones. Can we truly bring them here? If all goes well, we shall soon become colleagues without distinction. Thus, there's no need for secrecy. Professor X's words were quite beneficial to Chengfeng. It could be said that White Duck was genuinely adept. Cyclops, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze, shielded by his visor, to glance at Chengfeng before leading everyone to a conference table. Please take a seat, agents. Professor X invited the three to sit, and the negotiations officially commenced. Professor, I have comprehended all your requests, he began. To speak candidly, our interests and needs are remarkably aligned. We require personnel to address the rapidly increasing supernatural events of recent years, safeguarding civilians from engaging with matters they ought not to encounter until adequately prepared. Meanwhile, you seek to neutralize the threat posed by Hydra, an established adversary. For the Bureau, Hydra is also a primary target of our efforts. Therefore, I believe the integration of the X-Men into the Bureau would constitute a mutually beneficial arrangement, particularly considering that many senior agents of the Bureau have recently retired, leading to a shortage of personnel. The inclusion of the X-Men could aptly fill some of these vacancies. The intentions of Chengfeng are quite straightforward. Joining the Bureau of Coordination means becoming one family, and even promoting members of the X-Men to high-ranking positions within the American headquarters, with Bayadan poised to become one of the decision-makers. I wholeheartedly agree with this notion. Bayadan nodded, but then shifted the conversation to another matter. However, my primary concern lies with the children in the school. They are young and full of potential, and are key targets of Hydra. This is simple enough. After a brief contemplation, Chengfeng provided his answer. If the X-Men and the Bureau of Coordination were to merge, why not amalgamate Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters with the Bureau of Coordination Academy? Graduates would receive guaranteed placements, competitive salaries, and public servant status, essentially a government job. Chapter 16, Hydra. Why is it always you? Li Chengfeng's proposal found no grounds for rejection from the X-Men. To be precise, this condition was even more significant for them. Mutants have consistently existed in society under the guise of hidden identities. Why? Although mutants are fundamentally just humans with unique genes, they possess a plethora of extraordinary abilities that transcend mere differences in skin color. Ordinary people genuinely fear that these supernatural powers might threaten their existence. However, with the Bureau of Coordination's official endorsement, mutants still refrain from openly revealing their identities before civilians. The difference now lies in the fact that, whereas they once felt utterly incapable of doing so, they now merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the notion of guaranteed placements resonates deeply with the hearts of mutants. Upon witnessing Professor X's warm smile, Li Chengfeng suddenly realized that he initially believed he could secure a slight advantage while rallying some fresh mutant recruits, only to discover that they had cleverly turned the tables on him. You want to recruit for me? No problem, but just a few won't suffice. I'll bring my entire family over. From this point forward, we will become permanent fixtures at your Bureau of Coordination. Li Chengfeng scratched his head, acknowledging that the official status of the Bureau was indeed overwhelmingly enticing. The Bureau represents not just the nation, but the entire global federation. Given this, I shall await your esteemed joiners at the Bureau's headquarters in Washington, D.C. Though his ribs had only recently healed, allowing for some movement, he was still restricted from making any large motions. What now? From this day forth, there will be no more X-Men or Xavier School. Only the Bureau of Coordination and the Bureau of Coordination Academy. Is Professor Xavier truly this resolute? He is directly integrating the mutant organization into the Bureau. Considering the circumstances of the mutants, joining the Bureau offers them nothing but benefits. What they desire is quite ordinary for the Bureau. Li Chengfeng sat with Nick Fury in the Airbus's operations conference room, meticulously reporting the contents of their negotiations. Indeed, regarding the information that Nick Fury summoned on the big screen, it is the result of the investigation I just requested from headquarters. It appears that Hydra has absorbed that umbrella corporation, which was notably active several years ago, and its founder, Oswald Spencer, has ascended to Hydra's upper echelons. He dispatched Weskier to Winchester County to investigate matters concerning the mutant population. The task Biohazard Maniac has been completed. Associated individuals include Nick Fury, Weskier, and Oswald Spencer. Rewards are currently being randomly allocated. Experience from Nick Fury has been obtained. Enhanced speed from Weskier has been acquired. Knowledge of the bioweapon virus from Oswald Spencer has been received. TSK. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but click his tongue. The rewards this time cannot be deemed entirely useless, yet they are merely marginally beneficial. Nick Fury's experience feels somewhat superfluous, considering he is already one of the finest agents in the Joint Investigation Bureau. Weskier's enhanced speed is quite commendable, but pales in comparison to those with truly formidable abilities. What he found most intolerable was the final reward. How significant could knowledge of the bioweapon virus be in this world? Even a most powerful Bao would succumb to conventional weaponry. Initially, he had expected the involvement of several X-Men in this mission, only to find that they were not included. Upon reflection, however, this seemed reasonable. During the first mission, Ada Wong was indeed one of the team members, hence her inclusion. Moreover, Batman played a considerable role in the mission, warranting his inclusion as well. However, by the time the X-Men made their appearance, Weskier had already been eliminated, and thus there was no substantial connection to the mission. It is a pity. This bioweapon attack may merely be the beginning. Hydra is unlikely to limit itself to a single probing action. Indeed, I have already contacted the Joint Investigation Bureaus of various nations, urging them to conduct thorough investigations into any potential Hydra presence within their borders. We should receive consolidated information in a few days. Particular attention must be paid to smaller nations like Latvia, as Hydra's vast financial resources could easily manipulate several of these minor states behind the scenes. I have considered this as well, but we cannot intervene in their domestic affairs. It must be addressed by the World Federation. Nick Fury's demeanor was notably grave. Li Chengfeng also learned from the data that Hydra in this world is considerably more formidable than its original counterpart, as it must contend not with a solitary S-H-I-E-L-D, but with the unified World Federation. Yet Hydra harbors both a desire for and trepidation towards the power of mutants. Our successful collaboration with the X-Men effectively grants us a trump card capable of utterly dismantling Hydra. In the days following their return to the Joint Investigation Bureau headquarters, Li Chengfeng meticulously reported on the entire mutant population and the specific combat capabilities of the X-Men. Consequently, Nick Fury was delighted, indulging in 6 meals a day. When his spirits were high, his appetite flourished. What? Afraid of malevolent intentions towards ordinary individuals or the Joint Investigation Bureau? According to Li Chengfeng's account, there are already a formidable number of powerful telepaths gathering. If they truly wished to engage in nefarious deeds, they would have done so long ago. Their brainwashing prowess is 1,000 times more terrifying than that of Hydra. Moreover, their principles in navigating the world clearly reveal a mindset akin to that of a humble farmer, content to live a simple life. The formation of the X-Men primarily serves the purpose of self-preservation. However, Nick Fury is a master of deception, even with himself, exhibiting a nature that is both cunning and suspicious. It is only due to Li Chengfeng's high regard for Xavier, the leader of these mutants, that Fury has been so amenable from the outset. Li Chengfeng is, in essence, Fury's greatest asset. Although the extent of Li Chengfeng's current strength remains uncertain, Fury has sensed a subtle transformation in him since their initial meeting. The self-healing ability he demonstrated during his battle with Weskier reveals some clues. Yet, Fury harbors an inexplicable conviction that he can trust this individual from the Republic without reservation. Ah, your gaze is quite disconcerting. I must confess, I am fond of women, particularly those statuesque with long legs and slender waists. Bah, slander against leadership. I represent the government and the people. I shall execute you. And with what weapon do you intend to carry out this execution? You are well aware that I possess self-healing abilities. A mere firearm would merely tickle me. Regardless of your self-healing, I shall shoot you twice for my own satisfaction. Li Chengfeng has always regarded Nick Fury in such a manner, never truly seeing him as a superior. Conversely, Fury has never genuinely considered Li Chengfeng as a subordinate. After all, who among subordinates would dare to challenge their leader so freely? Perhaps this is their peculiar way of establishing trust. At that moment, a civilian officer entered Fury's office. Director Fury, Agent Li Chengfeng. The personnel from Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters have proceeded to the conference room as per your instructions. Understood. We shall head there now. Yes, Director. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng promptly rose and followed Fury to the official conference room located on the 20th floor. As they entered, the first sight that greeted them was the gleaming bald head of Professor X. A white duck egg is indeed aptly named. Esteemed guests from Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Nicholas Joseph Fury, the current director of the FBI's American headquarters. Charles Francis Xavier, or you may call me Professor X. The juxtaposition of the white duck egg and the black marinated egg makes this historic meeting all the more amusing, especially as they feign formality in their handshake. Having already met before, adding an extra layer of comedic flair, reminiscent of a dapper gentleman and a suave figure. Thus, Li Chengfeng has been stifling laughter since earlier. By sheer coincidence, a person behind Professor X is also suppressing laughter, yet he fails to contain himself. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. The sight of Nick Fury and Charles seated face to face is an image I shall cherish for a lifetime. Ah, it's you again, Wolverine. I suspected I had seen a familiar face when we met in Westchester County a few days ago. Peggy Carter, the first director of the American headquarters. It is worth noting that this individual is nearly 2 centuries old, a veritable relic of history. His life experiences, if laid out in a table, would astound anyone. As a man who has traversed nearly the entirety of modern Western history, he has managed to involve himself in a myriad of events. Born into affluence, he has lived among wolves in Canada, participated in both world wars, collaborated with Captain America, Bucky, and Peggy Carter, and remarkably emerged alive from the ruins of Hiroshima. In comparison, his later entanglements as a spy during the Cold War seem almost trivial. He is indeed a formidable figure, a true veteran whom Nick Fury regard with a sense of camaraderie reserved for fellow heroes. However, the irreverent Li Chengfeng remains present, notorious for his ability to disrupt the atmosphere. What's this? Are you 2 long-lost relatives? Shall I call the hotel to arrange a banquet? Although I must say, something about your appearance seems off. Ultimately, the discussions held between Li Chengfeng and Professor X aligned closely with their initial agreements, delving into detailed negotiations. Overall, the collaboration between the director of the Bureau and the mutant community can be deemed exceptionally successful. The Bureau has acquired reliable and potent high-powered members, while the mutants have gained an abundance of societal resources. The Bureau possesses the means to provide substantial assistance to the mutants, such as unearthing intelligence from a myriad of influential groups and families lurking behind the American political landscape. They can compel these entities to reach a dignified compromise, and if they refuse, the Bureau will ensure they do so with grace. Li Chengfeng even speculated that, having paved the way for the mutants, when Inhumans begin to emerge en masse, they might similarly be integrated under the Bureau's auspices. However, there are distinctions between Inhumans and mutants. Mutants have long established a genuine leadership class and a well-developed social structure, whereas Inhumans, despite the presence of the Attilan royal family, have relocated to the dark side of the moon. The Inhumans on Earth, though residing in the secluded settlement of the afterlife, lack the capacity to lead their community. Professor X, I have a proposal I hope you will consider. Following the conclusion of discussions surrounding the duality of the black and white eggs, Li Chengfeng spoke up. Nick Fury, wary that this gentleman was about to propose something dubious, refrained from interrupting, instead blinking vigorously in Li Chengfeng's direction. Regrettably, his single eye nearly blinked out. Yet Li Chengfeng appeared oblivious to his signals. Agent Li Chengfeng, please proceed. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is managed exceptionally well, even with numerous adolescents among the mutants. There have been no significant disruptions. Frankly, I find it difficult to ascertain. Are you truly complimenting us? Professor X chuckled, admitting, to be honest, those rambunctious youths, no matter how intelligent, give me a daily headache. The challenges of adolescence are universally daunting. Indeed, that is a commendation, Li Chengfeng asserted, his gaze sincere. Now that we have confirmed our alliance with the Bureau, I hope that Professor X can also assume the role of Dean at the Bureau Academy. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury nearly erupted in applause. The former director of the Bureau's Academy was a seasoned member of Hydra. A few years ago, the Bureau's Academy could have easily been renamed Hydra Academy. Even now, only Agent Weaver, who maintains the daily operations of the Academy, and a handful of students disassociated from Hydra remain, totaling around a mere 100 individuals. As for the directorship of the Academy, I'm not particularly adept in the skills of an agent. This is something I have contemplated, but in contrast to teachers who can impart various skills, the Bureau's Academy currently requires a principal of unblemished character who can command respect. As for the faculty, I firmly believe that Logan is more than qualified. Moreover, with the integration of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters into the Bureau's Academy, having a singular principal fosters a sense of belonging among them. Professor X pondered for a moment. It must be said that he had come to accept this proposal. The ultimate objective of Xavier's School is to empower these young mutants to determine their own destinies. Should they be able to join the Bureau, it would provide a promising pathway for other mutants as well. With the depth of cooperation between the two entities, mutants within the Bureau would undoubtedly face neither exclusion nor discrimination. Charles, I find no issues with this. Thus, despite Wolverine's daily habits of drinking, brawling, and causing trouble, akin to a rough-and-tumble character, his words carry significant weight among the X-Men, his authority second only to that of Professor X, observing the typically idle second-in-command as reliable. Professor X ultimately nodded in agreement. If that is the case, I shall accept this position. Chapter 18. The Enrollment Ceremony and the Trouble Girl. I am truly foolish indeed. Li Chengfeng lifted his head, revealing his somewhat dull and lifeless eyes, and continued, I only knew there were troublesome kids at Xavier's School. But I had no idea that there were also similar characters in the Bureau's Academy. 2 days ago, I must have been out of my mind to agree to teach at the new Bureau's Academy. It's absurd that I only attended one class at the beginning of the semester and then never returned. Ada Wong calmly sipped her coffee. Of course. That's because I resigned. Li Chengfeng sprang up from the floor in a sudden motion, exclaiming, if I continue to be around those little rascals, I fear I won't be able to restrain myself from giving them a good thrashing. You've already done that. On that day, the high-ranking officials of the Bureau gathered together. At the enrollment ceremony of the Bureau's Academy, the newly appointed director, Professor Charles Francis Xavier, delivered the opening address. Leaders, faculty, and students, good morning to you all. As spring showers nourish the earth and summer blooms flourish, we gather in this beautiful autumn to jointly celebrate the merger of the Bureau's Academy and Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, marking the commencement of the new Bureau's Academy. We are about to embark on a brand new beginning. A fresh future awaits us. First and foremost, allow me, Charles Francis Xavier, as the director of the new Bureau's Academy, to extend sincere greetings and the highest respect to our dedicated agents and educators working on the front lines. Seated on either side of him, Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng couldn't help but grimace, feeling their brains begin to boil. Truly, the principal of a prestigious institution. His address could easily rival that of a high school principal in the Republic in terms of length. Remarkably, after an eternity of oration, he had conveyed nary a useful point. Following his speech came a plethora of matters to discuss. After the address, he merely added one more point, which he then subdivided into 20 smaller points, each elaborated upon from 3 to 5 perspectives. Just before concluding, he felt compelled to reiterate several key highlights. It wasn't just Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury who were bewildered. Even Mystique and Wolverine had donned headphones, seemingly drifting into another realm. Concurrently, they came to a realization. As elite agents adept at intelligence gathering and adept at tackling supernatural cases or infiltrating enemy territories, they were utterly out of their depth when it came to the realm of education. Just observe the seasoned professionals in the field of education. Each of their words seemed meticulously crafted, as if they were determined to ensure every shred of understanding was implanted in your mind, fearful that even the slightest misunderstanding might occur. The only drawback was perhaps their tendency to be overly verbose. Eventually, Professor X's speech, under Li Chengfeng's persistent signaling, came to a close. However, the subsequent announcement plunged the students in the lecture hall into despair. Next, let us invite Agent Li Chengfeng, the leader of the STAR team and the liaison for the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, to address us. Let's give him a warm welcome. What on earth was this? Li Chengfeng was utterly confounded. He recalled that this step was not part of the agenda. Internally cursing, he thought that Professor X, caught up in his own fervor, misinterpreted his gestures as a desire to speak as well, thus inviting him to join in the discourse. Caught off guard, Li Chengfeng had no choice but to take the microphone. Listening to the sparse applause and the chorus of groans below, he managed to muster a single sentence after a considerable pause. The enrollment ceremony concludes here. Dismissed. The students stared blankly for a full second before erupting in cheers as they fled this terrifying prison. These poor children had indeed been mercilessly tormented by Professor X. A few mutant students even resorted to their powers to escape this tumultuous place. Overall, the commencement was a resounding success, with the addition of over 100 young mutant scholars injecting fresh vitality into the nearly dormant training system of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Perhaps they were a bit too vibrant, as challenges soon arose. Ironically, the source of these challenges was not the young mutants, but rather the influx of fresh talent scoured by Nick Fury from various sectors of society. Peter Parker, Daniel Rand, Ava Ayala, Luke Cage, Sam Alexander, Tyron Johnson, Tandy Bowen, and Doreen Green. Does the list of names leave you momentarily stunned? Perhaps rephrasing would clarify. Spider-Man, Iron Fist, White Tiger, Power Man, Nova, Cloak, Dagger, and Squirrel Girl. This cohort comprised some of the most familiar figures to Li Chengfeng. This implies that within the new Bureau of Investigation Academy, a multitude of aspiring superheroes is amassed, including potential future frontline heroes. A glimpse reveals the entirety. The students at the Bureau are indeed earnest high schoolers, their characterization strikingly similar to that of the Ultimate Spider-Man animated series, yet seamlessly fits within this integrated universe. After all, from a public perspective, the concept of superheroes has only recently emerged. Harley Quinn, draped in her tattered, provocative attire, dons a lab coat over her ensemble, though still quite eccentric. This does not detract from her standing as the finest psychologist at the American Bureau. It is well known that adolescents, particularly those endowed with extraordinary abilities, are in dire need of psychological guidance. Though they may not require it, it is nonetheless essential. As she perused the roster of students, her finger suddenly pointed to a name. Wait, is this young lady named Jessica Jones absent from the attendance list? Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Upon checking the roster, he discovered that everyone had signed in, save for this one individual. He was quite familiar with the name Jessica Jones, a figure emblematic of Marvel's street-level heroes and troubled youths. He then activated his personal terminal and connected to a video call with Ingrid. Captain, what are your instructions? Jessica Jones, a new student at the Bureau Academy. I want all her information, including real-time location, shared to my terminal within 5 minutes. Rest assured it will be done. Ingrid nodded before ending the call. It was merely a case of a student skipping class. Dispatching a couple of internal agents should suffice, shouldn't it? Have you lost your mind? Or is it I who is mad? Oh, but you are indeed mad. Hey, why the insults? No. Can any student who has been recruited into the new bureau by Nick Fury be anything but a troublemaker? I seriously doubt that sending 2 agents will end well for them. So, I suppose I must undertake this personally. It seems I am fated to toil. Chapter 19. Li Chengfeng, a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. A bottle of Tennessee whiskey and 2 packs of menthol Marlboro, please. Jessica Jones slapped the cash onto the convenience store counter, her impatience evident. Yet the clerk, undeterred by her hefty payment, extended a hand toward Jessica, requesting identification. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you please show me some identification?" The clerk's request was quite reasonable, as purchasing tobacco and alcohol requires proof of age. Jessica, a high school student who had just turned 18, was still below the 21 threshold for adulthood in America. However, this was of little concern, for she possessed a half-dozen fake IDs. She slapped her identification onto the counter and proceeded to the liquor shelf. Ugh, why is it all Irish whiskey? Upon searching through the vast array of Irish whiskey, Jessica finally found her favorite, Tennessee whiskey. Unscrewing the cap, she tilted her head back and took a swig. Ah, refreshing. After all, having paid, it was permissible to open it at the counter. As fate would have it, a minor incident transpired at the convenience store during this very moment. "Hey, buddy, hand over all the cash. I have no desire to send you to the hospital or the morgue." A burly Caucasian man stood before the counter, brandishing a sharp, folding knife pressed against the clerk's neck. Jessica Jones, positioned before the shelves, merely cast a dispassionate glance, her body momentarily pausing before she took another swig of her drink. She was acutely aware that, with her abilities, she could effortlessly reduce this scoundrel to a bloodied heap, unrecognizable even to his own mother. Yet, she chose to disregard the situation. Selfish and self-serving. She had never comprehended the concept of assistance as touted by others, especially that insufferable Peter Parker from school, the very embodiment of moral righteousness she so loathed. However, the clerk behind the counter remained oblivious to the fact that the woman sipping her drink could easily lift a car and hurl it away. Trembling, he fumbled to extract all the cash from the register while attempting to signal Jessica Jones with his eyes, urging her to escape. "What the hell are you looking at?" The robber, tense and hyper-alert, keenly detected this glance. Realizing there was another woman in the store, his initial fear morphed into a brutal aggression. Furthermore, Jessica, with her striking features illuminated by the dim light, appeared exceptionally alluring, prompting the robber to lick his lips. The lascivious and contemptuous glint in his eyes made Jessica frown, stirring within her a fleeting desire to take action. Yet, this thought merely flitted through her mind. Before she could even contemplate dismantling this scoundrel, the bell at the convenience store door chimed again, announcing the arrival of a new customer. All present were momentarily taken aback, and in an instant, the robber's plan to commit both theft and assault was thwarted by a single, straightforward punch that rendered him unconscious. A man clad in a federal agent's uniform shook his hand, and then raised his gaze to the stunned Jessica Jones. "Skipping the opening ceremony, are we? Quite the rebel. Jessica Jones, how do you know my name? Who are you? I'm here to catch you skipping class, sister. And why are you questioning me?" "I have inquiries of my own, Jessica Jones. Have you considered your current status?" "None of your business. None of my business." Chengfeng nearly choked on his own breath. Conversing with this girl was impossible. Just the mere thought of it could drive one to madness. "Let me reiterate, it's the first day of school. Skipping class. And not just any class, but at the Federal Bureau Academy. You have quite the audacity. Do you think this is high school? You're with the Bureau? That is rather obvious. ISNT it? Not only am I with the Bureau, but I'm also your instructor. Otherwise, why would I care whether you attend class or not? For heaven's sake, just come with me." Chengfeng felt utterly exhausted. Love seemed a distant notion. Being a role model was evidently a far more arduous endeavor than he had anticipated. To the middle school teachers of his past lives, "I humbly apologize. You were truly remarkable, managing to maintain composure in the presence of someone as reckless as me." The Federal Bureau Academy? That hero-themed initiative? Apologies, but I find no interest in such matters. Jessica Jones strode past Chengfeng without hesitation, grabbing 2 packs of Marlboro from the counter, casually delivering a kick to the robber sprawled on the floor, eliciting a muffled groan even in his unconscious state. As she prepared to exit the convenience store, Chengfeng couldn't help but tease, "Goodness, as a minor high school student, you seem quite adept at smoking and drinking. Have you had your hair permed?" He reached out, attempting to intercept the 2 packs of cigarettes. However, Jessica Jones, embodying the fierce persona of a rebellious girl, left Chengfeng utterly astonished. She simply stuffed the 2 packs into her sports tank top. While one could argue this was her own advantage, it was rather audacious for her to thrust forward in such a provocative manner. In that fleeting moment of impending error, Chengfeng instinctively raised his hand to evade, which inadvertently transformed into an uppercut. "Hey, Jessica Jones, believe me, this is a misunderstanding. This is truly a misunderstanding." The force of the punch was not particularly damaging to Jessica, but it was profoundly insulting. At that moment, Jessica resembled a small wildcat whose precious tail had been inadvertently stepped on by a passerby. Despite her attempts to appear fierce, she exuded an inexplicable charm, albeit only visually, thanks to her striking features. Yet, If Li Chengfeng recalled correctly, this seemingly fierce little cat could theoretically lift over 25 tons. And that wasn't even the upper limit. One full set of her cat-like punches could likely dismantle a set of 3 Malawian Quatch's armor. Li Chengfeng found himself swiftly dodging, but refraining from striking back, feeling unjustified. He had intended to catch a student skipping class, only to inadvertently deliver a powerful electric shock to Jessica Jones. Although she possessed immense strength, her speed and agility paled in comparison to his. However, their exaggerated skirmish did not last long. Glancing at the astonished clerk, Li Chengfeng realized he could not continue this farce in front of an ordinary person. Thus, he delivered a swift kick to Jessica's blocking arms. As she struggled to regain her balance, he drew out a specially crafted stun gun from the Joint Investigation Bureau. Given Jessica's extraordinary physical resilience and her partial self-healing ability, Li Chengfeng wasted no time in cranking the power to maximum, discharging a shot that would drain the entire charge. The kick sent Jessica staggering back, and as she raised her head once more, she discovered Li Chengfeng had already pulled the trigger. In the next instant, the world fell silent. "You wretched teacher." Jessica Jones cursed Li Chengfeng as she struggled, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Chengfeng was left dumbfounded. Was that barely enough to knock her out? That was absurd. Logically, a full-powered shot could incapacitate an adult African elephant in an instant. After stowing away the stun gun, Li Chengfeng hoisted the occasionally twitching Jessica Jones onto his shoulder, striding toward the exit under the unwavering gaze of the convenience store clerk. "Dear shopkeeper, please remember that all the destruction in the store was wrought by that robber. Shortly, personnel from the Bureau will arrive to assess the damages for compensation. Aside from that, you have seen nothing." Chapter 20. The Blabbermouth, Peter Parker. "You wretched teacher. You rogue. If you have the guts, face me head on. What kind of skill is it to ambush with a stun gun?" Jessica Jones sat on the sofa in the new Bureau's academic office, relentlessly assaulting Li Chengfeng with her words. Li Chengfeng's head felt heavy with her tirade. Fortunately, this girl was merely resilient in her verbal sparring and refrained from physical confrontation. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to the powers of the Green Lantern ring to subdue her. Meanwhile, Logan, the instructor of combat classes and academic director, sat behind his desk, grinning as he watched his colleague endure this verbal onslaught from a student. "Laugh, laugh, laugh, that's all you do. Aren't you supposed to be the toughest mutant? Your newfound amiability disgusts me. Ha ha ha, we are colleagues, so don't mind those superficial personas." After all, Logan was over 200 years old and had never lost his memory in this universe. As he aged, he indeed exhibited a hint of warmth in his daily life. "Come now, tell me, where did you find this feisty little wildcat?" "In a convenience store in Midtown. Do not underestimate her. At just 18, she has already mastered the art of the hot drink. There is potential there. I too have my talents. Old Wolf has high hopes for you." Wolverine Logan nodded in agreement, giving Jessica Jones a thumbs up. Li Chengfeng felt a wave of frustration. From the sincerity in that gaze, it was clear he genuinely believed there was promise in hot drinks. With 2 elegantly long middle fingers raised, Li Chengfeng shook his head and lowered his voice to complain to Logan. "When I was a student, I couldn't perceive it. But now I realize such creatures are despised, even by dogs. How did my teacher ever endure me? Do you have a skewed definition of what is beautiful and interesting?" "Logan?" Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes and scoffed. "You've even provoked students to attempt to assassinate you. You were so irritating back then. Yet you seem quite proud of it, aren't you?" "This is merely sharing past experiences as educators with a new colleague," Logan shrugged, then added, "They're always different from ordinary students, so we must use some easily comprehensible principles to enlighten them." "What easily comprehensible principles?" "That the teacher's fist is harder. Hence you must heed the teacher." Damn, just as Li Chengfeng was about to continue his tirade, a knock resounded through the door. "Come in." As soon as Li Chengfeng's words fell, the office door swung open. "Director Logan, Teacher Li, I am Peter Parker, a new student from the Bureau's academy. We are here to inquire about Jessica Jones and to escort her." Upon the door opening, the first sight to meet Li Chengfeng's eyes was Peter Parker's slightly anxious face. Simultaneously, a group following him entered the office, greeting the two with a chorus of "Hello, Director." "Hello, Teacher." The White Tiger, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Nova, and Squirrel Girl are all familiar faces. "Do you all know Jessica Jones?" Li Chengfeng expressed his surprise, observing your nervousness. "You seem to share a close bond." "Oh, Mr. Li, we're good friends who attended the same high school." "What is the name of your high school?" "Midtown High." Li Chengfeng couldn't help but smacked his lips in mild astonishment. "I must say, Midtown High is truly a breeding ground for exceptional talent. Superheroes seem to appear in droves, don't they?" I wouldn't exactly call us good friends." At that moment, Jessica Jones rose from the sofa. Although she said so, her body betrayed her as she stepped confidently into the circle of friends. Such a tsundere, truly adapting to the environment. All right, children, take your friend and leave. Seeing this, Wolverine stood up and, with a mixture of pushing and urging, escorted the group of still teenage superheroes out of the office. Perhaps due to Wolverine's intimidating demeanor, even with his ever-present smile, none of the high schoolers dared to object. Yet in just that brief moment, Li Chengfeng directly perceived one of the defining traits of the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Aside from his virtuous nature, he was quite the chatterbox. Hey, Mr. Li, Agent Li Chengfeng. I've heard of your exploits, and know you are an expert seconded from the Republic Bureau. Director Nick Fury has high hope for you and the Star Squad. Although I haven't graduated from high school or the Bureau Academy, I will strive to join the Star Squad in the future. It's just too cool. But does joining come with extra salary benefits? Oh, that essay question indeed. Well, I'll hold off on joining for now. I once infiltrated the Bureau's action footage storage room with Doreen Green, Squirrel Girl, and retrieved footage of your operations. My goodness, the lunatic from Gotham was taken care of by you, while Batman couldn't team manage it for years. And Tony Stark appeared as well. His armor looked magnificent, but seemed a bit flimsy. What was that green ring all about? And do you have to recite a fixed line to transform? And, with such rapid speech and a seemingly erratic train of thought, the most striking feature was his boundless energy. Finally, Wolverine slammed the door shut, allowing Li Chengfeng to exhale in relief. Logan, I feel as if my brain is about to boil over. Has this Peter Parker fellow never spoken before? Or is he under the impression that if he doesn't finish his life as conversation today, he might perish? This kid is notorious for his incessant chatter. He appears to be a shy socialite, but is, in fact, a true social terror. Throughout today, he has disturbed Raven to the point where her transformation state has become unstable. The Raven that Wolverine referred to was, of course, Mystique, Raven Darkhold. However, in this world, Mystique is not the same character portrayed in the X-Men films, where she serves as a surrogate sister and a child bride to a certain character. Rather, she is a mutant of a similar age to Wolverine, if not older. After all, claiming to be over 200 years old is merely a self-proclamation. Isn't it normal for women to downplay their age? Even this venerable matriarch could not withstand the relentless chatter of Peter Parker, which speaks volumes about his loquacious prowess. It is evident that he truly lives up to being Deadpool's close companion, as their banter seems to intertwine seamlessly. However, Emma appears quite fond of young Peter Parker, for he possesses an undeniable charm that falls perfectly within Emma's preferred sphere. Emma, the White Queen? Indeed, as an educator, one should refrain from engaging in conflict with students. For heaven's sake. Chapter 21, The Ambush. Latha. After enduring a barrage of antics from both the rebellious yet adorable children and the overly affectionate teacher with a penchant for younger boys, Li Chengfeng found himself utterly exhausted. Despite Professor White Duck's attempts to persuade him otherwise, he resolutely resigned after transforming into the Green Lantern and delivering a thorough reprimand to those troublesome kids. Teaching is a vocation that is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, with Nick Fury preoccupied with matters pertaining to the newly established Interagency Academy, Li Chengfeng decided to grant himself a brief respite, opting to stay home and indulge in idleness. Ada Wong, embodying the role of a gentle and devoted wife, kept him company at home. Unfortunately, having someone as mischievous as Sister Wong around only served to stoke his frustrations. With a therapeutic cup of green tea in hand, he sought to alleviate his agitation. The situation was further complicated by the presence of Harley Quinn, a mentally unstable individual who had developed an infatuation with the Joker, constantly clashing with Sister Wong. It was only during Harley's medical examination today that Li Chengfeng found himself alone with Sister Wong. I feel as though I'm slowly becoming a mere participant in the game between you and Harley, he mused. Don't be absurd. You are our captain. Then could you perhaps change into a pair of white stockings? Captain, I assume you wouldn't want to face allegations of workplace harassment against your subordinates, would you? Then surely leather pants would suffice? The weather has turned rather chilly. This is for your own good. Who wears a high-slit cheapao every day? That is a consideration. Ada Wong replied, thoughtfully before retreating to her room to change. In no time, she emerged clad in a striking ensemble of a red shirt, black leather pants, and matching boots. The transformation from Ada Wong of Resident Evil 4 to Ada Wong of Resident Evil 6 was complete, leaving Li Chengfeng's throat dry and his heart racing. He felt compelled to drink more tea. At that moment, Ada's personal device chimed. Upon answering, to his surprise, it was Nick Fury, whom they had not seen for several days. Ada informed Li Chengfeng that he must report to headquarters immediately for a meeting. His tone conveyed a hint of seriousness. We have made new discoveries regarding Hydra. Understood, Director. With that, Ada Wong abandoned her playful teasing toward Li Chengfeng and extended her hands toward him. Goodness. Your affairs in America are undeniably numerous. In America, we have our own unique circumstances. Upon receiving Nick Fury's summons, the two did not head directly to headquarters, but instead made a detour to pick up Harley Quinn after her examination. Although Harley had donned a more conventional appearance, the occasional glimpse of mischief in her eyes, along with her perpetually vibrant red and blue hair, served as a testament to her true identity. Nick Fury had summoned the STAR team to convene. If all went according to plan, they were to embark on a new mission. A new mission? Harley Quinn let out an exuberant shout, wrapping her arms around Li Chengfeng and taking a hearty bite, leaving a vivid crimson lip print on his neck. Wonderful. Are we fighting zombies again? I didn't quite get my fill last time. Can't you indulge in a more serious hobby? Since I am now an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, I can no longer indiscriminately drag some unfortunate soul into an alley to give them a few whacks like before. But if even my passion for battling zombies is not permitted, what is the point of my existence? Fine, let you have your fun from now on. Whenever the STAR team encounters a bioweapon incident, it's all yours, all right? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, gently detaching Harley Quinn from his person. Why is it that the women I encounter are always of such peculiar types? With Harley Quinn in tow, the three of them made their way directly to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Upon arriving at the strategic analysis room, they found a group already waiting. Among them were Black Egg, White Egg, and several well-known mutants. Li Chengfeng nodded towards the duo and then took a seat beside Wolverine, alongside Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. After a brief inspection, Wolverine nudged Li Chengfeng with his elbow. Hey, Li, looks like you've been enjoying yourself these past few days. Logan, please don't call me teacher. Just saying that will trigger my PTSD. TSK, don't change the subject. You've hit the jackpot. Haven to you? I just realized that aside from you, the entire STAR team, including logistics support, is comprised of stunning ladies. Your taste seems rather consistent. You look like an elder. Do you even know what true camaraderie is? Do you know what constitutes the three treasures of a mature woman? If you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. All right. The vigor of youth still surges within you. Your words are bold indeed. Wolverine chuckled at Li Chengfeng, choosing to say no more. On the stage, Nick Fury noticed that Li Chengfeng and the others were in place and nodded to Ingrid. Receiving the signal, Ingrid proceeded to operate the terminal, and soon, all intelligence was projected onto the large screen in the strategic analysis room. As everyone can see, following our previous alert to other countries' joint investigation bureaus, major nations have discovered and dismantled several Hydra branches within their territories. However, it is no surprise that Hydra primarily sets up intelligence personnel within the borders of major powers, daring not to cause direct disturbances. Consequently, a comprehensive investigation was conducted in the tumultuous Third World nations, leading to the discovery of a long-established Hydra research base in Eastern Europe's Latvia, where they have been studying mutants. Upon hearing this from Nick Fury, the expressions of all mutants, including even the notoriously reckless Wolverine, darkened, save for White Egg. The mutants had previously adhered to a strategy of seclusion to avoid such occurrences. Yet, unexpectedly, Hydra had managed to capture numerous brethren, reinforcing their belief that joining the Joint Investigation Bureau was indeed the right decision. The official authority and intelligence capabilities are something their mutant community could never possess. Following this, White Egg took the opportunity to continue the conversation. Thus, our ensuing mission is to launch an assault on this research facility. Given their focus on mutants, it is improbable that they operate in isolation. They must be connected to other factions of Hydra. This operation requires swift and decisive action, prioritizing the rescue of the mutants under study, and we must not afford Hydra the opportunity to destroy their experimental subjects. This mission is primarily composed of the X-Men and the Star Squad, and following the conclusion of the battle, the Bureau will deploy regular agents to handle the aftermath. It is noteworthy that even the usually suave voice of White Duck has taken on a slightly hoarse quality. Are the objectives clear to everyone? Meeting adjourned. Let us proceed to Latvia. Ding, mission assault on Latvia. Mission synopsis. Young agents, Hydra is conducting research on the mutant population in Latvia. Your task is to eradicate it completely. But is Hydra the sole orchestrator of this endeavor? Chapter 22, The Unexpected Passenger. The Quinjet surged through the clouds, racing alongside the X-Men's aircraft. This time, the X-Men dispatched a roster of well-known figures. Jean Grey, Emma Frost, Cyclops, Iceman, Mystique, Wolverine, Storm, and indeed Magneto. Yes, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto, White Duck's lifelong nemesis and confidant, their relationship steeped in a complex blend of rivalry and affection. The presence of Magneto in this mission was an unexpected twist for Li Chengfeng. However, he recognized that the X-Men and the Brotherhood, despite their differing ideologies and methods, ultimately shared a common goal: the welfare of the mutant populace. It is akin to the existence of both doves and hawks within a political party. They may engage in fierce conflict, yet when a third party intervenes, they instinctively unite against it. Based on the intelligence available, the current Brotherhood of Mutants does not appear to be an extremist organization, and the X-Men occasionally share information with them. However, the notion of collaboration seemed utterly fantastical. On one hand, the X-Men were perceived as a cowardly lot, while on the other, the Brotherhood was seen as a band of reckless hotheads. Thus, it stood to reason that even if Magneto were aware of this operation, he would not participate. Yet, this was merely Li Chengfeng's analysis and conjecture. The reality was that this old Magneto had indeed joined the fray. He intercepted Li Chengfeng's Quinjet midway and became part of the operation. Wolverine, too, was perplexed by Magneto's intentions, prompting him to leave the X-Men's aircraft and join Li Chengfeng's Quinjet, merely to witness the unfolding drama. "Greetings, Magneto," Eric Lenscher. "I wonder from whom you acquired the intelligence for this operation?" Li Chengfeng inquired. "Agent Li Chengfeng, there is no need for undue apprehension. I harbor no ill intentions," Magneto replied, his demeanor uncharacteristically amiable for a figure associated with extremist violence, creating a striking contrast to his usual aura. At that moment, he seemed to be deliberately suppressing his wrath. "I recognize that your intentions are not malevolent. Otherwise, you could have simply unleashed your powers upon us from a distance." Li Chengfeng nodded. "Yet regardless of your intentions, I must ascertain your purpose. Neither the Bureau nor the X-Men can ally with a potentially dangerous individual whose motives remain unclear." "Very well, all of this was relayed to me by that fellow Xavier. As for the reason, you shall soon discover." With that, he surprisingly produced 2 documents from the Bureau. Li Chengfeng scratched his head and took the papers. Within the Hydra research facility in Latveria, a pair of siblings had been identified as primary subjects for experimentation. It has been confirmed that these siblings indeed possess the X gene, but not as a natural occurrence. Rather, their powers were forcibly induced by some unknown external force. This has resulted in their abilities being of uncertain development and highly unstable, accompanied by numerous side effects. The sister, Wanda Maximoff, and the brother, Pietro Maximoff. Upon perusing the information provided by the old man, Li Chengfeng could not help but scrutinize him further. There are numerous origin tales surrounding the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. They were originally indeed the children of the old man. Yet the most recent narrative has shifted to their lineage being from a family of gypsy sorcerers, having been deceived into believing that Magneto was their father. Could it be that in this world, Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch truly share a bloodline with the old man? No wonder she was so eager. It turns out she came to settle her debts from past romances. Otherwise, how could this mutant rogue possibly involve himself in the X-Men's endeavors? On the other hand, it is evident that the White Duck truly harbors affection for this old ally. My instincts tell me that you have certainly not been speaking kindly of him. Wolverine leaned closer to Li Chengfeng, cheerfully remarking, "What is understood need not be spoken. We remain good friends." Li Chengfeng stood, surveying the entire Quinjet. The old man, desperately practicing a genial smile that increasingly resembled that of Shark. Wolverine, watching the old man practice his smile, had inadvertently twisted his own mouth into a grin. Ada Wong, focused intently on piloting the aircraft, and Harley Quinn, questioning whether Ada's leather pants would balloon when she farted. It was all so absurdly tranquil. Did this feel reminiscent of a multinational crusade against an evil organization? This atmosphere was hardly conducive to such a serious endeavor. It felt more like a spring outing. As they entered the airspace, both aircraft activated their cloaking mode, erasing themselves from radar detection. Both teams were on high alert. A bit of leisure during the journey was acceptable, but all present were competent warriors, well aware of when to adopt a serious demeanor. Well, perhaps with the exception of Harley Quinn. Ultimately, they positioned themselves 2 kilometers from the Hydra research facility. The 2 teams disembarked from their jets. The X-Men and the old man exchanging glances filled with mutual dissatisfaction. The X-Men were displeased with the old man's sudden involvement in this operation, while he was frustrated that this group of inept individuals allowed mutants to be so oppressed by Hydra. And to add insult to injury, they were tormenting his long-lost children. Upon observing the situation, Li Chengfeng cleared his throat twice, then interjected amidst the pre-battle command to disrupt the standoff between the 2 factions. The stronghold of the Hydra was an ancient castle, with the garrison numbers totaling around 1,000, a considerable force equipped with both light and heavy weaponry, including several tanks and armored vehicles. To put it bluntly, This armament was sufficient to destabilize this small nation. However, for us, this level of defensive strength could be deemed rather feeble. For heaven's sake, a group of superpowered mutants serving as the main force. Backed by logistical support from the Joint Investigation Bureau, what could a 1,000-strong Hydra army use to retaliate? Therefore, agents should bear in mind one crucial point. While eliminating the enemy, please refrain from causing excessive destruction to the terrain, as it is the land of ordinary citizens. Yet when it comes to lives, there should be no burden or pressure. Li Chengfeng gestured with his hands, stating that they have all become akin to Nazis. And it was high time to anticipate such a day, for such entities as the Nazis deserve annihilation. Li's words were indeed quite audacious. Iceman and Cyclops exchanged glances, then smiled and clapped hands. They appreciated Li Chengfeng's style and were already eager to engage. Observing the scene were Mystique, Emma Frost, Jean Grey, and Storm, a group of captivating women who collectively sighed. Amen. They never seem to grow up. Chapter 23. Is your name Strack? Listen well, this is not a drill. We are under attack. Repeat, we are under attack. In the lower levels of the castle, which served as the Hydra research facility, a pair of siblings were currently confined within an unknown transparent isolation room, their expressions filled with terror as they watched the Nazis of Hydra suddenly descend into chaos. What the hell? Who is attacking the research facility? We had clearly negotiated terms with that individual. We do not know. Baron Strack, all enemy data is unknown. Currently, only 4 individuals can be identified. Who are they? 3 of them are Level 7 Agent Li Chengfeng, Level 4 Agent Ada Wong, and Trainee Agent Harley Quinn from the Joint Investigation Bureau. The Bureau has intervened? Strack's expression instantly darkened. What about the 4th individual? The 4th individual is... Why are you stuttering at a time like this? Do not hesitate. Speak quickly. Yes, the 4th individual is Magneto, the leader of that insane violent organization, Magneto. Upon hearing this name, Strack's eyes nearly bulged out of his sockets, threatening to crash down upon his feet. Magneto, the creature capable of manipulating magnetic fields? Strack's complexion turned a ghastly shade as he glanced at the large screen typically used to display experimental data. What appeared now was a live battle report. It was a complete one-sided massacre. His own 1,000-strong, organized army was utterly powerless against the relentless bombardment of this group, and soon the defensive line was shattered into pieces. How could they resemble the siblings who had just awakened their abilities through experimentation? Could it be? Is this power not bestowed by the scepter of Asgard, but rather an inherent trait residing within certain individuals? Could it be that the scepter merely serves as a key to unlock these latent abilities? Indeed, the scepter, this world has already witnessed the invasion of Earth by Loki. However, this event transpired 2 years prior to Li Chengfeng's arrival, and on this occasion, Loki chose not New York, but rather the nearby metropolis. Thus, humanity was first introduced to the concept of superheroes and what it means to be superhuman. Furthermore, Li Chengfeng and the Bureau's assessment was flawed. Hydra, specifically the faction led by Strucker, was only aware that some individuals possessed extraordinary powers, yet remained oblivious to the existence of mutants. Nevertheless, it seems Strucker is beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Strucker is, after all, an exceptionally skilled researcher, his achievements in the field likely rivaling those of Bruce Banner and Tony Stark. Otherwise, he would not possess the intellect to unravel the mysteries of Loki's scepter, an artifact containing the Mind Stone, one of the Infinity Stones of unparalleled prestige. Everything was erroneous. The misdirection lay in their research approach. They had assumed the scepter endowed them with power, only to discover that this potent scepter was merely a key. Observing Strucker's escalating agitation, one of his sycophants leaned in, lowering his voice to say, "Baron Strucker, it appears the collapse of our defense forces is imminent. We must retreat." Retreat? How could one escape from a multitude of individuals endowed with formidable superhuman abilities? Baron Strucker forced a grim smile. Their timing was unfortunate. Had they arrived a mere 30 hours later, the protective barrier forged from the scepter's energy would have been completed. Then, as if possessed by a chameleon, he abruptly adopted a fervent expression, rallying the unaware Hydra soldiers around him, declaring, "Damn the Bureau for sending a band of uniformed jesters to test our faith and loyalty. We shall never surrender. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra!" The soldiers, stirred by Strucker's rhetoric, were instantly ignited with fervor, their eyes aflame with a desire to charge into battle and unleash a series of sacrificial assaults. Strucker, satisfied with this display, nodded approvingly before turning to his trusted aide and stating, "Delete the files. I am prepared to surrender. Should the Bureau acquire our research data, they will swiftly transform it into reality. Just as Strucker manipulated his troops as a diversion to buy time for his covert surrender, the top of the castle suddenly exploded. A man and two women descended in an elevator crafted from the green light of willpower. The newcomers were none other than Chengfeng, transformed into Green Lantern, alongside Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. So, you're a Strucker, are you? You bald fool. I surrender. I am willing to relinquish everything here. Just spare my life. What? Chengfeng was indifferent to the fate that awaited Strucker. However, the sight of the bald man was indeed quite irksome to him. Was this abject plea for mercy not devoid of any dignity? Weeping and wailing, he sought to barter all his resources for the sake of survival. Chengfeng had not originally intended to terminate him directly, but now he found himself reconsidering. Could he not take a cue from his Hydra compatriots, who embodied the spirit of unwavering resistance? Those individuals would rather face death than submit, as they shouted for the severing of one head only to sprout two more, or proclaimed the glory of Hydra while willingly offering their necks for slaughter. One might mistakenly perceive them as a noble revolutionary organization. The true horror lay in recognizing their Nazi and cult-like affiliations. Soon, the X-Men had dealt with the remaining armed forces outside and entered the research facility. Strucker once again resorted to his lamentations. Yet, it was the ever-reliable Wolverine who seized the bald man by the collar and dragged him away, leaving Strucker in a state that could only be described as half-dead. Raven, has the military been thoroughly cleared? The soldiers have been completely annihilated. However, all support personnel, including researchers, have been secured and are in a stable mental state. Mystique, an elder of similar age to Wolverine, was not one to act recklessly. With her astute mind, this blue-skinned matriarch recognized the significance of the researchers. Although the awakening of the X gene was induced by Loki's scepter, it was predicated on a foundational understanding of the X gene itself. To have conducted such research without a comprehensive grasp of this mutant population was nothing short of extraordinary. If they could impart knowledge regarding the X gene to these researchers, it might lead to the development of more controllable methods for ability awakening or even enhancements to their powers. Their affiliation with Hydra was of little consequence. Within the current ranks of the Bureau and its academy, they were not lacking in telepaths. On Monday, they had the Mind Butterfly. Tuesday brought the Shadow Cuckoo. Wednesday featured the White Queen. Thursday was for Jean Grey, Friday belonged to Omega, and Saturday, the White Duck. Sunday saw the White Duck organizing a collective team-building exercise. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, they engaged in high-intensity telepathic indoctrination. Hydra? Even 100 Hydras could be reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Chapter 24. An unharmonious reunion between father and daughter. As the primary force for the removal of heavy weaponry, Magneto arrived last, positioning himself at the rear of the X-Men without engaging anyone, not even Mystique, with whom he had previously collaborated seamlessly. At that moment, Chengfeng, having already shed his green light transformation, led the X-Men to the lower levels of the castle, which housed the most crucial section of the Hydra research facility, the laboratory. In the center, two transparent holding cells stood prominently, where the brother and sister, who had recently occupied the same cell, were now separated. Without uttering a word, Magneto suddenly accelerated beneath his feet, effortlessly passing by the crowd, still silent. Yet, his expression was a tempest of emotions: anger, regret, anticipation. Chengfeng and Cyclops began to gossip in hushed tones. Why has Magneto, as a mutant, become estranged from you all? Aren't you all part of the same kin? He gazed at you as if you owed him millions. You might not be aware, he was once our leader, much like Xavier, and the most powerful mutant within our ranks. However, due to differing ideologies, we ultimately parted ways, forming the Brotherhood of Mutants and Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Stance. Chengfeng Nudda. The weight of this term seemed immense, embodying an irreconcilable divide. A stance cannot be easily altered. Given that the discord between the two factions stems from such a fundamental issue, why would Magneto, as the leader of the Brotherhood, choose to partake in this endeavor? Is it merely due to a word from White Duck Egg? Cyclops shrugged. Magneto's methods have always been extreme and unpredictable. In the absence of his clarification, I can only speculate. Wait, did you just say White Duck Egg? You can't be referring to Professor Xavier? Who else could it be? Just look at his bald head. If it isn't White Duck Egg, what else could it be? Are you not aware of the tales surrounding the two leaders of the Joint Commission, White Duck Egg and Black Soy Egg? Ha 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 ha, that is truly vivid. White Duck Egg. Chengfeng observed the X-Men, stifling laughter, alongside Wolverine, who was laughing heartily, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. So this is the nature of the X-Men. White Duck Egg has truly misplaced his trust. Magneto, cease at once. Are you trying to frighten the children? Li Chengfeng intended to caution against scaring the two siblings, for their confusion and helplessness indeed resembled that of children. But then he reconsidered. At 25, it seemed inappropriate to refer to two 20-year-olds as kids. After conveying his thoughts, he gestured for Ada Wong and Harley Quinn to locate the switch to unlock the cage. Once again, Li Chengfeng turned his attention to the pair of siblings. The brother appeared ensnared in a tumultuous vortex of speed, unable to extricate himself. At times, his swiftness was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, while at others, he moved so rapidly that he left a series of afterimages within the confines of the cage, almost resembling a technique of duplication. Meanwhile, the sister seemed to dwell in her own world, with her brother occasionally intruding upon it. She was engrossed, her vacant eyes fixated on a few worn-out blocks, manipulating them not with her hands, but through crimson magical energy derived from chaotic sorcery. Indeed, this pair was none other than the illustrious Quicksilver and Scarlet, Witch from the original narrative. Yet, at this moment, they were merely two half-formed beings confined within a laboratory. Their X-gene abilities remained undeveloped, and, even more critically, uncontrolled. Given their current state, they would struggle not only to engage in combat, but perhaps even to manage their daily lives. Soon, Ada Wong and Harley Quinn procured the code to unlock the cage from several core Hydra researchers. Then, with a gentle sound, the transparent cage finally opened after a series of inputs on the host. However, the siblings did not dare to step out of the confines of the cage. Instead, they clung tightly to each other's hands. This seemed to be their sanctuary, a place where they could shield one another from further harm. Do not be alarmed. I am an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, here to rescue you. Li Chengfeng attempted to enter this safe space. Noticing their lack of distress, he endeavored to establish rapport. Could you share your names with me? I am Wanda Maximoff. Pietro Maximoff. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback by how easily he could connect with them. This was largely due to Scarlet, which having awakened her chaotic powers, albeit just recently. And though she had yet to master the manipulation of such strength, she could still sense Li Chengfeng's untainted goodwill. The initial unease quickly dissipated. Even though their prolonged confinement had rendered their nerves somewhat frayed, they were not completely unhinged. They could still discern basic moral distinctions. For instance, the Hydra agents who had been conducting experiments on them were undoubtedly malevolent. Conversely, the Joint Investigation Bureau, which aimed to eliminate these Hydra agents, was, at least in that moment, a force for good. However, Magneto was overwhelmed with emotion. Both the existence of the nation of Latveria and the striking resemblance of Pietro to his younger self confirmed his suspicions. These were his lost children. The notion of love, marriage, and the joy of raising a family sparked an evolution in his previously extremist ideologies. Yet, as his identity became known, he faced persecution from anti-mutant organizations and betrayal from neighbors, leading to a complete loss of faith in humanity. The loss of his son and daughter had transformed him into the Magneto who was now quick to resort to violence. What? Polaris? That is yet another tale concerning the old man. Upon confirming the identities of the siblings, Magneto trembled with excitement, his hands betraying signs of age. Do you both remember your father? Father? If you mean our adoptive parents, they have perished. Upon mentioning the deceased parents, Wanda's previously confused gaze sharpened, revealing traces of resentment. The civil unrest in Latveria had claimed their lives beneath the bombs of Stark Industries. We became the lab rats confined in that transparent cage to gain the power necessary for revenge. Is it true that you willingly joined Hydra's experiments for this purpose? Li Chengfeng nodded. This clarified why Hydra, despite being unaware of the existence of mutants, was researching the X gene. They had essentially walked into their own demise. Chapter 25. The Asgardian Princess in the Dungeon. Yet, when it came to the deaths of their adoptive parents, Stark could hardly evade culpability. After all, in his early years, he was an arms dealer. Although he has ceased arms manufacturing now, Stark Industries, during the reign of Obadiah Stane, was responsible for the extensive trafficking of weaponry, much of which found its way into the black market. Those unscrupulous middlemen profited handsomely from the resale of Stark Industries arms. However, the sins of an arms dealer are a stain that Stark can never wash away. It is only reasonable for that little mustachioed man to bow in respect. However, seeking vengeance in such a manner is futile. Why target the seller of bombs rather than the one who throws them? Really? Stark Industries? The frequently televised Tony Stark? Very well. I shall go and assist you in eliminating him, for the sake of your adoptive parents' revenge. Upon hearing this, Old Man Juan felt a surge of fury rise to his forehead, and he stood up to stride outside. Star Tower could be considered an iconic edifice of New York. If Old Man One truly sought him out, and if Tony Stark had not crafted a suit of anti-Magneto armor from non-metallic materials beforehand, there would be little hope for him. However, before Li Chengfeng could intervene, Magneto was abruptly immobilized by a voice. "Why do you ask me this question?" Wanda inquired, perplexed. "Who are you, truly?" "Child, I am your biological father. Are you powerful?" Wanda gazed intently at Magneto, an inexplicable emotion swirling within her. "I am one of the strongest mutants." "Then where were you when our mother was tormented by illness? Where were you when we shivered, homeless, beneath a bridge? Where were you when our adoptive parents, who saved us and gave us a true home, perished in that explosion?" Magneto opened his mouth several times to respond, but ultimately fell silent. There was no room for defense. A succession of questions left even Wolverine, who had the least affinity for Magneto, sighing in sympathy, unprecedentedly placing a hand on Magneto's shoulder to offer comfort to the young girl. "Pietro and I never needed a father like you." Her resolute tone, combined with a frail voice, transformed into a sword that Wanda wielded to sever the already tenuous ties of blood. They had imagined what their biological father might look like. They had longed for their father to find them. However, from this day forth, Wanda and Pietro would have no father. Their father had perished in that damned explosion. Now, they only had each other. Li Chengfeng covered his mouth, fearful that laughing at this moment would be inappropriate. Nonetheless, he eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Yet, after Wanda uttered the words that severed the father-daughter bond, it seemed Magneto understood that he was indeed an unworthy father, unqualified for forgiveness. Thus, he erupted with murderous intent, storming out. What a sight! Is this anger directed at Stark because his daughter confronted him? Li Chengfeng rushed forward and seized Magneto's shoulder. "Eric, what do you intend to do?" "To kill. Don't even think about it." Without a second thought, Li Chengfeng firmly rejected him, stating that the Joint Commission would not allow him to kill Stark. "Do not obstruct my path. A federal agent poses no threat to me." Yet, Li Chengfeng remained composed and continued. "First and foremost, it is not that I refuse to allow you to kill. Rather, the Federal Bureau would never consent to such an act, although your abilities are undeniably formidable. Do you truly believe you can surpass the entire resources of the American Federal Bureau? Can you outmatch the X-Men as a whole? Moreover, and most importantly, how can you presume that I pose no threat to you?" As dust swirled around them, an old adage came to mind: survive the plunge, and one remains unscathed amidst the smoke. In the bright daylight, with the night looming vast, the malevolent spirits have nowhere to hide. The treacherous forces tremble before the light of divinity. With the green light of all rising into the heavens, the dust was dispelled. Li Chengfeng had completed his transformation into the Green Lantern, effortlessly tossing his magnum and terminal to Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, the only two metallic possessions on his person. "Now, let us resume our battle," Li Chengfeng declared. No sooner had he finished speaking than Magneto made his move. Ruthless and concise, he was a villain who never indulged in unnecessary chatter. However, Li Chengfeng found himself devoid of any metal for Magneto to exploit. Thus, he opted for the metallic debris outside the castle. The battlefield was strewn with scrap iron following their previous skirmish. This detritus coalesced into massive steel spikes, launching toward Li Chengfeng. Yet, with the green light of wool materializing into two high-velocity chainsaw swords in his hands, Li Chengfeng charged forward, effortlessly severing the approaching debris. Magneto, however, was caught off guard. Having just dealt with heavy weaponry, he entered the castle only to discover that Li Chengfeng had already relinquished his Green Lantern form. Consequently, Magneto remained oblivious to Li Chengfeng's peculiar abilities. It must be said, the powers of the Green Lantern ring countered Magneto's abilities remarkably well, as the magnetic field could not influence the light of will. Thus, what appeared to be a celestial duel swiftly came to an end. The spectacle of Magneto conjuring a tempest of metal was undeniably fearsome. Yet now he stood merely as an old man restrained by the green energy cuffs. Li Chengfeng observed Magneto, sensing that something was still amiss. Harley Quinn approached, gathering some gauze from the laboratory, stuffing it into Magneto's mouth, and sealing it with tape. Finally, Li Chengfeng enveloped Magneto in a layer of green light as a barrier, completely severing his connection to the outside world. "Well, how did you know I intended to gag him?" Li Chengfeng Kipat. Back in my days of kidnapping, this was standard procedure. After witnessing it so often, one learns. The exchange between Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn drew curious glances from the surrounding X-Men. "Brother, we are agents of the Federal Bureau. After all, how come you are so well versed in the methods of criminals?" Ada Wong refrained from engaging in Harley Quinn's playful banter, as she found the layout of the castle to be rather peculiar. The internal and external spaces appeared disproportionately aligned, suggesting that Here lies a descending, secret passage. Ada Wong has finally located the switch to this passage and continues, stating that typically, the subterranean tunnels of such ancient castles serve but two purposes: escape or concealed dungeons. Li Chengfeng gazes at Ada in astonishment. Truly, Sister Wong is a person of few words but great deeds. Yet, if only she could heed her own advice and don a pair of white silk stockings, that would be splendid. However, this thought is swiftly cast aside by Li Chengfeng. For the allure of leather trousers and high boots is undeniably captivating. Employing willpower's green glow, he levitates Magneto before him, effectively keeping a watchful eye on him while simultaneously providing illumination, a double advantage. Though the passage spirals downward, it is not excessively long, and they soon reach the bottom. What greets their sight is a high-tech cell that starkly contrasts with the ancient fortress. Within stands a handsome, yet somewhat sinister man. He raises his hands in exasperation and speaks. Well, it seems another group has arrived. Do you all wish to receive divine insight from the great god of deception? Chapter 26. 150 years? Prices have risen. 200 years. Loki, confined within the cell, utters these words, instantly silencing the X-Men. Did you hear that? He just claimed to be a god. Indeed, Emma, no need for such alarm. After living for so long, I've encountered more than my share of lunatics claiming divinity. Logan, your longevity is impressive, but can you truly compare yourself to Raven? I have no intention of competing with an old crone over age. Who else would dare to claim they're merely a couple of 100 years old when their actual age is frighteningly advanced? Who knows, perhaps she covets my youthful vitality. Logan, do be quiet. You still consider yourself young? Lee is far younger than you. She is in her prime at 25. Show a little decency. You're at the age of being a grandparent. However, as the topic drifts further afield, even Loki within his cell rolls his eyes. These earthlings are truly noisy. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng rubs his eyes and scrutinizes Loki within the cage. Indeed, is truly Loki himself. When he researched significant events in this world within the database of the Joint Intelligence Bureau, he learned of the Loki invasion incident that transpired here. However, the invasion targeted Metropolis, only to be abruptly thwarted by Kansas Giant, thus avoiding the Metropolis War. Following the invasion, Loki vanished entirely, with no information even available to the Joint Intelligence Bureau. Though he had previously seen Loki's scepter in the laboratory, he had not anticipated that Loki was indeed confined within this Hydra research facility's dungeon. What can one say? A prison surprise? Firstly, we, the citizens of the Republic, do not believe in foreign deities. Li Chengfeng approaches and taps on the window of the cell, adding, furthermore, I have never heard of any deity being captured by a bunch of pyramid schemers. Can you as Guardians not draft your boasts? Do you truly believe Earth is a primitive civilization? You should have mentioned you knew I was Asgardian. Do you think I would feel embarrassed crafting such a narrative? Loki, upon having his true identity unveiled, did not resort to denial. However, to be candid, the present Earth bears little distinction from primordial civilizations in the eyes of Asgard. Li Chengfeng observed the awkward demeanor of Loki within the confines of the room, and he found himself in complete agreement with the fans who had dubbed Loki the Second Princess. Indeed, there are no misnamed titles, only misapplied epithets, an epitome of adolescent arrogance. Li Chengfeng gestured once more for Ada Wong to utilize her expertise in locating the switch to unlock the cell. Before proceeding, however, he needed to inquire about certain matters. Now that we have mutually disclosed our identities, I shall pose a few questions to you. Should your responses be satisfactory, I may consider your release. Should they fall short, do prepare to face dire consequences. I strongly advise against such a course of action, for your world would then have to reckon with the wrath of the Asgardian army. Li Chengfeng understood that Loki spoke with unvarnished truth. Despite not being Odin's biological son, Odin's demeanor toward Loki could only be described as indulgent. Being the offspring of Lao Fei, the frost giant and Odin's nemesis, Odin treated him as his own, even sealing away Loki's frost giant traits, rendering him indistinguishable from the Asgardians. Although the seal would temporarily falter in the presence of similar powers, he merely appeared as an Asgardian with a blue hue to his skin. This clearly indicated that Odin had gone to great lengths to permanently alter Loki's physical characteristics using the might of a divine father. How could this be? Dear god of mischief, Loki Odinson, I simply believe it in utter ways to transfer you from one cell to another. Li Chengfeng rubbed his hands together, akin to a cunning merchant preparing to deceive a naive heir. Instead, allow me to propose a 150-year employment contract on behalf of the Federal Bureau, hiring you as a senior agent. What do you say? Hiring? Are you jesting? Loki retorted, yet Li Chengfeng discerned his eagerness through his fidgeting gestures. Loki, although shrewd and calculating, was far from patient. Choose between a cell and constrained freedom, Li Chengfeng stated, not wishing to prolong the discussion. He feigned turning away to signal the X-Men to prepare for departure. Fine, 150 years it is. I shall sign the contract. Too late. Your moment of hesitation has increased the price to 200 years. You, merchant of deceit, would be strung up atop a tower in Asgard for such trickery. I accept 200 years. Loki appeared to grit his teeth, yet inwardly, he relished the prospect. See, I've acquiesced. Release me quickly. Your female colleague has already found the switch. Open this tedious and sturdy contraption at once. Li Chengfeng chose to remain silent, simply biding his time. Are we not opening it yet? Ada Wong inquired. But upon seeing Li Chengfeng shake his head, she withdrew her hand from the switch. The others were left perplexed by Li Chengfeng's intentions. However, the cunning glint that had previously adorned his features had vanished, replaced by a grave expression. After exchanging glances among themselves, they opted to gather around the figure bound by the green light of will. Since there was nothing to occupy her time, she thought it fitting to mock Magneto a little, for such opportunities might not arise again, especially with Harley Quinn, whose eccentric persona compelled Li Chengfeng to lower the barrier, allowing her to embellish the tape covering Magneto's mouth with an exaggerated, vibrant red lip drawn in lipstick. Ah, Magneto, how the tables have turned. The X-Men erupted into a subdued yet joyful laughter, particularly the daring White Queen and Mystique, both of whom had once been part of the Brotherhood of Mutants. They even took Harley's lipstick to create their own artistic renditions. Ada Wong, observing the scene, couldn't help but marvel at how the dynamics at the AmeriCorps had become increasingly absurd since Li Chengfeng's arrival. She silently prayed for the old man, hoping he did not suffer from cardiovascular ailments. Just recalling it made her feel her blood pressure rise, nearly reaching her temples. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng glanced towards the empty space outside the cell, murmuring, "It's here." No sooner had he spoken than a portal shimmering with green light materialized before them. A figure clad in iron armor and a green cloak stepped through the portal. "We've been waiting for you, Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom." Chapter 27, Dr. Doom. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. From the moment Li Chengfeng heard the name Latveria, he felt a twinge of unease. This world was, after all, a hybrid universe, and he pondered whether other monstrous entities might lurk within Hydra or Latveria itself. Even though the mission briefing from the system hinted at a significant figure behind this incident, he still couldn't ascertain who that might be. However, upon discovering the dungeon and witnessing Loki's presence, his suspicions were confirmed. Hydra, operating within a nation ruled by a dictator like Latveria, not only had research facilities, but also a military force of thousands for protection. This could only mean that the clandestine ruler of Latveria, Dr. Doom, had forged an alliance with Hydra. Moreover, while Loki had been bested by the Kansas giant, who could truly escape unscathed from such a confrontation? Loki may have been relatively weak, but he still warranted the title of a god, even within the ranks of Hydra. Capturing a god from Asgard and imprisoning him within a fortress in Latveria was a feat only Dr. Doom could accomplish. After all, to ensnare a god, it required another god. In contrast to Ada Wong and Harley Quinn's astonishment, the X-Men were rather accustomed to the idea of portals, given the existence of Blink. However, the portal before them clearly surpassed Blink's capabilities. Suddenly, the White Queen let out a piercing scream, her body swaying as she pressed her forehead in agony. "Emma, what is happening?" Mystique rushed to support the White Queen, asking if her telepathic abilities had suffered backlash. The White Queen's once flawless complexion was now devoid of color, pallid and weak as she nodded feebly. Upon witnessing her acknowledgement, all the X-Men immediately entered a state of readiness. "You foolish and impudent telepaths, who seek to unveil every secret lurking within the hearts of those that pique your interest," Dr. Doom remarked, his tone flat, yet laced with palpable disdain. "I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment. A mature telepath should emulate Professor Xavier, refraining from prying into the minds of others without necessity. Chevalier, the head of that mutant faction in America, it seems you are aware of the existence of mutants, yet you have not fully disclosed this knowledge to Hydra, only informing them that certain individuals possess supernatural abilities." As Li Chengfeng spoke, he stepped forward and extended his hand. "I am Agent Li Chengfeng, Level 7 of the Bureau." Typically, a figure as proud and ruthless as Dr. Doom would be unlikely to shake hands with someone like Li Chengfeng. Li himself harbored similar thoughts. He extended his hand more out of curiosity, as he found this public persona of Dr. Doom somewhat peculiar, almost too amiable. Indeed, far too amiable. The White Queen had merely been momentarily countered. The Doctor in the original narrative would have imparted a profound lesson to her. After all, He is a dictator capable of wielding life and death over an entire nation. Dr. Doom glanced down at Li Chengfeng's outstretched hand and, to Li's astonishment, he actually grasped it. Li was taken aback. Could it be that a benevolent version of Dr. Doom had emerged from the multiverse? However, when Li Chengfeng attempted to withdraw his hand, Doom maintained his firm grip. Well, I know I exude a certain cynical charm, but must you hold on for so long? Li chuckled, yet Dr. Doom ignored him, instead posing another question. Is that ring on your finger acquired from Westchester County? Li furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Do you recognize the Green Lantern ring? Wait, was Westgear originally aligned with you? Indeed, the entire Umbrella Corporation remains intact under my protection. Thus, it is only reasonable for you to assist Hydra in my endeavors. Ah, that explains everything. Li had long been puzzled as to why Westgear and his Umbrella Corporation were researching the Green Lantern power battery, which seemed unrelated to biological viruses. All this time, they were merely working for Dr. Doom. It was difficult to fathom how someone of your scientific and magical prowess could find interest in the unscrupulous antics of the Umbrella Corporation. Alas, this is a request from Miranda. As a magnanimous ruler, I always respond to the pleas of my neighbors. Miranda, could you be referring to the Mother Miranda? The location certainly aligned, as the village in Resident Evil 8 indeed lay within Eastern Europe. It was reasonable, too reasonable, in fact. Li manifested a spiral blade upon his hand, compelling Dr. Doom to release his grip and take a step back. Though Dr. Doom's enigmatic armor can withstand a significant portion of both physical and magical assaults, it is effortlessly breached by the manifestation of the will's emerald light. Observing the blood seeping from his hand, Dr. Doom exhibits no trace of anger. Rather, he gazes with a certain fascination at the resplendent green light of will. This is indeed an extraordinary force previously unseen. For Dr. Doom, the power of the emotional spectrum is truly unparalleled. Unlike technology or magic, the emotional spectrum is a form of cosmic energy derived from a myriad of emotions. In simpler terms, it is a manifestation of idealism. Take, for instance, the Green Lantern ring. Possessing exceptional willpower allows one to don it and become a Green Lantern. However, should that will falter, the power diminishes, and the ring may abandon its bearer. The most significant distinction from technology and magic lies in its lack of any underlying principles. Much like the elusive nature of how emotions are born. Dr. Doom steps forward again, not to shake hands with Li Chengfeng, but to lightly touch the Green Lantern ring. Instantly, Li Chengfeng feels the pulsing energy emanating from the ring. In the next moment, the Green Lantern power battery materializes in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, Li Chengfeng uncovers something previously unnoticed during his first encounter with the battery. A small shark composed of green light is joyfully swimming within it. An ion shark? Is this not the Green Lantern's beast? Should it not be contained within the central power battery of OA, overseeing the sector? At this moment, Li Chengfeng recalls that after acquiring the Green Lantern ring, no one summoned him to OA to officially join the Green Lantern Corps. This implies that, in this hybrid universe, either the Green Lantern Corps, including OA, has been utterly annihilated, or it has only just begun to take form. As Li Chengfeng contemplates this, the small shark within the power battery suddenly accelerates its swimming pace, and in the next instant, a brand new Green Lantern ring is birthed from the battery. Soaring towards Dr. Doom, intelligent life has been identified. Victor Von Doom from Earth. You possess a formidable will to conquer fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Chapter 28, Alliance, a bloodless prophet. Li Chengfeng gasps at the scene unfolding before him. While he believes Dr. Doom as persona is more suited to the Yellow Lantern Corps, it is not entirely surprising that he has been chosen by the Green Lantern ring. Theoretically, Dr. Doom is capable of resisting telepathic abilities through his own willpower, and such a level of determination is not unexpected for a Green Lantern. What astonishes Li Chengfeng more is the Green Lantern power battery in his possession. Is he truly to commence the construction of the Green Lantern Corps from scratch? The selection of candidates for the ring is not within his control. It is simply a matter of fate. Most importantly, he hopes that the new Green Lantern Corps does not follow the law of annihilation. Is this the unknown power you wield? Since you have already delved into the study of the Green Lantern power battery, you should comprehend that this power is entirely unrelated to technology or magic. I endeavored to wield all the forbidden magics at my disposal, yet I found myself unable to either obliterate it or awaken it. Dr. Destruction did not immediately don the Green Lantern ring. I experimented with every controllable energy known to mankind, yet to no avail, even resorting to the base forms you mentioned. This energy field is ignited by the emotions of all living beings in the cosmos, a manifestation of energy birthed from the unintentional emotional expressions of the universe's inhabitants. There are 7 distinct forms: the rage of the Red Lantern, the greed of the Orange Lantern, the fear of the Yellow Lantern, the willpower of the Green Lantern, the hope of the Blue Lantern, the compassion of the Indigo Lantern, and the love of the Violet Lantern. The willpower Green Lantern, positioned at the center of the emotional spectrum, symbolizes order and balance. How remarkable it is that such an idealistic force exists in our world. A materialist super scientist finds the concept of the emotional spectrum to be astonishingly transcendent. Indeed, the essence of magic is quite materialistic, fundamentally an exchange of energy. Yet, this is his first encounter with a force as nearly idealistic as the emotional spectrum. In this moment, Dr. Destruction bears no resemblance to a typical boss character. Rather, he appears as a thirsting student, nodding incessantly as he absorbs all knowledge concerning the emotional spectrum. He prepares to grasp the Green Lantern ring that hovers before him. However, the term order does not quite resonate with me. As the guardian of order, the Green Lantern has chosen you. Hence you possess the qualifications to become a member of the Green Lantern Corps. Me? Dr. Destruction looks up in surprise, observing Li Chengfeng's unwavering expression. Ultimately, he shifts from pushing it away to grasping it, removing the Green Lantern ring from the air and adorning it upon the index finger of his right hand. In the brilliance of daylight and the vastness of night, in the presence of phantoms, there is nowhere to hide. Malefactors and conspirators fear the light of my divine radiance. The Green Lantern shines eternally, illuminating the ages. Just like every warrior who joins the Green Lantern Corps, Dr. Destruction instinctively recites the oath of the Green Lantern Corps under the guidance of the willpower's green light. Then, in his other hand, a Green Lantern power battery materializes. Yet, this transformation does not envelop Dr. Destruction in a foolish generic Green Lantern uniform. Instead, it manifests the insignia of the Green Lantern Corps upon his already green cloak, transforming his once monotonous garment into a dazzling spectacle. Closing his eyes, Dr. Destruction savors the power of the will's green light, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally opens his eyes. With his palm raised upward, a tumultuous green storm immediately coalesces in his hand, a testament to his ability to seamlessly blend his original magical prowess with the willpower's green light. It is truly astounding. This power is not only formidable, but also advances my research in both science and magic. Dr. Destruction gazes in astonishment at the tempest of willpower within his grasp. One might even exaggerate and claim that from this day forth, he would require neither magic circles nor laboratories. The willpower's green light can be conjured directly by his own hands. Indeed, the might of the emotional spectrum rivals the enigmatic energies of the cosmos. Yet unlike those, they possess their own consciousness. Li Chengfeng timely interjected, reminding that if one strays from the oath of the Lantern Corps, or if their will wanes into despondency, the Lantern Ring will abandon them. Is this within your control? This is a judgment belonging solely to the green light of will. Such individuals, as long as you do not target the nations they govern, are unlikely to stir up trouble. Aside from their penchant for antagonizing the enigmatic Mr., their pursuits often delve into various unknown forces. Li Chengfeng's cryptic words were also aimed at misleading Dr. Doom. Although he could not control the green light of will to draw a specific individual into the Green Lantern's fold, he could directly revoke the authority of the Green Lantern Ring through his ancestral Green Lantern furnace, which possessed the new life, Ion Shark. In essence, while it is the green light of will that determines who may join, it is Li Chengfeng who holds the power to decide who may depart. Dr. Doom nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "I have a batch of detailed information and intelligence regarding Hydra that I shall hand over to you shortly." How will you provide it to me? Shall we add each other as friends on social media? Leave that to me, Dr. Doom replied, casting a glance at the bewildered X-Men nearby. Initially, he found these mutants intriguing, as they were products of a genetic modification technology far surpassing Earth's. However, in comparison to the power of the emotional spectrum, the X gene of mutants seemed exceedingly mundane, a mere artificial power. As long as your bureau does not interfere in any matters concerning Latveria, I have no objections to an alliance with your organization. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. An alliance? He merely sought to cultivate a good rapport and broaden his connections. How did it escalate to an alliance? Yet, an alliance was undoubtedly advantageous. Although Dr. Doom was a dictator, after overthrowing the cruel and selfish monarchy of Latveria through civil war, the nation had transformed into a veritable paradise. Wanda and Pietro, unfortunate souls eager for vengeance, had willingly become subjects of superpower experimentation. Had they waited a few months longer, they would now be content civilians of Latveria. Truly, Dr. Doom deserved the title of the ultimate hexagonal warrior. In terms of technology, he was on par with, if not superior to, Bruce Banner and Tony Stark. In the realm of magic, he was an uncrowned supreme mage. He was even a master of martial arts, capable of overpowering Black Panther and Captain America in close combat, and could defeat the mimic master barehanded, without armor or the use of technology and magic. Aside from his arrogance, he was devoid of flaws. Is there no justice? Is there no law? With such an ally and the connection to the emotional spectrum, Li Chengfeng felt confident in neutralizing Dr. Doom over time. The main issue was that he was currently unable to contend with him. Just as he was preparing to depart, Li Chengfeng called out to him, "Before you leave, could you assist me with a small favor?" Chapter 29, Loki. The soulful merchant raises prices again? No, that's not what I meant. Li Chengfeng immediately waved his hand, indicating that it had nothing to do with Hydra. He then pointed towards Loki, who was cowering in the corner of his cage, having shrunk back ever since Dr. Doom's arrival. Even that loquacious and sharp-tongued individual had completely restrained himself, transforming into a serene and handsome figure. After all, he was captured by the formidable Dr. Doom. Initially, it was a comprehensive and overwhelming defeat. As one of the most distinguished sorcerers among the Nine Realms, he had been mercilessly tormented. Employing the same tactics, he feigned weakness before launching a surprise attack with a dagger, only to be met with another brutal beating. Fortunately, being an Asgardian endowed him with exceptional physical resilience. Otherwise, that barrage of blows could have easily been fatal. He could discern that even now, Thor would be no match for Dr. Doom. Moreover, in addition to Dr. Doom, there loomed a colossal figure capable of propelling him dozens of kilometers with a single punch. Was this truly the Midgard that his father spoke of as having been conquered by Asgard? Could even his father triumph over that giant? The thought sent a chill down Loki's spine. Midgard was indeed terrifying. He found himself reflecting on his father, mother, and that brutish elder brother. Truly, the most effective way to bring a reckless child back to reality is through a thorough and enlightening beating that resonates through both body and soul. However, Loki was astonished that even in his current submissive state, the agent from the Joint Commission still remembered him. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" "Haven T, I already agreed to sign a 200-year employment contract." Li Chengfeng's demeanor was amiable, yet in Loki's eyes, the level of his annoyance had skyrocketed beyond that of his brutish brother. At least his brother had some affection for him, right? 200 years? An Asgardian? An employment contract? A mind as astute as that of Dr. Doom could glean Li Chengfeng's intentions from just these two statements. Dr. Doom extended his hand, and a scroll of parchment materialized from thin air. "I have inscribed a demonic contract upon this parchment. It is currently blank. Simply inscribe the terms of the contract and sign it, and the soul of the one who violates the contract shall belong to Mephisto." Upon hearing this, Loki's face turned pale. As a sorcerer, he was well aware of the nefarious reputation of Mephisto. Should he fall into Mephisto's clutches, even Odin's intervention would come at a steep price. Watching Dr. Doom hand over the parchment to Li Chengfeng, Loki felt a sense of numbness wash over him as he saw Li Chengfeng's smug and scheming grin. "Fine, it's just 200 years. For an Asgardian. 200 years was but a fleeting moment. Once the contract concluded, he would regain his freedom." Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng was brimming with delight. Dr. Doom was employing such a ruthless strategy to undermine his opponent. It is worth noting that Mephisto is one of the most infamous among the Lords of Hell in the Marvel Universe. Aside from his formidable power, he is renowned for his cunning schemes. Countless events have borne his mark. Each year, Dr. Doom ventures into Hell to battle Mephisto in a bid to save his mother's soul. This was Mephisto's opportunity, a temptation that lured him into the abyss of power pursuit. Even with this knowledge, Dr. Doom stepped into the fray without hesitation. This also elucidates Dr. Doom's insatiable thirst for all unknown powers. He requires strength to conquer this cunning yet immensely formidable adversary. However, it is evident that he has not been idle. After years of entanglement with Mephisto, he has thoroughly delved into the arcane studies associated with the demon dimension, resulting in the creation of this scroll of parchment. This artifact shall be entrusted to you. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Li Chengfeng extended his hand once more, this time with a sincerity that surpassed his previous demeanor. Dr. Doom hesitated momentarily before reaching out to clasp Li Chengfeng's hand. How long had it been since he engaged in normal interactions with another individual? What an intriguing figure from the Republic. Just as Dr. Doom's silhouette faded into the portal, the system announced the completion of a task. Ding! Task Assault on Latvia completed. Task-related individuals: Wolverine, Emma Frost, Mystique, Dr. Doom, Loki. Acquired Wolverine's heightened senses. Acquired Emma Frost's diamond form. Acquired Mystique's aging slowdown. Acquired Dr. Doom's teleportation magic. Acquired Loki's physical prowess. Upon hearing this cascade of rewards, Li Chengfeng struggled to suppress a smile, contemplating the saddest moment of his life, thrice over to refrain from laughing aloud before the gathered company. The previous task merely served as a means to bolster his defense, ultimately relying on Batman's indomitable will to secure the ancestral Green Lantern. This time, however, the rewards were decidedly superior. Wolverine's heightened senses may not be widely renowned, yet they are akin to a beast's instinct, allowing Wolverine to intercept Quicksilver at full speed through sheer anticipation. Emma Frost's diamond form speaks for itself, possessing the hardness of diamond without its brittleness, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. Although it pales in comparison to her formidable telepathic abilities, Li Chengfeng harbors no fondness for such power. He prefers not to be burdened with excessive knowledge. Mystique's aging slowdown effectively extends longevity, elongating the peak of one's physical capabilities. Dr. Doom's teleportation magic is beyond compare, an enhanced version of Blink's ability with the capacity to transcend dimensions. As for Loki's physical attributes, they may seem amusing, yet he is a genuine descendant of the Frost Giants, comparable to his guardians in strength, appearing feeble in comparison to his brother, Sif, and the trio of valiant Asgardian warriors is merely a matter of perspective. According to Marvel's official metrics, Loki possesses a strength rating of 5, equating to an astonishing weight capacity of 75 tons. This is precisely what Li Chengfeng presently requires, as his previous peak human capabilities have become insufficient. Having received his rewards, Li Chengfeng turned to nod at the already prepared Ada Wong. "Please, open the door." No sooner had he uttered the words than the cell door swung open with a resonant hum. Loki did not flee. He found himself unable to escape. "Please. The trickster god of Asgard, Loki, has signed this contract. Henceforth we shall be esteemed colleagues, sharing a common purpose. I have no desire to share such intimacy. Does your agency not even provide uniforms? This is a metaphor. You uncultured buffoon." Behold the green ring upon Li Chengfeng's hand. Observe the peculiar mutants behind him. With tears in his eyes, Loki affixed his signature to a contract binding him for an astonishing 250 years. Cunning merchant, why have the prices surged again? Chapter 30. Li Chengfeng remarked, "Loki, you truly are something else. I'll release you, but do not lose your composure." Pointing a finger at Magneto, he cautioned him once more before lifting the green light of control. Rip! Magneto, unable to contain his eagerness, tore the tape away and spat the bandage onto the ground. However, upon witnessing his children, his fiery temper diminished by a third. He then turned his gaze to Li Chengfeng, recalling that he could not possibly defeat this agent of the agency. His anger subsided significantly. "I have no desire to involve myself in the grievances between Hydra and the Asgardians. I merely wish to take my children and depart." "Children? What children?" Li Chengfeng feigned surprise, turning to the now calm Wanda and Pietro, who were under the influence of the White Queen's telepathy. "He claims to be your father. Are you familiar with him?" "Not particularly," they replied. Magneto wished to say more, but a glance at Wanda's cold, resentful gaze nearly shattered his heart. After years of ostracism and the rift with his closest friend, his children had become his sole vulnerability. "Please convey to Charles to take good care of them." With that, Magneto took his leave from the Hydra research facility. Though I do not fully grasp the intricacies of this situation, it appears that this young man does not intend to accompany us. As Loki retrieved his scepter from the laboratory table, he spoke to Li Chengfeng. The surrounding X-Men regarded this so-called god with curious expressions. He referred to him as young. Does he not seem like a youth himself? Look at Logan. Over 200 years old, yet he resembles a middle-aged vagabond. Once one becomes a god, one ought to be several centuries or even millennia old. Addressing Magneto as young is entirely appropriate. What can be done about such discomfort? I have been compelled to sign a 250-year employment contract, having inscribed my name upon a demonic pact. As long as I do not wish to join that villain Mephisto, I must obediently follow you as an agent of the agency. Trust me, being an agent of the agency is far more enjoyable than causing chaos throughout the universe. During this recent raid on Latveria, we acquired not only powers through a system lottery, but also intercepted a trove of unsanctioned documents on the in-depth study of the X-gene. Coupled with the captured Hydra scientists, the X-Men could delve deeper into the mysteries of their mutant abilities. They would first conduct tests to ascertain whether they possess the X-gene and whether it has been activated. Would my own acquisition of the White Queen's diamond form correspondingly activate the X-gene? The answer is negative. He does not merely lack the activation of the X-gene, but is fundamentally devoid of it. This implies that the abilities bestowed by the system essentially stem from a higher dimensional power. It is truly astonishing. The bloodline of your so-called mutants is quite extraordinary. The randomness of a gene group can reach such heights. Some are weaker than ordinary individuals, while others possess the capacity to wreak havoc on a cosmic scale. Loki languidly reclined in his seat, perusing information on mutants, although he is a mage rather than a scientist. His nearly 15 centuries of experience certainly qualify him as well-versed in various matters, particularly on a cosmic scale. As far as I know, Odin once conquered the 9 realms. You're aware of this? Oh, but the Norse mythology of Midgard seems to have been inspired by us, albeit with some embellishments. I particularly enjoy the notion that the trickster god Loki is the uncle of Thor, the god of thunder. Setting mythology aside, I am merely curious. Was Earth, which you refer to as Midgard, truly conquered by Asgard? Li Chengfeng held a reserved attitude towards the term conquer. For this is not the Marvel universe, but rather a hybrid cosmos. Who knows how many great deities were hidden in ancient Earth? A fatherly figure like Odin may not have sufficed. When Odin conquered the 9 realms, Thor and I had not yet been born. Now, Asgard's history has obscured many events from that time. Who knows what truly transpired? By the way, speaking of Thor, Lee, there is something I must share with you. Loki crossed his legs, but suddenly recalled something significant, sitting upright. Before I was captured by that armored man in a green cloak, I sent out a magical distress signal to Asgard. Who did you send it to? My brother, Thor, the god of thunder. Loki chuckled awkwardly, referring to him as a big oaf. How much of a brute can he be? I have led you astray. How reckless could he possibly be? Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow in inquiry. He was uncertain whether this universe's Thor resembled the one he had encountered in various narratives. After all, Dr. Doom was a version more inclined towards research. Perhaps Thor, too, would differ. However, based on Loki's condition, Thor's strength likely remains largely unchanged. Perhaps slightly more powerful or less so, but not by any substantial margin. Given his existing abilities, while they may not suffice against a peak figure like Odin, he should have no trouble dealing with a newly emerging Thor who still relies on Mjolnir. Quite reckless indeed. He once dared to charge into Jotunheim, the abode of the frost giants, and he would likely be even more audacious now. Yet, if he received your distress signal and came to Earth, would that not signify his intent to rescue you? You should be pleased. I am indeed pleased, but I hope that if he dares to confront you, he must be subdued. What do you mean? Why would I subdue him? TSK, Loki, you truly show no mercy when it comes to your own brother. Li Chengfeng gave Loki a thumbs up, steadfast in his commitment to the path of mischief. Truly, this lad embodies a remarkable sense of conviction. Chapter 31, Teleportation, and then encountering the Goddess of Death. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau and reporting to Black Egg and White Duck, Li Chengfeng invited Wanda and Pietro Maximoff, along with Loki, into the room. The duo looked at Li Chengfeng's actions with a hint of confusion. What is this? Is there still more to be done? These siblings are Wanda and Pietro, the progeny of Magneto. One remark from Li Chengfeng left White Duck, Charles, utterly bewildered. As for the other, he is none other than Loki, the trickster god from Asgard, who is now a newly contracted agent with a 250-year labor agreement with our bureau. Both Black Egg, Nick Fury, and White Duck were equally taken aback, casting questioning glances at Li Chengfeng. They truly did get themselves into quite a situation. Weren't you supposed to be resolving the Hydra issue with the X-Men? How come you have Magneto's children and a god from Asgard here? Are you certain they are Eric's offspring? Paternity test? White Duck hesitated, then inquired how he obtained Eric's DNA. Kidnapping? Seeing the confusion in White Duck's eyes, Li Chengfeng simply spread his hands, stating, in any case, it is a tale of a father and his children that will endure for quite some time. After Li Chengfeng's embellished recounting from a third-party perspective, White Duck grasped the entire situation. Since they are Eric's children, why not have the X-Men look after them? It would be better to enroll them in the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, where mutants and children with peculiar abilities abound. They would not be regarded as outsiders. He then turned to Wanda and Pietro. Children, do not be afraid. Your father and I were once close friends. You may call me Professor X or Headmaster, and I shall take care of you. The innate kindness and the calming effect of his telepathic abilities made the siblings feel comfortable with Professor X. However, I'm sorry, Professor X, but we wish to stay with him. Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, both pointing at Li Chengfeng with their fingers. Li Chengfeng, who had been watching the scene unfold, was momentarily taken aback. Me? He stammered, perplexed about why it involved him. Yes, Li, we only trust him. The resolute words of the siblings left the usually gentle and kind White Duck feeling somewhat troubled, and he cast an inquiring look at Li Chengfeng. Well, it's fine to stay with me. Although the academy's environment suits them well, the students there can at least manage their abilities, and even if trouble arises, it won't escalate too much. Li Chengfeng approached Wanda and Pietro, Continuing, however, due to various reasons, their powers have awakened abnormally, leaving them in an unstable and uncontrollable state. If something were to go awry, it could lead to dire consequences. Nick Fury nodded upon hearing this, then gestured towards Loki, who was amusing himself by examining the trinkets on the table. So it shall be. This duo of mutant siblings, along with the so-called God of Mischief, will be directly integrated into the Star Team under your guidance. And do refrain from meddling with my artifacts. This is an antiquity unearthed from an Incan civilization site, boasting over 6 centuries of history. A mere 600 years, I could produce a crystal goblet that dates back over a millennium. Nick Fury, more adept than Professor X at navigating dealings with Chengfeng, readily offloaded any indecision or ambiguous matters onto him. After all, this was originally the mess he had created. What do they call it? Original soup? Original food? Speaking of which, I find myself rather hungry. Charles, since our mission has concluded, I invite you to celebrate at that newly opened French restaurant in Washington. As he spoke, Nick disregarded whether the White Duck had agreed, swiftly propelling his wheelchair out of the director's office, leaving Chengfeng and the others in a state of bewilderment. Come, my dear captain, shouldn't you be arranging accommodations for us next? Loki remarked, setting down the trinket and raising his hands in mock surrender. I am a formal employee under contract, promise meals, lodging, and a generous salary. Do not renege on your word. Chengfeng sighed. What do we do? Fortunately, there are enough rooms. However, Ada Wong's mindset may be affected considerably. Initially, it was merely about caring for Harley Quinn, and now there are 3 more to consider. I hope she doesn't transform entirely into Mama Wong. After arranging the necessities for several individuals, Chengfeng encountered a brief respite. Originally, there was none to be had. However, Loki surprised him, for although Wanda and Pietro's abilities stemmed from their own X-gene, they were indeed catalyzed by Loki's scepter, resulting in an inexplicable connection among the 3. Specifically, Loki could harness the power of his scepter to expedite their mastery of their abilities. This does not imply that Loki could wield the Mind Stone, but rather drew upon a fraction of the power it emanated. He was oblivious to the fact that his scepter contained such an extraordinary force. Loki, while undoubtedly intelligent, displayed a certain bluntness in some aspects that mirrored Thor, leading one to wonder if he truly lived up to the title of Odinson. How is it that they bear such resemblance without any blood relation? Having extricated himself from the responsibilities of childcare, Chengfeng finally had the opportunity to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. There was no need to test his physical prowess. He had already witnessed Wolverine's perceptual abilities. Upon returning home, Pietro, in a fit of excitement, experienced a surge in his power, accelerating to an extraordinary speed. However, Chengfeng instinctively detected this surge at its onset and managed to intercept him, averting what could have been a catastrophic airborne transformation. All that remained were the diamond form and teleportation magic. First, let us explore the diamond form, Chengfeng murmured as he activated his powers. From the diamondized heart, an ethereal transformation began to radiate throughout the body, and in the blink of an eye, he had completely metamorphosed into a being of diamond. He raised his fist. The augmentation of strength was palpable, albeit modest, approximately 1 or 2 tons. However, the enhancement in terms of bodily hardness and resilience to temperature extremes was monumental. Yet, what pleased Chengfeng the most about this form was the nearly boundless stamina it bestowed upon him. Now, it was time to conjure a teleportation spell. Where should he venture next? Chengfeng scratched his head, indecisive. He decided to grasp a globe, spinning it while shutting his eyes before pointing at a random location. Norway? Perfect for experiencing the solitude of Norway's forests. With that, he activated the teleportation spell, calculating the coordinates until a portal identical to that of Dr. Doom materialized. Stepping through, he was instantly transported to another realm of Earth. What in the world is this place? Chengfeng discovered he was not amidst Norway's forests and seas, but rather within a vast underground city. Gazing upward, he was met with a pitch-black stone ceiling. Who goes there? A raspy yet alluring female voice emerged from the darkness ahead. Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Was there truly another living soul here? Was he encountering someone lost in a perilous adventure? Without a moment's hesitation, Chengfeng sprinted towards the voice. Are you trapped here? What is your name? Indeed, I'm ensnared here. As for my identity, I am Hela, the eldest daughter of Odin, commander of the Asgardian legions, and the first heir to the throne, the goddess of death. Chapter 32. Hela, I see, you aspire to be queen. The goddess of death, Hela, is not to be confused with the death from the Marvel Universe's pantheon of 5 deities. The disparity in rank is significant. Yet, when compared to the known superheroes and villains on Earth, only Dr. Doom, apart from the colorful-clad behemoths, could possibly match her caliber. During her campaigns alongside Odin across the Nine Realms, she was indeed a formidable force of divine stature. Upon death, souls typically depart from their corporeal vessels. However, for the Asgardians, their souls remain within their bodies until the goddess of death carries them away to their final resting place. This unique characteristic ensures that when Hela stands upon Asgardian soil, her power rivals even that of Odin, the All-Father. At this moment, this goddess of death, theoretically the true heir to Asgard's throne, sat upon a rough-hewn throne sculpted from obsidian. Despite the simplicity of her surroundings, her regal demeanor remained unblemished. If one could overlook Hela's slightly disheveled yet endearingly whimsical hairstyle, she could very well be regarded as the most stunning superwoman Li Chengfeng had ever encountered in his life. Her stature was indeed superhuman, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 13 centimeters. Who could resist such a presence? I have been sealed for over a millennium and cast from my homeland. So, am I to seek my own demise? I am the rightful heir of Asgard, destined to rule the Nine Realms. Now, mortal from Midgard, kneel before your queen. Li Chengfeng scratched his head. Although he held a deep affection for the queen, it was certainly not this kind of queen. He surmised that discussing the matter with the death goddess before him would be futile and decided to consult with Ida instead. A king may not comprehend the nuances of the human heart, yet an elder sister does. Dear death goddess, I am but a mere mortal who has stumbled into this realm after mastering the art of teleportation. I shall take my leave at once. Teleportation? What kind of teleportation can transcend dimensional seals? Hela's brow furrowed. If what you say is true, it can only imply one thing. What thing? It matters not. Since you can breach the dimensional seal, you must be able to take me away. Hela abruptly rose, her astonishingly perfect silhouette rapidly approaching Li Chengfeng's line of sight. Her powerful hands pressed firmly on his shoulders, and a hint of urgency finally broke through her otherwise regal countenance. That sounds good, but why should I assist you? Li Chengfeng indeed found himself powerless against the allure of an older sister type, yet he was not without wit. He was all too aware of Hela's formidable nature. What do you desire as compensation, human? Do I resemble an Asgardian deity? A deity? Yet you're not of Asgard. I could be. Hela momentarily faltered. For Li Chengfeng's earnest demeanor did not seem feigned. After closing her eyes to sense the essence around him, she opened them in mild astonishment. While he bore no trace of celestial origins, he certainly possessed the physique of an Asgardian. Could you be a half-breed of an Asgardian and a Midgardian? No. I am indeed a Midgardian mortal. Yet you may perceive me as having acquired the Asgardian form through some extraordinary encounter, granting me physical attributes that surpass those of ordinary Asgardians, rendering me indistinguishable from the so-called gods of the Celestial Palace. Ah, I see. Hela nu did, quickly grasping and accepting the situation. After all, she was a woman who had traversed the Nine Realms and had encountered various mysterious forces in the universe. She would not dismiss such matters as fanciful nonsense. Had it been her brother, the thunderous Thor, he would undoubtedly have probed further. This was the essence of perspective. One could only say that Odin's discernment of character was indeed lacking. Compared to his elder daughter, this son was rather unremarkable. Li Chengfeng smiled, his expression innocent. This is the legendary achievement of riding the dragon. I must secure the position of a vice-king. As he reveled in his thoughts, he adjusted the coordinates of the portal, ensuring he did not forget to include the dimensional coordinates this time. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's request, Hela suddenly understood. Oh, so you wish to become the queen? What? Just as Li Chengfeng successfully opened the portal, Hela arrived at an absurd conclusion. Before he could react, Hela, with the swiftness befitting a goddess, scooped him in her arms and charged into the portal. Despite the 30-centimeter height difference, Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment in that instant, for he instinctively wrapped his arms around Hela's neck. Heavens above, peering through the slightly open door, he observed that his home was currently devoid of any occupants. Although it is known that Ada Wong and Harley Quinn have gone to the headquarters for combat training, there should still be Loki and the other two at home, right? In just a short while, they seem to have vanished as well. Has Loki taken the two children of the old man out for a wild adventure? Given Loki's cleverness and the gentle guidance he has received from Li Chengfeng, he should not have taken anyone out to cause trouble. At most, he would be using Li Chengfeng's salary card for a little shopping spree. However, considering the circumstances, it would be prudent to open my personal terminal and contact Ingrid. Hey, dear Ingrid, good day. Captain, you must be aware that today is that dreadful holiday, right? Disturbing a lady's slumber could lead to having one's head caught in the door, followed by being kicked by a donkey. Li Chengfeng shivered in response. Glancing at the video call, where a grumpy Ingrid was just waking up, and he didn't even take the time to admire her somewhat cool summer nightgown before abruptly ending the call. The ire of someone waking up is more formidable than that of a ghost. It's to be feared. He then dialed another number. Hello, Director Nick Fury. Have you eaten yet? Were you about to call me a black egg? I knew someone would take the Republic's food to give me a nickname. It had to be you. TSK, don't be so petty. I have serious business to discuss. Li Chengfeng observed the black egg sitting in the office even on a day off and remarked, Loki has likely taken Wanda and Pietro out to broaden their horizons. Your task is to keep an eye on them to prevent any trouble. I recall this is supposed to be your duty, right? Yes. But today I wish to take a break. Besides, given your age, you need less sleep and have no entertainment options, so you might as well work a bit more. Fine, what about you? Of course, I'm out on a date with a big sister. Unlike his earlier dealings with the grumpy Ingrid, Li Chengfeng spoke with unabashed confidence in front of the black egg. He even provocatively revealed Hela behind him before swiftly ending the call and shutting down his personal terminal. Hela flashed a carefree smile, exuding an air of regal elegance with a hint of charm. So, is this a date with me, mortal? Chapter 33. Family reunion. Some groups might rush to ask the goddess whether she prefers to eat first, take a bath, or engage in some peculiar question like mine. However, Li Chengfeng has always been an extraordinary man, a remarkable husband. He chose to let her bathe first, after being sealed for over 1,000 years. Even if she appeared clean, her hair was undoubtedly a bit disheveled. At first glance, one might mistake her for a non-mainstream figure adorned with smoky makeup. Perhaps due to the basic trust she held for Li Chengfeng, who had freed her from her sealed dimension, Hela took the towel he offered and entered the bathroom. It wasn't he that he wanted to watch. Suddenly having a bona fide Asgardian goddess at home is no trivial matter. And then there's Loki. How should he introduce her to him? This is your elder sister. Although there is no blood relation, she is indeed your elder sister. Moreover, while Loki may appear to be an Asgardian, he is, in essence, of the frost giant bloodline from Jotunheim. Initially, Hela likely dispatched numerous frost giants. Let us not have her immediately attack Loki upon their first encounter. When lost in thought, time seems to slip away quickly, and Hela had already finished her bath and stepped out of the bathroom. Her long hair, finally revitalized by the moisture, regained its splendor. The garment she wore, crafted from celestial materials, remained impervious to dirt and could transform into other attire. So, Hela, has your strength begun to return? Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng's jaw nearly dislocated in astonishment. Goodness, according to this, she had just emerged from her seal, yet could engage in a 1v2 domestic altercation with her two brothers while casually shattering Mjolnir, all with only a fifth of her full power? Her peak strength must be nearly on par with Odin, akin to a celestial father. However, it comes with the stipulation of needing to stand on Asgardian soil. In other realms, she could likely attain at least a standard celestial father's level. Yet even that ordinary level is extraordinarily formidable. Thanos in his regular state is merely subcelestial. And even the novice Thor is still far from that tier. Hela settled beside Li Chengfeng, undeniably embodying the regal aura of a queen. Her commanding presence made the ordinary leather sofa feel akin to a throne. Now that I am out, my perceptions have sharpened. Odin has aged, his powers waning, and, consequently, the dimensional seals he imposes have weakened. This might explain your ability to intrude upon the sealed dimension through cross-dimensional teleportation magic. Odin has aged? Indeed. If my senses serve me well, this ancient one has less than 1,000 years left to live, not far from death. Li Chengfeng was initially stunned by the notion of Odin's aging, but the subsequent mention of his nearing a millennium left him speechless. What notion? To be old and close to death. As a human, one cannot truly empathize with these long-lived beings. Don't dwell on that dispiriting old man. I have been curious since earlier. In Midgard, a realm predominantly inhabited by ordinary humans, how is it that you possess a physique rivaling that of the deities, yet reside in such a humble abode? A humble abode? Li Chengfeng chuckled bitterly. How can one compare to you Asgardians with your illustrious heritage? In contrast to your grand celestial palace, this 400-square-meter apartment could indeed be perceived as a mere shack. Li Chengfeng mused, would it be possible to acquire a few more of these shacks? He had urgent needs. First and foremost, in Midgard, this is already a mansion that the vast majority cannot afford. Secondly, despite my so-called divine physique, Midgard is teeming with hidden talents. I may not measure up, especially when compared to the true god of humanity. A god of humanity? Hela's curiosity was piqued instantly. What kind of god is that? To be precise, he is, like you Asgardians, an extraterrestrial. But how to describe him? Li Chengfeng pondered for a moment, and then shrugged helplessly. Even if your father were to appear in his prime, after a bout, he would likely leave with bruises, compelled to negotiate with that towering figure. Li Chengfeng's conclusion was not mere conjecture. The formidable giant of this world possesses the capability to annihilate the Chitauri army in an instant and subsequently close the wormhole. It is highly improbable that such power resides in a fledgling superhero merely beginning to grasp their abilities. He had inquired with Tony Stark and learned that Louise Lane in this world is already 31 years of age. Thus, it can be surmised that the giant is of a similar age, undoubtedly a fully matured superhero who has basked in the sun for many years. For such a mature superhero, the likes of a celestial father figure are hardly a match. Of course, Li Chengfeng is solely referencing combat strength. Within the Celestial Palace resides Frigga, one of the mightiest sorceresses, who could certainly devise a scheme against the giant if need be. It is well known that the giant possesses no magical resistance. Is there truly such a formidable being in Midgard? Indeed, his ultimate aspiration is world peace, allowing him to enjoy a cozy life with his beloved wife and children. Thus, as long as one refrains from committing crimes in Metropolis or hurling vehicles onto his roof or farm during battles, he is more endearing than the neighbor's pet cat. It is astonishing. Were I to wield such power, I would surely spread the glory of Asgard throughout the farthest reaches of the cosmos. Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his brow. Truly, she is the eldest daughter of Odin, the one who resembles him most, a pure embodiment of the warmongering spirit he once possessed. To her, the absence of conflict is incomprehensible, just as Hela was speculating about the giant's lineage. The door emitted the sound of fingerprint unlocking. Loki entered, clad in a striking dark green suit, followed by Wanda and Pietro, their faces alight with admiration. Well, Lee, I took these two little miscreants out for a spin. Who is this? Loki chuckled as he glanced at Li Chengfeng, only to discover a tall woman seated beside him. His instinct, honed by his nature as the god of mischief, warned him of her extreme danger. In an instant, he conjured his two favored daggers, directing them toward her. Although he appeared valiant, his feet were secretly poised to cast a teleportation spell. This was no Hydra prison, capable of nullifying magic. A descendant of Odin. Or perhaps a frost giant. How intriguing to see a frost giant whose external traits have been permanently altered by Odin's primordial power. Hela's attention was instantly captivated by Loki, yet she could not help but remark on his striking resemblance to the young Odin. Li Chengfeng shrugged and stepped between them, pressing down on Loki's hand that clutched the daggers. Let me introduce you both. This is your father's adopted son, whom you shall call brother. And this is your father's eldest daughter, whom you shall call sister. We are all family. Let us unite. Chapter 34. Registering a residence is not a matter of life and death. Following a series of unexpected events, Li Chengfeng ultimately opted to escort Loki and Hela to the Bureau of Investigation. After all, being undocumented in a thriving nation is exceedingly inconvenient. The Bureau's legitimate documentation services are well established. Recently, a batch of beneficiaries included several of those venerable X-Men. Thus, Li Chengfeng piloted the Quinjet to the headquarters of the Bureau, located in Washington. Throughout this journey, Hela's demeanor afforded Li Chengfeng a fresh perspective on Asgard, a realm he had only glimpsed in comics and films. Seated atop a Quinn-style fighter jet, a marvel of technology that epitomizes the pinnacle of a nation's scientific achievements, one finds no intrigue. Instead, one's gaze is irresistibly drawn to Li Chengfeng's mobile phone. It must be said, the trajectory of technological advancement is indeed quite skewed. For instance, the Bifrost of Asgard can essentially be regarded as a confluence of interdimensional railgun and superluminal passage, complete with an automatic recognition feature. Yet in the throes of battle, the Asgardians resort to melee weapons and sorcery, reminiscent of the legends chronicled in mythology. Furthermore, having once waged war across the 9 realms, the Asgardians, having gained substantial exposure to authentic Zenith Star technology, exhibit little interest in it. Conversely, it is the mundane entertainment technologies from Earth that pique the curiosity of these formidable deities. For instance, as the goddess of death, Hela, steps through the threshold of the Joint Adjustment Bureau, she exudes an aura of divine allure while effortlessly toying with Li Chengfeng's phone. In mere moments, she has mastered the art of scrolling through various social media platforms, utilizing none other than Li Chengfeng's account. Loki, now the 3rd princess of Asgard, has taken to the sudden addition of an elder sister with remarkable enthusiasm, even expressing unrestrained joy. This is not merely for trivial reasons. Through Li Chengfeng's introduction, he has come to understand that she is a pioneer in the realm of Asgardian rebellion. The minor escapades he orchestrated pale in comparison to her exploits. Thus, he is more than willing to assist her in causing mischief for their father and brother, eager to serve as her loyal accomplice for eternity. Of course, While biding their time to dominate Midgard, he plans to muster a grand army to launch a counteroffensive against Asgard. Indeed, his sister is correct. Loki displays the fervor of an ardent fan, his sycophantic demeanor vividly apparent, evoking a striking impression of a queen and her treacherous minister. So, you have master teleportation magic? Indeed. And you used it to breach a dimensional seal? Precisely. As you can see, what expression should I don in light of this revelation? Nick Fury, seated behind his desk, observed Li Chengfeng's somewhat overly handsome visage, his lips twitching uncontrollably. So, do you truly believe my words? Because you have a knack for stirring significant events, be it the Green Lantern ring or alliances with mutants, every occurrence has been beyond my expectations. I can't help but wonder if you were equally outrageous before your reassignment from the Republic's headquarters. The grim-faced agent rubbed his temples in exasperation, adding, moreover, from the instant you stepped into the Joint Adjustment Bureau, the energy detection apparatus registered an alarming energy entity, with readings nearly exploding off the charts. It was blinding, akin to a searchlight piercing the night. Li Chengfeng paused momentarily, then, suppressing a laugh, turned to Loki, saying, "You see, your sister's entrance into the Joint Adjustment Bureau is a terrifying energy entity. Why can't you conjure such an impressive spectacle?" Loki rolled his eyes, truly disinterested in engaging with Li Chengfeng at that moment. Although he is the god of deception, when compared to the celestial elder sister, he appears as a mere trickster. Of course, Li Chengfeng was only jesting. Loki is indeed quite formidable. As long as he refrains from using his two daggers in a comical manner and instead employs the various magics he has mastered with seriousness, we, as hosts of Earth, must surely do something for our extraterrestrial divine friends who have traveled from afar, right? Are you planning to siphon off funds again? If there are resources available, that would be splendid. However, my primary intention is to secure a residence registration for our goddess of death and the god of deception. Would you care to listen to the absurdity of your own words? Registering a god? Nick Fury instinctively glanced at Hela, only to find her wholly absorbed in her phone, paying no attention to the world outside, which relieved him considerably. He genuinely feared Li Chengfeng's tongue, should he inadvertently provoke this ancestral figure before him. It could very well deplete the entire agency's resources. The issue at hand is whether such registration is difficult to process. Black Egg truly harbored a mix of affection and resentment towards Li Chengfeng, rescuing Harley Quinn, merging with the X-Men, and employing the X-Men to deal with Hydra. Each and every one of these endeavors made Nick Fury wish he could plant a kiss on that little rascal. Yet, at times like these, he seriously contemplated giving him a few bullets. Never mind. I shall leave the matter of identity registration to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What name does this deity intend to adopt? Hela Odin's daughter and Loki Odinson. Li Chengfeng shrugged. These are indeed the true names of two Asgardian deities. The surnames are quite understandable, signifying the daughter and son of Odin. Very well, now that you have what you desire. Wouldn't it be fair for you to assist me with a small favor? Not a chance. Am I really giving you face? Sigh, how can you be so unyielding? Just tell me what task you have. I will certainly try to fulfill it, and if it proves challenging, I will make every effort to accomplish it. All right? Nick Fury was not inclined to engage further with Li Chengfeng at that moment. He simply handed over the documents in his hand, indicating for the other to examine them closely. As Li Chengfeng received the documents and opened them, the first page revealed a photograph. Encased within the eternal, icy layers of the Arctic, a man of unmistakable integrity lay sleeping, discernible even from his facial features. Chapter 35. Journey to the Arctic. The battlefield emerges. TSK, Fury, what do you mean by this? Have you developed a penchant for vividly lifelike handsome men? I could very well execute you for this. Nick Fury squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth before continuing. As a citizen of the Republic, you may not be very familiar with this individual. No, I am rather acquainted. ISNT Captain America? Li Chengfeng suddenly leaned closer to Nick Fury. I've been quite the observer. I just wonder about the veracity of it all. Do you think Captain America had a thing with our original director, Peggy Carter? I am that. Which that are you referring to? Nick Fury feigned a cough, earning a disdainful look from Li Chengfeng. Of course, that refers to whether they ever stargazed together. Oh, you meant stargazing? What did you think? I thought we would embark on a leisurely drive together. Bah, you incorrigible old rogue. Li Chengfeng cast a disdainful glance at Nick Fury for a moment before finally setting aside his teasing demeanor and engaging in serious discourse with him. Indeed, since you are already acquainted with Captain America, Steve Rogers, you should grasp that a super soldier infused with the serum is not rendered lifeless by mere freezing. Rather, it plunges them into a state akin to hibernation, where the process of aging, already significantly slowed, nearly ceases altogether. However, to my knowledge, The super soldiers created by the serum merely surpass the limits of human capability in combat. For the Joint Strategic Command, which currently oversees the X-Men and the Avengers, this does not seem to be an urgent concern, does it? I comprehend your perspective. Nick Fury shook his head, a glimmer of yearning evident in his singular eye. Yet, Steve Rogers epitomizes the spirit of S-H-I-E-L-D. He stands as a beacon of our humanity and integrity, reminding us to draw near to him when teetering on the precipice, lest we truly plunge into the abyss. Upon hearing Fury's description, Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Captain America embodies character and humanity above all. If one were to choose a superhero as a companion, barring any peculiar stipulations, selecting either Superman or Captain America would be unarguably sound. Superman is a paragon of virtue and strength, while Captain America, though lacking in raw power, is undeniably steadfast in his friendships, particularly in terms of leadership. The Kansas giant pales in comparison to the centenarian who has confronted both Nazis and Hydra during the World Wars. Recently, it seems that the Joint Strategic Command is increasingly beset by mutants and so-called gods. As an organization dedicated to safeguarding ordinary individuals from the premature impact of the real world, the representation of everyday people appears somewhat scant. In addition to entrusting this mission to the Avengers, I hope to assign someone to accompany you as well. Accompany me? Who might that be? A beautiful sister, perhaps? Li Chengfeng's interest piqued instantly. Was it Commander Maria Hill or Mockingbird? I'm not picky. Not picky, you say? Well, that is splendid. Nick Fury's face brightened, and Li Chengfeng immediately discerned a glimmer of schadenfreude in his solitary eye. He pressed a button on the communication device atop the desk and declared, "All right, come in." A minute later, the door to the office of the Avengers and director Nick Fury swung open. Whether it was Maria Hill or Mockingbird, both were strikingly elegant women. However, upon recognizing the visitor's visage and her somewhat mature appearance, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. I am Phil Coulson, a Level 7 agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. Ayu. Li Chengfeng rablia suddenly the flutter, collapsing onto the sofa and leaning weakly against Hella's shoulder as he scrolled through his phone. Hella seemed unperturbed, even wrapping an arm around Li Chengfeng's waist. "Hey, you've become rather proficient at this. Many from the Asgardian forces once offered their services to me in such a manner," Hella remarked, raising her head, speaking of the topic with remarkable candor. Yet a hint of confusion flickered as she inquired of Li Chengfeng, but oddly enough, they were all valiant female warriors. And in the end, they all became my personal guards. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. What a ridiculous notion of heavenly beauty in the realm of the G-Circle. However, he knew he could not treat Agent Coulson as he did Nick Fury, especially since this was their first meeting. Thus, he immediately sprang forward to stand before Coulson. "I have long admired your reputation, Agent Coulson. I hear that when you first entered this line of work, you served under Nick Fury? That must have been quite a challenge." Nick Fury was once the most exceptional agent at the American Bureau, and I still am. Nick Fury clearly refused to concede to age. Currently, the most outstanding agent should be Lee, even though he was temporarily assigned from the Republic Bureau. Phil Coulson maintained a warm smile, exuding an inviting charm that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Li Chengfeng found it perplexing how a middle-aged man could manage to appear somewhat handsome without a hint of grease, despite his balding head. It was quite remarkable, wasn't it? Li Chengfeng, Phil Coulson, if you two continue to jest at the expense of your superior, one of you will be sent to Tibet to play games with the llamas, while the other will be dispatched to Antarctica to engage in make-believe with penguins. After teasing Nick Fury, it was no surprise that the system's mission promptly arrived. Beep. Mission Frozen Paragon has been issued. Mission brief. Dear Captain of the Star Squad, you are to follow Nick Fury's orders to venture to the Arctic glaciers to rescue Captain America. However, exercise caution. The Arctic harbors more than just eternal ice, but other entities as well. Upon reading the mission brief, Li Chengfeng fell silent once more. He had anticipated this. Such missions invariably come with unexpected twists. But what could possibly await him in the Arctic? Surely it wouldn't involve some bizarre Cthulhu elements, would it? Neither the Cthulhu themes of Marvel nor DC could possibly rival the formidable presence of the Divine Lady beside him. In light of this, even if there were hidden elements, the difficulty should not be insurmountable. It was merely the associated characters that were likely scarce. He pondered whether bringing Hela along would count. As Li Chengfeng contemplated, he and Phil Coulson boarded the Airbus that had been grounded for quite some time. Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, who had previously come to the headquarters for combat training, were already on board. Since Hela stepped onto the Airbus, the Demoness and the psychotic lady had been fixated on Hela, occasionally casting sharp, piercing glances towards Li Chengfeng. Sitting upright, he maintained his composure, refusing to avert his gaze. He was unsure of the mission's peril. However, nothing could be more dangerous than the current atmosphere aboard this Airbus. Chapter 36, Coulson's team, Barry Allen. The Airbus of the Star Squad soared through the stratosphere, racing towards the remote Arctic glaciers. Yet, Li Chengfeng found it impossible to concentrate on the mission at hand, as the scene before him was exceedingly unfriendly. 3 women occupied 3 separate couches. The queenly Hela seemed unfazed, continuing to fiddle with Li Chengfeng's phone, unfettered by the Airbus's onboard network, ensuring a steady signal. The demon lord-type seductress and the psychotic beauty exchanged a glance, then directed all their attention towards Hela. This stance, simultaneously antagonistic and cooperative, was indeed perplexing. Initially, Coulson, blissfully unaware, was merely enjoying the spectacle. However, Loki, ever the opportunist, took it upon himself to escort Coulson away from the lounge. Witnessing this unfold, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Fortunately, this universe had been spared from the New York battle. Otherwise, such an unusual tableau of murderer and victim embracing would have been unimaginable. Yet soon, he found himself lacking the inclination to mock Loki and Coulson any longer. For Harley Quinn had quite suddenly pressed him down onto the sofa, straddling his lap. "My pudding, I never knew you were such a flirt." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Though her words sent a shiver down Li Chengfeng's spine. "You lured me into a whimsical thought about the Joker's head. Should I reciprocate?" It was clear she had been the one to entice him first. "Ahem. Harley Quinn, what are you saying? What do you mean by entice?" "What we have here is a genuine form of therapeutic collapse." Li Chengfeng attempted to clarify, only to be met with Harley Quinn sinking her teeth into his neck. Given his current physical condition, it didn't hurt at all. Rather, it was a mere tickle, far from anything violent, and bordered on the suggestive. "Not enticing, you say? You are such a cowardly scoundrel, neither admitting nor rejecting your actions," she exclaimed. "What slander? You are blatantly slandering me. I'm a most upright agent of the Bureau." Li Chengfeng's defense felt somewhat feeble. He was acutely aware that his actions bore a resemblance to that of a charming rogue. If this were the Republic's headquarters, he would certainly face repercussions for his conduct. While the matter itself was trivial, the women he had attracted were altogether too formidable. Noticing the hint of guilt on Li Chengfeng's face, Sister Wang let out a cold huff, her villainous allure unmistakable. Li Chengfeng instinctively turned towards the sound, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, as they were bound for the Arctic, one must be fully equipped. The cheapao, leather pants, and short skirts that Ada favored would merely languish in the wardrobe, lamenting their untimely fate. But who was Ada Wang? Li Chengfeng, appearing to be a mere charming novice, was easily seen through by her perceptive gaze. After speaking, she and Harley Quinn pushed and shoved Li Chengfeng out of the lounge. If he had wished, neither Ada Wang nor Harley Quinn could have possibly forced him away. However, he was eager to escape this chaotic scene. It felt like a divine reprieve. "Oh, how remarkable! You actually made it out alive," Loki remarked, observing Li Chengfeng's near brush with death, without hesitation to mock him. Yet, Li Chengfeng had long since developed immunity to such jibes. He offered a middle finger as a gesture of camaraderie before sitting beside Coulson and promptly delving into serious matters. "Nick Fury didn't send you along for this excavation task on a whim, did he?" Li Chengfeng poured a glass of a green, carbonated beverage, whimsically named Evil Energy by Harley Quinn, for both Loki and Coulson. Despite his usual unreliability, he adhered to the principle of abstaining from alcohol during missions. "Allow me to surmise that, as a seasoned level 7 agent with more experience than I, you are not in need of my assistance in gilding your credentials. Nor do you seek to join my star team." Raising his glass to clink with Coulson's, Li Chengfeng continued, "It appears you wish to form another specialized team to handle relatively lightweight supernatural occurrences, with the core of this new unit being none other than Captain America. As designated by Nick Fury, I have consistently advised Director Fury to consider converting your secondment into a permanent transfer. For you possess a broader perspective than Nick Fury and are the most suitable candidate for the next directorship." Cough, cough, cough. "Please, do not flatter me so. I truly might blush." At this juncture, Coulson smiled, though his left hand instinctively brushed over his heart, a remnant of past trepidation. Originally, there was no such intention, but as the members of the star team became increasingly unconventional, it would be impractical to rely on heavy artillery for trivial matters. Thus, the Special Emergency Team was born, aimed at forming a less equipped counterpart to the star team. Phil Coulson could be described as someone who speaks freely and openly, harboring considerable trust in his colleague. Li Chengfeng, in stark contrast to the ever-suspicious Nick Fury. Subsequently, Li Chengfeng learned from Coulson that after receiving the authority from Fury to establish this Special Emergency Team, Coulson had nearly completed its formation. Unlike the Star Team, which was primarily a pure combat unit, the Special Emergency Team encompasses a diverse array of talents, ranging from fighters and scientists to hackers, designed to address all conceivable situations. Initially, Li Chengfeng believed this Special Emergency Team would mirror the protagonists of the television series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but through Coulson's introduction, he realized he had underestimated the modified potential of the hybrid universe. First, there were the familiar faces. Grant Ward, a level 6 agent, whose combat prowess ranks just below that of Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. His hidden identity as a Hydra member led him to join Coulson's team in pursuit of the mystery behind Coulson's miraculous return as his true superior, John Garrett, faced imminent demise. Skye, a rookie agent and prodigious hacker, capable of dismantling billions of dollars worth of equipment with merely a battered laptop, was actually Daisy Johnson, an unawakened inhuman. Then there were Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons, the scientific duo, who remained unchanged. However, it was the next individual that stirred long-dormant feelings within Li Chengfeng. Belly Allen, a level 2 agent from the FBI's Forensics Division, made his entrance. Chapter 37, The God of Card Draw, Coulson. This revelation startled Coulson, who was handing over the documents. Lee, are you alright? Is everything okay? I would say, compared to him, shouldn't you be asking me if I'm fine? Drenched in carbonated beverage, Loki hesitated for a moment before ultimately managing to conjure a smile. With a casual wave of his hand, he cast a spell that instantaneously cleaned himself. Away with you, mischief maker. Go find something else to occupy your time, Li Chengfeng said, his disdain evident as he dismissed Loki. He then shifted his gaze back to the stack of personnel files provided by Coulson, feeling the need to reaffirm that he had not, in fact, misread the details. Upon reviewing the information, Li Chengfeng was left speechless. Originating from Midtown, with a father imprisoned for the murder of his mother, he had entered the Midtown Police Department's Forensic Division in pursuit of justice for his father's wrongful conviction. Eventually, he was discovered and recruited by the Bureau of Interagency Coordination. Judging by his appearance and background, he was indeed the Barry Allen from the television series, albeit at this moment, he had yet to acquire the Speed Force and was merely a 22-year-old forensic expert, possessing sluggish movements paired with formidable expertise. At this point, Li Chengfeng could not help but glance at Coulson once more. Surely, this fellow had an extraordinary stroke of luck. The Bureau of Interagency Coordination, far more extensive than the fictional S.H.I.L.D., surely did not have hidden corners where unawakened or undisclosed superheroes and villains lurked. With this thought in mind, he opened the next dossier. The first thing that caught his eye was the visage of a dashing rogue, Oliver Queen. Goodness. The billionaire scion from Star City had survived a maritime disaster alongside his father and his girlfriend's sister, washing ashore on an island known as Purgatory, where he witnessed a myriad of nefarious events while simultaneously growing stronger. Following his engagement with the Bureau, he became a level 4 agent, conditioned upon the Queen Group becoming a collaborator with the Bureau and providing protection for his mother and sister. What could Li Chengfeng say? Only a single word: impressive. The prior Barry Allen was somewhat understandable. Despite the outrageous nature of the Speed Force, he had yet to gain powers, did he not? Yet this individual was akin to a fully realized Green Arrow. Theoretically, Green Arrow's abilities were hardly inferior to Batman's, essentially rendering him a ranged, specialized counterpart. The primary distinctions lay in financial resources, cunning, and interpersonal relationships. Green Arrow's attachments were profoundly numerous, making him, paradoxically, more relatable than a mere grandfather figure. Where on earth did you unearth these treasures? I've neither seen nor heard of them before. Is Nick Fury truly keeping them under wraps? Actually, they were initially part of my preliminary selection for the Guardians of the Galaxy, but Director Fury rejected them. Now that I have the opportunity to assemble another team, I gladly accept, Coulson replied, a hint of pride emerging in his typically gentle smile. His discerning I had proven correct. Even Li Chengfeng was taken aback by the caliber of talent present. I must say, Coulson, you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for director, Li Chengfeng remarked, devoid of any jest. Judging by his acumen and recognizing talent, he surpassed Nick Fury by a considerable margin. What could that one-eyed man truly perceive? However, I was the one who discovered and promoted you, Director Fury. Coulson shook his head with a smile, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he gestured for Li Chengfeng to continue reviewing the files. Li Chengfeng said nothing more and opened the next and final dossier. Wade Wilson? The face in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to Ryan Reynolds. What sort of miraculous healer, Shilai Lu and Li Baotian were these? Yet this Wade Wilson's background was entirely different from the Deadpool depicted in comics and films. At merely 18 years of age, He was a prodigious graduate of the former FBI Academy, having excelled in his studies. Before dropping out of Midtown High School, he was a close friend of young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. He lacked the signature regenerative ability, but his combat skills were far more refined and formidable than the original Deadpool. His intellect, however, was indeed befitting of his moniker, quirky and absurd. He never participated in any examinations or tests within the Bureau, even deliberately scoring low, for it was inconceivable that, given Grant Ward's capabilities, he could surpass him to become the second-in-command beneath Black Widow. Moreover, it was noteworthy that the dossier revealed Wade Wilson had actively requested to serve under Coulson's command. After reviewing the details on Deadpool Wade Wilson, Chengfeng gained a newfound respect for Coulson's team. Grant Ward, Green Arrow Oliver Queen, and Deadpool Wade Wilson, along with the soon-to-be-retrieved veteran, Steve Rogers. This formidable combat prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. As long as they did not confront Thor or Hela, employing various technological weapons to subdue Loki should be a manageable task. Phil Coulson, Chengfeng was inclined to refer to him as the god of card draw. Yet, with the backing of these formidable individuals, there seemed to be little necessity for the continued presence of Grant Ward, the Hydra infiltrator, within Coulson's ranks. Although he might not stir significant trouble, he remained a considerable risk. Are these all the members? Chengfeng inquired as he set down the dossier. Indeed, Coulson confirmed. Once we unearth Captain America Steve Rogers and await his awakening, my team will be complete. Do you have any suggestions? I'm all ears, Chengfeng replied. Your team has quite a few mavericks. It lacks a seasoned individual with both strength and experience to maintain order. He pointed to the files of Skye, Oliver, and Wade. Continuing, you cannot manage them alone. Although you possess the qualifications and capabilities, your reputation does not command fear. I have heard that there is a senior agent who has recently retired from the front lines, and she hails from my hometown. You mean, of course, Melinda May, the woman renowned as the cavalry. Chengfeng recommended the final piece to complete the team. I've seen her file. She was originally your partner. Given your shared history, surely you can entice her out of retirement. The rationale behind recommending Melinda May was not merely her suitability for Coulson's team, but also to fill the void left by Grant Ward. Indeed, Chengfeng had already prepared to ensure Grant Ward's dignified departure after the completion of this mission. He would never allow Ward to jeopardize his meticulously crafted plan regarding the Inhumans. Chapter 38, Arrival at the Arctic, the Calm of the Battlefield. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of the reasons behind the establishment of Coulson's team and its composition, Chengfeng increasingly felt that his freedom had perhaps exceeded reasonable bounds. Could this be what is referred to as the treatment reserved for top sales performers? The kind where even the boss, burdened with responsibilities, must commend you for your exceptional performance? Chengfeng was uncertain whether Nick Fury shared such sentiments. All he knew was that the previously raucous break area had finally settled into a tranquil silence. Had the battlefield truly calmed? Could it be that Hela had dispatched both Ada Wong and Harley Quinn? While the fate of Harley Quinn remained uncertain, Ada Wong, the most astute of agents, should not have such a poor grasp of the situation, should she? Consequently, Chengfeng stealthily approached the break area door, peering through the crack. He beheld Hela relinquishing Chengfeng's phone, with one arm draped around a slightly smaller, yet striking woman, exuding an aura of commanding presence that gave the impression she had captured two concubines from some distant stronghold. The initial hostility that Sister Wong and Harley Quinn harbored towards Hela had long since dissipated. From their shared expressions, Chengfeng could discern a singular sentiment. The goddess of death was formidable. Ah, so even the commanding woman yearns for intimacy with another of her kind? Chengfeng felt compelled to intervene. Such displays of affection were unbecoming. How he envied them. Jealousy truly could rend the spirit asunder. Cough, cough. Ada, please reconfirm the landing point and surrounding conditions. Harley, what is your hand doing there? Whose idea is it to keep a hand resting on someone else's chest? I noticed Hela's attire appears somewhat soiled. Allow me to assist her in tidying it. With that, he squeezed past Ada Wong, and this eccentric woman even pinched his backside, leaving him feeling quite flustered. Did she not realize that he only sold his talents, not his body? That would demand a different price altogether. Harley Quinn flashed him a flirtatious glance before departing with a merry laugh. Bah, I would trust you about as far as I could throw you. After expressing his grievances, Chengfeng cast a resentful gaze towards the goddess of death, wondering how she had managed to win them over. Women are drawn to me, Hela stated, devoid of any boastfulness, her tone almost emotionless, as if articulating an undeniable truth. The subtlety of her confidence was most lethal. After a lengthy flight, the Airbus carrying the Star Team finally reached their intended landing site. Li Chengfeng soon realized that this was not a desolate wasteland. An exploratory task force had already established a base here, assembling the large machinery required for their excavation mission. To be candid, Carlson, had I been in charge, we could have been playing mahjong on the return flight within 10 minutes. Last time, I drew an incredible hand, a pure sequence with a flower, a legitimate winning hand. Although I find it difficult to comprehend the meaning behind the latter part of your statement, Carlson shrugged, suggesting that we ordinary agents and temporary personnel must have our tasks to undertake. You truly need to acclimate yourself to your esteemed position as one of the elite forces within the Bureau. Carlson's words resonate with realism. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Yet this does not imply that one must shoulder every burden alone. For instance, while excavating the ice layer might not proceed as swiftly as when one's powers are fully unleashed, entrusting the task to a professional team guarantees its execution without mishap. However, should a threat akin to Thanos or General Zod emerge, Li Chengfeng, as one of the Bureau's foremost operatives, would undoubtedly be the first to confront it head-on. Each has their designated role, after all. Yet, Li Chengfeng is not concerned about the excavation taking too long, worrying that the supposed other elements in the mission brief might surface and create chaos. While such concerns are valid, now that we are here, it seems illogical to merely observe the setup of equipment when more efficient methods exist. This echoes the classic sentiment of since we are here, we might as well. Carlson likely has never visited the Republic, having only familiarity with Melinda May, who hails from there. Given her character, it is improbable she would utter such a phrase. Carlson is undeniably pleased with Li Chengfeng's remarks. After all, regardless of the approach to excavating Captain America, his role in this mission is merely to facilitate rather than lead. Moreover, he is eager to witness his childhood idol come to life. Carlson's journey to becoming an agent in the Bureau was significantly influenced by Captain America's legendary exploits. He even keeps a childhood Captain America trading card in his suit pocket. All right, Harley. Issue a directive to the research task force via the intercom to halt the deployment of heavy machinery and maintain a perimeter around the site. Li Chengfeng instructed before turning to Carlson. Shall we go? You must wish to witness this iconic superhero of American history resurface with your own eyes. Can I accompany you as well? Carlson inquired, not anticipating that Li Chengfeng's abilities would allow him to bring him along. Your words imply merely taking someone along. If I cannot bring you down, how could I possibly retrieve that ancient ice core? Li Chengfeng replied, leading Carlson down from the helicopter, followed closely by Hela and Loki. Their descent immediately attracted the attention of all nearby, not due to their striking appearances or formidable presence, but rather because of their scant attire. Loki fared better, dressed in a deep green suit, while Hela's battle attire left her shoulders bare. Fortunately, as the goddess of death and the god of mischief, they could withstand the Arctic chill. Otherwise, a mere mortal in such garb would not survive for long in this frigid environment. Cough, cough, cough. Your outfits are rather conspicuous. Li Chengfeng noted, discreetly admonishing them. While the Bureau is home to numerous empowered individuals, this research task force also comprises personnel from other departments. One must not be overly ostentatious. As Loki, the most adaptable Asgardian to Earth's environment, swiftly reacted, the vibrant green magical energy enveloped everyone in the outer circle. As a sorcerer, he finally understood the essence of resolving issues through magic. Chapter 39, The True Fan Meeting. Loki cast a playful, haughty glance at Li Chengfeng. Although he comprehended the reasoning behind it, he held a different perspective. Magic constituted work, while wielding his beloved daggers in close combat represented life. Li Chengfeng was oblivious to Loki's inner musings, and even if he had heard them, he would not have paid them any heed. After experiencing a few more setbacks, Loki would undoubtedly recognize the absurdity of a sorcerer brandishing two small daggers, leading a few individuals to the designated area marked by the research expedition team. They recalled the last incident involving Captain America, where a team member inadvertently slipped into a fissure in the ice. Initially believed to be doomed to a grave without a marker, they discovered that the jagged crack extended directly to Captain America's frozen location. After their rescue, they reported the incident to the Federal Bureau, and only then did the news reach America. Li Chengfeng's task was to excavate along the fissure's extension. By the way, Carlson, you may not have witnessed my abilities yet. Have you? Indeed. All information regarding you within the American headquarters now requires a level 10 agent's clearance to access. I've only heard Director Fury describe your capabilities, which seem to involve a green light. Level 10 clearance? Li Chengfeng scoffed. To be honest, Nick Fury was being somewhat excessive. Was he concerned that I might attract unwanted attention? After all, the Federal Bureau is merely the Federal Bureau and cannot dictate the government stance. The American government has historically been at odds with the Bureau, consistently cutting the budget for the headquarters, as politicians' minds often diverge from those of ordinary individuals. Coulson, expressing his own exasperation, advised, thus, as a citizen of the Republic, it is best to keep your identity as confidential as possible. Politicians, huh? Understood. Li Chengfeng feigned a generous smile, though those familiar with him knew his heart was far less magnanimous. However, after listening to Coulson's remarks, Li Chengfeng reconsidered his approach towards Grant Ward. Initially inclined to dismiss or neutralize him, he now conceived a strategy that could simultaneously eliminate two nuisances. Before the fissure, Li Chengfeng admitted he had underestimated the grandeur of nature. This was not merely a crack. It was on the verge of becoming a canyon. Coulson, tell me, with such a vast chasm, how careless must that expedition member have been to fall in? Are those eyes merely for breathing, not for seeing? You have misjudged them, Coulson replied, still wearing his gentle smile. Yet, one could discern from his increasingly animated gestures that he was indeed becoming more exhilarated. Originally, it was merely an inconspicuous ice fissure, just enough to make a person vanish into the Arctic expanse. However, the incident involving the expedition team's slip occurred a week prior, and just 2 days ago, before the scientific task force had taken position. 2 minor earthquakes struck the Arctic. Although their magnitudes were modest, they caused fissures and displacements in the ice crust, resulting in the current predicament. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow, pondering the timing. Why did the tremors occur precisely in these 2 days? Nevertheless, he dismissed any further thoughts and promptly initiated his transformation. After reciting his oath, the Green Lantern emerged. Employing the imaginative prowess inherent to his role as a traveler between worlds, Li Chengfeng manifested a glacier traverser, a machine capable of navigating freely within the ice layers through sheer willpower and the green light of his intent. Once Ada Wong and Harley Quinn arrived after receiving his command, Li Chengfeng enveloped everyone in a cocoon of green light, materializing seats and safety belts for each individual. Those who had previously witnessed the Green Lantern and the manifestation of willpower were not taken aback, yet Coulson and Hela were thoroughly astonished. Coulson marveled at the wonders of supernatural abilities in a general sense, while Hela perceived something deeper. The materialization and malleability of energy seemed nearly impossible within Asgardian understanding of power. Moreover, the energy known as the green light of will was remarkably stable, exhibiting no signs of losing control. While this power may not yet have reached a divine level, it was only a matter of time before it did. What force is this, truly? Are you referring to this? Li Chengfeng inquired, shaking his hand adorned with the Green Lantern ring. This is called the Green Lantern ring, birthed from the green of the emotional spectrum, drawing its energy from willpower. The stronger the will, the mightier the ring. The Green Lantern ring? The emotional spectrum? Willpower? Hela nodded thoughtfully. Although I have not encountered such a novel force, I can discern the stability and malleability of this energy. It must be the most orderly power within the emotional spectrum. Li Chengfeng regarded Hela with newfound respect. Indeed, the green light of will resides at the heart of the emotional spectrum, also known as the light of order. It was evident that she was a formidable contender, possessing a keen perception and understanding, even if her current power was less than 1/5 of its potential. Yet, he found it hard to believe that Hela had interacted with his Green Lantern ring on numerous occasions throughout these days. Dr. Doom had been immediately chosen by the ring upon contact with the green light of will. As a being of divine caliber, sealed for millennia, Hela still managed to engage in light-hearted banter and flirtation with him. Surely, she must possess an unwavering will. Yet, the Green Lantern's furnace showed no reaction. Could it be that her essence resonated more with other emotional spectrum powers, resulting in the ring's rejection? Upon reflection, it seemed that the powers of the red and yellow lights were indeed more suited to Hela's nature. With that thought, Li Chengfeng resolved to move on. Having a multitude of Green Lanterns might not be advantageous. After all, what if a team-wide debuff was triggered? All right, everyone fasten your seatbelts. I'm about to hit the gas, he bellowed. And with that, Li Chengfeng activated the glacier traverser manifested by his willpower, plunging into the ice layers. Although the fissures had widened considerably, the fundamental patterns remained largely unchanged. Li Chengfeng effortlessly calculated an approximate route in his mind, realizing that it was quite convoluted. Without hesitation, he charged straight ahead. Why waste time adhering to the path when I possess the power of the Green Lantern? As long as I reach my destination, that is all that matters. The eternal frost, which had remained frozen for countless years, appeared particularly fragile under the radiant green light of his will. In just over a minute, Li Chengfeng led his companions through the ice layer, entering a vast natural ice cavern. Upon landing, he dispelled the manifestation of the shuttle. transforming it into several bright green lights that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Soon, they discovered a figure encased within the ice not far away, a person clad in a blue and white uniform, grasping a five-pointed shield. The temperature here was considerably colder than outside, and even Wang Jie, Harley Quinn, and Coulson, despite wearing heavy thermal clothing, couldn't help but shiver slightly. Yet, the chill could not dampen Coulson's enthusiasm for encountering his idol. Some fans wear wedding dresses to attend concerts, while others shout, "Shy brother, I'm your fan," before diving into chaotic battles. Chapter 40, The Deeper Sea Star. Coulson's expression immediately flushed with warmth in the frigid cavern. Li Chengfeng instinctively glanced at him, realizing that he was completely caught up in excitement. "Ahem, you're the Dream Man. Your entire family is Dream Men." Coulson coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment and retorted to Li Chengfeng. It was truly hard to imagine that America's most iconic hero had been frozen in the Arctic for nearly a century. What was even more astonishing was that he had managed to survive such a prolonged entrapment. Not to question the prowess of American scientists, but after all, that was technology from over 100 years ago. If this were purely the Marvel Universe, Li Chengfeng wouldn't have asked a single question. However, given that this was a mixed universe, he found it quite normal for strange occurrences to arise. There was no need for concern regarding this matter. The development of the super soldier serum had taken into account the need for survival in extreme environments, thus providing high resistance to both heat and cold. Although Coulson seemed to be about to impart some scientific knowledge to Li Chengfeng, he quickly revealed his own excitement, and most importantly, the team member who had fallen had detection equipment that indicated Captain America still exhibited vital signs. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you mention that you already confirmed Captain America was alive?" However, he couldn't blame Coulson. Given his overwhelming excitement, it was commendable that he remembered such details. In any case, they needed to extract the individual first. Li Chengfeng once again unleashed more of his will's green light to manifest tools for breaking the ice. A complete set of ice-breaking instruments, crafted from green light, hovered in midair, and under Li Chengfeng's guidance, they began to chisel away at the eternal ice surrounding Captain America. After a series of clinks and clatters, they successfully freed him, along with a layer of ice encasing him. Huh, is it really that simple? Harley Quinn, filled with disappointment, had hoped to witness the resurrection of the old popsicle. The notion of resurrection, however, was far from simple, although the individual remained alive. Fully restoring bodily functions from a state of hibernation required considerable time. Li Chengfeng wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. The tools materialized from his will's green light were exceedingly sharp. The reason he chose to retain the thick layer of ice enveloping him was not only for the sake of his own words, but also out of concern that he might inadvertently inflict an injury. They were to be colleagues, after all, and such a negative impact would be undesirable. Nevertheless, Li Chengfeng was certain that, given Captain America's moral stature, even if he were to inadvertently cause harm during the excavation, the captain would not hold him accountable. "You arrived too late. Before we descended, I had already utilized the command authority of the Joint Coordination Bureau to repatriate this scientific expeditionary team. By now, they are likely preparing to depart with their equipment." Ada Wong had anticipated Li Chengfeng's orders. In fact, when he decided to undertake the excavation himself, she recognized that it would be best for the scientific team to remain oblivious to the ensuing events. It was no wonder Ada Wong had a keen understanding of human nature. Although her personal combat prowess was not particularly remarkable within the Star Team, she was, after all, Li Chengfeng's aide, and it would not be an exaggeration to refer to her as an external brain. Seeing that Ada had arranged everything, Li Chengfeng nodded and promptly activated the portal leading to the Airbus. "What is this ability?" Coulson exclaimed, eyes wide. This was a power not recorded in the files. "It is merely a teleportation spell, a trivial trick," Li Chengfeng replied. "It likely wasn't documented, as it is a newly acquired ability, and this is the first time I have employed it in your presence." As he tossed what resembled an irregular ice coffin into the portal, he beckoned Coulson and the others to step through. Thus, Coulson, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn entered first. Coulson and Ada proceeded to the equipment room to ascertain whether there were tools available for initial thawing. The mass of ice was quite substantial and cumbersome to transport. Perhaps due to the low temperature, Harley Quinn's typically frenetic and erratic mind had temporarily frozen, instead of acting out. She prepared to head to the medical area to retrieve a set of diagnostic equipment, aiming to reconfirm Captain America's vital signs and condition. Witnessing this scene, Li Chengfeng felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Harley Quinn was actually attending to serious matters, validating his sacrifice in becoming her object of affection. Each encounter left him with marks of her affection on his neck, and he had lost all semblance of innocence. However, He noticed the pair, standing at the site where Captain America once stood, now reduced to a gaping pit. The siblings lowered their heads, gazing into the abyss. "Hela, Loki! It is time for us to depart." "No, my goddess, come here," Hela called without raising her head, beckoning Li Chengfeng over. Something felt amiss. "I've already expressed that I desire nothing of the goddess position. What is wrong here?" Li Chengfeng first closed the portal, preparing to investigate what the Asgardian siblings had discovered. Though Loki may be dismissed, Hela undeniably possesses the qualifications to be regarded as a godly powerhouse, with perception and reflexes that exceed his own. "Wait a moment." Hela raised her hand, and a sword forged from the night sky materialized from the void. This act bore a striking resemblance to how he manifests the green light of will, as Li Chengfeng shapes it through imagination. In contrast, Hela utilizes her night sky sword as a mold, compressing her divine power and shaping it with the surrounding elements to ultimately create a replica. While it may sound intricate, it is merely a matter of an instant. What has she discovered? Has she even conjured a sword? A chill ran down Li Chengfeng's spine, and his expression grew serious. He was acutely aware of the other aspects mentioned in the system task briefing. Could it be that Hela's superior perception had sensed something? Immediately, she instructed Li Chengfeng. Manipulate the green light of will to follow the night sky sword and increase its frequency to illuminate everything below. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng did not hesitate to maximize the brightness of the green light of will, extending it downward through the opening created by the night sky sword. After descending approximately 10 meters, he sensed that the green light had made contact with the seawater beneath the ice. Instantly, the green light illuminated the glacier and the sea below. In response to the dazzling green light, an enormous eye, the size of the ice beneath his feet, suddenly opened. Li Chengfeng was momentarily stunned, but he quickly activated his communicator and shouted, "Take off immediately. Hurry. Damn it. There's a colossal sea star down here. Chapter 48, Hela, a cosmic monster." Is this it? After issuing the alarm, Li Chengfeng promptly opened a portal, forcefully kicking Loki through it. Seizing the opportunity while Hela was distracted, he grasped her hand and rushed inside. The other side of the portal revealed an open space in front of the Airbus. Upon emerging, Li Chengfeng immediately began to assess his surroundings. "Lu Chengfeng, did you really expect me to refuse entering the portal? And you kick me in the process? Shut up, you insufferable tsundere. Keep talking, and I'll incite your sister to thrash you." Though Loki's face remained disgruntled, he obediently fell silent. There was little he could do. His elder sister had little affection for him, yet Li Chengfeng was undeniably her savior. Moreover, she now referred to Li Chengfeng as my god, clearly beginning to regard him as her own. Most importantly, he knew he could not contend with either of them, and further conversation might provoke a mixed altercation. After silencing Loki, Li Chengfeng let out a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to prioritize rescuing anyone just yet. It was indeed a colossal life form. From the moment he entered that ice cavern, he could sense a faint pulsation. Initially, he thought it might have been the frozen human exhibiting some anomaly, but soon realized it was emanating from directly below him. "Dear Hela, this is truly not a creature from Earth," Li Chengfeng remarked with a shrug, beginning to elaborate on the origins of the massive sea star below. "This entity is known as Starro, an intelligent cosmic monster that wanders among the stars in search of the most suitable parasitic environment." Parasitic? Indeed, it is a parasitic organism, which, upon finding a suitable environment, reproduces a myriad of parasitic spores asexually through its own division, aiming to dominate and enslave the local indigenous species, regardless of which planet in the cosmos it inhabits. It wreaks considerable havoc. What sets Starro apart from other cosmic beasts is that those creatures act solely on instinct to forage and destroy. A solitary beast inflicts limited damage. However, Starro directly targets the apex indigenous populations within the food chain, effectively usurping their ecological niche, leading to the exploitation and devastation of the planet's ecology and resources. To put it simply, the former wreaks havoc and departs, while the latter takes up residence in your home and siphons off your monthly wages, practicing a form of sustainable depletion. After all, if an ordinary person is infected by Starro's spores without timely treatment, their lifespan is drastically curtailed. Just as I concluded my thoughts, the voice of Ada Wong echoed through the communicator. "I have already dispatched the Airbus, which is now hovering at a distance." What on earth is happening? What starfish are you referring to? Although Ada often enjoys teasing and flirting with Li Chengfeng, she is undoubtedly the most reliable ally at his side during missions, without exception. The fact that she immediately complied with his vague command to take off speaks volumes of her competence. In the next moment, a colossal purple-blue starfish burst forth from the ice. Li Chengfeng swiftly enveloped himself in a protective green aura, nimbly stepping upon the massive ice blocks that had been shattered, quickly creating distance. While Loki may not be the most skilled, he is still better than Li Chengfeng and his sister. Starro, though fearsome, poses little challenge to him, as evading its heavy and clumsy attacks is a trivial task. Hela, on the other hand, did not even bother to dodge, floating effortlessly in midair as she conjured hundreds of identical night sky swords in an instant. Under the fierce glint of those blades, the massive ice blocks disintegrated into a flurry of icy powder upon contact. Li Chengfeng gazed into Hela's eyes, joy radiating from his expression. Indeed, the goddess of death, Hela, is the commander of the Asgardian army, leading campaigns across the 9 realms, a true martial powerhouse, a war fanatic in every sense. Having been confined within the dimensional seal for over a millennium, her inherent martial instincts must have been yearning to be unleashed. The gigantic starfish before them is the perfect outlet for her pent-up aggression. This is precisely why Li Chengfeng is only concerned about the ordinary individuals facing the peril of parasitism from Starro spores, rather than the threat posed by this nearly 100-meter-tall creature itself. It is merely a cosmic beast. Even Hela, a being of godly stature, would find it manageable. Even Loki, if he abandons his comically futile close-quarters combat with those 2 small daggers and judiciously employs the vast array of magic he has mastered from the 9 realms, could vanquish it. After all, in the films, even the Suicide Squad managed to deal with Starro. While the cinematic version is undoubtedly weaker than the Starro before them, the Suicide Squad is also less formidable than Loki. The cosmic monster, which met its demise at the hands of a swarm of rodents, presents a rather absurd spectacle for both parties involved. You are all mere slaves. At that moment, a piercing voice suddenly erupted in the minds of several individuals. Li Chengfeng exchanged a glance with Loki. Indeed, this entity proved to be more formidable than its cinematic counterpart, possessing an innate telepathic ability. Yet, judging by its labored speech, it seemed only capable of delivering brief messages. Perhaps had it arrived a millennium earlier, it would have been revered as a deity in the Western world, inspiring Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos. But now, it could only be reduced to fragments by a true goddess. Li Chengfeng refrained from intervening, standing alongside Loki as they observed Hela methodically dismembering the colossal starfish. Hundreds of night sky swords danced through the air, wielded as extensions of their arms, their razor-sharp edges imbued with the divine power of Asgard, proving insurmountable for a mere starfish. Thus, the great creature met its end. Despite its initial grand entrance, it failed to exude the overwhelming presence one would expect from a monster. After all, this was a battle between beast and deity. Nevertheless, Li Chengfeng could not help but marvel at the formidable might of the Allfather. Even during the lowest ebb of divine existence, such combat prowess remained. He sensed that even at his utmost, he might struggle to best Hela, who was currently in peak condition. His most significant sources of power were the Green Lantern ring, the diamond form, and Loki's physical capabilities. Yet aside from these divine beings, vanquishing figures like Thor, Loki, and Tony Stark posed little challenge. In no time, the pieces of the starfish, Starro, scattered within a 100-meter radius. Hela remained poised in midair, her laughter resonating with the regal essence of a queen, dispelling the frustration of a millennia without battle. He, a cosmic monster, is that all? Chapter 42, the Kansas giant finally appears. Has he truly perished? Li Chengfeng gazed at the motionless fragments of Starro and looked up to Hela for confirmation. I have utterly destroyed him. As the goddess of death, I can assure you that I have even reduced his twisted soul to mere shards. Hela descended gracefully from the sky, casually brushing her hands to remove the frost that had clung to her hair during the battle. Although this skirmish was not particularly intense for her, it nonetheless brought her a profound sense of satisfaction. Completely dead? Li Chengfeng scratched his head, pondering in confusion. That cannot be right. If he were truly dead, my task should be complete, shouldn't it? Captain America has been extracted as well. The so-called other matters, namely Starro, have also been dealt with by Hela. Yet the system remains unresponsive. Must I still thaw the ice encasing Captain America? Furrowing his brow, Li Chengfeng reopened the communicator. Harley Quinn's enthusiastic voice immediately burst forth from the device. Li Chengfeng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Indeed, Harley could only be relied upon for a brief moment. Harley, calm down. It was merely a cosmic monster. Huh? A cosmic monster? I initially thought it was merely some lewd creature. How dull. By the way, do you have any matters to discuss? What thoughts occupy your mind? Never mind. Has Captain America's vital signs assessment been completed? Li Chengfeng, abandoning the erratic musings akin to Harley Quinn's whimsical thoughts, inquired directly. It was completed when you instructed us to take off. His bodily metabolism has nearly ceased, yet he is undoubtedly alive. Then we can commence thawing the ice. Huh? Just moments ago, Ada and the bald fellow had already cleared away all the ice encasing the old popsicle. Thus, Captain America has been completely rescued, and Starro is certainly beyond salvation. The mission remains unfulfilled. There is indeed but one final possibility. This so-called other entity is not Starro. Upon this realization, Li Chengfeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Damn system, why conceal the task briefing? Now, where could he possibly locate this other entity? Upon entering the aircraft, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. Coulson was taking selfies with Captain America, who lay in the medical pod, even pulling out his Captain America trading card to join in the photo. Li Chengfeng turned to Harley Quinn, who was brewing coffee in the laboratory, and asked, somewhat exasperated, how long has he exhibited these symptoms? Let me think, since that giant starfish appeared, he began showing signs. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the starfish. Goodness, regardless of age or gender, the thrill of fandom can drive one to madness, it seems. Even a seasoned agent like Coulson is not immune. Coulson, control yourself. Lee, did you just slap me? No one touched you. Did you not see Captain America so elated that he lost his composure? Such behavior is unbecoming of an agent. My apologies, I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. It appeared that Coulson had indeed been momentarily unhinged. Li Chengfeng refrained from striking him, and he believed it wholeheartedly. Rubbing his face, he continued, now that we have successfully rescued Captain America, let us return. Return? Return to what? You, my old friend, have achieved your fandom success. Yet my mission is far from complete. Everyone, assemble in the operations conference room. Ada Wong's tone was laced with disbelief. Upon hearing this, the group promptly gathered in the conference room. Ada did not waste words, but immediately activated the electronic projector. This was discovered after the aircraft ascended to this altitude. The projection revealed a pyramid-like structure composed of what appeared to be ice crystals. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity with the structure. We did not observe this edifice upon our arrival, for only at this height can it be seen. From lower altitudes, one would merely witness a vast expanse of ice. Moreover, no radar from any nation has ever detected this construction. Perhaps it is some form of extraterrestrial relic, shielded by advanced technology, with this point being the only coincidental flaw in its concealment. As Ada analyzed, mentioning the extraterrestrial relic sent a shiver down Li Chengfeng's spine. Goodness, the Arctic. The pyramid-shaped structure constructed of crystalline stones. Isn't this the solitary fortress of the colossal being from Kansas? If Li Chengfeng were not so reluctant, he would undoubtedly deliver himself a couple of sharp slaps. How could he forget such a critical detail, that the Arctic is the domain of the giant? Wait, isn't the solitary fortress equipped with an automatic sensing system? If anyone trespasses or disturbs the fortress, it will alert the giant. Although Hellas' annihilation of Starro was not particularly loud, the emergence of that cosmic starfish certainly stirred a substantial tremor. This must have activated the fortress's automatic sensing system. Therefore, barring any unforeseen events, the giant will be notified of two formidable life forms engaging in battle near his sanctuary. Moreover, today is a holiday. The giant is likely at home. He can arrive in an instant. The giant's flight speed can reach faster than light velocities. While he would not utilize such extreme speed within the atmosphere, he is nonetheless far swifter than any aircraft. Fortunately, there was no impact on his fortress. Otherwise, he would have had to confront a fully matured giant. Li Chengfeng mused, I am still but a child. I cannot face the giant. By the way, I have dispatched 3 drones to capture photographs and collect samples of this structure. What? 3 drones? Upon hearing this from Ada Wong, Li Chengfeng was momentarily stunned. Ada Wong, startled by Li Chengfeng's sudden outburst, hesitantly inquired, Is 3 drones insufficient? Li Chengfeng sighed, offering no explanation. Well, I find it rather few. After saying this, he called up the real-time monitoring footage from the drones, observing them draw ever closer to the solitary fortress. Suddenly, all 3 camera feeds captured a shadow simultaneously before losing signal. Li Chengfeng smacked his forehead. This is bad. Meanwhile, as those around him puzzled over the loss of signal, Hella suddenly turned her gaze toward the Airbus's hatch. The hatch was forcefully yanked open, and a colossal figure clad in a blue bodysuit entered, clutching the 3 drones, before promptly sealing the hatch tight, a display of both brute strength and courtesy. Hey folks, are these buzzing little toys around my home yours? Chapter 43, Initiating Romantic Consultation Above the Arctic. Is the Arctic land under your name? No, Bachi. As long as it's not. Is there any issue with us deploying drones in the unclaimed Arctic for reconnaissance? It seems not. Then, shouldn't you apologize? And perhaps compensate us for the drones? Do I look like a fool to you? I see you resemble Clark Kent, hailing from Krypton and rooted in Kansas. Upon witnessing the giant's actual appearance, Li Chengfeng found himself surprisingly unafraid. His star team from the Joint Coordination Bureau operates with integrity. The giant would have no reason to trouble him. The most he could do is experience a sudden tremor at his residence and inquire about the drones surveying his property. After Li Chengfeng revealed the true name of the imposing figure, he merely widened his eyes slightly, exhibiting no particularly profound reaction. One might even say it fell within his expectations. Are you truly unperturbed? Bruce Wayne has recently mentioned you quite frequently, Agent Li Chengfeng. Clark Kent casually set aside the remnants of a drone and made himself comfortable on a sofa. Except for Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn. Everyone else appeared to be on high alert. Li Chengfeng looked at Harley Quinn, astonished. His calmness stemmed from his familiarity with Clark Kent. But when had Harley become so audacious? Just as he pondered this, Harley Quinn made her move. She approached directly and playfully tugged at the little tuft of hair on Clark Kent's forehead. Clark Kent, when did you develop a penchant for wearing tight suits? Harley Quinzel, it has been quite a while since our last encounter. Quite a while? When I was confined in Arkham Asylum. Didn't you come to visit me with Bruce Wayne? TSK. Did you really think that just because you don glasses I wouldn't recognize you? Ahem. For us, concealing our identities is essential. As Li Chengfeng observed Harley Quinn engaging with Clark Kent, a sudden sharp pain pierced through his head. Goodness, can Harley Quinn's connections in this world be any more formidable? The beloved child of the DC universe and his progenitor are both her friends? Is there no justice in this world? Agent Li, you might not be fully aware of our relationship. Clark Kent nodded towards Li Chengfeng, disregarding Harley Quinn, who was searching for scissors. Louise, Harley Quinzel, and I are alumni of the same university. When I was a freshman, Louise and Harley were already juniors. Li Chengfeng blinked in disbelief. Invincible. Truly invincible. The implications of those two sentences were staggering. Knowing the imposing figures couple in college, graduating to be acquainted with the Bat, and now attempting to strip himself bare? No. Aren't you the real protagonist here? Moreover, given that Louise Lane is 31, Clark Kent, being 2 years her junior, must be around 28 or 29. Yet, how can a Superman, not yet 30, approach maturity? There's a hint of extraordinary circumstances here. So, you're in a sort of sibling romance with Louise Lane? Well, how should I put it? I'd rather not associate our relationship with age, as it perpetuates certain stereotypes. Harley Quinn's disdainful gaze caused the under-30 behemoth to blush like a child whose lie had been exposed. But Li Chengfeng was far from calm. What? You and Louise Lane are not together yet. Are you quite familiar with Louise Lane, Agent? Why do you ask? Ahem. I am indeed aware of the renowned journalist Louise Lane, but my concern stems from the belief that you and she are remarkably well-suited for one another. Li Chengfeng leaned closer to the imposing figure, feigning an air of mystery as he spoke, since you have long admired Louise Lane. You must be aware of the existence of Tony Stark, correct? The burly man was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Li Chengfeng, a senior agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, could be so gossipy and amiable. As a reporter for the Planet Daily, he frequently engaged in discussions with various governmental entities. Except for those associated with the Joint Investigation Bureau, nearly all other departments regarded the media with a sense of disdain and trepidation. However, his encounters with the agents from the Bureau revealed an entirely different demeanor. They were approachable and down-to-earth. Was this the prevailing atmosphere within the entire Bureau? Yet, when Li Chengfeng mentioned the name of Tony Stark, Clark Kent's expression shifted. Although devoid of murderous intent, it certainly conveyed a lack of goodwill. Of course, he was aware of Tony Stark. He and Louise had conducted an interview with him once, after which Stark became infatuated with Louise and even invested in the Planet Daily to be closer to her. You see, if you do not seize the moment to confess your feelings, the number of individuals around Louise will only increase, as she is an undeniably charming woman. Tony Stark is neither the first nor the last to be drawn to her. What should I do then? Have you noticed Hela Quasar, the Asian woman beside her? The elder sister who has been glaring at you with a dangerous gaze? I can maneuver among them with ease. Allow me to offer you some advice. And you need not worry. Loki, observing Li Chengfeng's composed demeanor, patted Clark Kent on the shoulder, feeling somewhat exasperated. These two exemplified one who dared to teach and another who dared to believe. While Li Chengfeng whispered to Clark Kent, the deities and agents around them finally exhaled with relief. It appeared that this man, known as Clark Kent, truly harbored no hostility. Sister, Is this man named Clark Kent truly formidable? Loki lowered his voice and inquired of Hela beside him. Despite having been sent flying by a punch from the man adorned with an emblem on his chest, he remained curious about his prowess. Very formidable. After a moment's contemplation, she added, I can sense that if he were to unleash his full strength, I would have virtually no capacity for retaliation. Loki's breath caught in his throat. Virtually no capacity for retaliation. Even if their father were to descend upon a courtyard, surely sister would not be entirely defenseless, would she? What if it were upon the soil of Asgard? The Asgardians indeed share a commendable trait. They may be stubborn, yet their words are seldom harsh. Chapter 44. A task concluded by the power of deception. Above the Arctic, within the hovering Airbus, the atmosphere in the lounge had escalated to a level of palpable tension. Everyone was flushed with anger, creating a cacophony of voices. Except for Hela and Clark Kent. Initially shocked by Clark Kent, Hela had now grown so bored that she picked up Li Chengfeng's phone to scroll through the Republic's social media. Although Clark Kent did not exhibit overt agitation, he appeared somewhat flustered, casting a pleading glance towards Hela. Young demigod of Earth, you must acclimate to these bewildering disputes. This is truly difficult to adapt to. Clark Kent replied with a wry smile. Before him, Coulson shed his genteel demeanor, discarding his suit jacket, loosening his tie, rolling up his shirt sleeves, and stowing away his watch. He pounded the table, poised to engage in a brawl with Li Chengfeng. If Clark Kent harbors affections for Lois Lane, why cannot he simply confess his feelings? Must he await his own demise, a separation by death, before they can ever recognize one another again? As Coulson shouted, his eyes grew misty. He reminisced about his girlfriend Audrey, a gentle and intellectual cellist who illuminated his entire career as an agent. Now forever beyond his reach due to his prior death. Under ordinary circumstances, he could suppress his emotions. However, the emotional turmoil of the day was overwhelming, especially after Li Chengfeng inexplicably began to discuss the relationship between Clark Kent and Lois Lane, even soliciting his perspective as an elder. What perspective? Coulson retorted. I observe with my eyes. Thus, regarding Clark Kent's romantic entanglements, Coulson and Li Chengfeng found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. Eventually, even Ada Wong and Loki, drawn into the fray, joined the discord. Only Harley Quinn chimed in purely for amusement, exclaiming, brother is right. Me too. I, Harley Quinn, wholeheartedly support. Although Lois Lane had numerous admirers, Clark Kent undoubtedly stood out as the most extraordinary. Moreover, Lois Lane was renowned as a career-driven powerhouse, which warranted a gradual approach. There was no need for haste, and he could utilize his Superman identity to fend off other suitors. Li Chengfeng's Mirka, a cold grin spreading across his face. Deceit is a soldier's ally. You are merely manipulating emotions. You, a cad who deceives feelings. Are we not discussing others' affairs? He retorted. This feels somewhat intentional. Do not use this opportunity to vent your frustrations on me, Ada. Humph. It is you short-lived mortals who are shallow. Matters of love are trivial. Our destiny as Asgardian gods lies in ruling the cosmos. Begone, ancient virgin. After everyone collectively scorned Loki, the atmosphere escalated to a fever pitch. Clark Kent gazed around, bewildered, uncertain whose counsel to heed. Hela lifted her head, radiating an aura of authority. O mortal from beyond the Nine Realms, Clark Kent, though your power is immense, your intellect presently fails to match it, she declared, setting aside her phone. I, having lived for millennia, offer you a piece of advice. Please, Lady Hela, share it. Do not be swayed by others. Follow your true heart. I understand, Lady Hela. Clark Kent's furrowed brow finally relaxed as he nodded gratefully at her. Then, adopting the same method, opened the hatch and departed, maintaining that unique blend of violence and courtesy. What did you comprehend? Someone queried. I'm still perplexed, came a reply. Hyla curled her lip. Millennia of wisdom are not solely reserved for battle and warfare. Enough of the theatrics. The moment Clark Kent exited, he departed at high speed. As her words fell, everyone came to a halt. Coulson adjusted his suit, while Li Chengfeng stretched lazily. Ada Wong approached to examine whether the drone storage device could be salvaged, and Loki stepped aside to pour himself a martini, to be consumed only after the mission's conclusion. Only Harley Quinn remained oblivious. Hey, why is everyone silent? Keep going. I was just starting to feel it. Goodness. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes at Harley Quinn, who truly embodied the archetype of a psychotic femme fatale. Oh, my pudding, that look you just gave me was simply irresistible. Excuse me, everyone. I must check if I brought an extra pair of shorts. Harley Quinn unleashed a torrent of provocative words in front of everyone before hurriedly retreating to her room aboard the aircraft. Nice job. Coulson, your acting is quite commendable. I actually thought you were sincere, Li Chengfeng remarked. Aha! Indeed, it was all my performance. Coulson responded with a veneer of joviality. You can't possibly be expressing genuine feelings, can you? Li Chengfeng questioned, his gaze scrutinizing Coulson. Which woman has captured your thoughts? How could that be? I am a cold-hearted senior agent of the Bureau. Coulson retorted, forcing a smile that seemed strained. Li Chengfeng smirked. Come on, fellas. Are we putting on an impromptu show to deceive the big guy? Why are you getting so invested? It seemed that Nick Fury ought to take a serious look into the mental well-being of his agents. Lee, the memory of these 3 drones has been completely destroyed. This came as no surprise. Clark Kent was merely a touch more innocent than one might expect. He was no fool. Li Chengfeng had lost interest in the Fortress of Solitude. Having already encountered the formidable figure, it seemed inevitable that they would continue to interact. Perhaps the Avengers and the Justice League could start forming alliances, or perhaps even establish a Justice Avengers League. Of course, this was merely a thought. There was no cosmic crisis compelling these typically solitary superheroes to collaborate. With the autopilot set, the aircraft finally disengaged from its hovering state. The older model consumed a substantial amount of fuel while suspended. As the aircraft ascended into the sky, completely departing from the Arctic, the system notification finally chimed. Ding! Mission The Iceman Cometh completed. Mission-associated characters: Coulson, Captain America, Loki, Hyla, Superman. Acquired Coulson's Kree blood. Acquired Captain America's Super Soldier Serum. Acquired Loki's Astral Projection. Acquired Hyla's Necromantic Magic. Acquired Superman's Heat Vision. Chapter 45. Greetings, Grant Ward. How can one articulate Li Chengfeng's sentiment? Comfortable. Although the mechanism by which the system selects mission-related characters remains enigmatic, this instance at least suggests that the same individual can be chosen more than once. Moreover, there's the prospect of certain big guy within the reward pool. Certainly, one would never select an individual devoid of competence. In fact, the outcome has even surpassed Li Chengfeng's expectations. First and foremost, there's Coulson. While Coulson possesses considerable charm, Li Chengfeng initially believed that he would contribute little in terms of combat prowess. However, he unexpectedly acquired Kree blood, which serves as a key to unlocking inhuman abilities. This implies that once he possesses Kree blood, he merely needs to locate a Terrigen crystal to activate his own inhuman powers. Though not necessarily formidable, it certainly surpasses the rather mediocre skills of Coulson's agent capabilities, categorizing it as an SSR ability. As for Captain America's Super Soldier Serum, it requires no elaboration, offering a comprehensive enhancement to physical attributes, simple yet effective in its potential for strength. Additionally, there are Loki's Astral Projection and Hellas Necromancy. The term astral projection may seem obscure at first glance, but when translated to the soul leaving the body while retaining power, it becomes much clearer. Hellas Necromancy, befitting the goddess of death, is undeniably powerful. However, its aesthetic does not align well with the image of the Joint Counterterrorism Agency, and Li Chengfeng would undoubtedly refrain from employing it in densely populated areas, as the specter of death is likely to incite more fear than even the most formidable supervillain. Lastly, we have Heat Vision. While it may not stand out among Superman's myriad of extraordinary abilities, it remains one of his most frequently utilized powers, particularly for tasks such as debridement and suturing wounds. Remarkable indeed. So, you are suggesting that this individual known as Superman possesses an extraterrestrial fortress resembling a pyramid in the Arctic? Nick Fury widened his singular eye, incredulously inquiring of Li Chengfeng. Surely, you do not mean to imply that the goddess of death beside you. Nick Fury clearly remained undeterred. That is an alien fortress. Just imagine the wealth of advanced technology that surpasses our world's scientific achievements contained within. Even if we could merely extract a couple of items from it, it would elevate human technology to unprecedented heights. Li Chengfeng interjected sternly, Fury, I warn you once more, do not place us all in peril. Superman is a divine gift to Earth. As long as we refrain from exploiting him or those in his company, he is an unequivocally benevolent force, generously utilizing his abilities to aid those in distress. Yet, if you lead this divine being to utter disappointment, he shall no longer extend his mercy. Li Chengfeng's words were not to be taken lightly. The experiences of the unjust Superman stand as a testament. Should such a scenario arise, Li Chengfeng would undoubtedly seek refuge in the Republic with his friends and family. Agent Fury is correct, added by Yaden, nodding in agreement. As long as we do not provoke this nearly invincible entity, he will remain entirely harmless, possessing telepathic abilities and having witnessed the depths of human malice. Yaden comprehended the human heart far better than his counterpart, He Luo Dan. Very well, He Luo Dan conceded, rubbing his bald head. Li Chengfeng sensed that he had not entirely relinquished his thoughts. However, it was likely that Nick Fury would refrain from further pursuits until a more opportune moment presented itself. The report concludes here. I shall take my leave. Your report was rather lackluster, merely recounting the matter concerning the Superman, was it not? Is that not the crux of the issue? Where is Captain America? The medical department is idle. And what of Coulson? He is in the restroom, clutching a photograph of his ex-girlfriend in an emo state. Very well, you may depart. The Black Egg must hastily wave farewell. He fears that if Li Chengfeng lingers any longer, he might require 2 of the fast-acting heart-saving pills imported from the Republic. Subsequently, he extracted Coulson from the restroom on the 31st floor with Loki in tow and swiftly made his way to the airborne command center of Coulson's team. Although the Airbus had been entrusted to Li Chengfeng by Nick Fury, numerous airborne mobile command centers of S.H.I.L.D. remain of similar caliber. Li, you're already acquainted with their profiles, so I shall refrain from introducing them individually. Li Chengfeng regarded the faces before him, some exhibiting excitement while others maintained composure, swiftly associating them with their identities. Greetings, Agent Li Chengfeng. Your name, alongside the Star Team, has recently become legendary within the entire Joint Bureau. Fitz. At such a moment, it is prudent to refrain from stuttering. Agent Li, I have heard that you possess remarkable self-healing abilities. Might I have the honor of procuring some of your bodily tissue for research purposes? Naturally, the first to approach were the scientific duo, Li Chengfeng Smilat, recognizing their distinct aura as internal agents. Particularly, Gemma Simmons showcased the potential of a mad scientist in her discourse. Fitz, take Gemma away to calm her down. Coulson remarked with a wry smile. These 2 scientific prodigies were commendable in every aspect, save for their propensity to become overly enthusiastic. It is quite all right, Coulson. Li Chengfeng Smilat, your team is not yet complete. What Grant Ward? Oh, is that so? I shall make his acquaintance, Coulson replied. Captain America has been in the medical department for quite some time. He should be awakening soon. It would be prudent for you to bring your team along. That old popsicle has been frozen for nearly a century, and he will likely experience a shock upon awakening. Li Chengfeng waved to the others and proceeded towards the lounge area. Young lady, next time you wish to observe, do so openly. There is no need to hide. With that, he disregarded Sky's suddenly crimson visage and made his way directly to the lounge of the Airborne Command Center. Along the way, he casually disabled all surveillance equipment. Greetings, Grant Ward. As a member of Hydra, do you not feel the slightest bit of pressure sitting here? Chapter 46, A Chance for Survival. What are you insinuating? Agent Li Chengfeng? I am merely enjoying a solitary drink here. Grant Ward's performance as a scoundrel was impeccable. Even when faced with an unexpected ambush, he revealed no cracks in his facade. Li Chengfeng had to concede that had he not been a traveler from another world, he would have been easily deceived by this scoundrel. Cease the pretense. Prolonged deception may lead you to believe it yourself. Li Chengfeng sat beside Grant Ward, whispering conspiratorially in his ear, assassination, infiltration, subterfuge. You are one of the finest agents in the Joint Bureau, as well as one of Hydra's most exceptional operatives. Upon hearing the words, Grant Ward smiled faintly, yet his hand had already drawn the silver Glock from his waist. However, Li Chengfeng was far quicker. Grant Ward, astonished by the unfolding events, felt his mind racing while his body struggled to keep pace with Li Chengfeng's movements. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relinquish his grip on the weapon, his expression vividly portraying a valiant warrior resisting against insurmountable odds. Who on earth are you? Are you the Hydra infiltrator within the Bureau? Damn it, I refuse to let the events of years past repeat themselves. Li Chengfeng, observing Grant Ward's theatrical performance, couldn't help but applaud genuinely. What a remarkable display. With such talent and charm, you should surely consider a career in the entertainment industry. You would undoubtedly leave the competition in ruins. If you wished, I would personally facilitate your debut in the Republic. Of course, this was merely a jest within Li Chengfeng's mind. Heaven above, your acting is nothing short of extraordinary, is it not? I even suspect you might possess a degree of dissociative identity. One persona as the Bureau Agent Grant Ward, and another as the Hydra Operative Grant Ward. Li Chengfeng's tone conveyed admiration, his expression one of incredulity as he casually took a beer from in front of Grant Ward. The latter remained on guard. Yet beads of sweat were visibly forming on his forehead. Despite his earlier loud inquiries directed at Li Chengfeng, they had not attracted the attention of others, indicating that not only was the Airborne Mobile Command Center devoid of personnel, but also that all surveillance devices had been either disabled or destroyed. Grant Ward realized he was utterly isolated, and this environment had certainly been meticulously orchestrated by the Republic individual before him. Most crucially, He understood that he was no match for this superhuman drinking beer. "Ah, I recall your former supervisor was John Garrett, correct?" "I have nothing to say," Grant retorted. "You Hydra scum shall not extract any information from me. I truly wish to refrain from further praising your acting skills. Your conviction is indeed formidable," Li Chengfeng remarked, giving Grant Ward a thumbs up, yet his gaze sharpened, more intense than before. "John Garrett, a leader of Hydra, and you, his most loyal henchman." As these words escaped Li Chengfeng's lips, Grant Ward felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, a cold sweat instantly soaking his collar. The second greatest secret of his was laid bare, and while fear coursed through him, disbelief prevailed. "Agent Li Chengfeng, I know you were personally lent by Director Nick Fury from the Republic headquarters, ostensibly a level 7 agent. Yet your actual authority could be said to be second only to the Director. With a covert operative of your caliber, you Hydra fiends have set your sights on me? Oh, still not willing to speak the truth." Li Chengfeng's displeasure became apparent. "Your acting may be commendable, but now that the truth is exposed, why not simply acknowledge it? You don't genuinely believe I would go to such lengths merely to deceive you, do you? You fail to comprehend that the true deceiver is the one who harbors the most suspicion." Li Chengfeng cast the beer bottle onto the table, observing as the liquid streamed down the bar and pooled on the floor. "Once, you were a protector, shielding your younger brother from the hands of your father and brother. Yet ultimately, it was you who thrust him into the abyss, rendering him crippled. Is this not the very essence of your concealed past? Regardless of your acting prowess or how meticulously you embellish the memories of you remain that same deceiver, that final perpetrator of violence." Upon hearing this, Grant Ward's breath caught sharply. The expression of grievance and defiance that had just graced his features morphed into something cruel. As a time traveler, Li Chengfeng understood that in Grant Ward's mind, were Hydra and John Garrett compared to the facade he had constructed through subconscious manipulation. The childhood guardian of brothers? How ludicrous. Who are you truly? How would you possibly know these things? Do you know my brother? My past has been entirely obliterated by Garrett. The barrage of questions signified that Grant Ward's inner defenses had finally crumbled. Li Chengfeng smirked inwardly. Breaking defenses was precisely the objective. "I am but an agent of the Bureau, and you need not know why. All you must grasp is that I am privy to everything. Compared to me, John Garrett's self-proclaimed omniscience is nothing short of a jest. His capabilities are merely those of a high-ranking agent with Bureau-level clearance. That is indeed a hilarious farce, one that I could laugh at for a decade." As Li Chengfeng unveiled the entirety of Grant Ward's secrets, including his fondness for mature women, Grant Ward surprisingly regained his composure. "What do you wish for me to do? Oh, you do not intend to take your own life in anger? That is rather uncharacteristic of Hydra. Currently, the entire aerial command center is in a state of disarray. My chances of escape are negligible. Yet you have yet to take action, which implies you desire something from me." Grant Ward, filled with resignation, realized that in the face of insurmountable odds, with all his secrets laid bare, surrender was his only option. He could only cleanse his neck and rear, contemplating which would please his opponent. Moreover, he harbored no loyalty to Hydra or Garrett as he had once imagined. Indeed, quite astute. "Now, I wish to offer you a chance to survive. I wonder if you desire it." Chapter 47. The Regulator, Li Chengfeng. Grant Ward paused. "What do you mean by that? Do not overthink it. It is simply a matter of literal interpretation. Only by assisting me with certain tasks can your life be spared and your secrets remain concealed." Li Chengfeng offered Grant Ward no opportunity for rebuttal, nor would he allow such a chance. Grant Ward seemed to ponder the implications, his expression darkening into inscrutability. "So, what benefits shall I obtain? What is this? You seek benefits?" Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Did this brother truly value his life or not? "I'm already granting you, a Hydra member, the chance to preserve your existence, yet you still desire more? Is this not the greatest boon imaginable? Very well, I understand. Alas, the value of life is indeed precious, yet the worth of love surpasses it. If it is for the sake of freedom, both may be willingly forsaken. How can one disregard everything merely to survive? Is this truly it? The promised land, the land of freedom, reduced to this?" Li Chengfeng harbors a certain disdain for America and Western values. However, such derision bears no weight for Grant Ward. He shows no allegiance to America, nor to Hydra, and certainly not to John Garrett. Grant Ward is solely loyal to himself. Survival reigns supreme above all else. Thus, he uttered not a single word. Finally, Li Chengfeng reined in his mocking demeanor and continued, "It seems you have come to some realization. The first task you must undertake is to assist me in assassination. Who must I kill? There are quite a few on your list, starting with Agent Sitwell, one of the higher-ups in the Bureau. Most of the Hydra operatives within the Bureau were recruited by him. Furthermore, His entanglements with political interests are far too numerous. He has lured many high-ranking officials under the Hydra banner, thus you must eliminate him. Li Chengfeng paused before adding, "Oh, and while you're at it, send all the politicians who collude with Hydra to their demise. The number may be considerable, but I trust that for the sake of your own life, you will accomplish this task, yes? Your actions are more Hydra than Hydra itself, even for someone as unflinching as Grant Ward." The gravity of Li Chengfeng's initial assignment drew a sharp intake of breath. While he held no aversion to killing, he was astonished that such a task was bestowed upon him by an agent from the Republic, the nation renowned for its civility and decorum. Upon finishing, Li Chengfeng extended his hands, partially transforming into a diamond form, and gradually reduced the beer bottle before him to a fine glass powder. This display caused Grant Ward's eyes to widen in astonishment. "You possess other abilities beyond mere self-healing?" Li Chengfeng smirked, reverting to his normal state. "Who told you I was limited to a single power? Even if I had but one, I could reduce you to an unrecognizable pulp. Now be gone, Grant Ward. And do not forget to inform Coulson that you are withdrawing from the team." Grant Ward rose, concealing his fear of Li Chengfeng and the fleeting sense of survival, and swiftly departed. Faced with the choice between killing others and himself, he decisively chose the former. Li Chengfeng observed Ward's retreating figure with a cold smile. While he remembered the more significant figures, he remained unaware of the intricate web Hydra had woven within the political sphere. Yet, Grant Ward was well versed in this knowledge. Killing one's own is the most efficient method. As for the bald Sitwell, Li Chengfeng had not anticipated that this individual had managed to survive the last purge of Hydra remnants, hiding under Maria Hill's command until now. At this moment, the Bureau indeed required a thorough cleansing. No Hydra operative could be spared. However, achieving this within the current Bureau presented itself as an exceedingly simple task. At least a dozen telepaths are affiliated with the X-Men. This ability is remarkably effective for uncovering undercover agents. No matter how skilled an actor or how deep the hypnosis, they will inevitably be revealed by a telepathic scan. With this thought, Li Chengfeng snapped his fingers and opened a portal. I must not forget Ada's new outfit. I cannot miss the legendary patent leather boots and glossy stockings. 3 days later, Phil Coulson stood in the clearing outside the Aerial Command Center. Addressing his team members, "It is with regret that I inform you all that Agent Grant Ward has, for personal reasons, withdrawn from this special emergency team. However, we are pleased to welcome a new colleague, Level 7 Agent Melinda May from the Joint Task Force. She was personally recruited by the inaugural director of the America Bureau, Peggy Carter, and was once my partner." Amidst the cheers of the youthful team, Melinda May stepped forward, nodding coolly before casting a scrutinizing glance at Coulson. "You initially told me there were only 2 science whizzes and a forensic expert. Now there's an additional hacker." She eyed the somewhat flustered Sky, pondering the addition of yet another non-combatant to the team. Coughing lightly, Coulson explained, though Sky was not part of the original plan for this special emergency team, it has become evident that a top-tier hacker is invaluable. Moreover, Sky has expressed a desire to undergo field agent training and assessments. To facilitate this, I have specifically selected a supervisor for her. "A supervisor? Who?" Melinda inquired, her gaze shifting towards Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow, and Wade Wilson, Deadpool. In her estimation, these two would be the most suitable choices. At that moment, a portal materialized beside her, and Li Chengfeng emerged, clad in a suit jacket, standing alongside Melinda May. "Greetings, compatriot. It is a pleasure to meet you," Li Chengfeng said. "I have long admired your reputation. You have made quite a name for yourself at the Republic Bureau." Melinda May shook hands with Li Chengfeng, conversing in the Republic's language. Among those present, only Oliver Queen could comprehend their dialogue. "So, you are the supervisor for the hacker?" she remarked. "What a Star Squad." "The Star Squad is undergoing a month-long military training exercise," Li Chengfeng replied, shivering slightly at the thought. "It is under the supervision of our death goddess." The divine training was daunting, although Ada and Harley were manageable. The pitiful expressions of Wanda and Pietro were truly hard for Li Chengfeng to bear. It was a dire situation indeed. Chapter 48. The Infatuated Undercover Agent Sky. Hey, what are Agent Lee and Agent May discussing?" Deadpool, Wade Wilson, elbowed Barry Allen beside him, whispering in curiosity. "You're asking me? I don't understand the Republic language." Barry Allen could only turn his gaze toward Oliver Queen. "Oliver, you should be able to understand, right?" The conversation lacked substance, revealing that Sky's supervisor was none other than Agent Li Chengfeng, the leader of the Star Team. Subsequently, the Star Team was subjected to rigorous training by the Death Goddess. Upon Oliver Queen's translation, the surrounding team members collectively gasped in astonishment. The Death Goddess. Just days prior, Agent Lee had escorted this formidable being from Asgard to headquarters, causing the energy detection instruments throughout the building to nearly short-circuit. Was being trained by such a terrifying figure a blessing or a curse? Nevertheless, you are indeed fortunate. Li Chengfeng personally oversees your training, Wade Wilson remarked with a tone of envy, for even stripped of all superpowers, he would still be a figure of renown comparable to Natasha Romanoff. Sky, the infatuated girl, barely registered Wade Wilson's ramblings, her gaze fixated on Li Chengfeng. Though he lacked the imposing physique of a muscle-bound behemoth, his tall and agile frame resembled that of a languid leopard, appearing deceptively non-threatening while possessing the potential to strike with lethal precision at any moment. She regretted ever going undercover in the Joint Commission for the sake of the Rising Tide organization. Why not simply remain a hacker, rather than unearthing the government secrets? Was the conspiracy merely their concealment of such exquisite Republic beauty? After meeting the entirety of Coulson's team, Li finally approached Sky. "Hello, Sky. I am your supervisor, Li Chengfeng. If my name is cumbersome, feel free to call me Li." "Hello, Li," Sky replied politely, extending her hand. To her surprise, after their handshake, Li Chengfeng drew her into his embrace. Instinctively, she wanted to protest, but in that moment, her shoulder strap was inadvertently lifted, rather than feeling violated. Her mind raced to a different concern. This was disastrous. Concealed within her strap was a memory card containing sensitive information obtained from the Joint Commission, intended for later delivery to the Rising Tide organization. "Coulson, continue." Li tossed the memory card to Coulson. "Did you not mention that someone has been bypassing permissions to download internal intelligence? That was the work of our little hacker." Li Chengfeng, of course, did not possess X-ray vision. He simply had some insight into Sky. However, the trajectory of events in this world diverged slightly. For instance, Sky joined the Joint Commission prior to the series of coincidences following the explosion in New York City yesterday that led to her recruitment. Yet overall, Coulson and his team remained oblivious to Sky's true identity. Faced with the scrutiny of her teammates, even Sky felt a certain reckless abandon. "How will you ensure my silence? Is that even possible? The harsh truth is known to all and can be found everywhere. You are destined to be unable to thwart the rising tide. We are like the tide. You will never locate us, nor glimpse our true form. We will forever rise in resistance against those who conceal the truth of our world from us." Li Chengfeng shook his head, realizing that he ought to refrain from indulging in films with simplistic narratives, easily concluded by one or two characters. With this thought, a smile graced his face. Radiant as a deity descended from the heavens, leaving Sky momentarily awestruck. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision as Li Chengfeng draped a black hood over her head. "Curse it! What are you planning to do to me?" The Joint Bureau is a monstrous entity that devours the truth. The Tide Organization, on the other hand, is the guardian of truth, resisting the Joint Bureau, defying the dictatorial organization that obliterates the public's right to know. Annoying, isn't it? Li Chengfeng casually struck Sky's forehead, questioning when the hacker organization had transformed into a paragon of justice. Their rhetoric sounded appealing. Yet were you aware that the Tide Organization was profiting handsomely from selling the Joint Bureau's intelligence? Who has the Joint Bureau wronged? Risking their lives to protect you while simultaneously grappling with the troubles you create? You are slandering us. The Tide Organization embodies justice. Fine, you are all partners of justice. Is that satisfactory? Now, kindly maintain your silence. If you speak again, I shall resort to physical reprimand. Be cautious. I am a single man, and one cannot predict the inhumane actions I might undertake. So, you mean to say you are still without a girlfriend? Sky, your level of infatuation is truly unparalleled in my experience. Li Chengfeng and Coulson, in front of all their team members, tossed Sky into the interrogation room of the Airborne Mobile Command Center. "Li, we have already confirmed that, although the information is not particularly significant, it is indeed beyond the purview of a preparatory agent." Coulson nodded, adding that recent intelligence indicated Sky's presence at the scene of yesterday's explosion in New York, where she had posted a video under the Tide Organization's account, depicting an individual in a hoodie scaling a 5-story building unassisted and leaping off without protective gear after rescuing someone. Li Chengfeng nodded and removed the black hood. Sky regained her sight, realizing she was enclosed in a room entirely composed of monochromatic metal, devoid of any furnishings save for rudimentary tables and chairs. "So, are you going to interrogate me now?" "To be honest, this little commotion hardly qualifies as an interrogation," Li Chengfeng remarked, disdainfully glancing at the file concerning Sky. "However, you possess intelligence that piques our interest. What do you know about the New York explosion?" Although Li Chengfeng was generally aware of the plot, he recognized that it had diverged from the original narrative, thus proceeding cautiously was prudent. Most importantly, how could he explain to Coulson why the leader of the Starlight team was so intrigued by a seemingly ordinary explosion and was investigating the underlying issues? Sky. We require a name. Li Chengfeng's expression grew grave as he sat across from Sky. He was a hero, yet due to your video, his situation had become dire. On what grounds do you presume I possess knowledge? You are an undercover operative within the Joint Bureau, and you appeared at the explosion site yesterday. Therefore, we believe you recorded everything and subsequently allowed the Tide organization to release it. However, you have just discovered that you cannot breach the data encryption on my phone and laptop, which means you have essentially acquired nothing. As you know, cases handled by the FBI do not require the procedural justice that the NYPD adheres to. In summary, your release of the video raises our suspicions that you orchestrated the bombing solely to draw out this superpowered individual. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, the self-proclaimed righteous Sky rose indignantly. How could it possibly be me? It is you. The ultimate method to conceal everything is, after all, a bomb, is it not? This is not the first time you have resorted to such tactics. This latest Centipede project. Centipede? What Centipede project? Coulson furrowed his brow. Yet Sky instantly caught on. Wait, you actually do not know about this matter? At this revelation, Sky nearly burst out laughing. Ha. The billions in advanced equipment in your hands are utterly wasted. I bet I could dismantle your communications department using just my laptop. Chapter 49. A man does not get drunk, yet still brings you to tears. Li Chengfeng listened to Sky's laughter and glanced at Coulson. Sky had a point. The communications department of the FBI was indeed rather inept. In the realm of hacking technology, they were akin to being led by the nose by the Rising Tide organization. Despite possessing a significant equipment advantage, this matter could be left to the FBI Academy to address. It was high time to recruit and nurture a talent like Sky among their ranks. But you must consider that individual. We acknowledge that we do wish to recruit him, but only to join our cause. We do not intend to harm him. Li Chengfeng pressed his hands on the table, leaning forward, their faces mere centimeters apart, both able to feel the warmth of each other's breath. But what about the others? You know those organizations eager to plunge the existing order into chaos. They will seek to exploit him. And what happens afterward? They might even dissect him. Li Chengfeng stared intently into Sky's eyes, seriousness etched on his face. At best, they may slice him up for research. At worst, they might even taste him to assess his flavor. The Centipede project had briefly surfaced on the online labor market before vanishing as soon as enough individuals were found. Later, through reverse tracking, I discovered the MAC access point, located in the very building where the explosion occurred. A flicker of struggle passed through Sky's eyes. Yet she ultimately chose to reveal the information she had acquired. Sky was not an overly stubborn individual. On the contrary, she was exceedingly clever, which was why she commanded respect in the hacking community. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, she swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Although the government organization spearheaded by the FBI was, in her eyes, a monstrous entity consuming the truth of the world, its aim was still to maintain order. In contrast, the malevolent organizations lurking in the shadows sought only destruction. Li Chengfeng regarded the soft-hearted hacker girl with interest and couldn't help but tease her. I shall take a moment to ponder. Breaking into the FBI, even going so far as to infiltrate it personally, and tracking down individuals with extraordinary abilities online. Surely you are not idling beneath Tony Stark's high-rise, yearning for a romantic encounter with Iron Man, are you? At this point, Li Chengfeng revealed a wicked grin. You cannot possibly be a stalker of those with superpowers. I may have done it once, Sky exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. I was merely curious about the hacker girl. How can you label me a stalker? This was followed by a flurry of incomprehensible remarks, such as her genuine lack of interest in Iron Man, and whether his earlier claim of being single was true, filling the interrogation room with an air of joviality. However, after the laughter subsided, Coulson realized that continuing to dally with Sky would yield no fruitful results. It was imperative that the first mission of the Special Response Team proceeded without a hitch. With this thought, a cunning glint flickered in his eyes. He produced a gun-like syringe from his suit pocket and placed it before Sky, his tone flat yet unsettling as he introduced it. This is a QNBT-16. You may not recognize the designation, but it is the latest super-potent truth serum developed by the FBI. Even the most resolute individual would divulge their childhood bedwetting episodes under its influence. However, its effects last only an hour, neither excessively long nor unduly short. Upon seeing this, Li Chengfeng immediately understood that the seemingly kind-hearted yet sinister Coulson intended for him to cooperate. Originally, this task was meant for Grant Ward, but it appeared it would fall upon him. If this truth serum were genuine, Li Chengfeng would rather face death than comply with Coulson. Yet, he suspected that the serum was merely a fabrication, concocted to deceive the love-struck Sky. You needn't worry at all. Once we obtain all the information we seek, you will be released immediately. While feigning to comfort Sky, he subtly raised his right hand to signal Coulson to act swiftly. The conniving Coulson, adept at his craft, promptly took action, plunging the syringe into Sky's arm. He patted Li Chengfeng's tricep and lowered his voice, saying, "It's merely saline." Seeing Li Chengfeng nod, ever so slightly, he raised his voice, "Agent Li Chengfeng, does it hurt?" Of course it doesn't hurt, but such a sudden assault is quite startling. Li Chengfeng began to complain, but fluidly altered his tone mid-sentence. "All right, perhaps there's a slight sting, but I swear it is but a mere trifle. I often feign indifference to pain in the presence of beautiful women. You understand, it projects a more rugged persona. What the Coulson, does this stuff work this quickly?" Li Chengfeng's final remark was, in fact, a subtle cue for Coulson to exit the scene, leaving the stage to him. "A man need not be inebriated to bring you to tears. Do you not distrust the FBI, considering us to be monsters that devour the truth of the world? Now, you are free to question him about anything, truly, anything at all." After Coulson finished speaking, he strode towards the exit of the interrogation room, casting a knowing glance at Sky before stepping out. At that moment, Sky was indeed hooked. She approached Li Chengfeng with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Unlike the self-proclaimed warrior of the free world she had been moments before, she now resembled a little girl who had just discovered a new toy. Sky did not speak immediately. Instead, she slowly removed her thin jacket, leaving herself clad only in a light gray athletic tank top. She then settled closely next to Li Chengfeng, intentionally angling her body slightly to increase their contact. "Agent Li, are you feeling nervous?" "Nervous? How amusing. You are undeniably beautiful, but as a man adept at navigating the affections of 3 women, indeed, a king of the seas, how could I possibly feel nervous in the presence of a mere girl like you? My heart will always belong to the mature and confident." "Do you prefer mature women? Is that true? Am I not mature enough?" Sky playfully tossed her hair. "If you're not nervous, why do I sense a slight tremor in you?" I was merely imagining that if this scene were to be witnessed by those 3 women, 2 of them and a goddess. To be precise, I might need to be reborn after a month of existential despair." "What? Reborn?" Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, Sky's excitement surged. Unlike her previously forced allure, this was genuine enthusiasm. "So, aside from opening portals, you can also be reborn? My goodness, you're practically a superhero." "A superhero? I'm merely a special agent of the Joint Commission with unique abilities," Li Chengfeng scoffed. "While I hold great respect for those heroic deeds, I cannot fathom the choice of donning tight-fitting costumes. It's one thing that I cannot alter my own Green Lantern form. But what on earth do those who create such costumes think?" This was undoubtedly Li Chengfeng seizing the opportunity to voice his grievances. "Aside from creating portals and possessing the ability to revive, do you have other powers?" Speaking of superpowers, Sky immediately opened up. "I have studied many individuals claiming to possess superpowers, yet most have only one. Your existence, with multiple abilities, is truly rare." "Other abilities?" Li Chengfeng transformed into his diamond form, then activated his Green Lantern transformation. He proceeded to etch Sky's name onto the table with his heat vision, and finally summoned a formidable skeleton warrior through necromancy. As Sky witnessed the array of abilities Li Chengfeng displayed, her gaze towards him grew increasingly eager. If this were a comic, her pupils would have likely transformed into hearts. And yet, she claimed she was not an admirer of superpowered individuals. What a contradictory woman. Meanwhile, May and Coulson stood before the monitor, observing Li Chengfeng and Sky's interaction. It was hard to believe that such a young agent could, in an instant, reach a tacit understanding with someone as cunning as Coulson, completely disregarding any boundaries. Observing the smiling Coulson, Melinda May quipped, "I finally comprehend why Nick Fury entrusted you 2 with the formation of a nearly autonomous team. It appears you 3 are of a singular ilk." Clearly, Coulson harbored a grudge against Li Chengfeng for exposing his tendency to channel his former girlfriend during their Arctic escapades. "Come on, Phil. The entire agency is already aware that Agent Li Chengfeng maintains a delicate equilibrium with Agents Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. You wouldn't wish to disrupt that balance, would you?" Melinda raised an eyebrow towards Coulson's back, prompting him to turn around just in time to see Fitz and Simmons emerging from the laboratory. "We have some rather unsettling news." Fitz began. "The explosion was triggered by a centipede-like Venus filter. After analyzing its contents, we discovered it contained all known forms of supernatural energy, including, but not limited to, the extremist virus gamma energy, super soldier serum, and various extraterrestrial substances. Coulson's expression hardened. He had initially presumed it was merely a targeted attack involving the Tide organization and an unidentified superhuman. However, it became evident that what had been obliterated by the explosion was the true focal point. From the exhibited condition, it appeared to be a hybrid substance centered around the extremist virus, resembling a patchwork version of the virus itself. The group turned to the source of the voice, revealing Chengfeng, who had just concluded his dramatic performance, alongside Sky, whose cheeks were flushed with the belief that she had grasped many of the agency's secrets. Chapter 50, Technical Support from Tony Stark. Can surveillance footage be restored? If so, how much information can we glean from it? Fitz? Chengfeng promptly brushed aside Sky, who attempted to draw closer, entering a state of focused diligence. Fitz, somewhat taken aback by the recent star of the agency, nodded vigorously. In theory, it can be restored. But the data is severely corrupted. Even the time codes cannot be synchronized, so we can only conduct a rough analysis of the scene, which may not be sufficiently precise. Time codes cannot be synchronized? What if I could provide you with the audio files from that moment? I was nearby, capturing sounds from the laboratory with a homemade long-range microphone. Unfortunately, there was too much noise, and I thought it would be useless, but for you scientists, separating the noise should be a breeze, right? A composed Sky stepped forward, addressing the two scientific prodigies. The electronic version of the audio files is in my truck. Fitz and Simmons immediately delved into their unique scientific realm, engaging in a rapid exchange of technical jargon that left everyone else bewildered until they reached a viable conclusion and shared a triumphant smile. Thank you immensely. Having that audio would be ideal, Coulson remarked, observing his team, who displayed no sense of estrangement, with a satisfied smile. Individuals like Sky are precisely the kind that the agency recruits annually, much like tech giants eagerly offer lucrative positions to hackers who successfully breach their firewalls. Among this exceptional group of individuals stands the enigmatic Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, known only by name to many. As long as you are not affiliated with Hydra, the FBI is more than willing to engage with anyone. However, when Coulson heard Sky mention her truck, he felt compelled to interject. I have placed all your equipment inside that dilapidated truck of yours. You were right. We were unable to decipher the encryption on your devices. I must reiterate, that is a truck, not a mere heap of junk. Sky seemed particularly attached to her vehicle. It is entirely expected that you cannot break the encryption. Now that we are preparing to work together, it is only fair to disclose that my encryption system is coupled with the global positioning system. This means that the only way to unlock it is by bringing my truck to the designated location. Sky took pride in her little trick, especially since a world-class organization like the FBI could not bypass her encryption. Chengfeng activated his personal terminal, tapped a few buttons, and placed it before Sky. What? No! Sky exclaimed, gazing in horror at the screen, displaying her gleaming old truck. You have ruined my weathered, yet alluring vehicle. I deliberately aged it. Observing Sky's rising frustration, Chengfeng scratched his head. So, aside from being an extraordinary individual, you also have an affinity for vintage vehicles? Are we essentially giving your prized possession a bath? He assessed Sky's petite frame, pondering whether she could manage the workload associated with an entire truck. Ultimately, it was Chengfeng who accompanied Sky to retrieve the audio files from her truck. Originally, Coulson and Wade Wilson were to join her, but Chengfeng volunteered. Although Wade Wilson was one of the FBI's most distinguished agents, he paled in comparison to the formidable Deathlock, Mike Peterson, who had been implanted with centipedes. In Chengfeng's view, Mike Peterson possessed abilities worthy of the Avengers. So how much longer will you be watching me? Sky cast a glance at Chengfeng, her earlier fascination with his extraordinary abilities momentarily waning. With a resounding clang, she opened the door to her truck, revealing an interior that was a veritable treasure trove. Dozens of screens and various devices flickered with lights, a blend of new and old, exuding a distinctive post-apocalyptic punk aesthetic. You are an undercover agent for the Rising Tide. We have yet to fully forgive you. Chengfeng rolled his eyes. I shouldn't even be part of this team. Primarily, Captain America's physiological indicators have returned to normal after being thawed, yet he remains in a state of slumber. Otherwise, it would be Coulson and Captain America keeping an eye on you. What? Captain America? The legendary hero who fought against the Nazis and Hydra? Sky's excitement was palpable, though her hands remained poised over the keyboard, a testament to her professionalism. Captain America is actually joining this special task force. Theoretically, yes, but as you can imagine, after nearly a century of hibernation, he will need time to readjust to society and may not be able to return to duty swiftly. Chengfeng sighed. If one were to adopt the perspective of Captain America, the experience of awakening from the icy depths would resemble a torment akin to hell. Having traversed nearly a century encased in ice, he finds himself in a bewilderingly unfamiliar world. The sole remnants of his past, aside from the national flag, are a weary, almost lifeless elderly woman, his once beloved Peggy Carter, the embodiment of all he had sacrificed for his cause. As the frail Peggy clutches his hand and speaks, she reminds him that sometimes the best choice is to start new. We have been apart for too long, far too long. Love may not succumb to the ravages of time, yet it can transform into a lifelong regret. Li Chengfeng wiped his face. At times, an overflow of emotion can be burdensome. I understand, he thought, recalling his upbringing in a church orphanage where a nun had dubbed him Mary Sue Bobo. Upon leaving, he adapted to society like a newborn, only to realize the name was indeed a source of ire. But life must go on, mustn't it? Is it all settled? The information you need is all there, Sky said, waving the storage card. I also sent a message to Mike Peterson. You can handle him, right? By handle, do you mean? Of course, I mean preventing him from exploding. Sky replied earnestly, locking eyes with Li Chengfeng. As a father, he was determined not to let another innocent child endure such trials. Hence, he had initially aided Mike Peterson. Well, you've chosen the only right path. Just be cautious behind you. At that moment, as Sky looked up, he spotted Mike Peterson, who had already raised his hand behind Li Chengfeng. But before the warning could escape his lips, Li Chengfeng, almost as if foreseeing the danger, swiftly turned around and seized Mike Peterson by the throat, slamming him against the wall with such force that it left an indentation. Who are you? Peterson coughed. Ah, now that is a question worth asking. Li Chengfeng chuckled, shaking his head. I am the great hero Li Chengfeng, traversing the mountains and wandering the valleys. I oversee the American Bureau and the counties surrounding Washington. After declaring this, Li Chengfeng felt a rush of invigorating clarity. Though the comedic banner was lost on him, he understood the implications of the Federal Bureau of Investigation clearly. Sky, you betrayed us. Didn't you say you came to help me? Didn't you say those men in black suits would harm us? After enduring unemployment, homelessness, and violence, compounded by the extreme instability of the monstrosity known as the centipede virus, Mike Peterson's fragile sanity teetered on the brink of collapse. The betrayal by Sky, who had professed to assist him, became the final straw. As adrenaline surged through him, his veins glowed a brilliant orange red, a clear warning of the impending danger, even to those unfamiliar with superpowers. In truth, it is indeed the case that Mike Peterson has become a humanoid thermobaric weapon on the verge of detonation. At that very moment, from the rear of a nearby truck, a voice filled with fear and concern pierced the air. Daddy? Just a single utterance was sufficient to momentarily calm the explosive Mike Peterson. Li Chengfeng sighed and issued a command to Sky. Take the child away immediately. Quickly. He then turned to Mike Peterson and shouted, Listen to me. Mike Peterson, your child is still here. Do you wish to harm him as well? So calm down now. Only then can I help you. Mike Peterson's struggles were intense, yet Li Chengfeng was stronger, maintaining a firm grip on him. It was not until the final words were spoken that the struggle ceased. With the cessation of movement, tears of anguish flowed forth. The collapse of an adult often stems from a mere moment. Li Chengfeng had subdued Mike Peterson, but now a dilemma presented itself. His abilities could effectively neutralize Mike Peterson's impending explosion, but that would require his death. However, he had just glimpsed the bright-eyed child. Li Chengfeng could not bring himself to kill a father in front of his child. At that moment, a communicator crackled to life. Hello, Li, are you there? It's me, Tony. Coulson informed me that his team has encountered a rather tricky problem, and since I had some free time, I thought I'd lend some technical support. So, when did you start teaming up with Coulson? Chapter 51, The Innate Monster. Li Chengfeng had initially intended to contact the scientific duo for assistance. However, he was taken aback to discover that Coulson had, for the sake of caution, contacted none other than Tony Stark. Wasn't he busy in Metropolis with Louise Lane? To his surprise, Coulson had directly summoned this playboy. Indeed, it seemed that calling in reinforcements was now a commendable practice for the Joint Task Force, especially given that their greatest asset was their numbers. You're not in a similar situation with Coulson? A simple call from him brought you here. I just find it easier to communicate with a balding fellow rather than the completely bald one, Tony Stark quipped before his tone turned serious. The hacker lady sent the audio file during her escape, and I'm currently collaborating with Coulson S2 scientific minds to devise a method to neutralize the centipede. Adrenaline. Emotional instability causes a spike in adrenaline, which accelerates the violent reaction of a stitched-together virus within the centipede. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he glanced at Mike Peterson, whose orange-red veins were once again illuminated, realizing that there was no time to hesitate. He promptly opened a portal and stepped through with Mike Peterson in tow. Li, what the hell? You're quite the gallant one, bringing this humanoid thermobaric weapon directly to the Airborne Command Center. Are you intending to send your entire team to oblivion? The destination of the portal is the laboratory situated above the aerial command center of Team Coulson, where only Fitz and Gemma, the two scientific prodigies, along with the formidable Tony Stark, are present. As Li Chengfeng activated the green light transformation, he seized a moment to chide Stark. What nonsense! I could take him to a desolate place, but even if you devise a countermeasure, will you arrive in time? Subsequently, layers of barriers formed by the green light of willpower encased Mike Peterson within. He would never gamble with the lives of his comrades. Under the protective shield of the green light, he was utterly confident that not even a trace of the impending explosion would escape. From the onset, the crux of the matter had always been to ensure Mike Peterson's survival. Fitz, Gemma, this is your chance. My goodness, listen, his emotions are linked to his radiation metabolism, and every method to calm him will merely postpone the detonation. Fitz felt somewhat at a loss, as this was his first encounter with such a dire crisis. Do not reiterate what I already know. Li Chengfeng exhaled deeply, then, in a composed tone, guided the visibly panicked scientific duo. Do not fear. I can assure you that even if he explodes, it will not endanger everyone present, since it is tied to emotions and adrenaline. Let us induce a state of apparent death. Did you not design a tranquilizer gun? Yes. Gemma promptly retrieved the prototype of the tranquilizer gun, though its potency had yet to be finely tuned. A brilliant design. Leave the rest to me. Tony Stark took the tranquilizer gun, and through Jarvis's scanning, the schematics and composition of the bullets materialized before him. To achieve the perfect state of apparent death, your bullets require a reduction in paralysis and an increase in rigor mortis, along with a slightly less potent dose of sea snake venom to attain the desired efficacy. There is readily available sea snake toxin in the lab. Gemma immediately produced a sample from her biological research area, though its toxicity was too high and required dilution. Dilute it by 50 times. The bullets you previously crafted were already very close to the desired effect. They simply need fine-tuning. Stark decisively made the call. Li Chengfeng observed the unfolding scene, nodding slightly. Coulson truly was a genius, although, according to the original storyline of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the scientific duo could successfully develop the perfect tranquilizer within 2 hours. The narratives of Sky and the team had already been altered due to this mixed universe. Li Chengfeng remained uncertain whether, even with his guidance, this universe's Fitz and Gemma could achieve success. After all, the original plot merely indicated that the serum originated from the tranquilizer's bullets, without detailing the adjustments and research that led to its success. Moreover, he was unsure whether Mike Peterson could endure as long as he did in the original narrative. Fitz and Gemma immediately began working as instructed, with Gemma Simmons responsible for diluting the snake venom and commencing the creation of a serum. Fitz, taking into account Mike Peterson's physical enhancements under the influence of the Centipede Project, decided to switch to a firing mechanism for the bullets that would release and dissolve upon contact with the skin, thereby entering the circulatory system through the dermal layer. Li Chengfeng initially contemplated suggesting that he could simply administer the injection himself, given the considerable disparity in strength between himself and Mike Peterson, enabling him to force the syringe into the latter's mouth. However, he refrained from diminishing the young man's confidence and self-awareness in such a critical moment. Tony Stark evidently shared a similar line of thought, hence he did not propose any alternative solutions. After enduring Li Chengfeng's formidable suppression, Mike Peterson, despite his emotional instability, found himself ensconced within layers of the green light barrier, rendered incapable of action aside from observing his surroundings. After a few minutes of silence, Mike Peterson finally spoke. They call you, Lee? Are you the one in charge? Indeed, in this urgent situation, I possess the authority over all matters at hand and bear full responsibility. I see. Can you ensure that the Bureau looks after my son? To be frank, it is often best for a father to take care of his child personally. Furthermore, you need not frighten yourself. Our team comprises the most exceptional experts from the Bureau, and we will undoubtedly resolve the issue at hand. Before we proceed, however, I wish to pose a question to you. Mike Peterson clenched his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. After a moment, he nodded, albeit with difficulty, in agreement. Consequently, Li Chengfeng pulled a chair from the laboratory, seated himself, and began to engage Mike Peterson in a dialogue with the demeanor of an interviewer. There's a saying by Ben Parker, with great power comes great responsibility. You now possess strength. Are you capable of shouldering the responsibilities that accompany such power and the consequences of wielding it? While you have acquired capabilities that transcend human limitations, does your son share in this? Can you guarantee that you will be by your son's side at all times? What if someone were to abduct your son to control you, coercing you into malevolent acts? To my knowledge, there exists a supervillain known as the Watcher, who specializes in such nefarious activities. Do you understand how he would extract your value? He would first implant an electronic eye into his target, monitoring them while issuing commands to manipulate their actions. Once you had completed a few tasks for him, leaving you physically compromised, he would then turn you into a subject for experimentation with those mechanical enhancements. Each of Li Chengfeng's assertions sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Mike Peterson's brow, causing his breath to quicken. I am unaware of all that you speak. I only know that with the centipede, I can become strong. I can outmatch 10 men at the factory. This will allow me to provide a better life for my family. So, you would risk your son's safety without hesitation? Li Chengfeng's final retort plunged Mike Peterson into a state of confusion and silence. I understand that making choices is invariably challenging, Li Chengfeng remarked, gently tapping the barrier composed of the green light. But life necessitates decisions in order to take the next step. I need to ensure my family's well-being. You need not worry. Even if the centipede is successfully eradicated, the augmentation it conferred upon your physique is an established outcome. However, over time, it will regress to approximately 30% of its current state, leaving few among ordinary humans capable of matching your prowess. Moreover, as a victim of a nefarious organization, you will be entitled to corresponding compensation from our Joint Investigation Bureau. Michael Peterson has finally emerged from the extremes of exhilaration and lamentation. Upon deciding to relinquish the powers granted by the centipede, it felt as if he had set down the heaviest burden from his heart. As Li Chengfeng remarked, one must make a choice to advance to the next step. Li, your strength is truly formidable. Yet how do you maintain such tranquility? This thought lingered in Li Chengfeng's mind until, in resignation, he spread his hands. I am destined to be a creature that wields power. Under the pressure of time, the scientific duo initially appeared somewhat flustered, yet their hands remained remarkably steady, executing their tasks without a single error as they increased their pace. 10 minutes later, Coulson arrived at the laboratory with other team members, including Sky and Michael Peterson's son. Li, Tony, how is it progressing? We are at the final step, Li Chengfeng replied. Fitz, trembling, loaded a bullet filled with the serum into the chamber and raised his gun, aiming at Michael Peterson behind the barrier. Agent Li, please deactivate the barrier. With a smile, Li Chengfeng took the tranquilizer gun from Fitz's hands. You have done exceedingly well. I cannot allow you to take this shot, given how your hands are shaking. A missed shot could provoke Michael Peterson into a catastrophic reaction, rendering their efforts futile. All right, Fitz nodded, finally exhaling with relief. Though a hint of disappointment lingered in his expression, Coulson observed this and understood that Fitz and Gemma were not the type solely dedicated to research. Their aspirations lay in becoming exemplary field agents. This was precisely why Coulson had chosen them. He clapped Fitz and Gemma on the shoulders, smiling as he said, "You're still far from being qualified field agents. Together with Sky, give it your all." Chapter 52. John Garrett on the Path to Desperation. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Li Chengfeng deactivated the barrier of the Will-O-the-Wisp and shot Michael Peterson in the neck, precisely targeting the jugular vein. The serum took effect, rendering Peterson rigid as he collapsed to the ground. Correspondingly, the volatile, destructive orange-red energy coursing through his veins gradually dissipated, replaced by the purple-blue hue of the serum. With effortless grace, Li Chengfeng stowed away the tranquilizer gun and sauntered out of the Airborne Command Center, shoulder to shoulder with Tony Stark. The only remaining task was to neutralize the mixture within the centipede and dismantle it completely. Fitz and Gemma immediately commenced this vital work. Sky followed him with a somewhat obsequious demeanor. "Li, you have succeeded," he remarked. "Of course I would succeed, but is this the moment to flatter me?" Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. "Truly, one can see the tenacity of an orphan who has thrived in the world. Tony, could you refrain from undermining me in my presence?" Sky requested. Despite her somewhat controversial actions, at least 1/5 of the agents in the Bureau had similar experiences, thus securing her position as a probationary agent. Coulson emerged, holding the hand of Mike Peterson's son, inadvertently interrupting Tony Stark's subterfuge. They then boarded a striking crimson Chevrolet antique car, which he had affectionately named Laura. "Sky, let us take Mr. Mike Peterson's son to his aunt's house," Coulson said as he started the car. "I can share more about Lee on our way." "Absolutely," Sky replied without hesitation. As they watched Laura turn a corner and disappear down a nearby road, Tony Stark draped his arm over Li Chengfeng's shoulder, suggesting they go for a drink. Incidentally, their mode of transport was a Quinjet, which Stark had acquired by hacking into JARVIS to obtain the launch codes. "Believe me, Nick Fury will be calling you soon," and it won't be pleasant, Lee said, reclining on the expansive sofa in the spacious office located at the top of Stark Tower. The Quinjet stood prominently on the vast terrace. Who could blame me for wanting one? That miser Nick Fury refused to sell me a single unit, even at double the price. I merely wished to borrow it. Was that too much to ask? Who knows? Nick Fury has been particularly stingy lately. Whenever I seek funding, he always finds excuses, leaving me with mere crumbs. Why not consider switching to my side? As the security chief at Stark Industries, I could offer you a salary of $10 million plus 2% equity, Tony proposed, shifting his focus from Sky to Lee. Lee, disinterested in Tony's advances, instead approached Pepper Potts, who entered with a bottle of red wine. He extended his hand, bowed slightly, and executed a perfect, gentlemanly kiss on her hand. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Ms. Potts, Lee said, lifting his gaze to engage in light-hearted conversation. Tony is quite the difficult man, isn't he? You clever men are all fickle creatures, she replied with a laugh. Oh, you flatter me. I feel rather embarrassed, Tony interjected, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable witnessing the hand-kissing. Despite it being their first meeting, Lee chuckled inwardly, amused by Tony's discomfort. It seemed that the cinematic pairing of Tony Stark and Pepper Potts might indeed have potential. Speaking of you, haven't you been residing in Metropolis lately? I heard you even acquired shares in the Daily Planet, all in pursuit of the esteemed reporter Lois Lane. Alas, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. I have relinquished my pursuit of Louise Lane. Tony Stark wore a grimace, his mustache drooping, having faced rejection 12 times in succession. It seems that Louise Lane harbors no interest in the dashing Tony Stark. TSK, could you possibly be any more narcissistic? Li Chengfeng remarked with a smirk, acknowledging the young man's awareness. Li Chengfeng felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, this old fellow ought to be making money. Whatever he invests in seems to yield profit. Why not give the secret oil extraction a try? After a few drinks and light-hearted banter among Li Chengfeng, Tony Stark, and Pepper, they finally transitioned to the crux of the matter. Lee, the reason I hurried over after receiving Coulson's call was not solely due to my acquaintance with you and Coulson, but, more importantly, because Coulson mentioned that this incident is related to the extinction virus. Oh, you have an interest in that? Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Given the connections between Tony Stark, Nick Fury, and Coulson, if the FBI truly desired to pursue further collaboration with Stark Industries, it would be Nick Fury himself authorizing Coulson or even personally engaging in the discussions. Tony Stark held an extraordinary significance in Nick Fury's eyes. On several occasions, they had subtly inquired about the extinction virus, even offering to provide classified FBI information and unpublished technology, hoping to ameliorate the side effects of the virus. As Li Chengfeng listened to Tony Stark's description, a face began to materialize in his mind. Could it possibly be him? Tony, may I inquire? Speak freely. This senior FBI agent you mentioned wouldn't he happen to be named John Garrett? Would he? Yes. That's the name, Tony Stark exclaimed, slapping the table, his words pouring forth. This person clearly conceals his true intentions, being cryptic and evasive, not someone who genuinely desires to conduct business. Thus, I have been keeping him at bay, claiming that I am not directly involved in company management and must consult the board. But I have no board to speak of. The entirety of Stark Industries is currently steered by Pepper. Huh, your laughter seems rather self-satisfied. Is being a hands-off manager quite comfortable? Pepper scoffed, wishing she could deliver a Superman punch to this mustachioed man. Li Chengfeng chose not to interject in their playful bickering, but instead contemplated the implications. John Garrett, an FBI Level 8 agent, was also one of the leaders of HYD Array, a seasoned double agent. His external guise was that of Kilgrave, wielding the authority of a Level 8 FBI agent and the intelligence network of HYDRA. Li Chengfeng often found himself chuckling at this thought. Yet, Garrett adeptly navigated the currents of power, trafficking in information across the globe and amassing a fortune through the disparities in knowledge. A following of believers in Kilgrave had even emerged. Tragically, however, the omniscient Kilgrave that his followers revered was now on the brink of death. In a matter of months, or at most a year, he would succumb to multiple organ failure, being the initial experimental subject of the Death Soldier. Decades prior, he had sustained severe injuries, resulting in many of his organs being replaced by mechanical substitutes. Currently, he merely relies on the desperate virus to prolong his existence temporarily. He is, in fact, the mastermind behind the Centipede Project, aiming to significantly enhance the human body and extend lifespan. However, the experiment faltered. The centipede proved exceedingly unstable, prompting him to obliterate the evidence through an explosion. Unexpectedly, Li Chengfeng and Coulson's team managed to rescue the last owner of the centipede. With his clearance, he must have grasped the full extent of the situation. The only remaining possibility lies in uncovering the means of his resurrection through Coulson. Yet Grant Ward, who was initially placed in Coulson's team by Garrett, has been coerced into betraying them by Chengfeng, becoming the blade to eliminate the traitor. Even with his level 8 clearance, clues to the mystery of Coulson's revival elude Garrett. Thus, he now finds himself on a true dead end. Well done, Tony. Keep him dangling, prolonging with various excuses, but ensure to express goodwill for collaboration. Has he offended you? The Centipede Project is his initiative behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark comprehended the gravity of the situation. After all this commotion, the Bureau had its own traitor. Initially intending to mock Chengfeng and the Bureau, he reconsidered, acknowledging that Stark Industries had also birthed a creature like Obadiah. Alas, too much has been said. It only brings tears. Stark bata Chengfeng's Schulde, sharing a moment of mutual understanding. However, Chengfeng swiftly pushed Stark away. That comes at a different price. It would be prudent to first discuss Garrett's affairs with Nick Fury, that black-hearted rascal. Chapter 53. Let us break out, brother. Sky, do you copy? Gemma has been out of contact for 3 minutes. She may have fallen victim to that individual. Damn, must we exact vengeance for Gemma? Can we manage that? Alas, even Oliver and Wade have succumbed to him. Defeating the boss seems impossible now, yet we must still complete our mission. Sky hid behind a towering tree, her appearance disheveled and dirty, yet she bore few wounds. After a recent communication with Fitz, she learned of Gemma's sacrifice, which starkly revealed the terror of their adversary. Regrettably, it proved futile. I have collected 3 stars. What about you, Fitz? I have gathered 2. We need a total of 10 to succeed. Just as Sky absorbed Fitz's information, a piercing scream erupted from his end, plunging the communicator into silence. Unable to resist, Sky made the sign of the cross over her heart, praying for Fitz. The enemy was formidable, but she would not yield. She was an agent of the Bureau and would never abandon her mission, no matter how daunting the foe. Sky, you can do this. Reinforcing her resolve, Sky took a determined step forward, only to find herself ensnared, hanging upside down from the tree. Sky felt a bit numb. How many times had this happened? Initially, she would scream, but now she could only ponder why traps lay in wait here. At that moment, a vividly colored serpent slithered up the rope toward Sky. Hey, what a coincidence. You scoundrel, Chengfeng. Help! Just as the venomous snake was about to brush against her foot. A swift whoosh echoed through the air as a green arrow severed both the snake and the rope suspending Sky. A figure clad in the combat uniform of the Republic's Joint Investigation Bureau leaped forth, catching the unfortunate Sky in his embrace. Sky gazed at Chengfeng, who held her tightly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, only for him to release her immediately. Let go! Let go! Sky exclaimed. This is not meant to put you in a difficult position. Chengfeng chuckled, observing Sky as she lamented while clutching her backside. The trap you triggered was left by Fitz and Gemma during the last training session. As Sky's supervisor, he took his responsibilities seriously, honing her field skills while simultaneously preparing the new recruits of Coulson's team. Although he had fled the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy shortly after joining, it was in the face of a group of rambunctious adolescents, a cohort whose antics rivaled that of Harley Quinn. The new agents who had just joined Coulson's team, regardless of their abilities, were all expected to adhere to strict discipline. Except for Wade Wilson, who had a penchant for slacking off, the others were performing adequately. Wade's shirking was particularly pronounced. Having trained in this deserted tropical rainforest for nearly a month, he spent most of his time wrestling with the river. Lee, you know me. I bear grudges. On my very first day here, I chose to hide in the water, only to have those wretched piranhas dare to bite my lychee. So I have to show them a thing or two, Wade Wilson declared. However, aside from this minor flaw, Wade's performance was nearly impeccable. Before Captain America awoke and officially joined the team, these two had already been the backbone of their strength. As for the remaining 4, they still had a long way to go. Among them, Sky was in the best shape. Having come from an orphan background and engaged in a prolonged game of cat and mouse with the Joint Investigation Bureau. Fitz and Gemma, on the other hand, could only be described as lacking in natural talent, but with relentless effort, they should eventually reach a satisfactory level. Yet, Barry Allen, your athletic prowess is truly astounding. Chengfeng was baffled by how, as the future Flash, Barry Allen could possess such poor motor skills, both slow and uncoordinated. Was this a deliberate contrast to his future self? Agent Lee, I am aware of my shortcomings. I will strive to improve. This child, blessed with a commendable character, truly embodied the conscience of the Justice League. Emotional moments shared among family members ensued. After a brief reflection, Chengfeng opened a portal leading to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Although you have yet to defeat me or successfully complete a mission of gathering stars, and delivering them to their destination. I declare this tropical rainforest training camp a success. Given my overwhelming prowess over you. With that, he kicked each of them into the portal, one by one. Upon returning to the long-abandoned 31st floor, Li Chengfeng could not help but inquire upon seeing the diligent countenances of the black and white duo at work. "Oh, are you two old-timers quite busy? Unleash some gold coins." Nick Fury lifted his gaze, his single eye reflecting a profound sense of discontent. "Your tone suggests a growing disrespect towards me. Do you realize that the Joint Task Force is on the verge of madness? Meanwhile, you lot, the Star Squad is engaged in armed drills, and the Coulson Squad is undertaking jungle combat training. Had I not promptly dispatched Maria and Natasha to temporarily support Coulson, Melinda's notorious temper would undoubtedly have sought me out for retribution." Li Chengfeng settled himself upon Fury's luxurious leather sofa, regarding the duo with an expression of amusement. "Although I have not been present lately, I have been monitoring my personal terminal, and there has been no significant upheaval, merely a few minor biohazard zombie incursions, which did not even necessitate the deployment of BOW, all effortlessly dealt with by those unruly youngsters from the Academy. Have you not considered assigning them some tasks? They are not mature enough." At the mention of the Academy's children, the white egg finally lifted his head, dark circles evident beneath his eyes. One could surmise that the black egg bore similar signs, though perhaps mitigated by his complexion. Lack of maturity does not equate to lack of strength. Moreover, there exists a method to expedite their maturation. Li Chengfeng chuckled. "Simply reward them with academic credits upon the completion of sufficient tasks, and I assure you they will emerge as the finest agents." Li Chengfeng's cunning was undeniable. He was even willing to exploit child labor. Yet, it was indeed a splendid idea. The black and white eggs exchanged a fleeting glance, reaching an unspoken consensus in a mere fraction of a second. After all, those energetic youngsters never seemed to tire. Why not put them to work instead of burdening the seasoned agents? At worst, they could assign an external agent to oversee the process. Tremble in fear, young rascals. Is there anything else, old-timer? If not, I shall take my leave. As a team leader, it is quite disheartening to be apart from my team for so long. Disheartening indeed, but I have a task for you. Nick Fury suddenly recalled the purpose of summoning Li Chengfeng. "It seems my memory has been fatigued these past few days. A task for me to undertake on my own? That is entirely up to you. This matter poses little difficulty, though it bears some connection to the American government," Fury stated, tapping away at his personal terminal before sending the details forth. Li Chengfeng promptly received the information regarding the mission. Upon perusing it, his brows furrowed in concern. The public prisons of the American government have been privatized, and now there are reports of supernatural occurrences? Are you jesting with me, old-timer? Memory loss? Upon hearing Fury's description, Li Chengfeng immediately turned to the white egg, who gracefully shook his head. These four agents convened all individuals with telepathic abilities for consultation, ultimately concluding that neither telepathy nor any traces of drugs or hypnosis were involved. Let us set aside other matters and focus solely on the realm of telepathy. The Bureau can confidently assert that it ranks second in the world, yet no one dares to claim the first position. Should amnesia result from telepathic abilities, it would undoubtedly be uncovered by the mutants. However, the effects of drugs and hypnosis remain ambiguous. A conclusive judgment can only be made after a thorough investigation. Upon encountering the name of this prison, the system finally issued a long-awaited mission. Ding, mission breakout. Brothers has been released. Mission overview. An experienced Bureau agent has returned mysteriously defeated. What secrets lie hidden within Fox River Prison? Eccentric criminals and escape plans. A warden who never leaves the building. Everything is shrouded in mystery. It is said that in the darkest depths of the prison, traces of divinity can be found. What in the world? Fox River Prison? Is this not reminiscent of Prison Break? Good heavens, when did a prison break intertwine with supernatural events? And can anything be more bizarre than the named bag? I entrust this mission to you. I believe it should pose no issue. Given the unclear reasons behind the memory loss, it is naturally preferable to minimize the number of individuals entering the prison. However, we can bolster our logistical support. Li Chengfeng remarked, noting a few names. He instructed that Fitz, Gemma, and Barry remain on standby at the Aerial Command Center, as their expertise may be required for research. Additionally, he asked Sky to seek out Ingrid. I need a false identity and information support. Chapter 54. Questions of identity. Is this prison break legitimate? Fox River, directly translated as Fox River, is located in the city of Joliet, Illinois, and has been operational since the last century. The local government sold it to a sole proprietorship at a price that is somewhat exorbitant. Consequently, this prison transitioned from public to private. with the original inmates continuing to serve their sentences within its walls. It is common knowledge that in the wondrous land of America, functional institutions such as hospitals and schools tend to thrive when privately operated. Prisons are no exception. After all, there are precedents such as Arkham Asylum and Dreamland Prison. The former serves as a talent hub for Gotham City, while the latter is the headquarters for Amanda Waller and the Suicide Squad. It seems that private prisons cannot survive without creating some form of spectacle. Fox River Prison has succeeded in returning 4 Bureau agents empty-handed, leaving them with no memories of the intervening period. Li Chengfeng has once again inquired of these agents, and from their current recollections, it appears that the moment they stepped into Fox River Prison, they found themselves outside in the next instant. This disorientation in time and space has rendered these 4 agents incapable of returning to frontline duties. Raising his gaze toward the Victorian-style prison, Li Chengfeng observed that, apart from a hint of the weariness characteristic of age structures, there seemed to be no anomalies visible to the naked eye. However, he could only take a fleeting glance, for he was soon escorted into Fox River Prison in his prison garb. As he turned to look at the gradually closing prison gates, Li Chengfeng nodded slightly. There exists no sense of the bizarre. It can be tentatively determined that this is not a locale endowed with the ability to distort reality. A mere 2 towering steel fences separate him from the inmates' exercise area. With his keen vision, he swiftly identified 2 familiar faces, Wentworth Miller and Dominic Purcell. He meant his brother, Michael Schofield, alongside his sibling, Lincoln Burrows. Ah, indeed, Michael possesses quite a handsome visage. Li Chengfeng muttered to himself, contemplating how he might approach these prominent figures upon entering to observe any anomalies. After all, he had come to realize that this universe was, without a doubt, rather troubled. The creator of this universe was equally afflicted. Traversing the corridor, he arrived at the entrance of the prison block to complete his registration. Inmate's name, Li Chengfeng. A citizen of the Republic? Indeed, a citizen of the Republic. What crime have you committed? Is it not inscribed in the records? Oof. How audacious for a convict to speak so. Answer my inquiries. What crime? I killed a green-haired man with a face plastered in white makeup, a bullet striking true in the center of his forehead, and I also made off with his female subordinate. Li Chengfeng extended his hand, counting on his fingers, and, oh yes, I later dispatched a pretentious criminal who favored sunglasses. His entire skull was shattered. As he recounted these deeds, he could not help but silently curse. Why must his heroic exploits be brought up? Ingrid must surely be seeking revenge for his morning irritability. That woman holds grudges with aplomb. Such identity fabrication might prove exceedingly troublesome and easily exposed for others. But for Li Chengfeng, it was undeniably genuine. He had indeed committed the murders, and the records were authentic. The concocted tales of the Joint Task Force, the American government, must regard them as truth. The prison staff member seated at the registration desk outside the block inhaled sharply, straightening up. After all, this was a serious offender. How could he possibly receive only a 5-year sentence? An ordinary inmate in cell A40? After saying this, he cast several furtive glances at Li Chengfeng, a sense of unease creeping upon him. How could someone who had killed 2 individuals receive such a light sentence, and not even be sent to the maximum security wing? How much had his family paid the prison's higher-ups? Though shocked, he maintained a stoic expression, his face as impassive as a poker face, continuing with, very well. Your identification number is 114514. From this day forth, you will serve your sentence at Fox River Penitentiary. Should you exhibit good behavior, you may be eligible for sentence reduction under applicable federal laws. With that, he opened the door to the prison block, and Li Chengfeng finally stepped into the destination of his current mission. At that moment, the genuine criminals had already been released for exercise, and he could only observe a succession of empty cells along the way. However, one must admit, the conditions in the ordinary inmate section of this prison were rather commendable, far more spacious than a typical high school dormitory housing 8 or 12 individuals. Yet beyond this, he discerned no peculiar phenomena. Arriving at cell number 40, he was instructed to enter. As the cell door swung open, Li Chengfeng felt a forceful shove from behind, unmistakably an attempt to push him inside. This abrupt action finally made Li Chengfeng acutely aware that he was in a prison, not a prison-themed hotel. Regrettably, the guard leading him ended up startling himself. While he sat on the ground, bewildered, Li Chengfeng had already entered the cell and secured the door behind him. The cell contained 2 beds, and Li Chengfeng chose to sit on the one that was evidently unused, curiously surveying his surroundings. Having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such a situation. Not only had he never been imprisoned, but he had never even received a parking ticket. Li Chengfeng placed his hands on the cell door and, with great interest, inquired, "So, are you implying that something peculiar occurs here after lights out at 10? Cough, cough. I didn't say that. The guard quickly realized he had spoken too much, adopting a cryptic demeanor before straightening his hat and departing with his baton in hand. From the guard's reaction, it was clear that they were privy to some insider knowledge. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but feel a moment of concern for the two brothers who were preparing to execute their escape plan. Would they be able to flee successfully? After waiting a while and ensuring the guard had completely gone, Li Chengfeng reached up to touch his ear, activating the miniature communicator provided by the Bureau of Investigation. Cleverly concealed and invisible to the naked eye. Hey, Ingrid Sky, I'm in position. I received you, Ingrid responded. Sky, how is the fabrication of the charges coming along? Upon hearing Sky's somewhat smug voice, Li Chengfeng finally understood. So it's you rascal. All right, I have entered cell number 40. Li Chengfeng approached the only table in the cell, flipped through a few books, and, after seeing the annotations, remarked, I just confirmed the handwriting. This indeed belongs to Michael Schofield. Li Chengfeng had entered cell number 40 in the general inmates block, specifically for Michael Schofield, the protagonist of the escape. During preliminary investigations, it was discovered that only after he and his brother were incarcerated did rumors of supernatural occurrences at Fox River Penitentiary truly begin to circulate. Thus, Li Chengfeng's intense interest in the two was not solely due to their status as the protagonists of Prison Break, but rather because, among the scant information available, they appeared exceedingly suspicious and likely represented a significant breakthrough. At this point, Sky had also entered hacker mode, and, after a flurry of keystrokes, he turned to Li Chengfeng with a look of perplexity. Li, there is something quite troubling about these brothers. What do you mean? Lincoln Burrows and Michael Schofield have their true profiles intact in the federal database, with no signs of alteration or concealment. However, there's no trace of their personal usage online. Is that peculiar? Li Chengfeng pundarat. What if they simply don't go online? He scratched his head, aware that if asked about biochemical viruses, he could easily respond, having acquired all of Spencer's knowledge on the subject. Yet when it came to the internet, he only knew that in America, scenes could be enacted with as few as 2 or 3 people, or as many as 5 or 6, making the filming process quite straightforward. How could that possibly be? In this era, as long as one has not lived a primitive life deep in the mountains, they are bound to leave traces on the internet. Thus, these traces can only be deliberately erased. Those who engage in such actions are typically either preparing to escape clandestinely or have found themselves entangled in some predicament, seeking to assume a new identity. Sky asserted with unwavering conviction. What warranted her certainty? It stemmed from her previous involvement with the Rising Tide organization, where she had frequently engaged in such activities. She was adept at identity substitution. Ingrid interjected, although the rumors of supernatural occurrences began only after the two of them entered Fox River Penitentiary. I meticulously sifted through local information. I discovered that a year prior, rumors had already circulated about divine revelations accompanying a celestial vessel descending upon Fox River Penitentiary. Coincidentally, 1 week later, the Rogues Group acquired this public prison in its entirety from the Illinois state government. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. The timing was indeed rather fortuitous, was it not? However, what piqued his interest more was the legend of the celestial vessel's descent. Had this been in another universe, if law enforcement treated such a tale as a lead, Li Chengfeng would have undoubtedly scoffed at it. Yet here, it emerged as the most crucial piece of information, even surpassing the identities of the two brothers. He sensed that everything occurring within Fox River Penitentiary was intrinsically linked to this so-called celestial vessel. Let us not forget that the mission brief mentioned traces of the divine lurking in the deepest recesses of the prison. It seemed imperative for me to investigate the entirety of Fox River Penitentiary tonight. I had already infiltrated the internal surveillance system of the penitentiary, ready to take control at any moment. However, the monitoring only extended to the maximum security area. The death row was devoid of surveillance, and the inmates had just concluded their outdoor time. Very well, the communication shall be temporarily suspended. Li Chengfeng reached out to deactivate the communicator and resumed perusing the tome on the table. After flipping through 3 pages, a figure paused outside the cell. Who are you? I'm your new roommate, Li Chengfeng. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Michael Schofield. Li Chengfeng set the book aside and nodded toward the other man. The interpretation of dreams is indeed a splendid work. One would not expect a structural engineer to harbor such an interest in psychology. Chapter 55, Engage him. You're my new cellmate? Michael Schofield furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of melancholy evident. To be frank, even if Li Chengfeng were the most stoic of men, he could not help but marvel at the visage before him. The beauty crafted from the blend of 10 nations was truly remarkable. Hello. I have yet to introduce myself. Li Chengfeng stepped forward, clasping the other man's hand. I am Li Chengfeng, convicted for the murder of 2 individuals. A murderer. Schofield regarded the bright and cheerful young man before him, skepticism evident in his gaze. This demeanor hardly aligned with that of a typical felon. Unless this individual had never perceived murder as a grievous misdeed, it is inconceivable that a murderer who has taken 2 lives should not be confined to a high-security unit. My apologies for not being placed in the most severe penal conditions. It is indeed my own failing. Li Chengfeng wore a visage of guilt, lamenting that his excessive monetary influence led to a mere 5-year sentence. And you feel remorse? He remarked, having keenly discerned that the individual before him appeared to be in an unstable mental state. One could only hope that this would not disrupt his carefully laid plans. In this rather peculiar prison, even the slightest impediment necessitates an exorbitant cost to resolve. Let us coexist amicably, Schofield remarked with an insincere smile. However, Li Chengfeng seemed oblivious to the atmosphere, drawing closer to Schofield, whispering, I have uncovered the truth. No, you are delusional. Schofield suppressed the urge to deliver a punch to his new cellmate's face. What do you know? Have you fallen behind in your online escapades? Spare us your outdated references. The formal admission into the prison occurs during the yard time, specifically between noon and 1 in the afternoon. For the next half day, Li Chengfeng shadowed Schofield, maintaining a presence within 5 paces of him. Throughout this time, Li Chengfeng wore a courteous and gentle smile that would seem refreshing to the average person. However, to Schofield and Lincoln, it was utterly unsettling. Curse it, what does this lunatic mean? Schofield pondered. Should I simply eliminate him? Better to reduce him to ashes. Listen to what you just said, Lincoln Burrows. Schofield cast a calming look towards Lincoln. Yet his words bore the weight of a superior reprimanding a subordinate rather than a devoted brother willing to endure imprisonment for a sibling. The emphasis on Lincoln's name was deliberate. Upon hearing his brother address him so directly, Lincoln managed to regain his composure, though the fury and savagery in his eyes remained unmistakable. He yearned to turn this Li Chengfeng into cinders, but recalling the reason for their presence in this prison, he forced himself to endure. This scene did not escape Li Chengfeng's observation, nor was it absent from the large screen of the mobile command unit overhead. Ingrid Hannigan and Skye had fully commandeered all electronic apparatus within Fox River Penitentiary and were diligently monitoring every occurrence captured by the surveillance cameras. Meanwhile, Coulson's entire team sat before the screen, witnessing the entirety of Li Chengfeng's mission. Even for an agent of Li Chengfeng's caliber, maintaining his disguised identity in an unfamiliar environment was paramount. Coulson's gaze remained fixed on the screen as he imparted wisdom to his team behind him. Remember, you are not reckless soldiers charging headlong into battle, nor solitary enforcers of the law, and certainly not caped superheroes soaring through the skies. You are federal agents tasked with completing a mission, and neutralizing threats is your foremost priority. Indeed, children, it is essential to harness your own strength wisely, yet avoid becoming overly reliant upon it. Suddenly, a young man with golden hair clad in a leather jacket approached us. Who might he be? The members of Coulson's team exchanged glances, sensing a hint of familiarity, yet unable to recognize him. However, Phil Coulson straightened his posture, leaping from his seat in an instant, his right hand repeatedly raising and lowering, then extending forward. Unsure whether to shake hands or salute, he stammered, Welcome back to the team, sir. I'm not a sir. I am merely a young man named Steve who has awakened from the ice, replied Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was not adorned in his iconic battle attire. Nor did he carry his vibranium shield. He approached Coulson and took a seat beside him, then turned to Melinda May, offering her a formal handshake. I hear you were personally recruited into the Bureau by Peggy Carter? Indeed, sir. I was recruited by Director Carter at the age of 7. May I visit Peggy Carter with you in the near future? As you wish. Even the typically aloof Melinda May displayed considerable respect towards Steve Rogers, an honor not bestowed upon Nick Fury or Coulson. Yet, judging solely by appearances, one would hardly guess that Captain America was once the greatest hero of America. To the unacquainted, he might simply resemble a star who had wandered in from the limelight. Very well, Steve. You have only just awakened and have yet to fully acclimate to the present society, I presume. Coulson, upon seeing Captain America seated, promptly took a seat beside him. When Captain America awakened, Coulson's team was not present. It took Coulson and a cadre of agents to persuade the captain that his current reality was not a brainwashing illusion orchestrated by Hydra. He had witnessed men who had truly endured the trials of battle, men who could curse with fervor. They had experienced the cold, unrestrained banter of Wolverine, yet compared to him, Captain America exhibited a more intense fervor. Cursing Hydra and vanquishing them had become instinctual to Captain America. If I am not mistaken, the man on the screen is the individual Nick Fury has frequently mentioned. Li Chengfeng, correct? Indeed, he is the one who extracted you from the Arctic ice. Coulson introduced Li Chengfeng to Captain America. At 25 years of age, he was an agent specially seconded from the Republic Bureau by Director Fury, currently regarded as the Bureau's finest agent, without exception. Is he engaged in an undercover operation? The reasons behind the agent's amnesia remain unclear. Thus, the decision was made to conduct infiltration. Wise indeed. Sometimes employing intellect to resolve issues is swifter than relying on brute force. What is he doing now? As they spoke, Li Chengfeng pretended to stroll past Lincoln Barrows, reaching out to pat his bald head as if inspecting an egg. Hard and dry. Let us spin him. Chapter 56, The Rogue Gang. Multiverse. What the hell do you think you're doing, you bastard? Lincoln Burrows finally reached his breaking point. Ignoring the warning glances from Schofield, he brushed aside Li Chengfeng's hand, which had been resting on his bald head. After patting his waist, as if recalling something, he reacted swiftly and threw a punch, only to be met by Li Chengfeng's counterstrike, landing squarely on his jaw. The force of the blow was perfectly measured, rendering him momentarily unconscious and causing a slight concussion. The guards, who had been merely observing the commotion, sprang into action when one of their own collapsed, slowly encircling Lincoln Burrows to assess his condition. Is he still alive? If so, both instigators must be taken to the confinement cell. The head guard, who had previously registered Li Chengfeng for incarceration, scrutinized him closely, contemplating the implications of his status as a murderer. This citizen of the Republic must not be allowed to kill Lincoln Burrows in the confinement cell. Despite being a resident of death row, he could not perish within the confines of this prison. And let us not forget to separate these two troublemakers. Li Chengfeng exhibited no intention of resistance, yet the guards were somewhat apprehensive, fearing he might lash out violently under provocation. Thus, the escort transformed into a protective detail. Li Chengfeng pointed to his own eyes and then subtly gestured toward Schofield. Schofield understood perfectly. This deranged man was reminding him, I am watching you. The crucial point was that Lincoln Burrows would be confined for at least 3 days before his release. What are their plans for tonight? If they did not act this evening, the consequences would be dire. Time was of the essence. Just as he had anticipated, every unexpected obstacle would require an exorbitant price to achieve their goals. Therefore, tonight, he must take a bold risk. The confinement cell at Fox River Penitentiary was a small room engulfed in complete darkness, with only a tiny window that could be opened from the outside. Li Chengfeng could assure that any classic domineering character placed in this cell would be driven to the brink of despair. After all, they all suffered from chronic stomach ailments and claustrophobia. Yet Li Chengfeng sat comfortably on the floor, unfazed. The profound silence of the darkness enabled him to think more freely. When he had deliberately toyed with Lincoln Burrows earlier, it seemed as though he had made a motion to draw a shooting weapon from his waist. In the original narrative, Lincoln Burrows was supposed to be a brawler adept in hand-to-hand combat. And then there was Schofield. He did not exude the aura of a genius architect who had entered prison to rescue his brother. Rather, he resembled a cunning criminal. Who are these shrewd criminals? They could not possibly be the Schofield and Burrows brothers. I am listening. Captain, we have unearthed the entirety of the Ragus Group, which seeks to acquire Fox River Penitentiary. All their companies and departments are managed by professional executives, and even the legal entities and shareholders are merely figureheads. So, the Ragus Group is a puppet company thrust into the limelight? Indeed, Sky concurred with Li Chengfeng's thoughts. Yet with her newfound confidence, she continued, Initially, I believe the clues had run dry, but Coulson and Steve suggested we should not overcomplicate matters. Sometimes, the riddle lies within the riddle itself. Pondering, she mused, Who is Steve? Has the captain finally awoken? It's time for me to play the part. You, such an unromantic man. With a playful pout, Sky began to elucidate. Consider the term rogues. What else does it signify? Rogues, the band of scoundrels. Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead, finally grasping the crux of the issue. Sky, you are truly my brilliant muse. Sky turned, a hint of confusion in her gaze, as she looked at Coulson. Is he truly complimenting me? I suppose so. Before long, the clock struck 10 in the evening. Once inside the confinement chamber, everything outside ceased to pertain to Lincoln Burrows and Li Chengfeng. Enveloped in darkness. Even time was an elusive concept, measured only by pulse or silent counting. While Li Chengfeng could manage this, he deemed it unnecessary. On the communicator, Sky and Ingrid were consistently informing him of the time. Captain, it is now 10 o'clock. Sky's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, quickly seizing control of all cameras within the prison. No mishaps will occur. This is our routine. Has the rat emerged from its hole? Not yet. It seems he's retrieving a gun from his mattress. No, 2 guns. Haha. As expected, Sky maintained communication. Understood. After a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, Li Chengfeng closed his eyes, his formidable physical prowess granting him senses beyond human limits. Even from a distance, the light and nearly silent footsteps were discernible to him. The steps drew nearer, soon halting just outside Li Chengfeng's door. At that moment, he opened his eyes, placing a gentle hand upon the chamber's door, as if caressing the skin of a lover. Then his hands crystallized, effortlessly tearing the alloy door apart as one would rip paper. Quite exhilarating. Li Chengfeng paid homage to the Kansas giant with this display. Indeed, it was remarkably relieving. He cracked his neck and stepped out of the confinement chamber. Upon turning, he beheld Michael Schofield, who had frozen the chamber door into shards with a freeze gun, alongside Lincoln Burrows, who emerged with a heat gun. More accurately, it was Cold Captain Leonard Snart and Heatwave Mick Rory, the infamous members of the Rogues, daily adversaries of the Flash and fervent fans. As Sky had stated, Michael Schofield and Lincoln Burrows were indeed real. Yet they had been supplanted by two supercriminals bearing an uncanny resemblance to them. Esteemed members of the Rogues, what a coincidence. Are you also attempting an escape? Li Chengfeng greeted the duo with a friendly wave. However, what awaited him were rays of red and blue light. Flames and frost simultaneously descended upon Li Chengfeng. Are you two here to help me bathe? I really should have sneaked in a bottle of shower gel. Chapter 57. The Scoundrel Constantine. As Li Chengfeng emerged from the clash of ice and fire, he had transformed entirely into a diamond-like form. From mere appearances, it was evident that the still somewhat primitive frost gun and heat ray could not generate flames of such high temperature or absolute zero that would pose a threat to Li Chengfeng's diamond state. The only regret was that the prison uniform he had donned upon entering the Fox River Penitentiary had been reduced to ashes under the onslaught of Captain Cold and Heatwave. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet, activating his transformation into the green light. Although the skin-tight battle suit post-transformation appeared somewhat provocative, it was certainly preferable to running about in complete nudity, especially in front of two burly men who could overlook the Republic's shapely rear. Who are you? Are you from Gotham, Star City, or perhaps Hell's Kitchen? Snart was unaware of Li Chengfeng's identity and could only speculate that he likely hailed from one of the locales that their scoundrel gang had been robbing. He hoped fervently that he was not from Gotham. Despite the Joker and his gang having recently gone silent, the other lunatics of Gotham were equally terrifying. Most importantly, the mad villains of Gotham never entertained negotiations. Well, to be precise, I am representing Washington. Having finally encountered a rogue or hero who was not entirely in the know, he hoped to keep this identity concealed until the last moment. Washington? That's the district. Which villain, apart from Hydra, would dare to tread there? Don't ask. I'm doing this for your own good. Li Chengfeng moved with lightning speed, swiftly disarming both Captain Cold and Heatwave. Snart looked at Li Chengfeng and let out a resigned sigh. He then raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, executed with remarkable skill and fluidity. Why are you scoundrels not minding your own business in Mid-City, but instead come to Illinois, even spending a fortune to acquire the entire prison? We know nothing. Who could withstand a transformation into diamond? No, you must know. Li Chengfeng wasted no time, manifesting the green light of his will into a sword of Damocles, poised perilously above Micron's head. Snart and Micron were clearly betting on Li Chengfeng's unfamiliarity with the area. In truth, Li Chengfeng was indeed not well acquainted. But as long as these two, who were more knowledgeable than him, were paralyzed by fear, everything would be manageable. I give you 5 seconds to divulge your purpose for being here and the identity of your employer. We truly. 5. What are you going to explain? No matter what you say, time counts. 4. Our employer is a blonde Brit in a trench coat, always with a cigarette in hand. He inscribed a magical array on my back to contain the legendary artifact that has recently fallen here. Snart finally relinquished the melodramatic tone he had maintained, and, with unprecedented speed, sold out his employer. However, that trench-coated, blonde British scoundrel, were you hired by that scoundrel, Constantine? Indeed. Constantine is exceedingly intrigued by this artifact that has seemingly descended from the heavens. Remove your shirt. What do you mean by that? The sudden defensiveness and peculiar gaze of Snart nearly caused Li Chengfeng to choke. I am not a homosexual, you deep closet dweller. I simply wish to observe the magical tattoos that Constantine has inscribed upon you. Snart felt a moment of embarrassment, realizing the misinterpretation was his own fault. When under a shared roof, one must bow their head. If it must be done, then so be it. For Microlori's life, he is willing to forsake his own innocence. As he removed his shirt, a meticulously intricate magical array came into view before Li Chengfeng's eyes. Ever since acquiring the teleportation magic of Dr. Doom, the astral projection of Loki, and the necromantic arts of Hela, Li Chengfeng had amalgamated a wealth of knowledge concerning the arcane. Although he had yet to reach the exalted levels of Doctor Strange or Doctor Doom, he had undeniably ascended to the upper echelons of magical mastery. Even so, he could only ascertain that this magical array indeed possessed a function of containment. Microlori pointed towards the sword of Damocles, which cast his bald head in an eerie green light. He swallowed hard, recognizing that conceding was not such a poor choice after all. Since the emergence of rumors regarding artifacts and supernatural occurrences within this prison, for agents from the Joint Investigative Bureau had come. And do you know what they endured? Agents? Snart and Microlori exchanged glances. Are you referring to those individuals clad in black suits, summoned to the warden's office? They merely entered and subsequently exited. Nothing transpired. Nothing transpired? In truth, even if something had occurred, we would remain oblivious, for that warden has never left his tower-like office. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Indeed, the mission briefing did mention this peculiar warden. It seems that addressing the agent's amnesia will necessitate a meeting with him. And what, pray tell, is this so-called vessel of divinity? After a brief contemplation, Li Chengfeng resolved to first address the matter of the purported artifact. After all, that warden is a reclusive hermit who will stubbornly remain indoors. It can be dealt with later. Hush! Just as Li Chengfeng was about to speak, Snart immediately raised a finger to his lips. The moment the shushing ceased, a powerful pulsation resonated from the depths of the prison block. Thump, thump. The sound was heavy, akin to an immensely colossal heart, echoing with each beat. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Li Chengfeng discerned that these were not two consecutive beats from the same source. Rather, they emanated from two distinct locations, seemingly in communication with one another. Behind the death row, there existed another area, one that had never been patrolled by guards, as if they deliberately chose to ignore its existence. Microlori gestured towards the dimly lit corridor, which appeared to lead not merely to another section of the prison, but rather to the gullet of some great beast. The notion of disregarding any disturbances after 10 o'clock referred specifically to the punctual emergence of these two sounds. All right, let us proceed. Thus, Snart and Microlori could only take the lead, venturing into the unknown ahead. The previously unopened gate of the prison district was effortlessly torn open by Li Chengfeng. While the maximum security area had once held a modicum of popularity, it had become utterly desolate since their arrival. Yet the pulsating sound in their ears grew increasingly distinct. Finally, they traversed the corridor, and before them lay an expansive circular hall, at the center of which was a profound meteorite crater. Suddenly, Snart seemed to succumb to an ailment, sliding down into the depths of the crater. The closer he drew to the center, the more the magical array upon his back illuminated. Ultimately, as Snart, utterly exhausted, knelt before the artifact, the magical array fully activated. It was then that Li Chengfeng realized he had misinterpreted the direction. This was not a gathering magical array, but rather a reverse gathering magical array, which meant release. Amidst the grand radiance, a figure emerged from the magical array on Snart's back. With a click, he ignited a Marlboro cigarette, inhaling deeply until only half remained, before lifting his head in a state of despondency. Good evening, I am John Constantine. This individual, a being of formidable abilities whose origins were unknown, lamentably claimed the artifact as his own. Chapter 58. The true form of the artifact, Mjolnir. What? You do not recognize me? Li Chengfeng, Sumawet Astunisha. Dare to pose this ill-timed question. Are you a third-rate opera performer from the Republic? Why would I need to know you? I don't even have a single coin to toss at your hat. Though Constantine's words dripped with sarcasm, at that moment, he appeared oddly endearing in Li Chengfeng's eyes. Once again, he mused, finally encountering two opponents who were somewhat out of the loop. The feeling of being unrecognized was hardly pleasant. Yes, it's best that you do not know me, Li Chengfeng thought to himself, wishing to applaud Constantine. In truth, given Constantine's dubious magical prowess, uncovering his identity would hardly pose a challenge. However, he was now completely blinded by the so-called artifact. Captain Snart lay on the ground, gasping heavily, given his physical capabilities. It was inconceivable that he could be so fatigued from such a short distance. Therefore, it must have been due to the burden of this so-called magical array upon his back. So what exactly am I? A taxi? He exclaimed with a laugh. Oh dear, Mr. Snart, do not wear such a grim expression, Constantine replied with a smile. Surely you are not a taxi. You are undoubtedly a luxury hotel. It's just that the spatial pocket opens and drains a significant portion of your stamina. Do not worry. You will only need to lie at home for a few months. Li Chengfeng raised an eyebrow, deducing the truth from their exchange. It seemed that the scoundrel Constantine had likely concealed himself within Snart's spatial pocket for at least half a year. While he was not entirely cut off from the world, he had only interacted with those in the magical realm. he appeared to be oblivious to Li Chengfeng's relatively normal demeanor. Nevertheless, Constantine's presence here was truly inconsequential. Li Chengfeng was merely astonished at how this scoundrel always found himself at the forefront of others' equipment acquisition. No matter how many divine artifacts he managed to obtain, he could hardly stand as a rival to the demon, Nero. Moreover, confidence serves as the seventh piece of equipment for an ADC, while shamelessness is the remedy for Constantine's ailments. When lacking divine artifacts, those wretches from the underworld could hardly pose a threat to him. Could they? Just then, Mike Leary, who had been left behind by Snat and Li Chengfeng, stumbled over, calling out to Snat, "Snat, are you still alive? Damn it. Have you ever seen a corpse that still breathes? Isn't that a sorcerer by your side? Who knows if he is allowing the dead you to keep talking? I've seen it in novels and animations. Don't treat artistic creations as reality. Our current situation is no less absurd than any literary creation, is it? A fellow wielding green light and a sorcerer. Though they possess some skill, they still belong to the realm of ordinary people. What are they doing here? Playing with their lives?" Mike Leary intended to engage Snat in conversation to buy some time, hoping to restore Snat's stamina for a hasty retreat. However, Li Chengfeng kicked him aside, causing him to roll on the ground, clutching his waist. "Sorry, my bad, just a slip." The reason Li Chengfeng had the leisure to bully Mike Leary was that he had discerned the true nature of that divine artifact. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now, Constantine is about to reclaim his artifact and open a dimensional portal to make his escape." Constantine bowed flamboyantly to Li Chengfeng and then strode towards the artifact, situated at the very center of the pit. He bent down, reached out, and gripped it with all his might, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. However, he exerted too much force and lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. "Huh. Serves you right for acting like a big shot. It seems you've bitten off more than you can chew." Li Chengfeng laughed unabashedly at Constantine. What a joke. With his character, he dared to attempt to seize Mjolnir, the hammer of the Thunder God. An ordinary person would be unable to lift it, and for Constantine, he ought to endure myriad trials. A tumble into the dirt would be a mere trifling punishment. However, why was Mjolnir located in such a place? Something felt amiss. Li Chengfeng scratched his head, reasoning that the dim-witted giant Thor should still be in Asgard, shouldn't he? Although Loki had once claimed he sent a distress signal to Thor, how often does help arrive immediately after a call for aid? Moreover, given Thor's brutish nature and the Asgardians' insensitivity to time, timely arrival would be nothing short of miraculous. Originally, this was Li Chengfeng's line of thought. Yet, Mjolnir lay not far away, and Constantine's futile attempts to lift it indicated a high probability that it was genuine. Constantine was not foolish enough to attempt to seize the artifact with bare hands. Since the hammer was already present, could the god of hammers be far behind? It is said that within 5 steps of a lethal substance, there must be its natural enemy. Within 5 steps of the cunning dragon, there must be the phoenix chicks. Within 5 steps of Mjolnir, there must be the golden-haired oaf. Li Chengfeng cast a glance at the tightly shut door at the end of the corridor. Right there. Loki. Oh, Loki. Who would have thought you were indeed the most favored among Odin's kin? Achoo! 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 Suddenly, without warning, Loki, who was reclining on the ground, sneezed 3 times. You have a cold? Pietro, sitting to Loki's left, gasped for breath but could not help but express concern for Loki. "You little brat, you're simply talking nonsense. I am the god of mischief from Asgard. I am not a mere earthling. My exterior may resemble that of a human, but my internal structure is entirely different, do you understand? If Earth's cold viruses could affect me, then humanity would be on the brink of another great extinction. That means someone is speaking of you." Wanda, seated to Loki's right, though weary, continued to manipulate the crimson magical energy as she twisted the Rubik's Cube. This was a method Loki, a renowned assassin and master sorcerer of the 9 realms, had taught her to better hone her control over energy. Huh, speaking of me, where did you learn that? I saw it on Hella's phone. The Chinese internet is truly wondrous. Magic and divination can actually be found online. Sneezing once means someone is cursing you. Sneezing twice means someone is missing you. Sneezing thrice means someone is speaking of you. Do you trust the internet? Or do you trust what Loki, say in Star Squad? Loki rolled his eyes in exasperation. In truth, he was the one reluctantly taking care of these 2 superpowered children. If Li Chengfeng was the neglectful father who merely dropped the kids off at home after picking them up, then Loki was the bewildered older brother unexpectedly thrust into the role of caretaker. This past month had truly worn him out. He could finally relate to the feeling of Thor and Odin chasing after him to clean up his messes. Can you truly assert authority in the Star Squad? Can you prevent Hela from hitting me even once today? You know how vicious and heavy-handed she can be. My small frame simply cannot withstand it, Pietro lamented. Loki rolled his eyes in utter disbelief. This foolish boy truly could not comprehend human speech or read the atmosphere. If he really held the reins, the first thing he would do would be to end this relentless training that consisted solely of taking beatings. One could not help but admire Hela, as she had indeed mastered the art of training as the former commander of the Asgardian army. Every form of torment was meticulously targeted. For instance, Loki himself had to conjure an image of Li Chengfeng's face while dodging attacks from 10 Night Sky Swords in succession. Just seeing that face would make him feel an ache deep within, as if the wounds inflicted by the swords were reopening. However, thanks to Hela's almost inhumane training methods, Loki felt that his magical prowess was soaring to new heights. Most importantly, in moments of urgency, he no longer instinctively reached for his beloved dagger, but instead relied on magic. Of course, his greatest affection lies with his pair of daggers. A mage who does not aspire to be an assassin is not worthy of being called a divine being. Not far ahead, Hela found herself engaged in a fierce stare-down with Harley Quinn. As a mere mortal, devoid of any particular talents, who says I lack skills, Harley Quinn adjusted her torn fishnet stockings, proclaiming, "My legs are exceptionally long." I was referring to combat. Indeed, this proves quite useful in battle. Each time I showcase my fishnets to Li Chengfeng, I effortlessly capture his attention, allowing me to execute a successful sneak attack. You're brilliant. After a month of immersion in the internet, Hela's speech had transformed from a regal tone to a more approachable manner. Yet, when faced with Harley Quinn, a psychiatrist plagued by severe mental illness, she remained at a loss as to how to proceed. Although her physical prowess surpassed that of the mutant siblings, she lacked superpowers. It was one thing for Ada Wong, a seasoned elite agent, to excel, but how could this fighter, whose combat skills were only marginally adequate, perform far better than the mutant siblings, sometimes even surpassing Loki's practical abilities? It was utterly unreasonable, even if a lunatic's thoughts were whimsical. Such absurdity should not be possible. For a super strategist who had fought in cosmic wars for millennia, this was simply incomprehensible. Just as Hela contemplated a different approach to study Harley Quinn, a portal unexpectedly opened behind her. Li Chengfeng, clad in his Green Lantern attire, shouted from the other side of the portal, "Hey, you two from Asgard, come over here. Check if this golden-haired fool is one of yours." Chapter 59. Is this Thor? Clearly, it's a golden-haired fool, returning to 10 minutes earlier. What in the blazes is this ridiculous artifact? I might as well have summoned a demon from hell. Why won't he budge? Constantine, exasperated, kicked Mjolnir furiously while smoking. Absurd. Utterly absurd. He had never encountered such a baffling artifact. It neither responded to his blows nor retaliated. It remained as motionless as an ordinary hammer. If it didn't sense the surging divine power akin to thunder, he would have believed it to be a counterfeit. Ah, you seem rather relaxed. Is this the demeanor of your magical circle? The other male mage I know delights in engaging warriors in close combat wielding 2 daggers. There is something off about him. Isn't there? He was very close, practically standing right behind him. Therefore, in an instant, Constantine began to cast a spell, resulting in a violent and deep cough. Naturally, it was Li Chengfeng who swiftly covered Constantine's mouth to prevent him from uttering the incantation to summon Hellfire. "Shoo, you scoundrel of a mage. Do not recite the spell for summoning Hellfire," Li Chengfeng admonished, wagging his finger in front of Constantine. "You, a prominent and esteemed mage. Surely wouldn't he want to engage in some public display of incontinence, would you?" Constantine found no leisure to indulge in idle banter with Li Chengfeng. Instead, he could only feel the grip on his face akin to an iron vice. In a situation devoid of ventriloquism, his attempts to escape this hold could only rely on his survival tactics. Yet the superpowered individual before him offered him no respite, instead conjuring a straitjacket crafted from an unfamiliar green light, reminiscent of those employed in mental institutions. Had the obscure mutant leader known as Old One to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Indeed, that was the sensation. Such an exhilarating experience. Suffering is something that must be shared to gradually dissipate its weight. Constantine found himself utterly perplexed by the bizarre scene unfolding before him. What manner of strange ability was this? This verdant energy was neither a product of technology nor of any known magic. Even Constantine, who had deftly maneuvered the Lords of Hell, could not decipher this energy in the short span of time necessary for counteraction. For the first time in many years, he sensed a flicker of despair. Particularly after his hands had been thoroughly restrained, he found himself unable to unleash even the simplest of spells that required no incantation. Constantine, the renowned sorcerer, a scoundrel whose betrayals could rival his infidelities, found himself at the mercy of Li Chengfeng. So, how did you come to know of the artifact's presence here? Do you truly believe I would trust you? You, Constantine, an octogenarian mother and a weaned infant? He retorted, even while being under Li Chengfeng's control. Despite his predicament, Constantine retained a sharp tongue, quipping about his aged mother and the recently weaned child. Li Chengfeng harbored no fondness for such a morally bankrupt character. While he had once admired Constantine, that admiration was predicated on the fact that he was merely a fictional character. The reality of facing such a scoundrel made it difficult to maintain any affection. However, given Constantine's formidable prowess in resolving significant crises, it was plausible that he might require this rascal's assistance in the future. After all, this fellow had his own unique methods. Although Li Chengfeng had no intention of killing him, delivering a few punches seemed quite permissible. Surely, Constantine's extensive interests would not be dampened by such an encounter. Observing the increasingly ruthless glint in Li Chengfeng's eyes, the ever-cautious Constantine quickly chose to capitulate. Dear superpowered brother, we bear no grievances from the past nor the present. Why not release me? I have no desire for this artifact. Consider it a gift for our meeting. Li Chengfeng was somewhat taken aback. You can speak the Republic's language? Constantine, appearing somewhat bashful, responded, indeed, I spent a considerable amount of time on an island called Purgatory in the southern seas of the Republic. There, I forged a friendship with someone who is now an elite agent in the Joint Investigation Bureau. Our bond is strong. If I were to vanish, he would turn the entire America upside down in search of me. Such eloquent rhetoric. A deft maneuver to lower defenses while simultaneously pleading for mercy and issuing a veiled threat. If Li Chengfeng were truly an ordinary superhuman without any notable background, even having been incarcerated, he might indeed find himself vulnerable to threats. Yet, what a coincidence this is. The friend you speak of cannot possibly be an archer named Oliver Queen. Can he? Have you heard of my brother's renown? If that is the case, then it is a simple matter. Once I am released, the artifact shall remain yours. What are you doing? Li Chengfeng ceased to indulge in his banter, instead removing the communicator and switching it to speaker mode. Sky, is Oliver there? Yes, yes. On the other end of the communicator, Sky's voice emerged. Not only Oliver, but our entire team is observing your mission. Unfortunately, there are no surveillance cameras in your vicinity. What a pity. Let's not dwell on that. Have Oliver say a few words. Li Chengfeng urged him, and after 2 seconds, the voice that resonated through the communicator transformed into a rich, magnetic male tone. Agent Li, do you require my assistance? I currently have a British magician clad in a yellow trench coat before me. He claims to share a life-and-death bond with you. Having met in the underworld. The underworld? Albrecht. A magician? Could it be that rascal Constantine? Oliver's voice instantly rose an octave. That scoundrel had me help him endure damage on numerous occasions. I am merely a long-range archer, for heaven's sake. He claims you share a particularly close relationship. Nonsense. We merely assist each other with minor favors. He also mentioned that you would turn the entirety of America upside down to find him. Setting aside whether I possess such capability, even if I did, it would only be because he has wronged me to an irreparable extent. As Oliver Queen's voice echoed from the communicator, Constantine's expression darkened. The facade of lies had been shattered, forcing his mind to race. The identity of the individual before him became clear. He was an agent of the Federal Bureau, and certainly a senior one, as even someone as proud as Oliver seemed to treat him with a degree of reverence. Cough, cough, cough. So, you're an agent of the Bureau. Constantine suddenly exclaimed with regret and honesty. I'm also an agent of the Bureau. You're talking nonsense. Li Chengfeng had no faith in the ramblings of this charlatan. However, Constantine, attempting to ingratiate himself, remarked, Please, ease up a bit. My Bureau credentials are in my trouser pocket. Be careful while retrieving them. Do not touch anything inappropriate. Observing the other's expression, Li Chengfeng remained skeptical of his claims, but nonetheless released a portion of the green light to retrieve the credentials he mentioned. At a glance, the cover indeed bore the insignia of the Bureau, yet it was not that of the American headquarters. Though the Bureau is a unified institution, various major nations each establish their own headquarters, resulting in differing credentials. The cover of the American headquarters credentials features a bald eagle. The credentials from the British Empire's headquarters showcase a lion and a shield. As for Constantine's credentials, they bore the emblem of the dragon, a symbol with which Li Chengfeng was all too familiar. Indeed, this is a credential from the Republic's Bureau. Who does he think he is fooling? Have fake credentials reached the Republic's headquarters? Li Chengfeng smiled enigmatically, then produced his identification. The identical insignia froze Constantine's smile in place. How could he be one of the Republic's agents? The Republic's agents were apprehending a Brit in America. What audacity! To fabricate credentials for the Joint Investigation Bureau? Even if I wish to let you off this time, it would be impossible. After this, you shall languish behind bars for a decade or more. Having spoken, Li Chengfeng deprived Constantine of any opportunity to retaliate, expertly sealing his mouth with a green aura. He then cast him aside. At that moment, Michael had recovered from Li Chengfeng's earlier strike and descended into the pit. He intended to assist Shernat, only to find a bound Constantine thrown before him. Li Chengfeng noticed Michael and shrugged. You and Shernat are not to escape. Your matters remain unresolved. He then gestured towards the incapacitated Constantine, adding, however, you may vent your frustrations on him. Consider it an early adaptation to prison life. Quick, don't help me. Beat him. First, break that insufferable British nose of his. Shernat shouted. Li Chengfeng ignored the uproar of Michael's rage, Shynet's encouragement, and Constantine's faintly gleeful cries of distress as he approached the mighty Mjolnir. Yet, he failed to lift it. The hammer's recognition system must be malfunctioning. How can my character not suffice? Though I enjoy gazing at Wang, Jia, and Hallie's legs, my integrity is beyond reproach. Yes, the fault lies with the hammer. Li Chengfeng grumbled in dissatisfaction, but did not dwell on it. Instead, he approached the prison cell at the end of the corridor. The door was an ordinary iron gate, yet it bore an intricate array of magical circles. Upon attempting to dismantle them, he discovered they were specifically designed to counter divine beings. They had no effect on ordinary individuals. However, for an extraterrestrial like Loki, possessing divine attributes, entering would render him powerless, his divine strength suppressed to near non-existence. To illustrate, it was akin to a devil fruit user being controlled by Seastone. This indicated that a deity was indeed confined within. Coupled with Mjolnir in the pit, the identity of this god became evident. Thor. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng tore open the iron door and stepped inside. As anticipated, at the heart of the magical array stood a towering figure, golden-haired and resembling a celestial deity. Goodness! A frail and weakened Thor bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Jinjian. After erasing the magical array, Li Chengfeng decisively activated a teleportation portal, intending to deliver Thor to his team while simultaneously rallying the entire squad. For he sensed that, at the very moment the magical array was dismantled, a bizarre crimson streak traversed the sky towards the warden's office. Chapter 60. Do his guardians have subpar intelligence? Upon the activation of the portal, it was not the formidable death goddess Hela or the cunning god Loki of Asgard who first surged through to the interior of the Fox River prison, but rather Ada Wong. She even utilized a grappling hook to make her entrance. Astonishing. One can actually latch onto a portal with a grappling hook. It appears to possess a tangible form. Your teleportation magic. Are you inquiring about it? Ada executed a graceful backflip, landing with poise. I was merely taken aback. What truly astonishes me is your eagerness to see me. Frankly, I did yearn to encounter you. Ada's eyes sparkled with a tender gleam. Then she decisively stepped onto Li Chengfeng's foot, grinding it with a touch of malice. Though it was not painful for Li Chengfeng, merely a tickle, clarity must be established. Why the sudden assault? Fortunately, he was devoid of shoes at that moment, as the prison-issued attire and footwear had long since been reduced to ashes by the icy grasp of cold captain and the fiery embrace of heatwave. Had he been wearing those signature sneakers he purchased last month, he would have been in considerable pain. Although he possessed little knowledge of football, he had to admit the collaborative sneakers were indeed quite appealing. It seems that the sole merit of cheaper items is their affordability, while the only drawback of expensive ones is their costliness. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's long-missed banter, Ada's ire inexplicably subsided. Yet, a lingering frustration remained. She vehemently pointed toward the other side of the portal. How can you even speak? Here I am, a mentally stable mortal, subjected to a month-long training regimen by a cosmic warlord who has conquered multiple planets. Do you understand what it means to be immortal? Living in the home of an ambiguous colleague, casually changing outfits to hint at him while he remains oblivious. I had to manage a team that he typically disregards and simultaneously tackle the overwhelming and tedious paperwork. Damn it! Not a single normal person in this team to alleviate my bureaucratic burdens. Despite my dire circumstances, I am still expected to train, and not just anyone, but a genuine Asgardian goddess, earning a mere 5-figure salary each month, engaging in world-saving endeavors, and still finding myself entangled in this mess. With such a meager income, it would take ages to save for a grappling hook. What am I risking my life for? Ada Wong's tirade finally sparked a realization in Li Chengfeng. It appears this is indeed the situation. When Hela proposed the idea of training a grand army from Midgard, he had readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. He thought to himself that it might be beneficial to train these superhumans, conveniently overlooking Ada, who was comparatively ordinary. He had never considered Harley Quinn to be an ordinary person, primarily because her physical limitations seemed to have been wholly lifted due to psychological factors. Though she could not genuinely transcend human limits, her displayed strength, speed, and flexibility far surpassed that of typical agents. Furthermore, this woman is undoubtedly the harbinger of fortune in this universe. Were this realm to be the creation of an eccentric fanfiction author, then Harley Quinn would surely be one of its quintessential protagonists. The highest authority of the American Bureau regards her as the closest semblance to a daughter in his life. Bruce Wayne, also known as Batman, has certified her as one of his rare, genuine female friends. Moreover, she is an alumna of Kansas, a senior to the notable Clark Kent, and it even seems that during their conversations, Harley played matchmaker between him and Lois Lane. Anyone who learns of this experience cannot help but exclaim in awe. Even the seasoned veterans, Black Egg and White Duck, gasped upon receiving the latest personal information about Harley Quinn from Chengfeng. To put it bluntly, Harley Quinn now possesses the ability to rally people and conquer the world. And it is highly likely she could achieve this feat. I must admit my oversight. Placing you among such superpowered beings does seem somewhat unreasonable. Nevertheless, I am still the warrior who has garnered the highest assessment points from that Asgardian goddess over the past month. Ada rolled her eyes. My complaints do not signify incompetence. After venting my frustrations to Chengfeng, she felt a sense of equilibrium restored within her. She then surveyed her surroundings and noticed the golden-haired figure, Su Jinjian, with his eyes tightly shut, and inquired with curiosity, "Who is this? Where exactly are we?" Upon finishing her question, this rather brazen man turned and dove into the portal. He neglected to converse with the team members who were lined up on the ground regaining their stamina, instead shouting towards the duo of the goddess of death, Hela, and the god of mischief, Loki. "Hey, you two from Asgard, come over here. Take a look and see if this golden-haired fool belongs to your family." Lo and behold, he was clad only in his undergarments, reminiscent of a prisoner at the deepest depths of Fox River, sleeping with his backside exposed. If he had donned even slightly more or less clothing, I would have considered him a normal person. "So, you're implying that Asgardians are not quite right in the head?" Loki mumbled, rising to his feet and approaching the portal. "I must admit, I concur with your sentiment. Asgardians, myself included, are indeed somewhat unhinged." Chengfeng cast a surprised glance at Loki. Goodness, is Loki capable of rational thought at this juncture? His emotional stability is rather alarming. It appears that the physical confrontation that the Kansas giant delivered to shake the soul and challenge core beliefs was indeed effective. "My goddess, what did you mean by your earlier words?" Hela, clad in an intricately patterned battle attire akin to the one she wore upon her release from confinement, approached Chengfeng directly. This garment was evidently not of cheap quality. With her dual identity as queen and goddess, this tall, commanding figure exuded an aura of both regal authority and divine compassion. The visual impact left Chengfeng feeling overwhelmed. "What golden-haired fool? Have you once again showcased your uncanny ability to pick up at least one person wherever you go? Do you truly consider this a talent?" Chengfeng chocolate pressing his forehead. "Do you think I wish to ponder over so many matters? This is merely a coincidence. I have just confirmed that it is indeed an Asgardian. I have my suspicions regarding their identity, yet I still need Loki to verify." Upon hearing Chengfeng's words, Hela found it rather intriguing. "Brother, is Midgard not a place of utter marvel? Yet another Asgardian? Do not inquire. Midgard has its share of the arcane," Loki responded with a familiar nonchalance. "Let's not forget that even you, dear sister, were inexplicably sealed here by Father. Indeed, if we were to speak candidly, we too seem to be part of this abnormality. No, my initial decision was made after careful contemplation and with the gift of persuasion. I struck a deal with that mad titan named Thanos. I invaded Midgard, and in return, he provided me with an entire battalion of interstellar mercenaries. Yet in the end, were we not effortlessly defeated by that mortal deity known as Clark Kent?" Hela remarked, stepping into the portal while unflinchingly critiquing her younger brother. "Sister, please do not be so harsh on your child who has yet to reach 1,500 years. Loki hurriedly followed her through the portal. "That instance was merely due to my ill-chosen invasion location. If I had chosen Washington, no, that wouldn't work with Chengfeng present. I should have selected New York. Yes, I should have gone for New York. Choose whatever you like. This is not merely a playful exchange with Sister Wong. I genuinely wish to strike you." The sentiment was not one of jest, for if he had indeed chosen New York, The combined forces of Stark and the FBI would hardly have been sufficient to withstand the Chitauri army. Yet, if such an event had transpired, Li Chengfeng could assure that he would personally deliver Loki's head to Odin. Loki paused at this, hastening to check. Upon seeing the golden-haired Su Jinjian's face, he was initially taken aback, then began playfully thumping his brother's head while laughing heartily. Thor, it truly is you. I never expected you would find yourself in this predicament. My dear brother, what on earth has happened to you? Why are you in such a state of disarray? Hela was even more direct, stepping unceremoniously on Thor's backside as she moved to inspect the intricate magical array on the ground. Frankly, Hela harbored little interest in this blood relative whom she had never met, and she felt an innate aversion toward this brother who bore a striking resemblance to Odin in his youth. In contrast, she favored Loki, the somewhat rebellious frost giant. Yet he mirrored Odin in many aspects. Unexpectedly, with that single step, Thor let out a muffled groan and slowly regained consciousness. The first sight to greet him was Loki. You scoundrel, Loki! How dare you deceive me with a distress signal? Chapter 16 Hela, Foolish, pitiful creature. Who has deceived you? At that moment, I was truly captured by a terrifying individual, you know? I spent an entire year confined within a cell that suppressed magic. Upon hearing this, Loki felt a surge of anger. Although he had often played tricks on Thor in the past, using sheep as a ruse, he would likely continue to do so. However, the one time he sent a distress signal was a genuine plea for help. That was a communication that transcended the cosmos. Who, in their right mind, would fabricate such a contraption simply to deceive their foolish older brother? And besides, you did not come to my rescue. Look, in the end, we saved you. After hearing this, even the unabashed Li Chengfeng found Loki's demeanor rather appalling this time. Since Thor was presently in Midgard, it meant that upon receiving his brother's call for help, even if he harbored doubts about whether it was yet another trick by Loki, the god of mischief, he only entertained those thoughts internally. His body, however, was honest. He rushed from Asgard to Earth, fearing that something might truly be amiss with his brother. Oh, indeed. He truly is a caring older brother. I might just ship the two of you. Thor failed to notice Li Chengfeng's suggestive and teasing gaze, instead directing his ire towards Loki, exclaiming, You were imprisoned for an entire year? And in a magic-voiding cage? Look at me. I too have been confined in this very place for a year. Observe these enchantments specifically designed to inhibit divinity. 50 of them stacked together. I can only muster a flicker of power at 10 each night, barely resonating with Mjolnir, to inch away from this magical prison. And you, my brother, one of the most exceptional sorcerers in all 9 realms. How can I trust that this magical barrier and cage were not prepared by you for my downfall? Li Chengfeng, upon hearing this, began to understand the situation. It was quite simple. Thor had rushed from Asgard to rescue someone, only to find himself ensnared as well, believing all along that his brother was behind the machinations. Now, upon seeing Loki, he realized he had misjudged. His brother had genuinely called for his aid. So, while still expressing grievances towards Loki, he felt an unusual sense of relaxation and even joy. This time, his brother had not deceived him. With the acquisition of the Green Lantern ring, although he could only manipulate the will's green light, his perception of other emotions had become significantly sharper. Li Chengfeng could sense Thor's current exuberance, even momentarily disregarding the fact that he was clad only in his undergarments. Truly, aside from their differing appearances, the stubbornness of these two brothers was strikingly similar. Reflecting on this, Li Chengfeng shifted his attention to Hela. If pride could be considered a family trait, might this tall goddess also possess that captivating charm? While pride may retreat from the environment, it is never to be underestimated. At this moment, the Asgardian goddess was intently examining the magical array that Li Chengfeng had disrupted. Divine countermeasures, magic suppression, bodily weakening, nightmare cycles. What do you see, Hela? Aside from the divine counteractive magic circle, the others are merely standard magical formations, devoid of any peculiarities. The focal point lies within this divine counteraction circle. Without it, even this golden-haired weakling could swiftly extricate himself from his predicament. Although the origins of this divine counteraction remain shrouded in mystery, I am certain that it is not the work of any sorcerer, but rather the creation of beings far more exalted. Hela turned, her brow furrowed, striding toward Li Chengfeng. Once again, she stepped over Thor's posterior, who had finally regained consciousness. Hey, you are truly impolite, woman. I am Thor Odinson, the firstborn of Odin, the father of gods, the god of thunder in Asgard, and the future king of Asgard. Hela gazed at her oblivious golden-haired brother, her brow knitting further. Firstborn? Future king of Asgard? Hela scoffed. Do you think you're the first to hear such promises? What do you mean? Who exactly are you? Oh, foolish Odinson, you know nothing. At that moment, Li Chengfeng felt a tumultuous tension rising within him, unable to express it. Ultimately, he found the perfect outlet for his frustration. Even though Loki sensed something amiss as he observed Li Chengfeng's furtive glances, he was a step too slow and was seized by the shoulder by the goddess appointed by his elder sister. My dear goddess, what may I do for you? Loki attempted to wriggle free while diverting the conversation. Oh dear, Wanda and Pietro are still waiting for me. And Harley, we should hurry to the portal. Are you not concerned she'll lead them astray? At this juncture, is evasion truly effective? When Hela proposed to train you, I had warned you multiple times. The grip on Loki's shoulder intensified, and even his Asgardian constitution struggled against it. Hela must not be allowed to further indulge in her phone and social networks. Did you hear the nonsense she was spouting? Mixing Naruto with Game of Thrones. What a ridiculous amalgamation. Goddess, please hear my explanation. You are well aware of my sister's temperament. As the unyielding heir to the Asgardian throne and commander of the army, if I possessed the capacity and courage to manage her, would I have been coerced in assigning a 250-year employment contract? Loki lamented his plight. Despite his usual demeanor, in Hela's eyes, he was inconsequential. As long as he adhered to her whims, he was the dutiful younger brother. But once he harbored rebellious thoughts, he was merely a half-blood frost giant. Thus, to supervise Hela, he would rather endure the psychological counseling sessions conducted by that madwoman Harley Quinn at the Bureau. It is precisely his nature as the god of mischief, coupled with his understanding of human psychology, that keeps him largely free from mental illness. Otherwise, he would need to find a way to acquire some semblance of madness to rejuvenate himself. While Loki dealt with Li Chengfeng, Thor was also becoming increasingly agitated. What? Are you implying that you're indeed my elder sister? The firstborn of Odin, the father of the gods? The commander of the Asgardian army and the heir to the throne of Asgard? No, you wretched deity. Do not dare to deceive me. Oof. It seems that peace has dulled your senses. Odin, that old man, has evidently raised such a naive and foolish heir. He truly has grown old. Hela scrutinized too repeatedly, pondering how this individual could possibly ascend to the position she once held as heir. Yet, despite his demeanor, she found herself rather fond of this blood relative brother. In her past, many warriors under her command were similarly innocent yet gallant, like Thor. Even she could never harbor disdain for such individuals. However, if one possessing such a character were to become the king of Asgard, it would spell disaster for the realm. In Hela's eyes, Thor, at least the Thor of the present, lacked the temperament requisite for kingship. Be silent. Even if you truly are my elder sister, I shall not permit you to insult Odin, the father of the gods, Thor declared, straining his still-recovering body to raise a hand with all his might. Li Chengfeng observed Thor's action and silently shifted aside. How reckless. This person summons his hammer without regard for obstacles. He certainly did not wish to be inadvertently struck. Moreover, this matter did not require his intervention. For the previous master Mjolnir stood right there. What was there to fear? However, it was Thor's summoning of the mighty Mjolnir that reminded Li Chengfeng of the three individuals outside awaiting their time in the Interpol jail. Although no one was watching them, given their current state and the threats Li Chengfeng had issued, they were likely still waiting patiently. It was not entirely improbable that Mike R'Lear was still beating Constantine, as this time the rogue had truly met with a disastrous turn of events. Go, bring everyone here for assembly. This armed training exercise has concluded. Li Chengfeng instructed Loki with a nod, directing them to subdue the three criminals outside. Huh? What criminals? Do you still have time to catch thieves? As an agent of Interpol, it is my duty to combat crime, and this thief was intent on stealing your family's ancestral hammer. As the aggrieved party, a bow of your head would suffice as gratitude. Wouldn't it? By the gods. At the moment the portal closed, everyone witnessed a hammer forged from the core of a deceased star slicing through the air, aimed directly at a muscular, golden-haired man clad only in shorts. Thor was on the verge of grasping Mjolnir. Just as the goddess of death, Hela, would reclaim her former glory upon stepping onto Asgardian soil, so too would Thor. Upon seizing Mjolnir, have the power sealed within the hammer by Odin begin to flow back to him. This was also the reason why early on, Thor was mocked as the god of hammers, for his abilities were exceedingly potent, yet not entirely within his control. Thus, Mjolnir serves as both a weapon and a restraint for Thor, while also functioning as an instant healing remedy. However, the once confident smile upon Thor's lips has completely frozen. Just 2 inches, merely 2 inches away. Chapter 62, The Dual Assault of Asgard. Loki, if given the opportunity now, would you truly strike Thor down? Li Chengfeng Siga. His eyes filled with melancholy. In the past, I might have considered it, but now I think it is best to refrain. Why? Do you even need to ask? Loki, exasperated, pointed at Thor, who was being battered by Hela on the ground. Just look at him. He has been reduced to this state by our sister. My mother wouldn't even recognize him without using her soul to identify him. Hearing this, Chengfeng turned his gaze to Thor's once chiseled, quintessentially handsome face, now altered to the point where it seemed he had changed species, not merely ethnicity. There was no helping it. His sister was merciless. She was striking him directly in the face with a hammer. Fortunately, Thor's extraordinary physical resilience, coupled with the fact that Hela did not employ her powers as the goddess of death, but merely relied on her physical prowess, spared him from worse. This could certainly be considered as showing mercy. Chengfeng realized that aside from being a war fanatic, Hela did not harbor the anticipated disdain for her family. In fact, she harbored no absolute hatred for her father, the ruler of all Asgard, who later imprisoned her on Earth. What she loathed was the complete dismissal of everything he had once imposed upon her. Yet, Chengfeng comprehended her feelings profoundly and even deemed Hela quite restrained. You raised me to wield a sword and seize territories. You taught me to fight, and when I felt capable of inheriting your will, you insisted on a peaceful reign, deeming me too brutal and bloodthirsty to inherit the throne? How is that any different from a sickly prince being urged to strive for greatness? It is absurd. Are we playing tricks on a fool? Where in the world exists a prince so woeful? Observing the spectacle, Chengfeng and Loki naturally opted to continue enjoying the show. Sibling squabbles, after all, are filled with affection. Initially, Thor remained defiant, gritting his teeth even as he endured the blows, attempting to retaliate. However, once his face was thoroughly pummeled into a swollen mess, even the simple-minded Thor realized that his elder sister did not seem intent on merely beating him. Rather, she sought to slap someone else's face through his. And striking the prince would be tantamount to striking the king's face. This was unquestionably an undeserved calamity. In that moment, a wave of grievance washed over Thor. Oh, my elder sister, I was wrong. As he uttered these words, Loki's previously stern visage finally cracked. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. This golden-haired giant has a day of admitting his faults and begging for mercy? Alas, based on my analysis, if he were facing a life-or-death foe, a person like Thor would never beg for mercy, even in death. Chengfeng sighed, yet now he was being beaten by his own blood-related sister. Is it not entirely reasonable to plead for mercy from her? I shall not grant him this opportunity. If punishment is to be endured, let it be complete. How can one plead for mercy? Just wait, I will instigate some discord. Loki's eyes gleamed with mischief as he devised a scheme, smirking while approaching the domestic turmoil in Asgard. Chengfeng extended his hand, yet arrived a moment too late, failing to intercept Loki. It was certainly not his intention to let Loki slip away. He did not wish to witness a greater spectacle. Sister, do not let him escape. He is undoubtedly in cahoots with our father. Only you and I are truly united. We are the finest in the world. At that moment, Hela, who was imparting lessons to her younger brother with a hammer, instinctively turned upon hearing Loki's voice. Upon seeing him, the fire of indignation within her blazed ever brighter. Thor indeed bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Odin, the All-Father, yet Loki, the adopted son, mirrored Odin's essence far more profoundly. Sister, what do you mean by looking at me that way? Loki astutely perceived that Hela's gaze was decidedly unfriendly. The next blow swiftly landed upon him. Chengfeng, help! Alas, I cannot assist in the slightest. You old rascal, if I can help you ascend to the status of goddess, I shall take your surname. When did I ever say I wish to be a goddess? I clearly aspire to be the executive vice-king. Chengfeng exclaimed in exasperation. Hey Allah, consider how your father has allowed these two fools to wreak havoc across the 9 realms, while he has imprisoned you, who fervently seeks to strengthen Asgard, on Earth. Are you not incensed? Do you not feel sorrow? Then unleash your fury upon them. A brother who does not face discipline becomes worthless. Though the spectacle of Hela thrashing her 2 brothers appeared quite magnificent, Chengfeng, the most dedicated agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, led his team away from the cell, leaving the 3 siblings some semblance of personal space. After all, too many witnesses might hinder Hela's performance. At this moment, she likely summoned the Sword of Night Sky. Chengfeng cast one last glance into the cell, then traced a cross over his chest with one hand, performing a hand gesture of the Taoist sect, and subsequently exclaimed, Umaba, before striding out. Harley Quinn remarked, he seemed to have done a lot just now. King Ida cautioned, be wary of treating religion as a joke. One might find themselves reported. Once outside the cell, Chengfeng dismissed any inclination for jest. The earlier antics were merely a means to relax before proceeding with the next phase of his work. Below, 3 individuals were held captive. 2 were notorious criminals, known primarily for their monetary pursuits, posing minimal threat. However, Li Chengfeng's gaze shifted to Wanda, standing behind him, a sorceress, a remarkably talented one. Though currently under the complete control of my will, rendered incapable of casting spells or performing incantations. Yet, as you escort him, ensure to treat him with utmost caution. He is a scoundrel devoid of moral boundaries. Understood, Captain. Wanda hastily nodded, still adjusting to Li Chengfeng's demeanor during missions, speaking timidly. Sister Hela has taught me how to wield my magical energy over the past month. If we face a defenseless sorceress, I should be able to temporarily seal her powers. Excellent. Then you shall handle Constantine. As the conversation unfolded, several individuals descended into the pit. Michael Lorre continued his relentless assault on Constantine. Li Chengfeng rubbed his eyes, pondering, wait. Haven T, I just witnessed this scene in the cell, beating someone into a pulp. Could this be the infamous déjà vu? However, the disparity between the bumbling Michael Lorre and the regal goddess of Asgard was stark. Why should one gaze upon Michael Lorre's form when Hela exists? Enough, Michael Lorre, cease this madness. I believe you've sufficiently exacted retribution by transforming him into a pig's head. Yet, Michael Lorre, being a brute by nature, was now beyond reasoning. Li Chengfeng, feeling a surge of irritation, massaged his temples. Pietro roused him from his stupor. "Aye, Captain," Pietro replied, flashing a radiant smile that would have been unimaginable a month prior, before vanishing in an instant. To the untrained eye, it may have appeared as if Quicksilver had merely morphed into a streak of lightning. But Li Chengfeng perceived every nuance of his movements. Ever since Pietro's mutant abilities had stabilized, his maximum speed had been on an upward trajectory. However, as he had only recently awakened his powers, his capabilities were still limited, hovering around 600 miles per hour, far from achieving the speed of sound. Nonetheless, it sufficed for the task at hand. In an instant, Pietro subdued Michael Lorre. Though Quicksilver was renowned for his velocity, his body had undergone changes due to the X gene, enhancing his cardiovascular and respiratory efficiency multiple times over compared to a normal person, while also eliminating the buildup of fatigue toxins in his muscles. His strength, while not comparable to that of monstrous beings, allowed him to effortlessly move several hundred kilograms with ease. As his speed increased, so too did the evolution of his physique. At this thought, Li Chengfeng was suddenly reminded of Barry Allen. If fate had not intervened, Barry's character and life experiences would likely have forged a camaraderie with Pietro, both sharing the burden of absent fathers and deceased mothers. Tragic indeed. Of course, this comparison varies. While their circumstances seem dire when juxtaposed with those from intact families, they could be deemed fortunate when compared to their grandfather. Meanwhile, in Gotham, Bruce Wayne was diligently engaged in his routine training. A sudden sneeze interrupted his concentration, leaving him bemused. "Just a sneeze, Alfred," he remarked, returning to his regiment. Yet, he felt an inexplicable intuition, a sense that someone was observing him from the shadows. At that moment, Li Chengfeng, having just mused about Batman, approached the now helpless Michael Lorre, who lay ensnared by Pietro. He crouched beside Constantine, inquiring, "Can you still speak, Constantine? Wah, wah, wah. Have you lost your mind? Do you think I'm some white egg capable of reading your thoughts?" Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, declaring, "I shall release you. But you must not attempt to flee. Should you choose to escape, I will employ the full force of the Joint Investigation Bureau to locate you. Even if you conceal yourself in the deepest recesses of the magical realm, I shall unearth you. You should be aware of my capabilities." Upon hearing this, Constantine ceased his whining and nodded urgently. Escape? Nonsense. He was acutely aware of the formidable energies surrounding him. Aside from Li Chengfeng, 2 notably powerful presences were evident. One had just materialized within the confines of the cell, while the other had manifested outside in the warden's office. Constantine furrowed his brow deeper. Even if he wished to flee, it seemed unlikely he could succeed this time. Chapter 63. The Crimson Sovereign, Ceterak. Li Chengfeng, devoid of any psychological burden, released Constantine. Although this individual was prone to betrayal and flight, he was astute enough to recognize the futility of such actions in person. His greatest virtue was his acute self-awareness. "Cough. Cough, you are quite ruthless, using that strange green light to form a cylinder and force it into my mouth. The sensation brings to mind my ex-boyfriend prior to my last appointment." "Damn, I didn't release you to indulge in your risque humor," Li Chengfeng retorted, uninterested in Constantine's libertine escapades. His curiosity was piqued instead by the entity within the warden's office. Who, or rather what could it be? However, Li Chengfeng was certain that its stature could not be trivial. After all, it had the power to bring down Thor. Hela had also mentioned that the creation of a divine countermagic array was the work of a being of higher caliber. If Hela spoke of it in such terms, it implied that this being was at least on par with the dimensional Lord Mephisto, or potentially even a being transcending the Father of Heaven. In other prominent locations, he might have gauged the identity of such a deity through experience. Yet here, in Fox River Prison, the most nefarious entity was Tabag. I merely wished to lighten the mood, Constantine said, igniting a cigarette despite his pig-headed appearance. After indulging in a cloud of smoke, he continued, after all, barring unforeseen circumstances, we are on the brink of our demise. Li Chengfeng's brow furrowed. Demise? If even the scoundrel Constantine felt such despair, who could possibly be within the warden's tower? Since you have sensed the presence within the warden's office, you must also be aware of the one in the cell, correct? Yes. Is that person one of yours? After posing the question, Constantine slapped his forehead. Damn, that fire-playing bastard was too heavy-handed. I must be experiencing some brain trauma. I should have realized that since you emerged. It indicates that the one in the cell is indeed one of yours. With her, do we stand a chance? Do you believe that facing an entire universe, even the addition of a single deity, could influence the outcome? According to his reasoning, it seemed that the task at hand was destined to remain unachievable in the immediate future. Although the system tasks are devoid of time constraints, and there are no penalties for failure, Li Chengfeng understands that the most prudent course of action is to retreat for the time being. After all, there is much time ahead. However, Li Chengfeng feels a profound frustration. In this moment, he even contemplates summoning the formidable Kansas Colossus. That human sorcerer should refrain from issuing dire warnings. As Li Chengfeng wrestles with the decision to retreat or not, a voice imbued with regal authority resonates behind him. It is none other than the death goddess Hela, invigorated after her encounter with her younger brother. Supporting her are her two unfortunate brothers, leaning on one another. Li Chengfeng is genuinely surprised that Hela's vigorous reprimand has seemingly strengthened their fraternal bond. Indeed, the power of a fist is truly remarkable. Constantine instinctively wishes to counter Hela's assertion, but quickly realizes that she embodies a being worthy of the title goddess. Noble goddess, while I am unaware of your identity, I assure you I was not indulging in alarmist rhetoric. I can sense an entity beyond our universe. Such dimensional lords, within their realms, are omniscient and invincible. Constantine explains earnestly, devoid of any pretense. The moment agently grasped me, I felt that being had transcended the boundaries of our universe, permeating our realm with its might. At this very moment, this prison is already enveloped by another universe. It is merely a trickle of energy seeping through a crack. Hela scoffs. Having encountered countless dimensional lords before, they can manipulate time and reality at will, reshaping their universe in the blink of an eye, but only within the confines of their own domains. Once they venture beyond, they're at most akin to a celestial father. To illustrate, Mephisto has had numerous clashes with Asgard after departing from the hellish dimension. Regardless of Odin or herself, both have engaged Mephisto in battle. He is formidable, yet conquerable. This human sorcerer, however, is still quite young. Are you certain of what you just stated? Li Chengfeng inquires softly, stepping forward. At most, he is akin to a celestial father, Hela asserts with unwavering confidence. No matter how powerful a dimensional lord or plane deity may be, they must pay a price for their omnipotence in their homeland. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng exhales in relief, realizing that Hela's thoughts align with his own. Given Hela's recuperating strength and Li Chengfeng's current capabilities, confronting an ordinary celestial father should pose no significant challenge. How can you be so certain that it is merely a dissipating power? Constantine questions, furrowing his brow as he addresses the death goddess. Even a man of his audacity finds himself compelled to argue when confronted in his area of expertise. Li Chengfeng pauses, contemplating the logic. He is no longer the novice who had just grasped teleportation magic, unable to distinguish between dimensional and ordinary travel. Ordinary portals can only connect two locations within the same dimension. This indicates that this prison undoubtedly belongs to the current dimension. However, do not rejoice too soon. Although the judgment of this human sorcerer may be flawed, there is a reason for it. Hela lowered her head and whispered to Li Chengfeng that someone within this prison had been collecting artifacts or items associated with the lord of this dimension. Through the power of their shared origin, this could potentially enhance the strength of the descending dimensional lord. Why do you speak with such heavy breaths? Li Chengfeng remarked, bemused. In other words, the enemy might not merely be a typical celestial being, but rather a peak celestial one. After a moment's hesitation, he heard Coulson's voice crackle through the communicator. Li, are you all right? Just now, Sky and Ingrid discovered a rapidly expanding energy entity at Fox River Prison. Have you detected it as well? Li Chengfeng was taken aback. What is its intensity? It's too far away for our monitoring equipment to conduct a detailed analysis. But the readings exceed those when Hela, the goddess of death, entered the Joint Operations Headquarters. Coulson's timely information confirmed that there was a being of peak celestial strength within the prison director's building, one even more formidable than Hela herself. Glancing at his teammates behind him, Li Chengfeng sighed. Well, I can't drag my still undeveloped companions into a battle of this caliber. Did he not summon the Green Lantern's power to charge the ring? Guardian, that pertains to the power of the emotional spectrum. A youthful voice emerged from the Green Lantern's battery. Li Chengfeng was genuinely taken aback. What is this? How can my Green Lantern battery speak? Had it attained sentience? And in such a youthful tone, he grasped the Green Lantern battery tightly, yet there were no signs of it transforming to repay him. Please refrain from imagining those unsavory images in your mind. I'm still a child. What do you mean? Are they telepathically connected? Li Chengfeng peered into the small window of the Green Lantern battery and indeed saw the small ion shark excitedly circling around. A remarkably human-like expression appeared on its petite, exquisite face. If Li Chengfeng were not mistaken, this expression could be described as speechless. Are you the ion shark? Yes, dear Guardian, it is I. You just mentioned that this so-called dimensional lord is related to the emotional spectrum? Indeed. Then I absolutely cannot go. A peak celestial being with the power of the emotional spectrum, and I am supposed to send my team to deliver food to them. I can assist you, but I am currently too young. At most, I can merge with you for a minute. Merge? With the ion shark? Li Chengfeng suddenly slapped his forehead. Of course. I possess the Lantern Beast as a trump card, even if it is only for a minute. He promptly made a decision. Hello, Loki. Come with me to confront this so-called lord. Having spoken, Li Chengfeng opened a portal. Although Ada Wong and Harley Quinn expressed their concerns through their gazes, they understood that such a battle was beyond their mortal capabilities. Thus, he chose to heed Li Chengfeng's command. After bidding farewell to the team, Li Chengfeng glanced at Thor and inquired, Do you not wish to confront the one who imprisoned you here? Upon meeting him, may I strike him? Of course. Then let us proceed. Seeing her brother receive a thorough beating seemed to restore some semblance of normalcy in Hela, prompting her to once again entrust Mjolnir to Thor's care. Before them loomed the imposing structure of the prison, now transformed into a vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of the Victorian architectural style. A colossal figure stood at the entrance, entirely shrouded in blood red. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Insects, in your final moments, you shall desperately call upon my true name. I am the Crimson Sovereign, Ceterak. Chapter 64. The Crimson Universe and the Wrath of Red. Ceterak? The one responsible for the red tank? Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow, gazing at the towering figure cloaked in crimson armor, skin, and energy. Among the renowned dimensional lords and planar demigods, Ceterak stood as the most formidable, his dominion over the Crimson Universe unrivaled among his peers. Unlike Mephisto, who reveled in meddling with significant events, infesting the celestial assembly, tempting Adam and Eve with the fruit of knowledge, conjuring the Ghost Rider, and inciting the young Thanos to invade ancient Earth, Ceterak embodied a stark contrast, though he exhibited a modicum of interest in matters beyond the Crimson Universe. Such curiosity did not compel him to abandon his throne. Instead, his influence upon the real universe manifests through the materialization of his power into artifacts, which he then casts into the world. For instance, the illustrious red tank, Cain Marco, was a product of Ceterak, despite having no blood relation to the white duck egg, acquired formidable power through contact with Ceterak's crimson gem. Theoretically, the red tank's strength could rival that of the Savage Hulk, with some asserting it could even contend with the ordinary Green Goblin. However, in practice, the red tank often fails to qualify as a top-tier antagonist. Factors contributing to this include the editorial influence and a significant reduction of Ceterak's power once removed from the Crimson Universe. Yet, these observations pertain specifically to the red tank and the gem of Ceterak. It is said that Ceterak cast 8 crimson gems into the real universe. Perhaps the true strength of the red tank, or even a manifestation of Ceterak, lies in their unification. The figure before them, towering over 4 meters, bore a resemblance to the red tank, yet was unequivocally distinct. Li Chengfeng could ascertain that the formidable crimson figure before him undoubtedly surpassed the current goddess of death, Hela, in prowess. However, this was utterly inconceivable, much like the absurdity of his self-proclaimed identity as Surtur. Li Chengfeng was not inclined to believe that this sovereign of the Crimson Cosmos would idly intervene merely due to the descent of an Asgardian deity. Dear Guardian, do you perceive the terrifying crimson energy radiating from that individual in the distance? How could one possibly be oblivious to such overwhelming power? It was as conspicuous as a searchlight piercing through the night. This energy belonged to the emotional spectrum, specifically the hue of crimson, symbolizing fury and hatred. The voice of Ion Shark echoed in Li Chengfeng's mind. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng took a moment to calm himself and truly attune to his surroundings. Indeed, the crimson energy radiating around him exhibited a reaction with the uncontrolled emerald light of will, confirming it was indeed the furious red light of the emotional spectrum. However, Ion Shark, aside from the power of the emotional spectrum, there must also be forces from other dimensions, perhaps even other universes, intertwined within this crimson light, right? Indeed, within this deep crimson energy, alongside the furious red light, existed another equally profound force, comprising a significant portion of it. The nature of this energy was so harmonious with the furious red light that, even in the absence of the red lantern furnace, one could manipulate the furious red light through one's own essence. Although the Ion Shark within Li Chengfeng's lantern furnace was in a nascent state. As a creature of innate creation, it possessed knowledge imprinted in its consciousness by the cosmos. The power of the crimson universe resonated with the furious red light, which was anticipated by Li Chengfeng. The forces of the crimson universe were not easily wielded. Through the confirmation provided by Ion Shark, Li Chengfeng had deduced the true nature of the monstrosity before him. The power of the crimson universe likely stemmed from Surtur's crimson gem, and it was probable that there was more than one. Thus, the crimson universe had temporarily invaded the reality of the universe. And this amalgamation of crimson energy and furious red light had become a vessel carrying a fragment of the consciousness of the demon god Surtur. Therefore, his self-identification as Surtur posed no issue, for his consciousness indeed belonged to Surtur. Yet, he was not Surtur. His extraordinary power was largely attributed to Surtur's intrigue in him, presumably to observe what other feats he might conjure. Otherwise, he would merely be on par with Hela. If initially, he believed he could contend with such a dimensional deity solely based on the trump card of Ion Shark, he was now thoroughly reassured. Possessing two forms of mixed energy typically rendered one exceedingly powerful. However, such beings often shared a common weakness: instability. Ion Shark had mentioned that the controlled furious red light was not only attracted to energies of similar nature, but also due to the absence of the primary red lantern. Uncontrolled energies are, of course, easier to manage. But what if there was control? Creating a lantern ring, as in the original narrative of Atrocitus, might have required esoteric means and magic. Yet Li Chengfeng had already devised a method. Since the deep red ruby can attract and control the furious crimson light, how splendid it would be to forge a red lamp furnace as a conduit for it. Li Chengfeng suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. After all, this act could be considered a form of NTR, couldn't it? Hela, what chance do the three of us, along with your brothers, stand against that fellow? The outcome may hang by a thread. Sheer power does not necessarily equate to combat prowess. Yet, one can be certain that this battle will endure for quite some time. As Hela spoke, she strode confidently through the gaping hole smashed open by Thor. With each step, a sword of the night sky materialized in midair. "Sister, allow me to lend you my strength," Thor exclaimed, eagerly pursuing Hela, Mjolnir spinning rapidly in his grasp, crackling with thunder as arcs of blue lightning danced across his eyes. Compared to the earlier confrontation with that large golden retriever, Thor now truly embodied the essence of the god of thunder. In contrast to the fervent battle spirit shared by Hela and Thor, Loki preferred to engage his wits. "Lee, is that self-proclaimed Ceterak truly the legendary dimensional demon that has descended?" he inquired. "What do you think? Judging solely by his strength, he is formidable. Even our eldest sister was overpowered. However, if this is indeed the manifestation of the dimensional demon, it seems rather weak, does it not? Indeed, it is merely a counterfeit imbued with a fraction of Ceterak's gaze," Li Chengfeng replied, patting Loki on the shoulder. "As your sister said, immense energy does not guarantee corresponding combat ability. You three from Asgard should be capable of handling him. So go forth." "Pokemon, you are the Pokemon. Your entire family is Pokemon," Loki instinctively retorted, then abruptly realized the implication of his words. "What do you mean by saying the three of us from Asgard can deal with him? What about you? I am a senior agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Your leader, after all. Naturally, I must engage in tasks that befit a leader," Li Chengfeng stated, as Loki's frustration bubbled beneath the surface, but was interrupted when a large golden figure came crashing down beside him. "In the name of Odinson, truly a formidable foe," Thor exclaimed as he rose, stretching his limbs. Li Chengfeng silently admired him. Indeed, he was a golden retriever destined to surpass Odin. Such a robust physique. Although he had just been flung by a celestial-level being, he appeared only slightly disheveled and not visibly wounded. Loki, what are you still dawdling for? Thor called, spotting Loki and, without hesitation, seized him by the collar and soared into the air. Thor, you. Observing the two brothers take flight, Chengfeng pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. Ah, how enviable their brotherly bond is. He then exited through the gaping hole. However, rather than rushing to the battlefield against Setarak, he circumvented the chaos and entered the similarly deep red building from the side. A battle? Li Shangfeng Shukulat. Friends, my comrades. I'm a senior agent, not a gladiator. Must I engage personally in every battle? Moreover, my dear team members have just undergone a rigorous training session orchestrated by the goddess of death. Should we not assess the results of their training? This is certainly not an endeavor to exploit the labor of Asgard's toilers. Absolutely not. For an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, prioritizing the resolution of issues and the completion of tasks is paramount, with efficiency being of utmost importance. At this moment, Li Chengfeng aims to penetrate the deep Crimson Stronghold while the three siblings of Asgard engage in combat with Surtur. Li Chengfeng is convinced that the building behind Surtur holds the key to resolving the matter fundamentally. Indeed, the moment he stepped into the red edifice from an alternate direction, Surtur abruptly shifted his focus to him, recklessly charging forth. Alas, he was thwarted just in time by Hela. Hela, he is indeed guarding something. You hold him off. I shall take care of everything within. Even amidst the cosmic clash of titans, Hela's voice resonated in Li Chengfeng's ears. Be careful, my goddess. As it should be, my king. Chapter 65, Dr. Liang Liang. Upon officially entering the building, a sea of crimson greeted his eyes. Goodness, I truly cannot fathom who orchestrated such a spectacle. At the very least, this fellow's sense of aesthetics is utterly abysmal. Does he not know to incorporate any other colors besides crimson and deep red? Look, crimson walls. Whose idea of decor is this? Li Chengfeng remarked while manifesting a fantastical sword of Vernwill. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced the wall as effortlessly as one would penetrate tofu. He then casually traced a circle, slicing a section from the wall. Observing the red energy in his grasp, he noted that a portion reacted violently upon contact with the verdant will, as if it were boiling. Ion Shark. Should not the counterpart to the rage of Crimson be the hope of Azure? How could it exhibit such intense opposition upon encountering the most neutral of energies? This is merely an observation derived from the emotional spectrum's inherent attributes. In truth, the rage of Crimson reacts adversarially with any form of emotional spectrum energy. The more marginal the emotional spectrum's power, the more extreme it becomes. Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is evident from the portrayals of various Lantern Corps in the original work. The Red Lantern Corps is utterly deranged. The Star Sapphire Corps, or the Purple Lantern Corps, is solely consumed by romantic notions. Rage and love, the two most likely to plunge one into extremity. Is this truly the emotional spectrum, or a page from a philosophy textbook? Li Chengfeng muttered as he carelessly discarded the severed wall segment and ventured deeper. The building loomed high, yet it comprised merely 4 stories in total. Each floor boasted an exceptionally lofty ceiling. Contrary to expectations, the first 3 levels lacked any internal guard forces, revealing only the vast emptiness of the crimson structure, an eerie silence permeating the atmosphere. Tap, tap. With each ascent to a new floor, Li Chengfeng meticulously conducted a thorough search. Yet, without exception, aside from the ominous crimson energy, he found nothing amiss. Now, having reached the 3rd level, he repeated his investigation, only to encounter the same lack of results. Frustrated, he sank into an office chair, fixating intently on the grand door at the top of the staircase leading to the 4th floor. The dense crimson energy obstructed his view, its intensity rivaling that of the entity known as Setarak outside. Such formidable defenses indicated that behind this veil of energy lay the true puppeteer orchestrating events. With a deep exhale, Li Chengfeng activated his communicator in an attempt to reach Sky and Ingrid, only to discover it had malfunctioned, producing nothing but static even when powered on. This was the most advanced communication device of the Joint Investigation Bureau, capable of maintaining crystal-clear, long-distance contact with space stations. Moments ago, he had heard the sounds of combat between the Asgardian trio and Setarak. Now, it seemed as if that encounter had never occurred. This meant that the reality within this space had, in a sense, been distorted. Strictly speaking, the area Li Chengfeng occupied was no longer part of the original universe. However, this was merely a wall, a barrier. It paled in comparison to the conscious entity outside. Li Chengfeng stretched his neck. the joints cracking as he finally rose from the chair. Murmuring to himself, he unleashed his full potential. In terms of power, the Green Lantern of the Ancients was not fundamentally different from a celestial being. It merely lacked those esoteric abilities. Even under the relentless barrage of the Green Lantern's might, the Crimson Barrier diminished slowly. Yet, at that moment, he had no superior options. Minutes turned into half an hour as Li Chengfeng labored, finally carving out a passage barely large enough for him to squeeze through. The barrier was remarkably sturdy, a testament to the mingled powers from the Crimson Universe. It was no wonder that the Red Tank's abilities manifested in indomitable physical strength and eternal resilience. He grumbled as he gradually pushed himself through the aperture. At last, he emerged into the fourth level, long concealed behind the energy barrier. The initial staircase bore no difference from before, still cloaked in the same eerie crimson hue. However, stepping further into the fourth level revealed a vast office, bright and warm. Most importantly, the walls were no longer the overfamiliar crimson, but rather adorned with ordinary beige wallpaper. Li Chengfeng's gaze fell upon a desk at the far end, where a menacing-looking Caucasian man sat. Instead of donning the uniform that signified the authority of a prison warden, he wore a lab coat over his shirt, his bulging muscles straining against the fabric. He was undeniably a character who could seamlessly fit into a work like Blade of the Immortal with just a single photograph. Yet he had chosen to adorn himself in the guise of a researcher. It was at this moment that Li Chengfeng realized the truth behind water margin, the true essence of scholarly appearance. However, when this man raised his head, allowing Li Chengfeng to glimpse into his eyes, Li Chengfeng swiftly overturned all his previous conclusions. In those eyes sparkled a blend of intellect, madness, and self-destruction, prompting Li Chengfeng to inwardly nod in agreement. Indeed, those eyes possessed a certain allure reminiscent of a mad scientist, albeit mismatched with his physique. You are quite intriguing, having managed to defeat my subordinates and breach the barriers I set forth to stand before me. I hope you can bring me a great deal of pleasure. Li Chengfeng's eyelid twitched slightly. He then stepped forward, delivering a swift slap that sent the man, who was muttering villainous lines, crashing to the ground. Ouch! Why are you so lacking in martial ethics? Need I remind you? I'm not a participant in your bizarre game. So what need is there for martial ethics? And with such pretentious boss lines, how old are you, my friend? Cough, cough, cough. A man remains a boy until death. Remarkably, the muscular man in the white coat did not seem the least bit angered. He merely covered his face and sat up from the floor. At that moment, Li Chengfeng's attention was drawn to several objects emitting a faint red glow on a nearby desk. His earlier focus had been entirely consumed by the so-called warden, causing him to overlook them. He stepped past the warden and approached the desk. There, neatly arranged on a tray, were 4 red gemstones. Curled up atop these 4 gemstones, a small, blood-red beast resembling a bull was soundly asleep. These gemstones were unmistakably the fabled deep red gems of Ceterak, said to number 8 in the vast universe. And now, astonishingly, for it had been gathered in one place. As for the creature dozing atop Ceterak's deep red gems, if he was not mistaken, it was a lamp beast. Indeed, this was a lamp beast born from the furious red light, the blood butcher bull. The voice of the ion shark resounded once more, expressing surprise that the primordial red lamp furnace had yet to take form. Yet a creature had emerged from the furious red light. Perhaps, in a certain sense, these 4 deep red gemstones could serve as a vessel akin to the primordial red lamp furnace. With this thought, Li Chengfeng's heart leapt with joy. This meant he could directly utilize these existing materials to complete the final step, truly constructing the red lamp furnace to house and control the blood butcher bull and the surging furious red light, rather than resorting to such primitive means to wield this power. Who are you? Why did you not succumb to the fate of the fallen like the red tank after encountering the deep red gems of Ceterak, but instead gathered them, creating a haven for the furious red light and the blood butcher bull? Me? I'm merely a wretched soul who can never die. The warden stood up and walked over to Li Chengfeng's side. Li Chengfeng scrutinized the man once more, noticing the peculiarly designed pendant adorned with a ruby that hung around his neck. It was at the very least utterly incongruous with his attire. I am indifferent to whether you can perish or if you are deserving of pity. What I wish you to elucidate is how you can withstand the power contained within that crimson gem. Li Chengfeng extended his hand, manifesting a colossal sword of emerald light that rested upon the man's shoulder. Yet, the warden remained unfazed by the threat of the sharp weapon, instead turning to sit at his desk. Are you referring to the voice that once promised me eternal, unyielding power, enabling me to become the red tank? You heard the voice of Ceterak, yet did not fall into depravity? Is it possible that his words still hold such influence? The warden scratched his head in surprise, claiming, "I merely rejected him. Frankly, his rhetoric is far too simplistic, lacking the finesse of seasoned deceivers. Is it merely about words? His power will not relent simply because you deny him." "Oh, is that what you meant?" The warden appeared to recall something, pointing towards the door with a foolish grin, exclaiming, "The entity outside is merely the previous version of myself." "What do you mean by the previous version of myself?" Li Chengfeng was utterly bewildered by this statement. "What does that imply?" "I must admit, the amusements in your universe exceed my expectations." "Oh, by the way, I have yet to introduce myself, have I? It has been far too long since I engaged in normal discourse, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. My name is Jacob Wright. If you find it unappealing, someone from another universe once affectionately nicknamed me Dr. Bright." Chapter 66. You shall become the Red Tank. Dr. Bright? Li Chengfeng felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Goodness, how is it that this universe harbors such meddlesome individuals? You are Dr. Bright, one of the so-called Four Horsemen of the Foundation? Oh, you are familiar with the Foundation? It seems you, too, are a traveler from another universe. Another universe? Does that mean this world lacks the Foundation? That depends on your temporal reference. Dr. Bright, with his hands clasped behind his back, assumed an enigmatic demeanor, stating, "In the past, there was no Foundation. Of course, there is none now, but in the future, there undoubtedly will be." Li Chengfeng did not hesitate to deliver a slap to Dr. Bright's forehead. "Speak plainly. Do not speak in riddles. Riddle makers must perish." The force of Li Chengfeng's slap sent Dr. Bright's forehead crashing against the desk, blood immediately oozing forth. Cough, cough, cough. Truly a volatile fellow. Yet Dr. Bright appeared almost accustomed to such treatment, showing little concern for the injuries to this corporeal form. After all, he now resembled a lich from a Western fantasy realm. As long as the SCP-963, the container of his essence, remained intact, he was an immortal being. However, in such a state, can one truly be considered alive? Li Chengfeng had never contemplated such a sensation, nor dared to envision it. After all, the greater the profit associated with the Foundation, the steeper the price one must pay. A smuggler traversing the myriad universes should refrain from lamenting the brutality of others. Who knows whether his original universe might trace his movements, leading to the unwelcome attention of those infernal anomalies? Li Chengfeng regarded Dr. Liang Liang with a contemplative gaze. Although the entities of the SCP Foundation are, for the most part, not overwhelmingly formidable, there exists a certain profundity in those exalted beings. Of course, the disgrace of the exalted is rather unremarkable. One cannot declare them inept. Yet their performance is essentially akin to that of a celestial patriarch. Nonetheless, there are exalted beings whose prowess is sufficiently impressive to rival true monstrosities. Given the current developmental stage of this universe, should one encounter a high-performing exalted being, it is uncertain whether it could be contained. Unless a superhuman were to achieve sudden enlightenment, ascending to the almost metaphysical level of silver-tier power, it would be of little use. Anomalies? No, no, no. I have studied the universe we inhabit, and there exists no such thing as an anomaly. Rather, you all are the anomalies. Dr. Liang Liang spread his hands, fully aware of Li Chengfeng's apprehensions. Observe, do those so-called dimensional lords and planar demigods not bear striking similarities to the exalted beings recorded by the Foundation? And what distinguishes you superhumans from anomalies? The majority of you merely align with universal values. This is precisely why I assert that organizations akin to the Foundation will inevitably emerge in the future as human society evolves. No one can guarantee that every superhuman will embody a sound moral compass. Li Chengfeng lapsed into silence. In a certain sense, Dr. Liang Liang's assessment of this universe holds no flaws. The strength of those frontline heroes and villains far exceeds that of the anomalies cataloged by the Foundation. Only the classic, oft-discussed anomalous entities may be approached, but even then, such encounters are limited. Are we to expect bashful individuals or the indomitable aberration lizard to eliminate characters like the Kansas Giant? What do you intend to do? I find your universe immensely intriguing. It is far more captivating than contending with those bizarre anomalies. TSK, should we express gratitude for your contributions? If you wish to thank me, that is permissible, though perhaps it is best left unsaid, considering your penchant for assaulting my intellect. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, having grown somewhat disinterested in this mad scientist, who had essentially crossed the threshold of sanity. Very well, I have no desire for prolonged discourse with you. If you prefer not to be relegated to the depths of a trench as an eternal pendant in a subterranean chamber, cooperate with me. Surely you jest? Doctor. Liang Liang's expression finally shifted to one of discomfort. He feared not the death of his body, but the prospect of eternal imprisonment in unending darkness was utterly intolerable. With this thought, Dr. Liang raked his hands through his hair, which had previously been neatly arranged, transforming it into a chaotic mess. Very well. I concede defeat to you agents of the Bureau with your dark hearts. How dare the Foundation's personnel accuse others of having dark hearts? After Li Chengfeng refuted Dr. Liang, he gestured towards the 4 deep red rubies on the table and the bloodthirsty cow peacefully slumbering atop them. If nothing unforeseen occurs, are you not intending to utilize these 4 deep red rubies as the foundation for crafting a device to manipulate the wrathful red light? Wrathful red light? Is this your appellation for this crimson energy? No, it merely constitutes part of it. The other aspect derived from the planar demigod of the deep red universe. I see. Indeed, if my research is not flawed, these 2 powers, whose natures are strikingly similar, can coexist harmoniously. However, what? Li Chengfeng glanced at the deep red rubies, contemplated for a moment, then reached out to seize one. Dr. Liang attempted to intervene. Yet Li Chengfeng's hand moved with such swiftness that the bloodthirsty cow remained oblivious, continuing its slumber upon the other 3 gems, though its dangling hoof appeared somewhat comical. Hey, what do you intend to do? You cannot simply exchange a body like I can with a pendant. Choose between the Joint Coordination Bureau or the little black box at the ocean's depths. Why even deliberate? The choice is clear. Dr. Liang raised his hand, undoubtedly opting for the illustrious Joint Coordination Bureau. With a dismissive huff, Li Chengfeng observed as the ruby in his grasp emitted an increasingly radiant red light. He ceased to press Dr. Liang further and instead resolved to act with determination. Since Ceterak's power within the deep red universe is nearly identical in essence to the wrathful red light, the willful green light must surely counter Ceterak's force. Excellent mortal, I am Ceterak. You shall become my devotee, my earthly representative. You will become the red tank. Chapter 67, The Minute of Ion Night. Upon hearing this voice, even with the willful green light at his disposal, Li Chengfeng momentarily faltered. Unlike the prison warden's forcibly tainted red energy, the profound crimson here appeared remarkably natural. As though it were destined to be this hue, Li Chengfeng's gaze turned towards the depths of the deep red temple, shrouded in darkness. He felt compelled to venture inward. Indeed, he should proceed deeper. A thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and he quickly regained his composure. To his surprise, even with the willpower of Batman, sufficient to awaken and command the ancestral Green Lantern ring, he found himself swayed by Ceterak's consciousness. One must admit, this truly exemplifies the might of the most formidable planar demigod. The intangible pressure began to send chills down Li Chengfeng's spine. Yet, he resolutely stepped forward into the temple. It was merely a matter of enduring a bit of chill laughs. The darkness outside the temple loomed, yet with his first step inside, his surroundings illuminated. Uncertain of the light's origin, Li Chengfeng found himself enveloped in brightness. The lengthy crimson corridor seemed to stretch infinitely inward, and Li Chengfeng walked for an indeterminate duration, as if temporarily stripped of his sense of time. It is unequivocally certain that the deep crimson universe, wherein Surtur resides, is fundamentally distinct from the reality we know, in terms of temporal flow, physical properties, and more. Li Chengfeng traversed an additional 200 steps, and the seemingly endless corridor abruptly reached its terminus. With a single step forward, a vista of enlightenment unfolded before him. The interior of the temple appeared to be suspended at the very heart of the cosmos, devoid of any crimson walls, surrounded instead by the boundless expanse of the universe. However, even this cosmic space was suffused with a scarlet hue. Li Chengfeng lifted his gaze, and to his astonishment, a towering figure materialized upon the deep crimson throne. "Human, you are indeed intriguing," the entity proclaimed. "Surtur, this enigmatic being of flame and chaos, often delights in uttering the phrase, 'You are very interesting.'" Li Chengfeng smirked, his expression one of amusement. "No, the individual known as Li Chengfeng, I genuinely find you fascinating." Surtur leaned forward slightly, revealing his colossal form in its entirety to Li Chengfeng. The armor he donned was indistinguishable from that of the Crimson Tanks, further solidifying the notion that these tanks serve as vessels through which Surtur may manifest in the reality we inhabit. The previous incarnation of Dr. Bright, who was currently engaged in battle with the Asgardian siblings, was, in essence, another Crimson Tank, albeit one imbued with a blend of furious crimson light and a fragment of Surtur's consciousness, effectively rendering it a mere extension of Surtur himself. Should no unforeseen events occur, this would be the cost of wielding the eternal indomitability of the Crimson Tanks. One day, they would become vessels for Surtur. while his original consciousness and soul would dissolve into oblivion at the moment of his arrival. It is indeed a cruel irony that, despite being eternally indomitable, they are fated to face annihilation. As a being belonging wholly to an alternate dimension, I am uncertain whether you possess what might be termed a heart. Your corporeal and spiritual structure transcends the comprehension of ordinary beings. That is because I understand that this is merely a projection brought forth by the deep crimson gem, ushering me into the deep crimson universe. Li Chengfeng was equally astounded that, aside from Surtur's whispers, the deity's power did not seem to exert any influence upon him. With the will of the green light, the essence of the wine god, and certain traits of Kryptonians, you surpass any crimson tank ever known. In fact, you exceed the collective prowess of all crimson tanks combined. Surtur did not dispute Li Chengfeng's assertion, for he could perceive the young man's abilities with a mere glance, even detecting the essence of the wine god within him. It is worth noting that even Batman, the progenitor of DC Comics, could not ascertain the presence of the wine god's essence within the Joker's blood, yet it exists. Surtur, however, was capable of such discernment. Truly, he is deserving of the title, the mightiest of the dimensional deities. I never claimed I wished to become a crimson tank. That is no longer your choice, Surtur replied, as the entire deep crimson universe illuminated with a radiant red glow. A single thought could influence his native cosmos. Li Chengfeng sighed, but was immediately interrupted by the anxious voice of Ion Shark. Guardian, hurry, we must merge at once. Otherwise, you will truly be dragged into the crimson cosmos. Upon hearing Ion Shark's words, Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. Why could Dr. Liang easily escape while he was destined for the depths of the crimson cosmos? He could hardly believe that Dr. Liang was able to evade capture. It was merely that Sadarak's interest in him was insufficient to warrant such an action. Was it truly just a matter of desire for his being? Before long, Li Chengfeng began to sense something amiss. Everything around him gradually became more tangible. He was slipping away from the reality of the universe. Damn, this rascal is serious. Li Chengfeng swiftly summoned the Green Lantern's furnace. Rather than remaining within the furnace, Ion Shark leapt forth and dove into Li Chengfeng's ring. Guardian, as a newly awakened lantern beast, our merged state cannot be sustained for long, as I previously mentioned, only for 1 minute. Is that enough time? It will suffice. In the next instant, Li Chengfeng's Green Lantern suit underwent a slight transformation, as a mask of emerald light formed to cover his extraordinarily handsome features. For the following minute, Li Chengfeng would embody the strongest form of the Green Lantern, Ion Man. The power of Ion Shark was wholly transferred to Li Chengfeng, and in an instant, he mastered the essence of Ion Man's strength. However, since Ion Shark was merely newly awakened, his state, while formidable, was not that of a peak Ion Man. He could not directly manipulate time or rewrite reality, but he was more than capable of resisting the will and power emanating from Sadarak in the Crimson Cosmos. 30 seconds. In merely 30 seconds, Li Chengfeng severed all ties with Sadarak, and in the blink of an eye, the space around him transformed into the Warden's grand building. I underestimated you. Even a newly awakened Lantern Beast has emerged from your furnace. I am curious to see what kind of turmoil you will unleash in the reality of the universe. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Sadarak's voice dwindled, ultimately dissipating into the void. Chapter 68. The Eternal Fury Within the Soul. Keep a vigilant watch over you? Damn, just from that phrase, one might mistake him for a crazed stalker emerging from a dark corner. The type who follows you to the cafe at the corner of your street. Ugh, the thought is rather unsettling. TSK. These dimensional demons certainly possess a touch of the perverse. As Li Chengfeng muttered to himself, Ion Shark's frail voice echoed in his ear. Damn it, you careless guardian. Do you have the leisure to ponder while forgetting that my youthful form can only endure for a minute? Quickly utilize the remaining time to handle those crimson gemstones. Hearing Ion Shark's voice, tinged with youthful fragility, nearly made Li Chengfeng burst into laughter. The youthful Lantern Beast's physique was indeed lacking, but it was undeniably endearing. After a brief chuckle in his heart, Li Chengfeng extended his hand toward the 4 crimson gemstones and the Blood Butcher Bowl. Little shark, you ought to exercise a bit more caution. Just moments ago, I was akin to a lethargic bovine, yet upon sensing the unique force of the Ion Shark approaching me, I was abruptly jolted awake, half dazed and half bewildered. To my astonishment, it was a soft and youthful voice, though the dialogue was anything but tender. Moo? Snacks? What snacks could possibly exist for a creature like me, a Lantern Beast? By the heavens, Ion Shark? Little bull, remain calm. Li Chengfeng flashed a smile that radiated innocence. This was merely a reflection of his robust self-confidence. However, in the eyes of the bloodthirsty bull, it appeared as though the ion shark had convened a ruthless human to ensnare them, these carefree lantern beasts. Ion shark, I've never provoked your emerald will. Why do you target me first? Help! They're slaughtering bulls. Enough with the theatrics. Li Chengfeng playfully flicked the bloodthirsty bull's forehead, still in his ion knight state, causing the bull to momentarily lose its faculties. The inherent power of the native lantern beasts is formidable, yet to harness it, one must merge with the lantern ring's bearer. Li Chengfeng was poised to shape the primordial red lantern, though he had yet to commence. In essence, the bloodthirsty bull was merely an imposing figurine at this juncture. 15 seconds remaining. Time is of the essence. All right, no need to rush. Perhaps I should just rename you the Grim Reaper Shark. After acknowledging, Li Chengfeng began crafting the primordial red lantern, using deep red gemstones as a foundation. Utilizing the limits of the powers granted by the Ion Knight, he analyzed 4 deep red gemstones and condensed them into the form of a lantern furnace. As the shape transformed, he also began altering the properties of the gemstones through a portion of his reality-altering abilities. How many steps are required to create the primordial red lantern, you ask? The answer is 3 steps. First, sever its connection to the deep red cosmos. Second, rewrite its energy filtration mechanism, transforming it into a conduit for deep red energy and furious crimson light. Third, toss in the little figurine, the bloodthirsty bull. Voila! Though it was Li Chengfeng's inaugural use of the Ion Knight's powers, he executed it with remarkable proficiency, completing the shaping of the primordial red lantern just in the nick of time. He even managed to seamlessly package the scarlet mixed energy enveloping the entire Fox River prison and stow it within the red lantern furnace. Outside the prison warden's building, the Asgardian siblings were locked in a tug-of-war with Surtur. Although their energy levels surpassed that of the current Hela and possessed a semblance of consciousness bestowed by Surtur's gaze, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit. Initially, Hela and her brothers were cautious, unsure of Surtur's tactics. However, as the battle progressed, they discerned that this towering red giant, despite its immense power, was too cumbersome. If Li Chengfeng were present, he would have instantly recognized the underlying truth, for this so-called Surtur was still fundamentally based on a red tank. While the energy levels had risen, the essence of its combat style and power had not fundamentally changed. The terrifying blood flame, reminiscent of a relentless parasite, could erupt from the depths of fury, yet the prelude was undeniably prolonged. Among the trio of Asgardian siblings, Hela and Loki were not only adept in the arcane arts, but also possessed remarkable agility. Even Thor, the brute, was sufficiently swift and nimble to contend with them. However, the opponent's significant flaw was compensated by an extraordinarily thick defense and a substantial health pool. By the end, Hela began to doubt whether, even at the pinnacle of her power, she could manage to vanquish this formidable punching bag. Yet, upon faintly hearing a soft, high-pitched voice akin to that of a young girl, the once dreadful crimson energy abruptly receded from Cyttorak like a receding tide, plunging into the Wardeness Tower. Cyttorak clenched his fists, seemingly unsatisfied. I am quite pleased with this massage from the deities of Asgard, and I shall continue to observe you. However, the departure of power signified to Cyttorak that this fleeting amusement had come to an end. As the 15th second elapsed, the Ion Knight's state concluded, and the feeble shark, drained of vitality, emerged from Li Chengfeng's heart. The crimson lantern, akin to an altar ignited with divine flames, blazed fiercely, presenting a variant of the lantern entirely different from the original tale. Crafted from 4 deep crimson rubies of Cyttorak, the lantern was entirely crimson and semi-transparent. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng grasped the lantern with one hand. Within it, the blood butcher cow spun wildly, as if unleashed in a frenzy. What the? Upon awakening, I find myself in a grand estate instead of a communal dormitory. Your human wit is rather commendable. Do you understand your brother's favor? Li Chengfeng held the lantern before his eyes. Shouldn't you promptly present the ancestral red lantern ring as a token of gratitude? Although endowed with unparalleled willpower, it seemed insufficient to meet the standards of the red lantern. Think again. The blood butcher cow wished to protest, but found the lantern agitated. It could only scurry to a corner, observing the surging energy within the lantern, which ultimately coalesced into a semi-transparent ring of the same material. This radiant red light shot forth from the lantern, swirling around Li Chengfeng for a time before finally settling. Intelligent life form identified. Li Chengfeng from Earth. Your heart surges with unbridled fury. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. This scene prompted the newly awakened lantern beast, the blood butcher cow, to exclaim in its tender voice, "What the? How could a seemingly calm green lantern bearer harbor such immense anger and hatred?" Are you jesting with me? Little cow, let me impart a lesson. Li Chengfeng responded, unfazed, as he playfully poked the little one's forehead. Every citizen who has studied modern history carries within them a ceaseless torrent of fury, eternally ablaze. As she spoke, she extended her hand adorned with a green lantern ring, while the red lantern ring seemed to possess an automatic navigation ability, deftly avoiding the food index of the green lantern ring and instead slipping onto the middle finger. The searing crimson fury, drawn from the bones of the unburied dead, simmered within. Deep-seated enmity brewed in her heart, forging a path for you into the underworld. Chapter 69. The emotional spectrum version of the 6 Paths of Sage. Blood Butcher. The bull gazed at the Republic man before her with astonishment. Having successfully awakened the ancestral red lantern ring, her entire being felt numb. She was undoubtedly a newly born lantern beast, yet she was merely that, a lantern beast, existing in a symbiotic state with the ancestral lantern furnace. She could grow within the furnace, harnessing its power and bonding with the ring's wielder, even at times manipulating the furnace. However, she could not influence the selection of candidates for the Legion by the lantern ring. Born from the wrathful red light, Blood Butcher possessed an immense repository of knowledge and awareness. In her memory, the apostles of the furious red light were invariably engulfed in extreme rage and hatred. Even if they initially managed to control their body and mind, their limited humanity would inevitably be consumed by that eternal wrath, leaving behind only a vessel manipulated by fury. Their demeanor should have been one of immediate violence, striking without hesitation. Yet, after Li Chengfeng donned the ancestral red lantern ring, he was not consumed by rage. Instead, a gentle smile graced his face. Initially, it was presumed that the green light will conferred upon him a resistance against the furious red light, allowing him to maintain his reason. However, Little Bull soon realized that due to the Ion Shark's forced fusion during its juvenile phase, temporarily becoming the Ion Knight, both the ancestral Green Lantern furnace and the ring had exhausted their energy, leading to the dissolution of the Green Lantern transformation. This implied that he was relying solely on his own willpower. No wonder the Lantern Beast's memory advised against provoking solitary green lights. For the green light will possessed an undeniable advantage when confronting other hues of the emotional spectrum. What are you mumbling about, Little Bull? Oh, I've truly gained insight this time. Blood Butcher stared with wide, curious eyes at the man who had just transformed from Ion Knight into a Red Lantern demon, possessing both green and red lantern rings. How should I describe this? A paradoxical amalgamation? Li Chengfeng looked at the naive and innocent Little Bull and suddenly wondered if he was destined to gather all the newly born lantern beasts. Damn it! What emotional spectrum version of the 6 Paths of Sage? Li Chengfeng understood that activating the outrageous abilities of Ion Knight was an excessive burden for the fragile newborn shark and the ancestral lantern furnace. It appeared that he must bid a temporary farewell to the powers of the Green Lantern. It seems that Ion Knight's abilities would henceforth serve only as an emergency card. After all, one cannot constantly deplete the little shark's vitality. The mere thought of it sent pangs through his own body. However, the ancestral Red Lantern could effectively fill the current void. In fact, in terms of destructive power and aggression, the Red Lantern might even surpass its counterpart. Moreover, the primordial Red Lantern constructed by Li Chengfeng through the powers of Ion Knight does not exhibit as many negative effects as depicted in the original work. Although fury, hatred, and defiance against injustice continue to plunge the bearer of the Red Lantern ring into an eternal blaze of wrath, it seems that the infusion of Ion Knight's essence and the will of the Green Lantern have rendered this anger manageable within certain bounds. After transformation, the surging crimson energy still courses through the veins, yet the phenomenon of a ring replacing the heart, leading to death upon its removal, is utterly impossible. In a sense, the malevolent attributes originally inherent in the Red Lantern have been significantly purged. Li Chengfeng is quite pleased with this outcome, as he feared that the Red Lantern Corps might unleash a horde of mindless destroyers to tarnish his reputation. Observing the entire scene, Dr. Liang remained in a state of wide-eyed astonishment, mouth agape. How could such a cartoonish expression be manifested on an ordinary human face? Surely, it cannot be a unique skill of their Foundation universe. Hey, Dr. Liang, what are you daydreaming about? What had he just witnessed? Was it a dimensional demon lurking within that deep crimson universe? Or perhaps a manifestation of supreme divinity, crossing the cosmic boundaries to confront a mere human? Then, this human suddenly transformed, albeit briefly, into another form of supreme divinity, though it appeared to be a fragmented version, seemingly falling short of its pinnacle state. What sort of agent from the Joint Investigation Bureau was this? A transiently transforming Zhongshan, Mary, still tethered to the three-dimensional world? He had always regarded the Foundation universe as the most peculiar among all universes. Yet now, he must concede that there are numerous oddities. The Foundation can no longer claim the title of most peculiar, but can only be considered one of many. Had he just rewritten reality, even if only momentarily? Whether severing the connection between supreme divinity and the reality of the world, or altering the very nature of the deep red gem, it was evidently a permanent alteration. This was not something that mere reality distorters could achieve. Furthermore, since his soul merged with SCP-963, he has been recognized as one of the constants across any universe he finds himself in. This implies that any degree of reality alteration occurring in his vicinity would be perceptible to him. Chengfeng scratched his head. As one of the apex entities within the Lantern Corps, Ion Knight's high performance is indeed remarkable. Manipulating time, rewriting reality, and even engaging in epic battles against renowned glitch characters like the Supreme Little Superman, resulting in the obliteration of multiple universes. When considering high performance alone, Blood Butcher Neo still falls short compared to Ion Shark and Inspector Monster, yet it significantly surpasses the capabilities of many other Lantern Beasts. She embodied an ordinary father whose daughter was brutally raped and murdered, avenging her by ruthlessly slaying the perpetrator and delivering a vicious beating to the arriving specter. The fury fueled by paternal love is potent enough to scorch the vengeful spirit of a deity. However, all these manifestations are predicated upon the long-standing existence and growth of the Lantern Corps and their respective beasts. In the hands of Chengfeng, these two kindergarten-level light beasts have become so weak after just a brief fusion that they are barely able to function. Goodness, they should no longer be called the Green Light Legion or the Red Light Legion. Perhaps they should be renamed the Ion Shark Daycare and the Blood Butcher Nursery instead. What distinguishes you from a deity now? Have you ever encountered a god so diminutive? Dr. Liang rolled his eyes. Of course. Who knows if you are merely putting on a show? Since the issue has been resolved, have you reached a decision? Chengfeng manifested a blazing teaching rod from his furious red aura, lifting the ruby pendant around Dr. Liang's neck. Will you continue to futilely resist, only to be buried beneath the depths of an eternal abyss? Chapter 70. Only Thor is truly escaping. As Chengfeng and Dr. Liang emerged from the warden's building, they found no signs of battle. Instead, they observed the three siblings from Asgard studying the colossal figure lying on the ground. By Odin, is this truly a human? I have never heard of Midgardians growing to such heights. My dear brother, if you lack knowledge, refrain from making such a scene. You appear utterly ignorant. Just like Thor entering New York City for the first time. Both of you be silent. Have you forgotten what I just taught you? At that moment, Hela was neither a goddess nor an elder sister, but rather a stern commander instructing her young soldiers on how to confront various foes encountered in cosmic warfare. When faced with enemies possessing overwhelming defense and endurance, one must either accumulate sufficient strength to unleash a singular attack that surpasses the opponent's defenses or leverage speed and magic to target vulnerable points. Once on the battlefield, do not think of yourself as a god. Hela's teachings were both strict and effective. Loki had been subjected to her methods for nearly a month now and had grown accustomed to them. However, Thor, having recently acknowledged their kinship, was still unaccustomed to the rigor and foolishly retorted, "Sister, you contradict yourself. When you strike me, do you not refer to yourself as the goddess of death?" Yet, this inquiry was intercepted by Chengfeng. Of course, when your sister beats you, she does not perceive it as a battle. That is domestic violence. Naturally, she must invoke the title of the goddess of death to keep you in check. Thor found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly attempting to respond, but ultimately conceding. By Odin, it is one thing to be unable to defeat an elder sister who is a millennium older. But it seems this agent from the so-called Interdimensional Bureau is also no match for me. Furthermore, I have been imprisoned by a powerful dimensional demon for so long. It is not fear, but rather a longing for Mother Frigga. Loki chuckled quietly to himself. He was all too familiar with the expression on Thor's face. Thor's worldview had been shattered and was now in the process of reconstruction after repeated beatings. He had once worn the same expression when he himself was on the receiving end of such punishment. Regarding this matter, Loki harbored a secret that even Chengfeng was unaware of. Chengfeng was only aware that he had been directly struck away by the Colossus from Kansas, ultimately being captured by the green-robed Doctor of Destruction. Little did he realize that he had endured more than just these two blows. The punch from the Kansas giant had sent him hurtling from the metropolis to New York. If that was a physical iron fist, then the experience in New York was akin to a magical obliteration. After a free fall lasting an hour, he was finally discarded in Latvenia. Reflecting on this, Loki felt every hair on his body stand on end. He needed to grow stronger, even if it was merely to live a decent life on Earth. He must alter this passive situation of being pummeled wherever he went. However, with Thor's intellect, he would take his time to comprehend that, is this the body you previously abandoned? Li Chengfeng inquired of the brilliant doctor. Indeed, he was merely a slender man of average height, yet the power of that red tank had transformed him into such a formidable figure. Had I known, I would have tried it myself. I have never experienced a physique so robust, Li Chengfeng remarked, furrowing his brow, not out of discontent with the doctor, but rather due to the familiarity of the face concealed beneath the red tank helmet. Wait, how could the red tank possibly find himself exhausted on the ground? Hey Allah, what has transpired? Why has he lost his combat prowess and lies here? What is the situation? It appeared that you had resolved the source of that crimson, bizarre power and successfully manipulated it. Hela gazed in astonishment at the transformed Li Chengfeng. I sensed that moment when the distortion in this space vanished, and that being, claiming to be Sidorak, lost its godlike power, leaving behind the phrase entertainment time, is over before becoming what it is now. Li Chengfeng nodded. As the original soul of the red tank was overtaken and obliterated by a fragment of Sidorak's consciousness, it had subsequently become an empty shell upon its departure. My lord of the gods, allow me to present to you the one who commands the fury of the Red Lantern. Li Chengfeng theatrically lifted the lantern forward. Yet nothing transpired. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. Had his judgment been flawed all along? The red lantern, placed before Hela, elicited no response. That was unexpected. Generally speaking, being regarded as the heir by one's father, a marshal, and a comrade for millennia, only to be betrayed and sealed in the Midgard for 1,000 years, surely warranted a grudge, right? One must recall that in some universe, a character with a similar role had his father confined to a golden throne, unable to rise, while merely passing time with a wretched communicator. Yet, why did it elicit no reaction in front of Hela? However, Li Chengfeng was not the type to become obstinate over something he could not comprehend. He firmly believed in the adage, nothing is difficult in this world, as long as one is willing to relinquish. Instead, his attention was swiftly drawn to the empty shell of the red tank lying on the ground. Even though the figure had swollen to over 4 meters in height and its features had become somewhat distorted, it was inexplicably familiar. Li Chengfeng reached out to remove the iconic semicircular helmet of the red tank, only to discover that the last flicker of red light on the hollow shell was absorbed by the red lamp ring. Subsequently, the armor crumbled to dust, and the grotesquely expanded form reverted to its original state. Li Chengfeng wiped his face. Good heavens! Wasn't this the bag he had mentioned several times before the mission commenced? What was this about the convergence of world lines? From a moment he began to critique T'Bag to the conclusion of his musings. Where was the connection to a prison break? All right, there indeed was one. That oaf, Thor, had indeed broken free from incarceration. Ding, mission breakout, brother has been completed. Associated characters, Captain Cold, Heatwave, Constantine, Thor, Red Tank, T'Bag. Acquired genius-level mechanical engineering expertise from Captain Cold. Gained literary prowess from Heatwave. Attained traditional black magic from Constantine. Inheriting lightning manipulation from Thor. Received the indomitable embodiment of power from Red Tank. Chapter 71. The Mischief Maker, Dr. Liang, joins the fray. My goodness, this dog system truly has its quirks. If this wretched system had a physical form, Li Chengfeng would surely make it aware of pain. Engaging in such a tantalizing yet foul enterprise daily, it was hard to tell if his luck was simply abysmal or if the creator of this system had a particularly twisted sense of humor. Captain Cold's genius in mechanical engineering was indeed astonishing, particularly as he was not one of the affluent relying on technology, but rather a craftsman blending ingenuity with black technology. There was an inexplicable resemblance to goblin technology. As for Heatwave, while there was little to draw from, was this literary foundation not a tad too abstract? What use did Li Chengfeng have for such a thing? This was a comic book universe, not a realm of literary imitation. Regarding Constantine's black magic, its potency did not seem particularly high at first, but after Li Chengfeng began to grasp it, he discovered its true merit, versatility. Theoretically, no matter what Li Chengfeng endeavored, he could utilize black magic to assist him. The only caveat was that he must endure the bizarre and repulsive mediums required for casting. Just the thought of the grotesque imagery from the series, involving eyes and severed limbs, was nauseating. Only someone like Constantine could withstand such horrors. Next came the alluring aspect of the foul and fragrant. Thor's manipulation of lightning. This did not pertain to his own divine powers associated with thunder, but rather his control over the natural elements of lightning. although this ability was siphoned from Thor. In terms of its manifestation, it bore a closer resemblance to Storm's powers. Regardless, it was undeniably impressive. What power related to thunder and lightning could ever be deemed unremarkable? The appeal of such abilities was indeed a lifelong affair. Lastly, the most valuable ability acquired this time was the indomitable embodiment of power. This ability from the red tank neither enhanced strength nor energy. It was described as an unstoppable force, moving in a certain direction with nearly no possibility of halting its momentum. Does it not appear somewhat abstract? To rephrase for clarity, the moment one embarks on physical exertion, self-control becomes largely unnecessary. Have you heard of BKB? This capability, when manifested in a red tank, means that once it charges forward, it cannot be obstructed. Lee, are you listening? Lee. At that moment, amidst the static of the communication device, the voices of Sky and Ingrid emerged once more. Following Li Chengfeng's complete severance of the link between the deep crimson gemstone and the Sidorak, the energy was wholly absorbed by the red furnace, and the spatial distortions in the vicinity returned to normal. Consequently, the communication device functioned properly again. Li Chengfeng acknowledged that the task had been fully resolved. That is reassuring. Just moments ago, all electronic devices within the Fox River prison had failed, only now returning to normal. Sky explained the recent events, clarifying that the internal equipment of the prison was civilian-grade and had been irreparably damaged. So, what exactly transpired? That is a lengthy tale. You will receive a mission report shortly. After finishing his words, Li Chengfeng activated the portal, and by the way, remember to inform Coulson to send personnel for cleanup. Li Chengfeng surveyed the large hole in the prison wall and the uneven ground before the warden's office. He now deemed it paramount to recruit a scientific task force dedicated to clean up and misleading those who ought not to be informed. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau, the waiting team members approached him. The most reliable, Ada Wong, had temporarily detained Captain Cold, Heatwave, and Constantine in the Bureau's specially designed facility for superpowered individuals. Each was afforded private quarters and excellent treatment. After listening to Ada Wong's report, Li Chengfeng nodded and gently urged Dr. Liang Liang, who had been standing to his right, forward. What content shall we send? Ada Wong inquired, retrieving Li Chengfeng's personal terminal. Indeed, aside from himself, Li Chengfeng's belongings were mostly in the possession of several women. For instance, his phone had become Hella's plaything, while the activation key for the Quinjet was with Harley Quinn, and all his office supplies were in Ada Wong's hands. His high-level Joint Investigation Bureau clearance seemed to be tailored for Ada Wong. No one was permitted to come into contact with the pendant belonging to Dr. Liang Liang, also known as Dr. Jacob Wright. Li Chengfeng cast another glance at Dr. Liang Liang as he spoke. You two, refrain from being so ostentatious. Conceal the pendant within your clothing. It feels somewhat uncomfortable inside my clothes, he replied. Will you keep it hidden, or do you wish to attract another encounter in the abyss? All right, fine. You are indeed impressive. Under Li Chengfeng's imposing gaze, Dr. Liang Liang could only comply with reluctance. So, am I considered one of you now? Not entirely, Li Chengfeng responded, still uncertain about Dr. Liang Liang's true purpose in this reality. Was it for ulterior motives, or merely a matter of self-preservation? Thus, keeping him close at hand felt most reassuring. Moreover, setting aside objectives and personality traits, Dr. Liang Liang is a paragon of excellence in the realm of bioengineering and anomalous genetics. The X-Men have captured and brainwashed a cadre of Hydra scientists in Latveria who specialize in the study of the X gene. Yet they have encountered a significant impasse in their research regarding the catalysis and enhancement of X gene powers. Should Dr. Liang Liang join their ranks, he could potentially become the pivotal figure to break through this stalemate. Very well, I shall endeavor to integrate myself into the team. When do I commence my duties? What are the financial compensations like? Dr. Liang Liang, with his remarkably adaptable nature and slightly whimsical demeanor, assimilates into roles with remarkable speed. Most importantly, how is the food in your cafeteria? I must confess, I have developed a profound aversion to the cafeteria at the Foundation. The cuisine is utterly dreadful, to the point where the entire site relied on SCP-458's infinite pizza boxes to resolve lunch dilemmas. Rest assured regarding the salary. The Bureau is never stingy with its senior talent, although securing additional funds can be quite a challenge. As for the cafeteria, just be sure to avoid the Chinese food counter. The Chinese cuisine in America is nothing short of a travesty. Chapter 72. The Emergence of the Legendary Team. Affiliated with the Bureau? After determining Dr. Liang Liang's fate and the stringent monitoring and containment measures regarding him, Li Chengfeng disbanded the team members. Wanda and Pietro, having joined the Bureau a month prior, moved directly into Li Chengfeng's residence due to their less-than-ideal condition at the time. Ada Wong took the opportunity to give two curious souls and Dr. Liang Liang a tour of the Bureau's headquarters. Even at night, the various departments of the Bureau continued to operate seamlessly. Thor, having been somewhat sheltered, was taken by Hela and Loki to experience the unique culinary delights of Midgard. Of course, at the expense of Li Chengfeng's card. As the group dispersed, only a remarkably composed Harley Quinn remained by Li Chengfeng's side. "What is the matter, Harley?" Li Chengfeng inquired as he entered the elevator, noting her unusual silence today, which was quite uncharacteristic of Harley Quinn. "Oh, my pudding." Even a brilliant madwoman like myself experiences days when the monotony of a chaotic existence becomes wearisome, leading to a yearning for the ordinary. Li Chengfeng processed this statement internally. The monthly visitor has arrived. He pressed the button for the basement level, where the Bureau confines superpowered criminals, standing side by side in the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, Harley Quinn suddenly lunged at Li Chengfeng, playfully nipping at him. The floors ascended from 1 to 5. Ding! The elevator doors opened once more, and Li Chengfeng feigned calmness as he wiped the lipstick mark from his right cheek, simultaneously detaching Harley Quinn from his person. He surrendered to the situation regarding his neck. Had it not been for his robust physique, it would undoubtedly have been adorned with strawberries. Thus, the commotion was not due to the arrival of the monthly visitor, but rather the culmination of pent-up energy. Ever since Harley Quinn shifted her affections from the Joker to Li Chengfeng, this was the first time they had been apart for over 24 hours. A recent flurry of fierce kisses startled Li Chengfeng. Of course, it was exhilarating. Although Harley's mental state was somewhat lacking, her visage was undeniably captivating. Moreover, her movements had grown significantly swifter. The moment she lunged at him, Li Chengfeng felt the astonishing elasticity of her form. If it weren't for the surveillance in the elevator, he would have seriously doubted the preservation of his chastity. The energy boost from Woohoo pudding was complete. While you have replenished yourself, tomorrow the Ministry of Internal Affairs will deliver a report regarding my conduct to that black-hearted egg on his desk. Are you afraid? Afraid of the Ministry or of Nick Fury? Have you lost your mind? Oh, right, you indeed have. Before anyone can notice, let's share one last kiss. Li Chengfeng found himself unable to resist the allure of the little madwoman, pinning her against the wall. Their lips met. He may have been a virgin, but he was no fool. When the opportunity presented itself, he would not hesitate to seize it. Besides, it had been nearly a month since he last saw this little lunatic, and to be honest, he missed her a bit. However, bloody hell, I had no idea that your joint investigative bureau could indulge in such frivolities. Is it too late for me to join? You should just be quiet. You British magical scoundrel. Someone like you joining the Bureau? Unless the minds of the Bureau's personnel have been gnawed upon by zombies. So kissing can evoke such an atmosphere. Yet another experience to add to the collection. 3 taunting voices echoed, belonging to the 3 rascals apprehended by Li Chengfeng, Constantine, Captain Cold, and Heatwave. Upon exiting the elevator, both Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn had been engrossed in each other, completely oblivious to the nearby containment facility holding them. Listening to their playful banter, the 2 shameless individuals, Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn, paid no heed. Instead, they fixated intently on the trio until the latter sensed a shift in the atmosphere and fell silent. So have you all calmed down? Li Chengfeng smirked. You seem rather unaware of your predicament. You don't think I merely intend to confine you temporarily, do you? Oh, what else could it be? Even the Bureau must adhere to fundamental laws. To hell with your fundamental laws, snart. Li Chengfeng approached the cell of Captain Cold, a mischievous grin on his face, stating, "From today onward, all criminals possessing superpowers and special skills will be detained by the Joint Bureau. Trust me, my authority is sufficient to make this happen." The thought of incarcerating supervillains in ordinary prisons made Li Chengfeng want to laugh. The person who thought of such a thing was truly a genius. Before the trio could react, Li Chengfeng suddenly stepped back and turned. "Who's there? Step out immediately." The surroundings fell eerily silent. Not only were Constantine and his companions perplexed by Li Chengfeng's behavior, but even the ever-volatile Harley Quinn seemed momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, Li Chengfeng paid them no mind. Instead, he pointed toward the corner and threatened, "I will only count to 3. The 6 individuals in that corner had better come out, or I shall not repeat myself." In an otherwise empty corner, a voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Hey, Li, do not transform into the White Lantern, nor cast us into the dark dimension. Damn it, Stark. At this moment, Li has neither become the White Lantern nor the Supreme Sorcerer. Goodness gracious, I hope my utterance does not alter the timeline. The timeline is not that fragile, but you would do well to watch your big mouth. All right, I concede, Professor Stein. After a distortion of light and shadow, a diverse group of individuals materialized in the corner. Leading them was a strikingly beautiful blonde woman, clad in a sleek, form-fitting white battle suit. Long time no see, Lee. Who are you? And how did you all enter the Joint Investigation Bureau headquarters? My apologies, we often forget that you're not yet the person we know. The blonde beauty nodded apologetically. I am Sarah Lance, a Level 5 agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, codenamed Platinum Canary, belonging to the Special Team Legends. Legends Team? Li Chengfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? How did the Legends Team become a special unit of the Joint Investigation Bureau? Isn't that absurd? The Bureau doesn't have such a team. Harley Quinn furrowed her brow. Though I may be mad, that is not a reason to deceive me. Of course, the current Joint Investigation Bureau does not possess such a team, because we hail from the future. Our time-traveling arrival at the present Bureau and our meeting with you is entirely due to a mission left for us by the future you. Deputy Director of the Central Bureau, Agent Li Chengfeng. Chapter 73, Captain Carter. Li Chengfeng admitted he was initially bewildered. Yet, it was not due to their identities. Despite the presence of unfamiliar faces, he recognized Sarah Lance's visage. Thus, he quickly surmised the existence of the Legends Team. His confusion stemmed from the origins of the Legends Team. As Sarah Lance elucidated, Li Chengfeng gradually grasped the entire situation. Firstly, he had formed the Legends Team in the future, selecting talents from various points along the timeline to join. Sarah Lance, the Platinum Canary, sister of Oliver Queen's former girlfriend, presumed dead in a shipwreck, had actually been rescued and trained by the League of Assassins. Martinstein, a leading nuclear scientist and physicist, was the inventor of the Firestorm Matrix. Jefferson Jackson was responsible for the maintenance of the spacecraft. The two could merge to become Firestorm. Additionally, there was Adam, Ray Palmer. Besides the individuals who were originally meant to be part of the Legends Team, two others were genuinely unfamiliar to Li Chengfeng. It was only through Sarah Lance's introductions that he came to a realization. The first was the boisterous man referred to as Stark, whose full name was Howard Stark. Yes, he was indeed the father of Tony Stark, taken by the Legends Team while being pursued by the Winter Soldier. The device for optical invisibility was his creation. As Sarah Lance began to introduce the Silent Woman, she interjected, speaking in the language of the Republic. Li Chengfeng, my name is Wu Fengji. Are you a citizen of the Republic? Wu Fengji. Initially, Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Isn't Wu Fengji the renowned White Phoenix? A being surpassing even the manic and formidable Black Phoenix, Jean Grey. Moreover, she is the strongest Iron Fist in history. However, his astonishment was fleeting. The Wu Fengji before him evidently possessed only the divine power of the Iron Fist. Indeed, should she have ascended to the status of White Phoenix, it is likely she would have departed from Earth. Let me summarize. In your timeline, I am the acting director. What about Nick Fury? I truly cannot disclose much. I can only say that Director Fury is alive and well. Instead, it is you who vanished completely after officially announcing the formation of a legendary team and designating its objectives. Li Chengfeng nodded, recognizing the necessity of respecting the timeline. Those who toy with time ultimately find themselves ensnared by it, unless they wield the Ion Man transformation to exert direct control over time itself. So, it was I who summoned you to this era to recruit members, correct? Precisely. You mentioned that within the Joint Investigation Bureau's capsule prison at this moment, there are precisely 3 individuals suitable for joining the Wave Rider. To be fair, these 3 are indeed the original members of the legendary team. However, is this recruitment approach not rather peculiar? Who among the virtuous would seek candidates from their own prison? Nevertheless, this could be seen as a form of resourcefulness. Otherwise, what purpose would these 3 serve, apart from wasting the Bureau's provisions? Having them contribute to safeguarding the timeline is commendable, akin to substituting for running a sewing machine. Since it is my decision, let us proceed to take them away. Do you truly trust this? Why wouldn't he? Beside them, Harley Quinn shrugged and gestured toward Li Chengfeng, clearly indicating this was something he would do. Outside the prison, Li Chengfeng swiftly reached a consensus with Sarah Lance. Constantine, Captain Cold, and Heatwave were transferred to the legendary team. Before their departure, Sarah Lance seemed to recall something. Lee, if you visit the combat training room on the 12th floor, you will encounter an unexpected individual. This individual specifically requested to come to this timeline, and you consented. This caused a disruption in the timeline? The timeline is far sturdier than you imagine. This is a lesson you imparted to me, teacher. Teacher? You call me teacher? Although I merely refer to you as such, you're the closest thing to a father I have ever known. Do we all from the Joint Investigation Bureau enjoy this line? Li Chengfeng waved his hand, bidding farewell to his future disciple and daughter. Yet cannot help but offer a quip. He distinctly remembered that Black Egg had once said this. If nothing unexpected occurs, Coulson would eventually relay similar sentiments to Sky. Thus, it appears that the future version of himself is following suit. A single phrase transcends the generations of the Joint Investigation Bureau, bridging the past and future. Truly remarkable. Wow, she claims you are her father. Your summarizing ability, perhaps, was inspired by certain host named Judan? Spare us the superfluous chatter. This is a matter of temporal traversal. How exhilarating. The majority of the time is spent in a liminal space, where one can imagine being enveloped by an endless expanse of verdant cosmos, devoid of the distinction between day and night. This is no different from being in Arkham, where the passage of time is equally elusive. But never mind that. Come on. Did your daughter not mention that an unexpected figure would appear in the training room? The excited Harley Quinn exclaimed, leaping onto Li Chengfeng's back and playfully pinching him, urging him to hurry to the training room. Li Chengfeng, reluctant to dislodge her, carried the exuberant woman into the elevator, already anticipating a surge of complaints regarding conduct the following day. Upon reaching the 12th floor training room, Li Chengfeng gently set Harley Quinn down, adjusting his collar to ensure that the ambiguous mark on his neck remained concealed. He pushed open the door to the training room, revealing a formidable punching bag being relentlessly pummeled with a series of rapid, powerful strikes that surpassed the limits of an ordinary human strength. The brown-haired individual, clad in simple jeans and a white shirt, concealed a robust physique honed through rigorous training. With a resounding thud, the punching bag, towering over a person, was finally sent flying with a single blow, sand scattering across the floor. As Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn approached, the individual immediately noticed them, but rather than expressing surprise, she retrieved a leather storage pouch leaning against the wall and approached them. Was it a shield she was wielding? Upon closer inspection, Li Chengfeng realized that this woman stood nearly at his height. In the future, you shall tell me that if one day I conclude my mission and find myself at a loss as to where to go, I may choose to traverse this timeline. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peggy Carter, though you may also refer to me as Captain Carter. Chapter 74, Nick Fury. It's quite the spectacle. I see the old director has returned. The following morning, Nick Fury hummed a cheerful tune from the West Coast as he drove to the headquarters located in Washington, D.C. His spirits were remarkably high today. To be precise, ever since Li Chengfeng's arrival, his mood had been on an upward trajectory. Even his paranoia had nearly dissipated. He felt that bringing Li Chengfeng over from the Republic was, without a doubt, the wisest decision of his life. Considering the current configuration of the American Bureau, with Professor White Duck overseeing the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy and commanding from the rear, while Li Chengfeng and Coulson led the charge at the forefront. It was nothing short of perfection. But first and foremost, the energy detector at the headquarters required modification. The monitoring room was blindingly bright, akin to a flash of white lightning. With this thought in mind, Nick Fury parked his car in the designated space at the Joint Investigation Bureau headquarters, locked it, and departed. Upon entering the grand hall of headquarters, a figure approached him without hesitation. Director Fury. How have you been, Mel? He inquired. Aside from tending to an entire team of younglings, quite well, she replied. Isn't Steve Rogers part of the team? A World War II veteran encased in Arctic ice for decades, he proves to be less manageable in modern society than those youngsters, Melinda May remarked, her expression betraying a subtle undercurrent of resentment. Nick Fury, observing his trusted agent, refrained from pressing further on that topic and shifted to another matter. By the way, how is Coulson faring lately? He has been completing missions, devising training plans, and investigating the informant known as the Seer. He is quite busy and fulfilled, having little time to ponder his own resurrection, she answered. Good. Remember, do not broach the Tahiti project with him, nor provoke him to seek the truth. It is our best protection for him. The mere mention of the Tahiti project prompted a sigh from Nick Fury. The GH325 serum, derived from the blood of blue-skinned beings, was believed to be a miraculous remedy for grievously injured or recently deceased agents. However, it ultimately revealed itself as a Faustian bargain. They opted to erase and replace memories. Yet the agony of such surgical alterations was far more harrowing than death itself. The aftermath of the Tahiti project saw agents spiraling into madness or taking their own lives. Have you ever confided in Agent Li Chengfeng regarding the Tahiti project? Li? Nick Fury paused, glancing at Melinda May. Why bring him up? That matter is in the past. Does he really need to know? It's high time you reconsider your suspicion-laden nature, she replied, unperturbed in the presence of the director. After all, she was trained by Peggy Carter herself. Even amidst a plethora of empowered agents, Li Chengfeng stood as the strongest, possessing multiple abilities and continuously discovering new ones. He might possess the means to address the residual effects of the Tahiti project, even if they have yet to manifest in Coulson. It is merely a matter of time. You seem more concerned for Coulson than I anticipated, Nick Fury remarked as he pressed the elevator button, stepping inside with Melinda May. Director, it's not that I lack emotions. I simply have never been one to display them, she said, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, positioned slightly behind Nick Fury's left side. Yet Coulson consistently falters when it comes to expressing feelings, like a stubborn piece of wood. Nick Fury chuckled, reminiscing with May. Honestly, the fact that you two have never dated is one of the most astonishing revelations of my life. Melinda May cast a sidelong glance at the back of Nick Fury's head and replied coolly, he is a passive recipient of affection, never learning to take the initiative. Otherwise, I would not have accepted Andrew's proposal. Men must not be overly passive. One cannot wait for Agent Li Chengfeng to uncover Coulson's issues before being forthright with him. My debates and linguistic logic assessments have always ranked first. I simply maintain a stoic demeanor. Nick Fury rolled his one eye, yet fortunately, the elevator had arrived at the floor of his office. Ding! With the chime of the elevator, the doors swung open. Nick Fury and Melinda May stepped out in succession, only to find a man and a woman seated comfortably, engaged in lively conversation in his office. Fury pushed the door open and, in a rather irritable tone, addressed the individual perched on his desk. Li Chengfeng, why do you choose to sit at my desk instead of on the sofa or chair? Indeed, the one occupying Fury's desk was none other than Li Chengfeng. Who else possessed such audacity? Hella might, but she had no interest. Oh, Fury, you're here. Li Chengfeng exclaimed as he effortlessly leaped up, performing a somersault before landing gracefully. And Mel, just in time, allow me to introduce you to a new friend. He gestured towards the brown-haired woman lounging on the sofa. At that moment, the woman, leaning against the doorframe, stood and turned to face Nick Fury and Melinda May. Both of their expressions froze in disbelief. Hello, Nick Fury and Melinda May? The Melinda May of this timeline had inexplicably become an agent of the Joint Task Force rather than a Supreme Court judge. You are. Nick Fury rubbed his eye, peering forward as if he were hallucinating. Even Nick Fury, the legendary kingpin of the Joint Task Force, known for orchestrating grand strategies from afar, found himself at a loss for words. Oh, how forgetful of me. Seeing a familiar face has left me quite flustered, and I've neglected my introduction. I am Peggy Carter, though to be precise, not your Peggy Carter. You may call me Captain Carter. Li Chengfeng, observing the utterly bewildered expressions of Nick Fury and Melinda May, burst into hearty laughter as he pounded the table. Aren't you the leader? I brought your leader here. Let us see if you dare deny me funding. Li Chengfeng, you truly are a thorn in my side. Fury retorted with a grin. Hey, thanks for the compliment. But what does it matter if she is Peggy Carter? After all, she is not the director of our timeline, so what is there to fear? Such bravado you display. Li Chengfeng nudged the formidable Fury with his elbow. Why don't you sit down? What is the matter? Feeling guilty? You are the one feeling guilty. Your entire family is feeling guilty. This is merely a show of respect and admiration for a World War II hero and super soldier from another timeline. Don't pretend you're not the leader. You have no qualms flattering your superiors, do you? Why didn't you act like this in front of Pierce? Of course. Alexander Pierce pales in comparison to a single strand of Peggy Carter's hair. Li Chengfeng thumbed up at Fury. No wonder she is in a position of leadership. Captain Peggy Carter sat composedly beside them, exuding an air of calm. In the reality of the universe, Captain America had been frozen in the Arctic ice for nearly half a century. Though aged, his psychological age remained that of a youthful spirit. However, Captain Carter is quite different. She has genuinely survived from World War II to the present day and even traversed a myriad of adventures from Earth to the cosmos and across various timelines. She is a true elder, a wise sage. Li Chengfeng sincerely wishes to express his gratitude to his future self for providing such a remarkable talisman. By the way, Captain Carter, we discussed the possibility of joining the Bureau of Interagency Cooperation yesterday. Wasn't that already addressed? While that may be true, what I envision is your appointment as the Commander-in-Chief. While I merely serve as the captain of a specialized team, I cannot unilaterally decide this position. Li Chengfeng chucked, his face radiating sincerity. Yet upon hearing his words, Captain Carter immediately retorted, What do you mean by Commander-in-Chief? I have never held such a position. As she spoke, she spread her hands wide. I have always been the one leading the charge. I have no qualms about commanding localized battles. But the role of Commander-in-Chief involves overseeing the entire picture. I am more intrigued by the specialized team you mentioned. This. Li Chengfeng found himself momentarily at a loss. Who could have anticipated that she still yearned for the thrill of battle, risking life and limb? He exchanged a few glances with Nick Fury, silently urging him to interject. Yes. Although there are no other suitable candidates for Commander-in-Chief aside from Captain Carter. We are a free nation, and individual should take precedence. The matter of leadership can be discussed later. Agent Lee Chengfeng. Let us first designate Captain Carter for the Starlight team. Do not forget to visit the Internal Affairs Department to obtain your credentials. Nick Fury, observing the forlorn expression on Lee Chengfeng's face, could not help but chuckle awkwardly. Despite wielding significant power for many years, the sight of Peggy Carter still conjured memories of his time as an ordinary agent. The weight of authority was indeed heavy. He found it impossible to voice any dissent in front of her. Moreover, being able to fight on the front lines has always been Peggy Carter's aspiration in the tangible universe. However, her age and experience have elevated her to a high position, relegating her to a command role. Since this Captain Carter possesses the serum of a super soldier, allowing her to fulfill her dreams in place of the elderly, who are adrift between chaos and clarity, is indeed a commendable idea. Seeing that Nick Fury shared this sentiment, Lee Chengfeng felt it unnecessary to pursue the matter further. The inclusion of such a seasoned agent in his Starlight team was undoubtedly advantageous. After addressing the main issues, Lee Chengfeng left Captain Carter at the Bureau's headquarters and took his leave, as it appeared that Nick Fury and Melinda may had much more to discuss with her. Suddenly, 3 messages from different numbers arrived in succession. Lee Chengfeng's fingers danced across the screen as he opened the first one. It was a message from Bruce Wayne. Ever since Lee Chengfeng had come to know Bruce Wayne, he often sought his assistance in procuring items through his vast merchant networks, such as the Terrigen crystal. However, as he read this message, he felt a pang of regret. 2 pieces of Terrigen crystals cost him nearly $3 million. Indeed, the matter of funding cannot be neglected. He then opened the second message. The content was rather straightforward. All set. Lee Chengfeng nodded. Grant Ward truly exemplifies the efficiency of a professional assassin, accomplishing such a feat with remarkable swiftness, discreetly eliminating Agent Sitwell, who held significant positions in both the Bureau and Hydra, while also indicating that he may have dispatched a number of American politicians colluding with Hydra, is nothing short of impressive. Most importantly, not a whisper of the related incidents has surfaced, meaning the demise of these individuals remains undetected. At least in terms of assassination skills, this scoundrel surpasses Bucky Barnes. After all, the Winter Soldier's nearly invincible assassination and infiltration prowess exists almost solely in fiction. Nonetheless, this alone does not warrant Lee Chengfeng sparing him. Although he had indeed promised Grant Ward to spare his life, others had not made such concessions. With a sense of satisfaction regarding the smooth progress of his plans, Lee Chengfeng opened the third message. It was from a narcissistic Tony Stark. Judging by the tone, it seemed to be a rather trivial message. However, as he scrolled down, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Tony Stark, you truly are a remarkable friend. Arriving with a timely gift, Lee Chengfeng had not anticipated that Tony Stark would present him with such a boon at this juncture. The message expressed a desire to meet and catch up. Lee Chengfeng's Quinjet was undergoing routine maintenance. It would be impractical to take the Airbus out for just himself. Grabbing the car keys, he dashed off. Couldn't he simply buy a car? I don't have a driver's license. Lee Chengfeng flashed a confident and resolute expression at Nick Fury before swiftly departing the headquarters. Even the seasoned Peggy Carter found this peculiar dynamic between superior and subordinate quite absurd. The middle-aged Lee Chengfeng she had encountered in other timelines could be described as composed, serious, and exceedingly stern in his demeanor. How could this young man exhibit such flamboyance? Chapter 76. Insight Plan? Hydra's specialized decoy. At noon, under the blazing sun. Miss Potts. Where's my best friend Tony Stark? I've just called him over 20 times, and not one was answered. Driving from Washington, D.C. straight to Star Tower in New York, Lee Chengfeng parked his car and unceremoniously burst into the office of the president of Stark Industries, located on the top floor of the tower. Of course, the actual president and majority shareholder of Stark Industries is Pepper Potts, with Stark merely playing the role of a kept man. Perhaps after being thoroughly rejected by Louise Lane, he has finally realized who his true love is, leading to a rapid escalation in his relationship with Pepper over the past month. How can one be so certain? Because Pepper's demeanor is unmistakably that of someone in the throes of romance. Calm down, Agent Lee Chengfeng. Tony will be here shortly. He has arranged to have lunch with me, so please wait a moment. Pepper guided Lee Chengfeng to the sofa, settling beside him. You seem rather eager to find Tony. Is he up to some mischief again? Oh, Miss Potts, he has indeed accomplished something truly remarkable. Is it serious? Serious? I assure you, it is not a matter of jest. Lee Chengfeng, taken aback, found himself both amused and bewildered. What on earth was Tony Stark up to daily? Judging by his girlfriend's demeanor, it seemed he had stirred quite a bit of trouble. Rest assured, Miss Potts, while Tony may often be frivolous and full of flaws, he would never engage in anything truly malevolent. One can only hope. Pepper extended her hand to Li Chengfeng for a handshake. Just call me Pepper from now on. At that very moment, Tony Stark swaggered in, carrying a large paper bag. As he removed his ostentatious sunglasses, he exclaimed, "Oh, Pepper, I brought a few exquisite cheeseburgers. I swear by my father's whiskers, you won't find anything tastier in all of Queens." Li Chengfeng, what are you doing here, still holding my girlfriend's hand? Tony's sudden outburst sent a tremor through his little mustache. Pepper, noting his expression, felt a mix of pride and bashfulness. Come now, it was merely a polite handshake. Not everyone is as overzealous as you, ready to peel someone's skin off with a mere touch. Li Chengfeng teased Tony about his past indiscretions, yet Tony seemed unfazed. After placing the paper bag on the table, he dashed over, plopping down between Pepper and Li Chengfeng, effectively separating them. Hey, are you jealous like a schoolboy? Li Chengfeng remarked, attempting to push Tony away. Pepper is like an older sister to me. Even if I were a rogue, I wouldn't dare cross that line. Don't kid yourself. Everyone at the Bureau knows you have a penchant for older women, especially with those 3 vixens from the Guardians. Cough, cough. There is a distinction between older women and sisters. Pepper, don't listen to his nonsense. Li Chengfeng hurried to clarify, though he was somewhat reserved. He wished to maintain a semblance of dignity in front of friends. Now tell me, what brings you, the busy man, to seek me out at noon? Surely you're not here just to mooch a meal? Have you not heard the saying that those who intrude upon a couple's time will be kicked by a donkey? I only bought 2 burgers. Despite maintaining his usual flippant demeanor, Tony finally ceased his banter with Li Chengfeng. What? Kicked by a donkey? Even if Hela herself were to kick me today, I would still come. Li Chengfeng chuckled, wrapping an arm around Tony's shoulder. After all, my dear brother Tony Stark has done something truly monumental. Did you not text me this morning, stating that you recently assisted Nick Fury in the modification and upgrade of the latest model of the flying aircraft carrier? Not to mention, you've secured a new collaboration with the Bureau and Stark Industries, which will significantly reduce the construction time of the carrier, with hopes of completion in the near future. Upon hearing the matter, Tony Stark immediately wrapped his arm around Li Chengfeng's shoulder, exuding a camaraderie that suggested a close bond. We're we to each other. Your affairs are my affairs, and I have a keen interest in many of the technologies employed by your Bureau. Ever since that young lady, Sky, became a part of your agency, my ability to infiltrate your database has become significantly more challenging. Initially, Nick Fury reached out to me, seeking assistance with the engine issues related to your satellite launch. After reviewing the design, I found that only a few minor adjustments were necessary to ensure the satellite could sustain suborbital flight without the need for landing. Subsequently, several charming agents accompanying Nick approached me with compliments. As you know, I'm not one to chase after women, but I do relish showcasing my skills in the presence of beautiful ladies. Thus, I accompanied Nick to the underground facility to address the issues plaguing those flying aircraft carriers. The solutions were quite straightforward, and we should have them operational within 2 weeks, considering that we have already constructed 90 of them. Tony Stark, feeling quite pleased with himself, pointed to his own accomplishments. Of course, I took care of the most critical 10. Li Chengfeng, upon hearing this, grasped the full context. The phrase "I don't like chasing women, but I enjoy showing off in front of beautiful women" was reminiscent of Lu Fengxian's saying about not being fond of fighting, yet being adept at resolving conflicts. Stark had inadvertently provided himself with a significant advantage. With a cunning glint in his eye, Li leaned closer to Stark and revealed the potential flaws in the Insight program. As Li spoke, Stark's expression shifted continually, reflecting his growing apprehension. Does this mean I've inadvertently complicated matters? Stark questioned. No. We are merely the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow lurking behind. Li Chocolat. The Insight program? Merely the largest bait on the hook. I had initially planned to wait for an opportune moment to ensnare Hydra entirely. However, there is no time like the present. With no significant tasks at hand, let us prioritize the complete eradication of Hydra. By presenting them with a seemingly advantageous Insight program, we can offer them an opportunity to seize global control. If they do not take the bait, something is amiss. Wait, Li, have you informed Nick Fury about this? Stark inquired. I'll tell that black egg after I've set everything in motion. Besides, I have no intention of allowing the Insight program to come to fruition. Hydra will undoubtedly seek to assault the American headquarters directly, presenting us with an excellent opportunity for a clean sweep. Your talk of a clean sweep sounds deceptively simple. Stark retorted. Do you think we are mere amateurs playing tricks? Linut Stark playfully, grinning. Don't tell me you Haven T left a backdoor in the satellite and flying aircraft carrier databases that only you can unlock. Do I strike you as that kind of person? Stark replied defensively. So is there one? Indeed. Chapter 77. Item number 084. After reaching a consensus with Tony Stark, Li Chengfeng prepared to orchestrate the entire scenario. As an exceptional agent, perhaps the finest of all, Li Chengfeng found himself engaging in the intricate ruse of inviting the adversary into a trap for the first time. Nevertheless, this experience granted him a profound sense of agency, as every trial he had endured since his arrival had been nothing short of formidable, even for a superhero. Contemplating this, Li Chengfeng initiated a video call with Coulson using his personal terminal. Moments later, Coulson's familiar visage appeared before him. "Li, what brings you to seek me out today?" Coulson inquired. "I just completed a mission, and the Star Squad has concluded a month of armed training, allowing for a brief respite. I find myself rather restless. So I thought I would check if you had any troublesome matters that might require my assistance." "Don't jest. I have no pressing issues that would necessitate your intervention. However, if you're inclined to join, I'm currently en route to Peru," Li replied. "Okay, I'll be there shortly," Coulson responded with a nod. With a swift motion, Li activated the portal and stepped through. What? Nick Fury's vehicle? It can't possibly be left unattended beneath Stark Tower. He had even borrowed 2 wheel locks from Stark Industries' parking lot. Coulson felt a chill run down his spine as he realized Li had materialized behind him. To be honest, the portal is quite an ingenious trick. I had always presumed such mechanisms existed solely in films and comics. In my view, nothing can surpass the enchantment of the real world. Li chuckled, giving Coulson a friendly pat on the shoulder. "And where are the team members?" "They're in the operations conference room. This marks their first encounter with an item designated as 084, Coulson explained. The designation 084 by the Joint Investigation Bureau signifies that the nature of the object remains entirely unknown. Typically, such items are either remnants of ancient super-civilizations or extraterrestrial artifacts. For instance, in the original narrative, Thor's hammer was discovered to possess immense energy. Yet its immobility rendered it a quintessential 084 item. This inevitably brings to mind the first item ever labeled as 084 in history, the Kree's obelisk. This object is indeed a pitfall within a pitfall, as its outer layer serves merely as a protective barrier against non-inhumans. When Jia Ying and her cohort melted the crystal encasing the oracle, the two became intertwined, resulting in simultaneous release that could carbonize non-potential inhumans instantly. In truth, pure Terrigen crystals pose no threat to ordinary individuals. Ultimately, the lack of cultural awareness among Jia Ying's group of inhumans is to blame, although one cannot entirely fault them. Compared to the celestial origins of mutants, the Kree Empire, responsible for the creation of inhumans, is merely a cadre of interstellar war profiteers, devoid of any significant prestige. They have faced numerous defeats at the hands of Odin and Hela. Li Chengfeng and Coulson entered the Airbus operations conference room, where the team members, including the non-uniformed Steve Rogers, were captivated by the enthusiastic discourse of Gemma Simmons from the scientific duo, as she expressed her fervent admiration for the biodiversity of Peru. It is essential to note that within the depths of the Peruvian jungle, there reside over 200 species of snakes, among which the South American bushmaster possesses a venom of formidable potency. Not only does it contain neurotoxins, but it also hydrolyzes human proteins and exhibits hemolytic properties, rendering it an exceedingly troublesome serpent. Steve Rogers quietly inquired of the group, "Is this child always this exuberant?" This enthusiasm, of course, can be attributed to the fact that since Steve Rogers awakened from his frozen slumber, he has not donned the old Captain America uniform. Coulson, an ardent fan, has repeatedly suggested the necessity of crafting a new Captain America costume for Steve Rogers, yet each time he has been gently declined. After awakening, decades have swiftly passed, and his perspective has undergone significant transformation. Perhaps Captain America is no longer needed. Steve Rogers can now embrace his own identity. Thus, he is clad in the standard operational attire of the Joint Task Force, with only his familiar circular vibranium shield evoking memories among his comrades. Indeed, he is Captain America. That's good. I was beginning to think Gemma was the type to be restless the night before a spring outing, he remarked, observing Gemma's dark circles beneath her eyes. It was evident that her excitement had kept her awake the previous night. Li Chengfeng, gazing at the now tranquil Steve Rogers, pondered what might transpire if he were to meet Captain Carter, one on the verge of losing her Peggy Carter, and the other who has long since lost his Peggy. Before Coulson could voice his thoughts, Li Chengfeng suddenly shouted, causing the entire team, excluding Steve Rogers, including the exuberant Gemma Simmons, to shudder in unison. That voice! Begone, demon! Bring forth my cross! Oh no! Hearing that voice makes me feel an urge to vomit. The previously calm atmosphere erupted into chaos. Li Chengfeng's eyes twitched. Did these fools truly react so dramatically? Especially Barry Allen, with his reflexive retching? He had the lowest training intensity back then. For heaven's sake, Speed Force, do something useful. Li Chengfeng could no longer bear Barry's pitiful demeanor. Yet it seemed that in the realm of boys' love fanfiction, Barry Allen often occupies the role of the submissive character. How tragic. In the original narrative, one can always reset the story, but in fanworks, sacrifices must be made. Alas, Barry, you truly suffer. You vomit. Is it really that exaggerated? Li Chengfeng observed disdainfully as Coulson's team descended into chaos, giving a kick to the convulsing Wade Wilson on the ground to clear a path. Ultimately approaching Steve Rogers. It is an honor to finally meet you, Steve Rogers. Likewise, I am Li Chengfeng. Thank you for rescuing me from that wretched ice. Steve Rogers extended his hand, shaking Li Chengfeng's in greeting. I expected you would call me Captain America. I did not see Captain America. I merely observed a veteran wishing to bid farewell to the past and embark on a new beginning. Chapter 78, Coulson, your old flame once more. As Li Chengfeng arrived at the Airbus through the portal, they were nearing Peru, with little time remaining. The Airbus, belonging to Coulson's team, eventually traversed a vast expanse of dense forest before landing on the flat terrain beyond it. They then set off in a specially modified off-road vehicle towards the predetermined coordinates. Li Chengfeng refrained from opening the portal directly, as Coulson's team would not always accompany him on missions, and thus, their reliance on the convenience of the portal was not advantageous. Moreover, after all, it was a rare opportunity for a taxpayer-funded international excursion. One must take in the scenery. After all, approximately an hour later, they arrived at their destination, an archaeological dig site of Incan civilization. Li Chengfeng first ventured into the surrounding woods, ensuring no signs of large creatures before nodding for the others to commence their activities. Fitz and Gemma, having gathered various tools, disembarked with laughter and banter. By the way, Gemma, is this the South American bushmaster you mentioned on the plane? Li Chengfeng remarked, though his physical resilience rendered the snake's venom ineffective. Oh my goodness. Is it amusing to have a venomous snake coiled around your hand? Moreover, this snake is in the process of biting you. Surprisingly, he found it somewhat ticklish, as if the creature had taken a liking to him. As he spoke, he gently removed the snake from his wrist. The snake seemed to express its gratitude. After casting aside the serpent, Gemma approached to inspect Li Chengfeng's wrist. Although she was aware that the snake's venom posed no threat to him, the venom was now dripping onto the ground. Gemma quickly retrieved a high-concentration disinfectant to cleanse his hand. Gemma, while I appreciate your caution, this snake venom truly has no effect on me. I could even ingest it without consequence. Agent Li Chengfeng, I am well aware that it poses no danger to you. Gemma Simmons sighed. But if the venom is not addressed, I fear it could affect other team members. I must ensure it is cleaned up to prevent any mishaps. Fitz and Gemma exchanged eye rolls at Li Chengfeng's antics before turning to enter the nearby Incan temple ruins. This temple, concealed within the forest for at least 5 centuries, was also the site where the 084 item was detected. Following Gemma and Fitz into the temple, Li Chengfeng awaited their detailed on-site assessment, which led to their conclusion. The artifacts within were all ancient, belonging to the Incan era and even predating it. Fitz pointed at an object on the wall, clearly not a product of ancient civilization. However, I believe that any person of normal intelligence would not consider this to be an appropriate artifact to be found here. Within the innermost layer of the temple, a fossilized rock stratum has been unearthed, revealing an enigmatic object embedded within, characterized by an orderly mechanical structure. What does this signify? Remarked Gemma, indicating that this object had likely resided there for nearly 15 centuries, predating the temple itself. However, the craftsmanship bore a resemblance to that of German origin. Li Chengfeng observed the spirited discussion of the scientific duo and decided to step outside for some fresh air. Possessing the genius-level expertise of a cold team captain in mechanical engineering, he discerned that this object was likely a form of energy emitter. Yet, despite his knowledge, he inherently lacked the disposition for scientific research. May, have you eaten? As Li Chengfeng exited the ancient temple ruins, he encountered Melinda May, who had just parked her vehicle in a concealed location. Communicating in Mandarin, he felt a sense of happiness in being able to converse in his language beyond the Republic. Perhaps save such pleasantries for others, she retorted. By the way, have you and Fury informed Steve Rogers about the existence of Captain Carter? Upon mentioning Peggy Carter from this timeline, a rare hint of melancholy flickered across Melinda May's otherwise impassive poker face. Li Chengfeng's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized her. Why are you staring at me like that? Melinda instinctively touched her face. Is there something on my face? No, I merely anticipated that, under the recent circumstances, you would utter a phrase essential to an agent of the Bureau, such as, Peggy Carter is the closest character to your mother in your life. Trust me, I've become almost reactive to hearing such expressions lately. Well, I have my own parents, she replied. Thanks to them, your dual parent configuration is already a significant advantage. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he suddenly signaled a few tactical gestures typical of bureau agents. Melinda immediately understood, and they both stealthily maneuvered toward the dense thicket on either side. In unison, they sprang into action, pulling several armed individuals from the underbrush, fully armed soldiers. Li Chengfeng had noticed their presence since he arrived at the outskirts of this Incan site, but had chosen to avoid alarming them. He preferred to capture all at once. Now, signaling Melinda to engage was prompted by the gathering of the opposing forces. In an instant, Melinda and Li Chengfeng subdued the soldiers before them, just as several military vehicles suddenly approached from all directions. Dozens of similarly armed soldiers aimed their weapons at the duo. How did things escalate so dramatically in the briefest of moments? Suddenly, Oliver Queen, Wade Wilson, and Steve Rogers emerged from within the ranks of the soldiers. Li Chengfeng spread his hands, conveying his own bewilderment. The 5 seasoned agents exchanged knowing glances, swiftly deciding on their next course of action. Surrounding dozens with just 5 was quite reasonable, leading to a vivid enactment of a tiger among sheep. Before long, dozens of individuals completely devoid of combat capability lay scattered upon the ground. I have heard whispers of a faction in Peru opposing the government. Could they be the ones? Wade Wilson sheathed his twin blades, casually remarking. No, these are well-equipped and highly trained individuals. Regardless of a nation, they would be considered exceptional soldiers, clearly belonging to the government as regular forces. Oliver Queen observed with keen attention, questioning their motives for ambushing us, especially since we had already communicated with the Peruvian authorities regarding our presence. What transpired? Carlson emerged from the Incan ruins alongside Barry Allen, his expression shifting dramatically as he beheld the fallen Peruvian soldiers groaning on the ground. Steve Rogers' words had provided Carlson with a fleeting sense of reassurance. However, the events that followed swiftly dispelled that comfort as a figure from his past soon materialized. Barely 20 seconds after the skirmish concluded, Commander Camila Reyes of the Peruvian military police arrived. Witnessing only the soldiers writhing in pain on the ground and the seemingly expectant Li Chengfeng. Who are you? Camila Reyes exclaimed, her heart racing with alarm. What has happened to my soldiers? I am Li Chengfeng, a level 7 agent of the Bureau of Joint Operations. My team is here concerning a matter of international security, he replied with calm composure, fully aware of the nature of his counterpart. The game of cat and mouse never lost its allure. No sooner had he spoken than some of the regular forces began to stir, groaning as they struggled to regain consciousness. To be fair, they had indeed shown restraint. Otherwise, even non-lethal force would have ensured they remained unconscious for much longer. The Bureau of Joint Operations? Camila Reyes was a skilled actress. Her feigned confusion appeared flawless. I am Commander Camila Reyes of the Peruvian military police, and your actions on our territory require explanation. As you wish, Commander Reyes, Li Chengfeng acknowledged, gesturing towards the Incan ruins behind him. Within this Incan site in Peru, we detected the presence of Item 084. As the commander of the military police, you should be aware that, according to the international treaties signed by Peru, Item 084 is designated for containment by the Bureau and does not belong to the Discovery Nation. Noticing that Camila Reyes was preparing to respond, Carlson approached from behind and waved to her. Phil? Camila, he greeted with a smile, stepping forward to address an old acquaintance. How many years has it been since we last met? I see you have ascended to the position of commander. Actually, I have held that title for 3 years now, she replied. Phil, it is time we properly catch up. With that, Camila Reyes and Carlson exchanged a warm kiss on the cheek. Goodness, another one of Carlson's old flames. One could not help but wonder what charm this balding man possessed that left such a captivating woman reminiscing about him. However, Li Chengfeng, with his mischievous nature, relished the opportunity to interrupt when others exuded romantic tension. Are you Commander Camila of the Peruvian government? Excellent. I have matters I wish for you to elucidate. Oh, Phil. Camila Reyes shook her head. Your agents are indeed commendable, yet they lack respect for others. Camila furrowed her brow slightly, cursing the omniscient eye. How could such a significant figure remain shrouded in mystery? Time was of the essence, and she had no choice but to ascend the ranks. Upon noticing Camila's tacit agreement, Li Chengfeng inquired, given the current strife between the Peruvian military and the insurgents, how does the commanding officer find time to rendezvous with an old flame? Or perhaps Peru possesses technology capable of detecting the 084 artifacts. Is that why so many elite soldiers are stationed here? In truth, we are hunting insurgents. Encountering you is merely a serendipity. At this, Camila Reyes' expression shifted dramatically, and she discreetly distanced herself, her gaze towards Coulson filled with complexity and resolve. Coulson, equally taken aback, was astonished by the woman's ruthlessness. So when did you intend to forsake our past affections? From the moment I laid eyes on your team. Should I extend my gratitude for not deciding sooner upon obtaining intelligence? Camila Reyes shook her head helplessly and decisively pressed the button on her communication device. In an instant, the distant roar of more engines echoed ominously. The number of adversaries matched precisely with what Li Chengfeng had observed during his initial reconnaissance. They had indeed mobilized entirely. Agents of the Uniformed Joint Investigation Bureau seized the 084 artifact. Camila Reyes commanded coldly, then turned to Coulson. I regret, Phil, but I must make a difficult choice between you and my country. Rest assured, as long as you do not resist, I shall not harm you. Once I have dealt with the insurgents, I will surrender to the International Military Tribunal and the Joint Investigation Bureau. Is that so? With that, she turned to venture into the mountains. Ugh, no, towards the ancient Incan ruins. Squad, obey orders. Do your utmost to avoid casualties. This is your squad now, so we shall heed your guidance. Though old flames seldom rekindle, Coulson's heart softened. In truth, he was not a saint. Had their motives been nefarious, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Yet, both Camila Reyes and her soldiers were merely individuals driven to desperation in their quest to save their nation. Such people were indeed beyond his capacity to harm, showcasing the most humane aspect of his character. After all, while the black-hearted strategist was shrewd and decisive, would anyone truly cherish such a dark soul? Chapter 79, The Unfortunate Coulson. The game commences. Honestly, Commander Camila, I sincerely recommend your immediate surrender. Li Chengfeng offered a genuine smile to Coulson's old flame. I must remind you, should you choose to battle against me, the consequences will be quite painful. Camila paid no heed to Li Chengfeng's banter, but rather issued her orders with clarity. Team 1 and Team 2. Execute target suppression. Team 3. Remain on high alert. Teams 4 and 5. Encircle the temple. We must not allow a single soul to escape. In her eyes, although the agents of the Joint Commission exhibited formidable combat prowess, it was astonishing that such a small number could render an entire tactical team incapacitated. Nevertheless, under the overwhelming firepower of a well-structured military force, they remained nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If it were that scoundrel Grant Ward, he would have no choice but to abandon direct confrontation and seek alternative avenues. In reality, even in the absence of Li Chengfeng, 3 top agents alongside Steve Rogers could handle the situation with ease and pleasure, let alone the formidable Li Chengfeng himself. Alas, such stubbornness. Li Chengfeng expressed his regret over Camila Reyes' choices. It is often the case that before demonstrating overwhelming strength, few take him seriously. As his words fell, Li Chengfeng's eyes seemed to fill with lightning. Manipulating the storm, countless bolts descended from the clear skies, a magnificent display of celestial wrath. The soldiers barely had time to shout before collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Under Li Chengfeng's meticulous control, the spectacle appeared grand, yet spared lives. After all, they were warriors fighting for their country, taking risks that, while not recommended, warranted respect. Moreover, it was crucial that should he inadvertently cause fatalities, it would lead to repercussions from the International Military Tribunal, bringing disgrace upon the Republic. One may bleed and suffer, but the dignity of the Republic must not be tarnished. However, these soldiers would certainly find themselves bettered in for a month or so. Meanwhile, Camila Reyes stood there, her face reflecting despair as she witnessed the unfolding chaos. Hearing the sounds of battle outside, Gemma and Fitz, disregarding the excessive high-frequency radiation from the 084 items, rushed out of the temple. They happened to witness the scene resembling divine retribution. Gemma, in a daze, pointed at Li Chengfeng in the distance. Another new ability. Could Agent Li truly still be considered human? If nothing unexpected had occurred, he should still be classified as human, at least in terms of self-perception. If possible, she lamented, it would be fascinating to conduct a full-body examination of Agent Li, complete with biopsies. Dear sister, your air of a mad scientist is becoming more pronounced. Fitz exclaimed, you want to slice Li Chengfeng for research? Why not just sample him for flavor instead? The difficulty is about the same. Why are you staring at me like that? I was merely making a cold scientific joke, Gemma retorted, exasperated by their astonishment. Besides, I would likely need a vibranium scalpel to even breach Li's skin. So, we certainly do not require any biopsies. Coulson smiled and nodded, suggesting that any curiosity could simply be addressed by asking Li directly, as he was always eager to answer their questions, was he not? Moreover, Coulson himself was quite intrigued by the true nature of Li's physiological structure. After expressing this thought, he turned to contact the International Military Tribunal. Given that no lives were lost, it was anticipated that, following negotiations with the Peruvian authorities, Camila Reyes would soon be released. Amidst the turmoil of civil strife, the Peruvian government is undoubtedly determined to protect the chief of military police at all costs. However, he is beset by other pressing issues. Pray tell, who exactly is that madman known as Thousand Eyes, Camila Reyes? Have you encountered him in person? His existence is shrouded in mystery, yet he appears to possess an uncanny knowledge of our affairs, akin to a prophet from legend. A prophet can be perilous, and a maleficent prophet is even more so. Yet, did Li just mention Thousand Eyes in Camila's ear? Coulson turned his gaze towards Li Chengfeng, who was boastfully patting Barry and Fitz on the shoulder. Perhaps he could provide some answers. Li, I require your insights on a few matters. The other members of the team were currently anticipating the re-implementation of the Slingshot Plan. The Slingshot Plan refers to the scheme of launching these indecipherable and uncontrollable Object 084 items directly into the sun via rockets for destruction. However, this is merely a ruse to placate the lower-tier agents of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Agents of level 7 and above are well aware that the so-called Slingshot Plan is nothing but a smokescreen, with the rockets actually containing nothing. The items purportedly destroyed in the sun are, in reality, securely stored in a top-secret repository known as the refrigerator. Thus, Li Chengfeng and Coulson, both privy to the truth, did not attend the rocket launch. Li Chengfeng set down his green carbonated beverage and remarked, "Coulson, you truly cannot suppress your curiosity. You wish to uncover the identity of that scoundrel known as Thousand Eyes, do you not? I do not believe in prophets. Yet this individual clearly poses a threat to global security." He slid a glass of Coulson's favorite whiskey towards him, continuing. Li Chengfeng's words opened a new avenue of thought for Coulson. If this so-called prophet does not indulge in the peculiar amusement of witnessing the rift between friends, it suggests that his access to information regarding Object 084 coincides with that of the Joint Investigation Bureau. But is it merely a matter of timing? What other organization in the world can rival the Joint Investigation Bureau in intelligence acquisition? Thousand Eyes is, in fact, a high-ranking agent of the Bureau. Li Chengfeng, disinterested in playing coy, stated plainly that high-ranking agents typically seek out information beyond their original level of access. However, you honest souls merely regard this as a quaint hobby to satisfy your thirst for knowledge, while Thousand Eyes views it as a key to wealth, profiting substantially through information asymmetry from various corners of the world. Furthermore, this individual is an old acquaintance of yours, an agent of level 8, John Garrett. What? Coulson exclaimed, slamming his hand down. To be betrayed twice in a single day. Who could endure such a fate? John Garrett? How could it possibly be him? How could not be him? Li Chengfeng Skufa. Not only is he Thousand Eyes, but he is also a Hydra operative. As Coulson was about to take a sip of whiskey to calm himself, he was utterly taken aback by Li Chengfeng's next remark. Are you a reincarnated spray bottle? But whose spray bottle is balding in front? Coughing, Coulson chose to disregard Li Chengfeng's jest, wiped his mouth, and continued his inquiry. Are you certain? John Garrett? The same senior agent as Nick Fury, who is not only an all-seeing eye, but also a member of Hydra. Absolutely, Li Chengfeng nudda. Do you remember the Centipede Project? That was his endeavor to prolong his life. Moreover, he has been clandestinely engaging with Stark under the guise of the FBI, hoping Stark would assist in research on the extremist virus. Li Chengfeng's words darkened Coulson's expression. He never anticipated that John Garrett would be the all-seeing eye, let alone a Hydra operative. Silence lingered for an extended period until Coulson spoke again. If John Garrett is indeed Hydra, then what about Grant Ward? I recall his supervisor was John Garrett. Correct, Grant Ward is also Hydra. That was precisely why I initially expelled him from your team. You were the one who drove him away. To be precise, under duress and temptation, he chose to leave. Temptation? I offered him a chance at life in exchange for his cooperation. Isn't that a substantial incentive? But he is Hydra. Coulson suddenly rose. The gentle and approachable demeanor he typically exuded vanished entirely. The FBI is fundamentally at odds with Hydra. The internal strife that led to the death of Amelika years ago was also orchestrated by Hydra. How could one possibly let Hydra go? Indeed, but a promise is a promise. I will grant him a chance at survival. Li Chengfeng shrugged. However, you did not make any commitments to Grant Ward. With Li Chengfeng's declaration, Coulson exhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure. Li, you must have more to convey, for you are not one to reveal John Garrett's secrets without cause. Ah, you see through me? Li Chengfeng chuckled. Have you heard of the Insight program? Nick Fury mentioned it to me when establishing the Tahiti project, but it was suspended during the last FBI internal turmoil. Oh, Stark visited the FBI, and under Nick Fury's persuasion, he enhanced the 3 helicarriers in the Insight fleet. They will soon be operational. But the risks of the Insight program are too great. If the algorithms are altered, it could transform from a protective shield into a weapon for slaughtering civilians. Li Chengfeng waved his hand dismissively. Do not fret. The Insight program is genuine, but it also serves as bait to ensnare Hydra. Ashita, Coulson's mind raced. Are you implying that after the last internal strife in the FBI, Hydra has once again infiltrated the organization? Indeed, the previous turmoil was merely a ruse by Hydra to safeguard their interests. Li Chengfeng laid bare the entirety of the plan. This time, we have taken the initiative to set the stage, using the Insight program as bait to lure in the main forces of Hydra, aiming to capture them all at once. The mission of Coulson's team is to safeguard the fridge, which serves as the Bureau's most confidential repository, enticing Hydra second only to the Insight program. Chapter 80. The meeting of 2 captains, the Lemurian Star. 3 days later, above the Indian Ocean, 50 kilometers from the Lemurian Star. Li Chengfeng, you young man of 25. Here to deceive. Here to ambush. What do you think of notifying me, the director, only after the plan has been fully launched? Is that appropriate? Not at all. Ah, I merely thought you would understand my intentions. It seems my significance in your eyes is rather limited. Li Chengfeng, reclining with his legs crossed, gazed at the ominous clouds in the night sky, effortlessly reciting the words of Nick Fury. Stop diverting the topic. Ahem, do you want the truth? Li Chengfeng chuckled. Is it not because you, as the director, are constantly monitored by that ridiculous World Security Council? I'm baffled as to why you Americans pay heed to that council at all. Our Chief Tao has never bothered with those foolish politicians. This is a decision made by Alexander Pierce. He believes the Bureau requires oversight. But he is Hydra. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, the last internal strife within the Bureau was orchestrated by him. Think about it. Was it not from that moment that the American Bureau began to feel constrained? Indeed, it was him, Nick Fury muttered, then immediately raised his voice. In any case, once this matter concludes, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. All right. Just don't forget to put on a show in front of Alexander Pierce. Li Chengfeng replied, cutting off the video call before any expletives could escape from the receiver. After checking the time and setting the autopilot, he emerged from the soundproof cockpit. His expression shifted from the mischievous grin he wore during the video call with Nick Fury to one of urgent seriousness. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was even graver than his own expression. The entire combat team of agents dared not utter a word, holding their breath. The 2 individuals referred to as captains were locked in a gaze, each scrutinizing the other. Steve Rogers looked at Captain Carter with disbelief. Though Captain Carter was relatively restrained, her pupils mirrored a tumultuous storm. Both had lost the connection they once shared, and their meeting, while shocking, seemed devoid of deeper emotions. After all, they were no longer longing for the same person. Skye felt profoundly uncomfortable in this peculiar atmosphere, her habitual awkwardness resurfacing. Upon seeing Li Chengfeng emerge, she hurriedly moved closer. Did you perhaps go a bit too far this time? Is it really all right to have the 2 captains meet directly? Captain Carter is one thing, but Steve has only just begun to come to terms with having slept for half a century. Relax. If he cannot handle this minor matter, he would not have become Captain America. Li Chengfeng smiled, his inner strength far surpassing what one might imagine. However, the atmosphere could not persist in this manner, as it was, after all, a professional setting. With a sharp clap of his hands, he stood up, directing everyone's attention solely to himself. I am Li Chengfeng, a Level 7 agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau and the commanding officer of this operation to rescue the Lemurian Star. Skye, please synchronize the mission information for everyone. He instructed. Skye nodded, deftly operating his personal terminal, and a series of data appeared on the large screen. The Lemurian Star, a satellite launch vessel of the Joint Investigation Bureau, had been commandeered by a band of 48 pirates. They were armed with sophisticated automatic weapons, and 6 of them were equipped with individual grenade launchers. The leader of this group was George Bartok, a world-class mercenary with a notorious criminal record. Suffice it to say, he was a ruthless individual, known for his penchant for violence. The pirates had boarded the ship 93 minutes ago while it was launching its final satellite. Steve Rogers glanced at the information displayed on the screen and inquired of Skye, what is the ransom these pirates are demanding? $1.5 billion. But this vessel belongs to the Joint Investigation Bureau, Skye replied. So once again, we are cleaning up Nick Fury's mess? Steve shook his head in resignation, then looked at the hostage list, suddenly frowning. Sidlewell? Isn't he an agent in charge of human resources? What is he doing on the launch vessel? Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Sidlewell? Although he indeed appeared on that ship in the original narrative, wasn't he eliminated by Grant Ward? What could this mean? Had Grant Ward lied to him? It seemed implausible. Given Grant Ward's caution, he would not risk such a deception. The cost of misleading Li Chengfeng was far too high, one that he could neither afford nor desire to incur. Thus, eliminating Sidlewell would be the most straightforward, efficient, and secure course of action. However, Sidlewell's death had gone unnoticed for days, suggesting that this new Sidlewell must have been an immediate replacement, seamlessly filling the void without raising any suspicions. But who could it be? Surely not Mystique. The mutants were already allies. Skrulls? Or perhaps certain operatives skilled in disguise. It seemed imperative to confront this Sidlewell once on board. With this thought in mind, Li Chengfeng promptly began to outline the operation. Captain Rogers and Captain Carter. You will clear the pirates from the decks on either side of the Remilius Star. The rest of you will parachute to the stern, infiltrate, and rescue the hostages. Sky. Provide backup. Infiltrate and disable the security systems of the Remilius Star. As for me, I will proceed directly inside to shut down the engines and clear the entry points to facilitate the rescue team. If everyone understands, prepare to commence the operation. Having finalized the mission plan, the transport aircraft hovered above the Remilius Star. At that moment, an agent from the combat team approached Li Chengfeng, extending his hand and stating, Agent Li Chengfeng, I will be leading this elite combat team. Who might you be? Agent Maria Hill, a level 9 operative, revealed her face by removing the mask that had concealed it. Her impeccably neat bob hair framed her features perfectly. I believe this is our first encounter, isn't it? It is an honor to finally meet you, said Li Chengfeng, extending his hand for a handshake. Your physique and beauty are hardly inferior to those of any goddess from Asgard. I shall take that as a compliment, Maria Hill replied, holding a favorable impression of Li Chengfeng, which was no surprise given her role as the commander of this battle team. The rescue team will be under your command, she stated. I shall obey your orders. I am but a level 7 agent, and you're a level 9. There is no need for such formality, Li Chengfeng responded, somewhat awkwardly. After all, level 9 agents are only second to Nick Fury, making her effectively his superior. Donotist, who in the Joint Task Force truly considers you merely a level 7 agent. Anyone who does must have had their head struck by a mule. Maria Hill waved her hand dismissively. It is common knowledge that you, Li Chengfeng, are among the top-tier combatants not only in the American Bureau, but throughout the entire Joint Task Force. Your designation as a level 7 agent has become little more than a facade. Thank you for the kind words, Li Chengfeng said, and after their pleasantries, they arrived at the parachuting point. Very well, let us proceed. With a single command from Li Chengfeng, the two team leaders were the first to leap into action. Just like in the original narrative, from hundreds of meters above, they disdainfully eschewed parachutes, leaping directly from the aircraft, startling the elite agents of the combat team. Do not mind them. They have always preferred to jump without parachutes, Li Chengfeng chuckled, addressing the agents. Do these two leaders not consider the perspectives of the ordinary agents? Hold off on the jump for a moment to avoid clashing with the deck clearance. Li Chengfeng advised the rescue team as he stood at the door of the aircraft. Without further ado, he leaned back and jumped from the transport plane. The others gasped, but soon they heard an incantation echoing in a rhythmic cadence. Boiling blood, crimson fury, drawn from the cold remains, deep grievances forged in the crucible of vengeance, pave your path to the underworld. Red light transformation. As Li Chengfeng transformed into a streak of red light soaring toward the Lemuria starship, Sky smirked and remarked, "Isn't it you who fails to consider the perspectives of the agents? Have you seen him? I lost contact with him the moment we started. I too am unable to reach him, but given his capabilities, he is unlikely to be in peril." At that moment, while the two leaders conversed, a shadow suddenly emerged behind them, and a vicious, swift kick aimed directly at Steve Rogers' neck was unleashed. The force and speed were lethal in intent. The assailant was none other than George Bartok, a notorious mercenary who had evaded capture for far too long. Meanwhile, all surveillance footage aboard the Lemuria starship had been replaced with home goods commercials and episodes of Crayon Shinchan. Witnessing such a scene, even George Bartok understood that the Lemuria starship had been breached. He realized it was time for him to act. Upon ascending to the deck, they chanced upon a conversation between Steve Rogers and Captain Carter. George Bartok, a seasoned mercenary whose primary focus was on assassination, opted for a stealthy preemptive strike, targeting the SHIELD operative Steve Rogers. The plan seemed sound. However, it would be prudent not to devise another. All right, there won't be a next time. In the instant of his ambush, George Bartok found himself thwarted by the two super soldiers, leading to a brutal 2-on-1 confrontation. "Dare you challenge me to a fair duel?" he gasped, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life while still attempting to maintain bravado. You rely on sheer numbers and that shield of yours. Huh. When I was fighting, your parents were mere zygotes. In the heat of battle, Steve Rogers unleashed a torrent of traditional exclamations, interspersed with a few choice German curses. Captain Carter cast an approving glance towards him. Indeed, what veteran doesn't hurl insults? She concurred. In their daily lives, they may temper their personas, but on the battlefield, they spoke as they pleased. The pair then approached a locked door, the entrance to the control room of the entire Lemuria. With a decisive strike, Captain Carter shattered the doorknob and pushed the door open, only to collide with Li Chengfeng, who was engrossed in copying intelligence. Oops, this seems rather awkward, he remarked. Captain, would you believe I was merely slacking off? Chapter 81, Mars Hunter, Ron Rons. Steve Rogers stepped forward and gazed at the large screen in the control room, observing a progress bar advancing slowly. Li Chengfeng smacked his lips, believing that a performance should be thorough, as he was a purist in the art of acting. Thus, he orchestrated a grand heist aboard the Lemuria. However, he anticipated that he would inadvertently take over Black Widow's role. In his conception, after Steve Rogers and Captain Carter had swept the deck, they would not venture into this control room, as the odds of them arriving at the door were exceedingly slim. Yet reality proved otherwise. They indeed arrived in a most fortuitous manner, both captains entering simultaneously. The difference was that while Steve Rogers posed a question, he expressed little skepticism towards Li Chengfeng's actions. Rescuing hostages is the task of the rescue team, and you too. Although I am the overall commander, I have other responsibilities to attend to, and I hope you both understand. Oh, I'm indifferent to what tasks you must fulfill, Steve Rogers waved his hand. On the battlefield, we must focus solely on our own duties. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Is this how Captain America conducts himself in this world? Although the captain possessed the integrity to wield Thor's hammer, his approach lacked maturity. The individual before him evidently grasped a fundamental truth. Every agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau had executed numerous clandestine missions unbeknownst to others. Quite normal. Captain Carter remained silent, scrutinizing Li Chengfeng. The crimson uniform is rather impressive. Captain Carter, please refrain from mocking my attire. Li Chengfeng smirked, admitting that he was not particularly fond of such form-fitting battle gear, yet he could not deny its practicality. The progress bar advanced swiftly, and before long, the data transfer was complete. He removed the external hard drive and activated the communicator. Maria Hill here, Commander. Please provide your instructions. How is the rescue operation proceeding? The remaining enemies guarding the hostages have been eliminated, and the hostages are now completely safe. Aside from a few agents sustaining minor injuries during resistance, there have been no fatalities. Is Sitwell available? Have him come to the deck to meet me. Understood. I will relay the order immediately. After ending the communication with Maria Hill, Li Chengfeng nodded at the two captains, signaling for them to follow him. Exiting the control room, Steve Rogers casually hoisted the barely conscious George Bartok from the ground. Upon reaching the deck, they observed the rescue team apprehending the incapacitated pirates. Moments later, a shiny yet somewhat disheveled bald man emerged from the cabin. Agents, thank you for your timely rescue, but I require access to the data on this launch platform. As per Nick Fury's directive, Agent U. Steve Rogers produced a lighter from the storage belt of his combat suit and handed it to Li Chengfeng. Although he never smoked, the lighter had always been an essential survival tool. It's a good habit. Steve Rogers and Captain Carter did not accompany him, indicating that this matter was not suitable for their involvement. The two newly inducted super soldiers began assisting the rescue team in transporting the defeated pirates. As senior agents, we are aware that Nick Fury implements a segmented management system for mission information, so it is unlikely you will comprehend my task. It would be prudent for you to cooperate. Otherwise, you may find it challenging to explain yourself to Nick Fury. Li Chengfeng led the imposter Sitwell into the shadows behind the launch shaft, during which the foe Sitwell attempted to persuade him. At first, Li Chengfeng dismissed the ramblings, allowing them to flow in one ear and out the other. Be quiet. Imposter. Sitwell is dead, and I was the one who ordered his demise. Are you attempting to impersonate him before me as some kind of joke? If all goes as expected, you should have discovered his corpse by chance, and, needing an identity, disposed of it and assumed his form. Li Chengfeng maintained a calm gaze upon the imposter, yet was taken aback when he noticed the other's expression remained unperturbed. Sitwell exhibited no intent to resist, nor did he revert to his true appearance. You seem quite knowledgeable about the shape-shifting races in the universe. Fair enough. Li Chengfeng observed the lack of reaction, retrieving the lighter with his other hand. Seeing this, don't you wish to say something? At last, the expression of the imposter Sitwell changed. Li Chengfeng unhesitatingly ignited his lighter, bringing it close to Sitwell. In an instant, The part near the flame transformed into a vibrant green. Oh, a green Martian, indeed? Sitwell sighed, and after becoming incorporeal, he broke free from Li Chengfeng's grasp. The moment he landed on the ground, he had already assumed a different appearance. Agent Li, our initial encounter is rather unfriendly, isn't it? The Last Martian Hunter, Ron Rons. Chapter 82. It's time for the big goods. Ron Rons was perplexed. Why did this young agent Li Chengfeng not only know his name, but also recognize him as the Last Martian? In light of this, his knowledge of discerning Martians through fire seemed less extraordinary. After arriving on Earth, Ron Rons had been constantly changing identities. He had traveled through several countries before ultimately deciding to settle in Washington. On his very first night in Washington, he stumbled upon the slain Sitwell. Though he managed to replicate a fragment of Sitwell's memory through telepathy at the moment of the latter's last breath, the memory was incomplete. He only grasped the events of the past few days. After much contemplation, Ron Rons chose to assume Sitwell's identity. Thus, he found himself aboard the Lemuria, undertaking the final task embedded in his memory. To his astonishment, not only was he exposed as a false Sitwell, but his own identity was also thoroughly investigated. Absurd. Moreover, this agent Li Chengfeng, who had seen through his disguise, was remarkably strong. It was the first time Ron Rons encountered such a formidable earthling. It is important to note that even in their ordinary state, Martian hunters could effortlessly lift objects weighing 100 tons. In a fully enhanced state, their strength could rival that of the formidable Kansas brute. Yet, despite this, he found himself pinned against the wall by agent Li Chengfeng. As a Martian, one might expect Ron Rons to feel less than comfortable residing on Earth. However, Earth is a beautiful and vibrant planet. Shaking his head, Ron Rons disagreed with Li Chengfeng's assertion. For me, this place has granted me a new lease on life. It is my second homeland, and I shall spare no effort in safeguarding the safety of Earth. Li Chengfeng was not surprised by Ron Rons' attitude. He had merely been testing to see if there were any modifications to this Martian hunter. After all, if nothing unexpected arose, the character of Martian hunters could rival that of the esteemed Superman. Are you aware that the person whose identity you have assumed through transformation is not only a senior agent of the Federal Bureau, but also a member of Hydra? Hydra? Ron Rons furrowed his brow. During his travels, he had lived as a civilian and thus was not well acquainted with such a nefarious organization. Indeed, Hydra, a mysterious and malevolent organization that has existed for millennia. The notorious Nazi Hydra of World War II was merely a branch of Hydra within the vast expanse of history. Li Chengfeng provided a succinct overview of Hydra, an organization whose ultimate objective is global domination. Zitweir, serving as a personnel officer, boarded this vessel to acquire the algorithm for the Insight program, essential for Hydra's next move. However, this algorithm is a fabrication. Li Chengfeng had Skyforged it to lure Hydra into the open. Do you recall to whom Zitweir would report after obtaining the algorithm? Indeed, that person is Alexander Pierce. Ah, the old rascal. Li Chengfeng nodded and placed the portable hard drive into Ronan Ron's hands. If you truly regard Earth as your second homeland, then fulfill this task and deliver it to Alexander Pierce. Can I trust you? If you wish to avoid a world devoid of freedom, under constant threat from the hovering aircraft carriers, it would be prudent to place your trust in me. Li Chengfeng, do you always act without prior consultation? In Nick Fury's office, Li Chengfeng nonchalantly cracked sunflower seeds with white duck egg, while black pickled egg was showing signs of barely contained fury. Li Chengfeng was indifferent to the protocols of prior consultation and other matters, but what was the current situation? Preparing to orchestrate a monumental operation to dismantle Hydra. A vast and malevolent international organization warranted discussion before action. Yet, every step taken had been flawless, leaving him with no grounds for reproach, merely a sense of frustration. Would you cease your seed cracking? We're discussing serious business. What serious business could be more pressing than your sudden maneuvering to entice Tony Stark into enhancing the aircraft carrier? And why deploy a cadre of alluring female agents to distract Stark? Why not have them distract me instead? Ahem. I merely thought Tony Stark seemed rather idle lately and sought to provide him with some engagement. Humph. You clearly have your own mischief in mind. Li Chengfeng Skufa, orchestrating the ascent of 3 weapon-laden aircraft carriers to monitor the movements of the global populace. Was this not a notion stemming from the World Security Council? It seemed rather promising, yet you appear to feel wronged. Li Chengfeng tossed his sunflower seeds at black pickled egg. The World Security Council is nothing but a facade, a monitoring organization created by politicians from various nations seeking to enhance their reputations. It is merely Alexander Pierce's ploy to manipulate the American Bureau by feigning compliance with them. This scoundrel, black pickled egg, You might say he trusts no one, yet he manages his elite agents through division. Conversely, when it comes to trusting others, he nearly had Alexander Pierce reveal himself as Hydra right before his eyes, only to belatedly sense something awry without being able to articulate precisely what it was. So, what are we to do? Nick Fury, devoid of any further patience, could only shrug his shoulders and resign himself to the unfolding events. What shall we do? Let us proceed as planned. Li Chengfeng spoke with a hint of irritation, asserting that to bring about their demise, one must first drive them to madness. If all goes as anticipated, the deceptive algorithm should have already reached their hands, compelling the adversary to muster their forces for a decisive strike, with the intent to supplant the entire American Bureau. Was it not reminiscent of the rebellion within the Joint Investigation Bureau a few years prior? That incident was merely a pretext for strategic retreat, a play to safeguard greater interests. Although Li Chengfeng harbored disdain for the unrefined tactics of Hydra, it is an ancient organization with millennia of operation behind it, and thus, one cannot dismiss the possibility of hidden trump cards. Rather than exhaust oneself in an endeavor to eradicate Hydra globally, it would be far more effective to lure them all into a conflagration where they could be incinerated collectively. Therefore, have the 3 airborne aircraft carriers within the hangar been fully constructed? They shall be completed in 3 days, and the progress is consistently synchronized with Alexander Pierce. Excellent. The trap is set, the bait is laid, and now it is time to prepare the net. Li Chengfeng chuckled to himself, ready for the grand operation. Chapter 83. Captain America, who the hell hit you? And who the hell did you hit? Li Chengfeng had always remained vigilant against Alexander Pierce and the few Hydra operatives whose names he could recall. Yet, they were all cunning foxes with centuries of experience. What were they playing at? Was Alexander Pierce not also wary of Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng? The morning following the incident with the Lemurian star, Li Chengfeng's personal terminal erupted with a flurry of notifications. Hydra had struck preemptively. An ambush had occurred, but Captain Rogers successfully rendezvoused with his team. Hydra had unleashed its full might, not only with the infiltrators within the Joint Investigation Bureau, but also with a substantial number of Hydra soldiers led by numerous Winter Soldiers, mounting an assault on the headquarters. Coulson had already moved to fortify the refrigerator. Sitting on his bed, Li Chengfeng felt an urge to curse, yet he remained surprisingly calm. The star team was fully equipped, and the X-Men were likewise prepared. Hydra was merely a turtle in a jar. However, the 3 airborne aircraft carriers were not due for completion for another 3 days. It appeared that Alexander Pierce had likely streamlined certain functionalities of the carriers to exploit a temporal advantage and catch the Joint Investigation Bureau off guard. Naturally, they were not fools. Moreover, what was this nonsense about dozens of Winter Soldiers? Could Hydra truly summon such a formidable force? Li Chengfeng promptly contacted Tony Stark. Hey Tony, is it time yet? When exactly is it? I just lay down, and Pepper finally relented with my poor back. Damn it, Hydra has made their move. And you're still at home paying taxes? What? The airborne aircraft carriers won't be ready for another 2 or 3 days? Alexander Pierce probably can't wait that long. He must have cut corners on some functionalities and materials. In any case, since they took the bait early, we shall gather the net ahead of schedule. Damn it, I can't even catch a breather after paying my dues. I must personally deliver a punch to that Alexander Pierce. You head over to meet Nick Fury and Steve Rogers. I've sent you their coordinates. Li Chengfeng concluded the call and transitioned from the bedroom to the living room, where he discovered that the team had already assembled. The trio from Asgard appeared particularly composed, as this locale was not their homeland. For them, this mission was merely one of many to come, rather unremarkable. Captain Carter, a seasoned veteran, also adapted swiftly to the situation. Her timeline was similarly engaged in combating Hydra, and a hint of lethal intent flickered in her gaze. In contrast, the siblings Wanda and Pietro felt somewhat disoriented, confronting a formidable challenge on their inaugural joint task. Ada Wong and Harley Quinn had already coordinated all urgent information, although there were insiders aiding the enemy at the Bureau Academy. Today coincidentally marked a day when Professor X was delivering a major philosophy lecture, ensuring that all trainees were present and thus alleviating concerns regarding combat readiness. However, to be prudent, the main forces of the X-Men were en route to the Bureau Academy. Coulson's team had successfully sealed off the Sandbox research base and was currently heading to the fridge to establish defenses, while John Garrett was leading Hydra soldiers toward the same destination. The central command of AmeriCorp was essentially compromised, with agents, under the leadership of Maria Hill and Natasha Romanoff, engaging in guerrilla warfare to buy time, though the airborne aircraft carrier was preparing for takeoff. Upon finishing, both individuals directed their gaze toward Li Chengfeng. It was now the turn of the Starlight Squad to take action. Li Chengfeng nodded and promptly began to allocate tasks. The Asgardian trio, as the most formidable force, was assigned to eliminate Hydra's active personnel on the periphery due to their excessive destructive potential. And you? Inquired Harley Quinn, nodding yet seeking clarification from Li Chengfeng. I shall address the source of the problem, he replied. Until we meet again, my pudding. Until we meet again, little madwoman. At the top of AmeriCorp. In a conference room originally designated for a remote World Security Council meeting, high-ranking politicians from various nations had finally arrived in person. However, their expressions had shifted from one of smug satisfaction during their journey to a grim demeanor. Wasn't there supposed to be a permanent solution to crime? Why was that damned Alexander Pierce attempting to eliminate them as well? Did he aspire to control the entire world? His ambitions appeared excessively grandiose. At this moment, Alexander Pierce believed he had the situation firmly in hand and was even leisurely conversing with the assembled politicians. Consider this. If your homeland faced such an invasion, with your parents and daughters herded into the largest local stadium for execution, all you would need to do is press this button, and these 3 aircraft carriers would make those invaders vanish instantly. I do not need your button. The individual conversing with Pierce was evidently a hawk, resolute and uncompromising. He was the sole member of the World Security Council to oppose the Insight program. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Hydra's subpar recruitment rhetoric fell short. In circumstances like these, their typical recourse was to resort to execution. The most effective and succinct way to eliminate dissent is for the janitor to work an extra shift. Clearly, Alexander Pierce had contemplated this notion as he seized a handgun from the Hydra agent trailing behind him and aimed it at the hawkish politician. How ironic it is that Alexander Pierce, who once declined the Nobel Peace Prize, is now poised to eliminate a foreign statesman. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a voice unexpectedly emerged from his side. Though it was a youthful tone, it was anything but pleasant to Alexander Pierce's ears, ranking among the most unwelcome sounds at that moment. The owner of this voice had been consistently thwarting Hydra's schemes since arriving in America. At the instant the voice rang out, several elite Hydra agents accompanying him collapsed to the ground. Some had their spines snapped barehanded, others were pierced through the forehead by searing beams, and a few were charred to ash by bolts of lightning. The most tragic among them was seized by the man's grip. A torrent of furious blood and flames gushing from his mouth, leaving no remnants behind. After effortlessly executing this violent display, Li Chengfeng disregarded the terrified gazes of those around him, placing a hand on Pierce's shoulder and playfully tugging at the sagging skin of his jaw. It's a pleasure to meet you, Alexander Pierce. I am Li Chengfeng, the calamity that has befallen you. Just as Alexander attempted to respond, Li Chengfeng swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth, the sharp pain causing him to gasp. Maintaining this grip, another flippant voice broke through moments later. Alexander Pierce, I initially thought you were a decent fellow, but Hydra? My friend, let's not go there. My late father, who departed this world a bit too early, often reminded me that Hydra brings nothing but harm to the world. At this juncture, Tony Stark entered the room, resplendent in his gleaming new Mark X armor, accompanied by a stoic one-eyed black egg. Oh, Nick Fury. When Li Chengfeng first informed me that you were Hydra, I believed him, as I had uncovered some clues myself. But as a friend, I held on to hope that you had merely strayed from the righteous path. Strayed from the righteous path? Li Chengfeng released his grip, prompting Alexander Pierce to chuckle. Since the kidnapping in Bogota, I've come to a stark realization. This world is perilous. Terrorist attacks, armed coercion, even missile bombardments. These threats could shatter our lives at any moment, sacrificing 2 million lives to save 7 billion. It is an exceedingly profitable venture. It merely hinges on whether you have the audacity to take that step. Should you take that step, a new world awaits. But I lack the courage to refrain from taking it. Li Chengfeng was currently dismantling all confidentiality agreements with the Bureau. The Bureau has never feared exposure to the light of day, yet that cadre of shadowy manipulators, the Hydra worms, certainly harbored a different perspective. Li Chengfeng, do you not perceive the peril you are courting? You, Nick Fury, Black Widow, Maria Hill, all of you agents of the Bureau. Who among you is devoid of a shadowy past? Are you now truly prepared to be scrutinized by the entire world? Unlocking this requires 2 alpha-level executives. May I borrow your iris, perchance? Oh, Pierce, of course. I mean for you to willingly accompany Fury to effectuate the unlocking, rather than me having to sever your head and place it upon the panel. You know, I possess a rather timid disposition and cannot abide such sanguinary spectacles. Li Chengfeng brusquely shoved this desperate old man. Hypocritical beast. Among the 2 million you speak of sacrificing, surely you do not count yourself among them. Old fool. In the end, you Hydra wretches are of such ilk. Sever 1 head and 2 grow in its place. It is merely greed that drives you forth. For the sacrifices you so readily speak of will never befall your own selves. With that, he forcefully pressed Pierce against the iris unlocking panel. Meanwhile, Nick Fury removed his eye patch and scanned the dilapidated iris of that withered eye. Encryption unlocked. Confidentiality agreement rescinded. Stark, you shall now join the battle alongside the captain. He moved to the window and smashed through the double-layered bulletproof glass, designed to withstand high-explosive grenades. Then he soared into the air. Damn, fighting is one thing. But how do we discern friend from foe? Hydra infiltrators are still clad in your Bureau's uniforms. Skye had already sent the list of Hydra members to Jarvis. Concerning those latent agents lacking documentation, Steve Rogers interjected, eager to unleash his fury, dragging Stark through the door. Howard's boy, remember this. On the battlefield, do not concern yourself with anything. Whoever throws a punch at you, you retaliate against them. Chapter 84 Hulk. Smash. Within a clandestine chamber in New York, Gideon Malik, Hull White, Cynthia Schmidt, Baron Zemo, Dr. Faustus, and Madame Hydra were seated around a grand circular table, the emblem of Hydra prominently displayed at its center. Alexander Pierce had been apprehended at the America headquarters, while Baron Strack was captured in Latvia, and Hive was currently engaged in a game of survival on some unknown planet. The individuals seated here constituted the remaining leaders of Hydra. Where is John Garrett? Madame Hydra inquired first. God knows what this opportunist is concocting to save his own skin. Since Cynthia adjusted her glaring red hair, intelligence indicated that he had led forces originally meant to assault the America headquarters to the Bureau's top-secret storage facility, likely aware of some relic therein that could extend his life. Such a character need not be concerned about. He was already slated for exclusion, merely spared due to his senior agent status within the Bureau, relying on high-level Bureau access to obtain information and masquerade as a prophet. Upon hearing this, he laughed heartily in his laboratory for a solid half hour. Alas, let John Garrett be. What on earth led to Strack's capture? Was it not said that he had already negotiated terms with the dictator of Latvia? Whitehall adjusted his glasses, his sinister gaze concealed behind the reflective lenses. What are the biochemically deranged individuals once belonging to the Umbrella Corporation? Do they still align with us? They seem perpetually ensconced in that small Eastern European nation, engrossed in research. Let's not dwell on such trifles. The paramount concern now is to seize control of the American Bureau and launch the 3 airborne aircraft carriers from the inside hangar. While we may not truly dominate the world, we shall acquire the capability to negotiate with it. As Dr. Faust spoke, he activated several large, 3-dimensional screens, displaying the current state of the front lines. The situation is indeed far from optimistic. Since the agent named Li Chengfeng was seconded from the Republic, the American Bureau's strength has surged, and even with undercover operatives among us, we have been unable to gather substantial intelligence. The gravity of Dr. Faust's words was not lost on anyone present. The reason for unfreezing and dispatching the numerous winter soldiers, hidden away for years, was due to our utter inability to gauge the depths of the Bureau. Yet the allure of the Insight Project was too great, compelling us to risk everything. Victory would grant us the coveted ticket to divide the world. Defeat would plunge us back into the familiar shadows of Hydra's lurking phase. Observing the Bureau Academy, one cannot help but question the emergence of so many superhumans. I know Nick Fury recruited a handful of gifted individuals, but this is essentially a veritable army of superpowered beings. The 1,000 Hydra soldiers we dispatched are insufficient to contend with them. Now, turning to the Bureau's internal dynamics, Maria Hill and Black Widow have staunchly resisted, but why? Upon the entry of a few elite agents and Iron Man into the fray, did they suddenly begin to retaliate? The scenes displayed across the screens are harrowing. On the far right, the young superheroes and mutants from the Bureau Academy are charging into the fray, wreaking havoc. Ironically, the X-Men, ostensibly concerned for the safety of the Academy's children, have refrained from engaging. Instead, they form a wide perimeter, each with a notebook in hand, seemingly grading the students' performance. The center screen, however, presents even more distressing imagery. The trio of Asgardian siblings confront Hydra's forces with such overwhelming force that slaughter seems a fitting description. Particularly, Hellas' necromantic powers are a veritable game-changer on this vast battlefield. Not only do the fallen rise again, but their sheer numbers seem to multiply, further escalating the intimidation factor. Just moments ago, a comrade who collapsed beside her now stands unsteadily, only to rush back into the fray. The visual and psychological impact is sufficient to shatter the resolve of any Hydra soldier. Conversely, the battle displayed on the left screen within the Bureau is relatively balanced. But that is merely a comparative statement. From above, Tony Stark and Steve Rogers descended like tigers into a flock of sheep. especially as Steve's furious expletives reverberated across the battlefield, rendering each utterance mute-worthy for television. Commanded by the astute Ada Wong, the 5 members of the Star Squad advanced with Captain Carter and Harley Quinn leading the charge, while Wanda served as the heart of the team and Pietro executed a sweeping clearance, their pace surpassing even that of Captain Mustache and Captain Honeylips. Despite our utmost efforts to overestimate the hidden combat capabilities of the Bureau, we found ourselves underestimating them in the end. Madame Hydra sighed. As the current supreme leader of Hydra, she was compelled to make a perilous decision. Release the Super Winter Soldier. Are you serious? We cannot control the Super Winter Soldier, even among ourselves. Even if we win this battle, how do we contain him again? Do we have any choice? Madame Hydra pointed at the Asgardian trio dominating the battlefield. Only those 2 monsters can turn the tide now. We have already incurred immense costs. We must succeed. Failure is not an option. I refuse to enter a dormant phase like after World War II, even if it costs me my life. She slammed her fist onto the conference table, her powerful figure clad in a green bodysuit trembling with the force of the blow. Yet, none of the other leaders dared to appreciate the display. Since the defeat and elimination of Red Skull in World War II, Madame Hydra had become the supreme commander of Hydra. Everything about her remained a mystery. All the Hydra leaders knew was that she possessed eternal youth. As you wish, Whitehall nodded, picking up the communicator. Deploy the Super Winter Soldier to the front lines. Repeat. Deploy the Super Winter Soldier to the front lines. After the communication ended, soon the large screen displaying the front lines status revealed 2 transport planes, each carrying a massive cryogenic chamber containing Winter Soldiers. They were subsequently dropped onto the battlefield with a thunderous crash, naturally capturing the attention of the Asgardian trio. In the next moment, the doors of the 2 cryogenic chambers were blasted open. One clad in green and the other in red, 2 colossal figures emerged, dressed in Winter Soldier uniforms. Hulk! Smash! Chapter 85. The big guy the sun is setting. Gasp! Loki shuddered inexplicably upon seeing the 2 giant figures. What an unpleasant sensation. A voice in his mind warned him to avoid close proximity to them. Otherwise, the reputation of the god of deception would be irreparably tarnished. Odin above, 2 monsters that surpass the frost giants. Thor smashed an unknown Winter Soldier into the ground with a mighty blow, unable to extract him. Then lifted his gaze to the 2 gamma monsters in the distance, unable to stifle his astonishment. Even Hela, the strongest among the Asgardian siblings, furrowed her brow. These 2 monsters are formidable. Though lacking the enigmatic abilities of a celestial being, in terms of energy levels and physical prowess, she stands on par with such divine entities, perhaps even surpassing them in sheer strength. This realization instantaneously ignited Hela's primal desire for combat, characteristic of a conqueror from the 9 realms. Hela, you have witnessed those 2 monstrosities, have you not? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Li Chengfeng, emerging from the rooftop of the Joint Investigation Bureau, descended beside Hela. At this moment, he remained in his crimson transformation, with tendrils of blood flames swirling around him. They are all mine, even as my goddess. I shall not allow you to claim my adversaries. My dear Lord of the Gods, do not even think about it. One for each of us. Li Chengfeng grinned mischievously at Hela. That green one belongs to me. Was he attempting to deliberately draw my attention? An intriguing man, indeed. He has succeeded. Hela recited what seemed to be quotes from some social media platform. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they aligned perfectly with her demeanor. After all, the ruler of Asgard could indeed be considered a formidable figure. Thor, eager to contend with the Crimson Beast, hesitated upon receiving a piercing glare from his elder sister. He resigned himself to assisting Loki in dispatching the lesser foes. What a jest! Although Asgard does not strictly adhere to the notion of elder sisters as maternal figures, there exists an inherent bloodline pressure. Most critically, Hela's fists were undeniably formidable. As the younger brother, even with utmost effort, he would merely remain in her shadow. Sigh. Thor exhaled deeply, finding solace in the thought that powerful adversaries would emerge in the future. Turning his gaze to Loki, who appeared lost in thought not far away, Thor accelerated towards him. He playfully delivered a light smack to Loki's head. Ouch. Thor, why did you hit me? You scheming little brother. Shouldn't we be continuing our sweep against those nefarious Hydra minions together? Such is the nature of familial dynamics. When bullied by their elder sister, thoughts of revenge should be cast aside. It suffices to vent frustrations on the younger brother. To be frank, Li Chengfeng held a degree of respect for the Hydra of this world. They were significantly more formidable than their counterparts in the original narrative. In that tale, Hydra was portrayed as an ancient and powerful evil organization, yet their actual performance was consistently lackluster, particularly in terms of high-level combat capabilities, often treating the Winter Soldier as a prized asset. One could assert that Hydra, much like their celebrated Winter Soldier, only possessed strength in theory. However, the Hydra of this realm not only managed to exploit a time gap to catch Li Chengfeng off guard, but could also unleash an overwhelming force. The combat prowess of dozens of Winter Soldiers was quite substantial. Had they not encountered the trio of Asgardian siblings and those unruly youngsters from the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, they might have indeed succeeded in incapacitating an entire nation within the few hours outlined in the Winter Soldier's narrative. Additionally, the sheer number of Hydra soldiers deployed was unprecedented. It is evident that their ambition to achieve a decisive victory mirrored Li Chengfeng's own aspirations. What astonished Li Chengfeng the most was that Hydra had managed to create two Super Winter Soldiers by manipulating the Winter Soldier himself, Hulk and Red Hulk. Li Chengfeng pondered why such iconic heroes had remained in the shadows for so long, only to discover that they had fallen into Hydra's clutches. While the combat prowess of the Hulks was indeed formidable, they shared a common vulnerability to mental influence and manipulation. Hydra, excelling in psychological control and brainwashing, was adept at exploiting this weakness. Thus, after incurring a certain cost, capturing Hulk and Red Hulk was not entirely surprising. It was even conceivable that the price paid had not been exorbitant, considering that neither Hulk nor Red Hulk maintained their monstrous forms at all times. Bruce Banner, a mere scientist devoid of physical prowess, and General Ross, though a two-star general in the U.S. Air Force, posed little threat to Hydra. Nonetheless, the release of a creature like Hulk signified that Hydra was making a desperate final effort. If Hulk was not considered trump card, Li Chengfeng could scarcely imagine what other aces Hydra might hold. Perhaps the malevolent god Thawne? However, such a deity, on par with Gaia, would hardly be roused by the machinations of a mere Hydra. Hulk! Smash! An unrestrained fury and ferocity radiated from the green giant clad in the Winter Soldier uniform. Moreover, this Hulk exhibited some rudimentary combat techniques, indicating that even Hulk had absorbed certain skills from his training as a Winter Soldier. I shall spare you this time. The enchanting Hela, as I cannot allow my goddess to come to harm, especially not to that exquisite visage. Do you understand? As you command, my god king. Li Chengfeng gestured respectfully to Hela before the two soared towards their respective titans. This marked Li Chengfeng's first encounter with Hulk. Despite having enhanced his physical attributes through Loki's influence, he remained uncertain whether he could withstand a direct clash. Thus, he opted to activate his diamond form in the unstoppable embodiment of power. Hulk! Feast upon my super flying shoulder charge. With a surge of speed and the unstoppable embodiment of power, Li Chengfeng collided with Hulk, propelling them both several dozen kilometers away to the outskirts. In that fleeting moment of contact, he cast a glance towards Hela, and indeed, they shared a tacit understanding. Hela also discreetly chose to lead Red Hulk away from the thronging battlefield. Both recognized that battling a creature of such magnitude would entail extensive collateral damage. Although Hulk was caught off guard by Li Chengfeng's assault, his monstrous reflexes allowed him to retaliate promptly. Clenching his fists, Hulk swung at Li Chengfeng's back in an attempt to thwart the charge. However, the unstoppable embodiment of power was in effect, even absorbing a heavy blow. Li Chengfeng successfully hurled Hulk into a valley in the outskirts. Li Chengfeng rolled out of the crater created by the collision, grimacing as he stretched his waist. Damn it! Hulk targeted my lower back right from the start. If I am to be scorned by the young ladies in my squad in the future, it shall all be blamed on Hulk. Yet, what does one manage Hulk? Li Chengfeng pondered briefly, and a rather dubious idea immediately crept into his mind. He observed Hulk emerging from the meteorite pit. Though his Winter Soldier uniform was somewhat tattered, he remained as vigorous as ever. Moreover, his anger had escalated. Nabartalas Li Chengfeng, adjusting his voice to a calm and gentle tone, addressed him. Hey big guy, the sun is about to set. He extended his hand towards Hulk, signaling his harmlessness and goodwill. In that moment, Hulk displayed a look of confusion, gradually approaching and placing his enormous palm over Li Chengfeng's hand, before revealing a mischievous grin. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng felt an overwhelming force pulling him as he was slammed to the ground repeatedly. Damn, Loki's physical prowess. It's a curse. And this Hulk can even play tricks? Has the big oaf taken an interest in military strategy? Although Li Chengfeng swiftly manifested a barrier with his Red Lantern energy. Averting injury, he lamented the impulsive decision to engage in such wicked antics. Meanwhile, at the main battlefield in Washington, a surge of exhilaration surged through Loki. Yes, this is the feeling. I absolutely adore this war. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction washed over him. as if a long-anticipated retribution was finally being exacted upon the mercenary Li Chengfeng. Chapter 86. The Dual Lanterns of Red and Green, instantaneously defeating Hulk. You, my friend, are not foolish at all. Hulk. Clever. The little fellow. Foolish. Huh. By the heavens, my temper. Li Chengfeng rolled up his sleeves. But a sudden epiphany flashed through his mind. Wait a moment. Was that Hulk just now the one brainwashed by the Winter Soldier? Why does he seem so much more intelligent than the Hulk in the original narrative? One might think that the Winter Soldier could assimilate intelligence, reducing IQ 180 to IQ 50. Of course, that is impossible. Thus, Hulk, you weren't truly hypnotized by Hydra, were you? Hulk does not comprehend your words. Hulk is Hulk. The Winter Soldier. Li Chengfeng was left in disbelief. Where did this 3-meter-tall, green, muscle-bound child come from? Who knew the Winter Soldier's tongue was so sharp? However, Li Chengfeng was disinclined to engage in a war of words with this green behemoth. In a fit of rage, crimson light shot skyward, and vengeful flames erupted from his 7 orifices. The outward manifestation of the furious Red Lantern was far more conspicuous than the will of the Green Lantern. After all, why is the Green Lantern a hero while the Red Lantern is deemed a villain? In terms of intimidation, the Red Lantern surely reigns supreme among the 7 lights. Sensing the terrifying blood flames radiating from Li Chengfeng, Hulk's primal instincts alerted him to danger. Monster! Hulk! Smash! Without hesitation, Hulk leapt high, channeling immense force towards Li Chengfeng. The classic initiation of the Green Giant. Yet this time, it proved ineffective. The barrier manifested by the wrathful red light absorbed the force capable of demolishing a tank. The manifestation of the Red Lantern's fury is a rare phenomenon, particularly in the original text. Even the founder of the Red Lantern Corps, Atrocitus, initially refrained from utilizing such manifestations. The primary reason lies in the fact that the Red Lanterns, in their wrath, obliterate their humanity, ultimately reduced to mere vessels of pure rage and hatred, devoid of reason, knowing only battle and destruction. Yet, manifestation necessitates ample intellect and imagination to be ignited. Although the Red Lantern ring created by Li Chengfeng does not possess these nefarious effects, the current Red Lantern energy is not solely the pure crimson light of fury. It is instead a fusion of energies from the deep crimson cosmos of Zitarak. Thus, the essence of this energy is inherently more vibrant and volatile, making the condensation required for manifestation significantly more challenging than that of the Green Lantern ring. Nevertheless, this has never posed a challenge for Li Chengfeng. Unlike the Green Lantern's willpower, which is driven by the system's Batman will, the seething rage that burns within him is entirely his own. He has always felt that. Compared to the Green Lantern, he is far more suited to the Red Lantern. Bang, bang, bang. The manifested gauntlets, enveloped in blood flames, relentlessly struck against the Hulk, momentarily suppressing the Gamma Behemoth with sheer force. Yet, Li Chengfeng understood that this was merely the beginning. Upon transforming into a Red Lantern, his sensitivity to the emotion of anger peaked. He could distinctly perceive that with each of his successive heavy punches, the Hulk's resistance was steadily increasing. The damage inflicted by each blow remained unchanged, yet the stiffness of the Hulk was diminishing. Scorching. So hot. The Hulk is furious. It seemed that the blood flames of the Red Lantern inflicted even greater pain than the fists themselves. The Hulk was now beginning to counterattack. After 3 punches from Li Chengfeng, the Hulk could retaliate nearly once. Each counter grew increasingly powerful. Li Chengfeng, intrigued by his current limits, refrained from manifesting more lethal weapons and instead engaged in a serious exchange of blows with the Hulk. In his Red Lantern state, while Li Chengfeng maintained a semblance of rationality, he was somewhat prone to losing control. Yet, even in this heightened state, he could not deny that the existence of the Hulk was indeed a glaring anomaly. As anger accumulated, the escalation of his power appeared to possess no known limits. Boom! Eventually, the Hulk not only matched Li Chengfeng's speed, but also exceeded his strength. As Li Chengfeng was propelled backward, he looked at the raging Gamma creature and smiled. Hulk, your might surpasses my expectations. Hulk, strong, little man, not as good as me, not as good as you. Li Chengfeng shook his head, acknowledging that in terms of sheer strength and physical prowess, even the celestial beings would struggle to compare with the Hulk. To defeat the Hulk, one must strike, while his fury has yet to reach an overwhelming crescendo. However, the prospect of vanquishing the Hulk remains exceedingly daunting. Li Chengfeng touched the Green Lantern ring. Although the Ion Shark had not fully recovered, the ring's charge was already sufficient. Let us commence the second round. The daylight shines brightly, while the night remains vast and enigmatic. The malevolent spirits have nowhere to hide. The wicked and treacherous tremble before my divine radiance. The green light endures, illuminating the ages. The will's green light flickers, and the once red emblem upon the chest of the Red Lantern is instantaneously transformed. Although it retains the outward appearance of the Red Lantern, the emblem now glimmers with the mark of the Green Lantern Corps, illuminated by the pulsing green light of will. After acquiring the Red Lantern ring, this marks the first transformation into a dual ring state. Li Chengfeng perceives two distinctly different powers gradually merging under the control of the rings, unleashing an energy far surpassing that of either ring alone. In that fleeting moment, Li Chengfeng is convinced that in the state of dual ring transformation, he possesses the ability to vanquish the current trio of his guardian siblings. Hulk, however, is bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Though he has acquired a modicum of cunning through his training with the Winter Soldier, he remains, at heart, a simple-minded giant. Hey, big guy, this is going to be much more exhilarating than before. Hulk, I'm not afraid of you. You had better not be afraid. Li Chengfeng smiles faintly, extending his hand as the red and green rings emit a blinding brilliance. This time, there is no material manifestation, only the raw energy ignited by pure fury and boundless will. Boom! A violent explosion reverberates through the desolate area. Smoke billows. Yet this time the law of no harm without smoke does not apply. As the dust settles, Li Chengfeng observes the motionless Hulk sprawled on the ground, oozing green blood. A beam of Will's green light scans Hulk's entire body, revealing that, due to the explosion's impact, the majority of Hulk's bones are fractured, with over 80% of his muscles completely torn apart. Astonishingly, Hulk begins to recover almost immediately. Hulk is in pain. Why did you have to pretend to be the Winter Soldier? They say Hulk has eaten too much. They say the Winter Soldier is filling. Chapter 87. Hulk. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. Li Chengfeng gazes at the prostrate Hulk, listening to his pitiful excuses, and feels an overwhelming wave of dizziness. Is this for real? He joined Hydra's Winter Soldier program just to ensure his meals? Although aware that Hulk possesses a near-beastly intellect, this adherence to instinct is rather extreme, isn't it? Is it truly the case that sustenance is paramount? Just to fill his belly, he subjects himself to such inhumane torment? Hulk does not comprehend what inhumane torment entails. It involves physical suffering meant to diminish your will to resist, coupled with brainwashing that reconstructs your worldview, all while being subjected to various forms of electric shocks and pharmaceuticals. Hulk is aware of these things, but they're trivial to him. Amidst Hulk's naive yet self-satisfied laughter, Li Chengfeng feels a sense of relief. Hydra truly is inept. They cannot even breach Hulk's defenses. Yet, as Hulk chuckles, he abruptly shifts his tone, but Banner is afraid. Hulk protects the weakling Banner. Are you implying that, Doctor? Banner has also been coerced into undergoing Winter Soldier-level brainwashing? Banner, unable to control himself, thus Hulk became the dominant force. Li Chengfeng gazed into Hulk's innocent and sincere eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. Bruce Banner always regarded Hulk as a malady he sought to cure, yet when captured by Hydra, it was Hulk who ultimately safeguarded him. What a scoundrel. However, since Hulk was not brainwashed by Hydra, Li Chengfeng pondered, Hulk, if I can ensure you are well fed, would you consider following me? Yet, the little green giant had recently endured great pain, leaving him displeased. Nonetheless, the prospect of ample food and companionship in battle was enticing. Accompany me in combat? Yes. I have a golden retriever, a gentle giant who relishes brawling with strong men. There is also a dashing, cunning fellow with dark hair, whom you can unleash your frustrations upon when you're feeling down. Hulk. Happy. Hulk. Willing. Li Chengfeng wiped away an imaginary bead of cold sweat, a twinge of guilt rising within him. Damn it. Why did convincing Hulk feel akin to enticing a child? Moo. Li Chengfeng. Hurry and release the Red Lantern Furnace. This gentle giant is truly suited to join the Red Lantern Corps, embodying a pure, untainted fury. The whimsical voice of Blood Butcher echoed in Li Chengfeng's ears, filled with excitement. In truth, Blood Butcher had intended from the outset for Li Chengfeng to extract the Red Lantern Furnace. However, the ferocious anger from both Hulk and Li Chengfeng during their recent skirmish had momentarily distracted Blood Butcher, who was solely focused on absorbing this raw rage to fuel his growth. Yet upon hearing Blood Butcher's voice, Li Chengfeng inexplicably felt a desire for the Ion Shark. Although it was somewhat lacking in vigor, the unique timbre of its youthful voice was quite peculiar. Li Chengfeng extended his other hand to summon the ancestral Red Lantern Furnace. As per usual, inserting a finger to engage with Blood Butcher. Moo. Li Chengfeng, your technique for milking a bull is astoundingly proficient. Nonsense. Every man who has been single for an extended period acquires such a skill. Once Blood Butcher was sufficiently satisfied, it began to frolic within the Red Lantern furnace. And with each joyful loop, the red energy gradually coalesced. With a pop, a newly formed Red Lantern ring emerged from the furnace, hovering before Hulk. Sentient life has been identified. From Earth, Hulk and Bruce Banner. Your heart swells with an overwhelming fury. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time hearing the ring's welcome address mention two names. Of course, in the original narrative, the ring was never donned by an individual with such distinct personas. It could only be surmised that the ring possessed remarkable intelligence. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Hela was breathing heavily, her hairstyle, meticulously arranged by Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, now slightly disheveled. One must concede, this was indeed the most intense battle she had experienced since leaving the sealed dimension. Overall, the avatar of Toruk proved to be the stronger foe. This self-proclaimed Red Hulk is quite an admirable opponent. You are impressive, just a fraction away, and she could triumph over the goddess of death. Hela gestured with her thumb and forefinger, while Loki, idly observing the spectacle, seemed to perceive an entire vast universe within those two digits. The once mighty Red Hulk, now reduced to General Thaddeus Ross, was being hoisted by two Hydra soldiers, reanimated through necromancy, their grizzled mustaches twitching as they muttered, "Long live Hydra." It appeared that, much like Bruce Banner, his human form had succumbed to hypnosis and brainwashing. However, the Hulk is not merely another manifestation of Bruce Banner. He embodies an alternate persona, thus remaining unaffected by the mind control. In contrast, the Red Hulk, upon transforming from General Ross, retained his intellect and original personality, which effectively transformed him into a true super soldier akin to the Winter Soldier, quite different from the simple-minded brute driven solely by the desire to consume. Nevertheless, the Red Hulk lacked the Hulk's escalating physical strength fueled by rage, despite possessing the ability to absorb radiation and emit intense heat. Yet, before Hela, this was insufficient. After a few minutes of engaging in close combat, Hela grew disinterested, as someone who had faced the fire giant Surtur and the frost giant King Lao Fei. The Red Hulk's modest heat attacks were rather lackluster. Suddenly, the communicator, which had remained idle, sprang to life. The which was the codename for Ada Wong, while Death was Hela's designation. For Hela, adopting codenames in this novel agent game was immensely entertaining. Death here, which, please proceed. The headquarters has been cleared. We have just detected two powerful energy sources. Are they foes? Should we engage? One was taken by my god, and I have already subdued the other. Loki informs me he appears to be a general from America. A general? The only one missing in action over the years is a major general of the Air Force, named Thaddeus Ross. If all goes as expected, that must be him. And what are the other? Has Li Chengfeng not dealt with him yet? Elder sister, look over there. Thor, having just dispatched an enemy on the opposite side, suddenly halted mid-air, pointing into the distance. Following Thor's indication, Hela gazed in that direction, where Li Chengfeng was leading another green giant away. At that moment, a pure, furious red light shot into the sky. Chapter 88, Li Chengfeng, Happy Death Day. The Joint Bureau's top-secret refrigerator is a facility located in a classified area, accessible only to agents of level 7 and above within the Bureau. This refrigerator serves to store the majority of the 084 items awaiting research, as well as to secretly detain a significant number of special offenders. Had the legendary team not intervened at that time, Li Chengfeng would have sent Captain Cold, Heatwave, and Constantine here. Due to the exceptionally robust external defenses of the icebox, coupled with the necessity of limiting the number of individuals familiar with the area, the personnel stationed here have always remained at a bare minimum, sufficient only to maintain the operation of the entire facility. When Hydra launched a surprise attack, intending to seize the headquarters of the Joint Task Force prematurely, Coulson, following the directives of Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury, led all team members, except for Steve Rogers, to reinforce the icebox. As anticipated at the onset of the conflict between the American Bureau and Hydra, John Garrett unilaterally diverted a portion of the forces originally aimed at assaulting the American Bureau to attack the icebox instead. This comprised an entire contingent of 500 Hydra soldiers and 4 Winter Soldiers. However, in order to breach the icebox's nuclear-resistant exterior defenses, Garrett was prepared to resort to a strategy of self-sacrifice. Damn it! Open the door quickly. Coulson, do you intend for us to perish out here? John Garrett and his subordinates, still clad in the uniforms of the Joint Task Force, cowered behind cover, evading the onslaught of fire from heavily armed helicopters emblazoned with a flamboyant and ostentatious Hydra emblem, as if to ensure that no one could mistake their allegiance. Inside the icebox, the agent stationed there, standing behind Coulson, observed the scene with mounting anxiety, for according to Nick Fury's orders, Coulson would retain command over the entire icebox until the next directive was received. This seasoned agent, whose experiences could only be described as legendary, remained remarkably composed as he watched John Garrett's dramatic antics unfold outside, akin to witnessing a poorly executed yet captivating theatrical performance. As the agents guarding the icebox noticed the nearly depleted cover behind Garrett, one agent, gritting his teeth, made the decision to bypass Coulson and prepare to open the icebox's main door. "Forgive me, sir, but we cannot abandon our brothers to their fate." Yet, before he could press the button to open the door, another individual pinned him against the wall. "No, my friend, are you mad? If an agent of this classified facility allows anyone in without authorization, especially during this tumultuous time, they could easily be apprehended as a Hydra infiltrator." "Lee, what brings you here? Has the front line been resolved?" "The front line has been effectively dealt with. Now, it is merely a matter of mopping up the remaining forces." Lee Chengfeng, squinting at the impatient Garrett outside, wore a rather mischievous grin. "You see, I was right to assign you to guard the icebox, wasn't I? Garrett even came to entertain you with a grand performance to alleviate your boredom." However, only Garrett was putting on this show of self-sacrifice. There was no sign of Grant Ward. As expected, Grant Ward was a true opportunist. While Garrett possessed the ability to control the situation, he was unwaveringly loyal. Yet, upon encountering Lee Chengfeng, Ward would undoubtedly refrain from following Garrett into further chaos, for he understood that with Lee Chengfeng present, all of Garrett's efforts would be in vain. Meaningless efforts are tantamount to futility. He has never engaged in endeavors devoid of significance. After all, no one wishes to meet an untimely demise in vain. Poor John Garrett's life is on the brink of conclusion, with his sole confidant, Grant Ward, having vanished without a trace. The final gamble lies in leading the Winter Soldier and Hydra soldiers to storm the fridge. Logically, the odds of success should be high, as the one stationed in the fridge is none other than Coulson. Though Captain America, Steve Rogers, is part of Coulson's team, he is currently occupied on the front lines. Thus, only Melinda May, Oliver Queen, and Wade Wilson remain to confront the impending threat. While each of them holds their own renown, they still belong to the realm of ordinary mortals, whereas Garrett commands not only 500 Hydra soldiers, but also 4 Winter soldiers at his disposal. Capturing them would suffice. Coulson, for heaven's sake, do not hesitate. Do you doubt me as well? In a bid to maintain the authenticity of the performance, the pilot of the heavily armed helicopter is genuinely intent on obliterating the cover. The cacophony of gunfire and debris is utterly real. John Garrett finds himself curled behind a shelter, unable even to raise his head. "Coulson, I accessed more distant surveillance footage and discovered that John Garrett arrived with Hydra forces." "He is indeed Hydra. When did you arrive?" Skye, clutching her cherished laptop, sprinted to Coulson's side and displayed a mixture of surprise and delight upon seeing Lee Chengfeng. Lee exchanged glances with Coulson, sensing that the moment had arrived. He then addressed the approaching Skye. "Open the door." Although uncertain of Lee's intentions, she resolutely pressed the button to open the door, allowing Garrett and the Hydra agents behind him to surge inside. "Oh my God, Coulson. I thought you had truly gone rogue like that Nick Fury fellow, intending to abandon me for the fridge's safety." John Garrett revealed a sinister grin, poised to confront Coulson, but his expression froze upon seeing Skye and Lee Chengfeng standing behind him. "Agent John Garrett, a pleasure to meet you." "Agent Lee Chengfeng, I assumed you were at headquarters?" "Oh, John Garrett, weren't you being pursued by Hydra all the way here? You seem remarkably composed for someone on the run. Are you genuinely concerned for my well-being, or merely apprehensive about encountering me? I'm uncertain of your misconceptions regarding me, but let us set aside trivial matters. I have something far more pressing that requires your assistance." "What matter do you speak of?" "I have received credible intelligence that a contingent of Hydra operatives is within the fridge." "What? Hydra?" John Garrett feigned astonishment. Even within such a classified facility as the fridge, there are Hydra agents. Hydra, it seems, has infiltrated every nook and cranny. It is their modus operandi. Although they are a tad incompetent, they excel at subterfuge. As Lee Chengfeng spoke, he drew closer to John Garrett. "We can no longer afford to wait. We must swiftly eradicate these Hydra agents, lest the items designated as 084 fall into their possession." Indeed, Lee Chengfeng's explosive speed, enhanced by his manipulation of lightning, was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, merely a shimmering silver light slicing through the air. The Hydra operatives who charged in alongside John Garrett were utterly unable to withstand Lee Chengfeng's might. In the brief span of 2 breaths, the Hydra agents lay prostrate on the ground, victims of a single, lethal strike, executed with near perfection. Skye and Coulson were momentarily bewildered, perceiving only a flash of lightning. Apart from Lee Chengfeng, Only John Garrett remained standing. Li Chengfeng, you brazenly attacked a joint task force agent? Are you a Hydra agent? Good heavens. You truly are a remarkable actor, are you not? But dear Lord the only Hydra here is you. Li Chengfeng appeared unfazed by John Garrett's firearm aimed at him, extending a finger to touch Garrett's chest. His smile was bright and cheerful, entirely incongruous with the fact that he had just dispatched an entire squad of Hydra agents. Accusation. This is a baseless accusation. Hush, 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 do not attempt to argue. Your feeble denials are rather unbecoming. With his index finger resting upon his lips, Li Chengfeng looked up at John Garrett. I can empathize with you. After all, who does not wish for a longer life? As the prototype of a death warrior, you are but a step away from demise, sustained only by the injection of the desperation virus to prolong your wretched existence. How do you know this? How do I know? Even the so-called omniscient prophet, Lord must have his doubts, does he not? Li Chengfeng fainat exagerata shook. Then, with a firm grip on John Garrett's nape, he approached the grand entrance and pressed Garrett's face against the transparent door. As John Garrett successfully entered the refrigerator, 500 Hydra soldiers and 4 Winter soldiers emerged, no longer concealed, gathering directly at the entrance, awaiting Garrett to unlock the door, allowing them to charge in. Witnessing this, Li Chengfeng mareli shuklat. With one hand resting on the door, he conjured a portal just beyond it. This portal was substantial. The Winter soldiers, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the portal, instantly became alert. They were uncertain of what it was or what might emerge from it. As Hydra's most relied upon secret weapon, these 4 Winter soldiers never underestimated their targets. They would exert maximum effort against even the weakest adversaries. However, one unfortunate truth remained. All their efforts would be in vain. A furious roar erupted from within the portal, followed by a torrent of rage-fueled fire, as thick as a man's thigh, bursting forth. The 4 Winter soldiers barely managed to evade it, but the Hydra soldiers behind them were not so fortunate. In the next moment, the Hulk, clad in red and black, stepped through the portal, his lips stained with the searing flames of wrath. Li Chengfeng, amidst the lamentations of the Hydra soldiers, whispered into John Garrett's ear, "My greatest joy in life is watching self-righteous fools meet their demise." Happy Death Day. John Garrett. Chapter 89. Captain America. Good brother? First, just lie down. Although John Garrett was looked down upon by other Hydra leaders for his style and abilities, he was nonetheless one of them. He possessed some authority to mobilize Hydra forces and had knowledge of the Super Winter Soldiers' existence. The duo of green and red had once been Hydra's most terrifying trump cards. Yet, the familiar green giant before him was none other than the Super Winter Soldier. Why had he emerged from the portal constructed by this monster? Li Chengfeng. Had the Super Winter Soldier betrayed them? What did the emblem on his chest signify? Was that a flame he had just spewed forth? Did the green Super Winter Soldier possess such power? A torrent of questions flooded John Garrett's mind, but he could not ponder them further. He would never have the opportunity for answers. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his body collapse suddenly, and in the next moment, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Li Chengfeng severed his neck with a searing gaze. As he had said, he died with his eyes wide open. Li Chengfeng tossed John Garrett's head aside and took a keen interest in Hulk, who had officially joined the Red Lantern Corps and become one of its members. One could only say that, from the perspective of the Red Lantern's attributes, Hulk was the epitome of a Red Lantern warrior, without question. Hulk inherently possessed an ability to escalate beyond known limits as his fury increased. Now, having become a Red Lantern whose power source was rage, the combination rendered Hulk an exceedingly formidable entity. As long as he did not encounter a being capable of erasing him from existence with a mere thought, theoretically, Hulk could contend with any adversary. Of course, this was merely theoretical. Otherwise, Li Chengfeng would not have been able to defeat Hulk, whose rage levels had yet to peak, by harnessing the powers of both the Red and Green Lanterns. In any case, in a prolonged battle, Hulk would emerge victorious. Presently, the Red Lantern Hulk charged into the ranks of Hydra soldiers. To describe the scene as a tiger among sheep would be an understatement. It was akin to an elephant trampling ants. Even the 4 Winter soldiers could only resist briefly before Hulk tore one apart, incinerating another with a blast of raging blood fire. The remaining 2 were gripped in his hands, transformed into 2 fearsome weapons, swinging with such force that it felt as though one were playing a hack-and-slash game. After dispatching all the Hydra soldiers, the 2 Winter soldiers in Hulk's grasp lay in tatters, devoid of life. It was a thoroughly exhilarating and one-sided massacre. Li Chengfeng sighed and pressed the button to open the door, casually kicking John Garrett's body and head outside. Let us not sully the good ground of our joint commission. Hulk, incinerate them all. Let us not squander our resources at the Joint Investigation Bureau on dealing with the remains of these Hydra pests. Upon hearing the command from his superior, Chengfeng, Hulk eagerly thumped his chest and exclaimed, "Hulk fire!" This green behemoth, with intellect and emotions akin to that of a child, was immensely curious about his newfound ability and even bestowed upon it a name. He was no different from a little rascal who picks up a stick and dubs it a legendary sword. "Ahem, Lee, what exactly is this?" Coulson inquired, gazing at Hulk as he unleashed a torrent of furious flames, unable to restrain his curiosity. The visual impact of this green creature was utterly terrifying. This is Hulk, formerly known as Bruce Banner, an expert in gamma radiation with a remarkable academic background that includes 7 doctoral degrees in nuclear physics, radiological physics, biochemistry, engineering, robotics, computer science, and mathematics. One wonders what purpose he serves with such an array of qualifications, perhaps to prop up a wobbly table? Geniuses often feel compelled to demonstrate their capabilities in various ways. After all, why does Stark continually update his Iron Man suit? That makes sense, Chengfeng nodded. However, he found himself preferring the green behemoth, Hulk, over Bruce Banner. Yet, it was evident that Hulk and Bruce Banner were 2 sides of the same coin. Essentially, this most frequently manifested brutish Hulk could be regarded as Bruce Banner's juvenile persona. The cosmic laws acknowledged this duality, affirming that Hulk and Bruce Banner were indeed one and the same. Bruce Banner merely aspired to be a scientist, not a superhero, while Hulk remained oblivious to the concept of heroism. He simply sought sustenance and a worthy adversary for combat. The existence of such stark contradictions within a single body was undeniably tragic. As Chengfeng pondered, the melancholy of the green giant, Sky, standing nearby, was filled with exuberance. Let's not forget, this child was an ardent admirer of superheroes, capable of feats such as prying off Stark's car emblem in the parking lot of Stark Tower. The green monster thwarting Hydra's nefarious schemes. A quintessential superhero narrative. "I could just as easily destroy a kitten," Chengfeng remarked playfully as he ruffled Sky's hair. He then produced a pure Terrigen crystal from his pocket. "Here, take this. It cost me a fortune," he lamented, feigning pain over the expenditure. "What is this?" Sky's attention was immediately captivated by the glittering purple crystal. "You're giving me a crystal? I'm not a girl who can be won over by just a piece of crystal. You ought to fashion it into a platinum ring. What nonsense are you spouting?" Chengfeng placed the Terrigen crystal into Sky's hand and leaned down to whisper, "When you're alone, smash this thing, and you will be grateful to me." This time, Hydra's attempt to undermine the Joint Investigation Bureau had undeniably failed. Although 3 flying aircraft carriers successfully took to the skies, the InSight program itself was a fabrication. The Hydra organization dispatched the prototype of the Winter Soldier, namely Bucky Barnes, equipped with Arnim Zola's consciousness storage device, to the airborne aircraft carrier, aiming for Zola to seize control of the vessel directly through his consciousness. Even without the InSight program, they could fabricate their own. The effect would be identical. However, fate had other plans as Bucky encountered the arriving Tony Stark and Steve Rogers. Although Steve immediately recognized the punk with the beggar's smoky makeup as his childhood friend Bucky Barnes, he resolutely approached and delivered a swift blow to his face with his shield. Through JARVISS facial recognition scan, Tony Stark also learned of the adversary's identity as Captain America's childhood friend and comrade, exclaiming, "Whoa, Cap, could you ease up on your best mate? For heaven's sake. He has been brainwashed and manipulated. Do you expect me to stand at the center of the world calling for love? Do you think I crawled out from some corner as a fool? First, take him down. Don't let this delay the current battle. We'll deal with the aftermath later." Steve Rogers, maintaining his handsome and righteous demeanor, unleashed a torrent of expletives, then swiftly delivered a kick to Bucky Barnes' groin, asserting, "You stay down, my best friend." This was a lesson learned from Captain America himself. When a group assault is possible, never engage in a one-on-one fight. The 2 of them, one on each side, effectively rendered Bucky Barnes incapacitated. Steve Rogers even collaborated with Tony Stark to dismantle Bucky's mechanical arm, creating a scene of sheer brutality. "What? You inquire about Arnim Zola's consciousness storage device? It had long been reduced to fragments under Steve Rogers' foot, its fate sealed. Tragic. Arnim Zola, truly tragic." Once Bucky Barnes was thoroughly subdued, Tony Stark effortlessly connected to the central control system of the 3 airborne aircraft carriers through JARVISS, exploiting the backdoor he habitually left in the foundational data, thereby gaining complete control over the vessels and directly disabling their weapon systems. Witnessing this, Nick Fury felt tears welling in his single eye. Damn it, these wastrels, they're wasting pure weaponry. Nearby, Alexander Pierce attempted a last-ditch effort, brandishing a controller from his pocket. "Nick Fury, I advise against any rash actions," he warned, raising the controller. The members of the World Security Council present had donned a specially crafted brooch before entering, and now, should he press the button, the brooch would create a gaping hole through the hearts of the attendees. Alexander Pierce's declaration immediately plunged the politicians into a state of panic. You madman, Pierce. Is your Hydra organization only capable of orchestrating terror attacks? Fury, you must act to save us. If we perish here, you will undoubtedly face an international military tribunal. Listening to the politicians' frantic cries, Nick Fury's expression remained nonchalant. Even the expression at the moment of the weapons system's demise was profoundly heartrending. Alexander Pierce, I once regarded you as a confidant, a cherished friend, yet Nick Fury coldly raised his pistol. He was the supreme agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. We never compromise. They are representatives of powerful nations. And so what? Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Hydra had assaulted S.H.I.E.L.D., and the members of the World Security Council fought valiantly, refusing to collaborate with Hydra, ultimately sacrificing themselves for their country. I shall, in my capacity as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., report your merits to the World Federation and erect a grand monument in your honor at its gates. Without awaiting the politicians' reactions, Nick Fury pulled the trigger with unwavering precision, piercing Alexander Pierce's heart. In a reflexive motion, Pierce pressed the controller's button as he succumbed to the fatal shot. One bullet. It resulted in a multitude of casualties. Nick Fury felt no inner turmoil. In fact, he was almost inclined to smile. With his marksmanship, he could have easily struck Alexander Pierce's forehead, ensuring instant death. But why would he choose to do so? A politician seeking fame and recognition. Let him perish. Casting one last glance at the lifeless Alexander Pierce, Nick Fury retrieved an old-fashioned pager.